The assembled boat. This tale unfolds in a parallel universe, on a quaint island in Europe. A torrential downpour ravaged the night, and by the time the skies cleared, it was already noon of the following day. The small fishing village was once again invigorated, with wisps of smoke rising from chimneys across the island. On the sandy beach, a group of youths, clutching bamboo baskets, eagerly scoured the remnants left by the receding tide. The shore was dotted with shells, crustaceans, and the occasional fish that still flopped about. In anticipation of today's venture, these young souls had braved the storm the previous night, rushing out of the village the moment the sun broke through the clouds. Their baskets were already half filled with their finds. Gradually, some elderly villagers emerged from their homes, joining the throng in pursuit of the sea's bounty. At one corner of the beach lay a natural harbor, rugged with sea stones, serving as the village's dock. Here, a dozen small fishing boats bobbed gently, while robust fishermen toiled to haul in the nets they had cast the previous night. Amidst the debris of dilapidated fishing boats strewn across the rocky shore, Zheng Yang was not like his companions, who were busy foraging for seafood. Instead, he busied himself around the wrecks, tapping and probing for something elusive. 2 months prior, the memories of Zheng Yang, a youth devoid of purpose, awakened in this world. Now, after 2 months had elapsed, Zheng Yang had meticulously scoured several derelict vessels along the beach and remarkably unearthed 5 pieces of intact, albeit weathered, PLA, NKS, alongside a handful of rusted nails. The abandoned fishing boats had already been stripped of any salvageable materials, so his modest haul could indeed be deemed commendable. Fortunately, there were 3 rather substantial pieces among them. That's about enough. Zheng Yang had long prepared his thoughts. He set aside the materials he had just gathered and officially began to assemble the boat. After a series of hammering, sawing, and chiseling, by dusk, little remained of the materials in the yard, replaced instead by an exceedingly rudimentary little skiff. In truth, it was merely a makeshift vessel, cobbled together from a few old boat planks and some wood, barely resembling a boat at all. This contraption, which Zheng Yang referred to as a boat, featured a pointed bow and a flat stern, measuring no more than 2 meters in length, with a maximum width of merely 7, wide to 80 centimeters. This was Zheng Yang's boat. He gazed at it in silence for a while, fully aware that such a creation would surely sink within 10 minutes of being placed in water. The first step is complete. They say the simpler the design, the higher the success rate. Surely this vessel is simple enough. Zheng Yang glanced at the sky, realizing there was no time to prepare dinner. He seized a carving knife and began to meticulously etch details into his boat. By the time he finished his work, well past 10 o'clock, hunger had left him dizzy. He finally entered the kitchen and hastily prepared a meal to satiate his appetite. The little fishing village was enveloped in tranquility, save for the occasional sounds of waves lapping at the shore. Soon, he moved a box beside his boat in the yard, opened it, and retrieved an array of bottles, jars, and peculiar tools, arranging them in a specific order around him. Illuminated by the beam of a flashlight, the containers held various unidentifiable liquids and powders, along with some biological organs and entrails, all of which appeared rather daunting. After Zheng Yang arranged the containers, he took a deep breath and retrieved a leather-like item from his pocket. Upon unfolding it, an extraordinarily intricate pattern was revealed. This design was identical to the one Zheng Yang had engraved onto the boat overnight, a pattern he had practiced countless times on the beach, rendering him exceedingly proficient. Nevertheless, he meticulously cross-checked it once more, ensuring no errors before setting the leather aside. Father must have obtained this ritual diagram from an unknown source. I hope it truly has the power to transform my dilapidated vessel into a spiritual ship, as described in the Travelogue. Zheng Yang opened the first bottle and, with a brush, absorbed the liquid within, applying it along the engraved design at specific locations. One by one, the bottles were opened, the materials diminished, yet the designs on the boat grew increasingly vibrant, evoking a sense of ancient grandeur. The materials included mercury, resin, plant sap, animal tissue fluids, as well as powdered minerals and specific shells. Zheng Yang spent over a month gathering these components on this small island. The record of these materials came from an ancient travelogue collected by his father, who had taught him to identify these substances during his childhood. Otherwise, Zheng Yang would not have been able to amass them all. The travelogue described a semi-sentient spiritual ship capable of evolution, which required a combination of formations, rituals, and spiritual conduits, all possessing a low probability of success. The spiritual conduit was represented by the pattern on the leather, known as a scroll, which was a consumable item. Zheng Yang could not comprehend why, despite possessing the ritual diagram, his father chose not to construct the spirit boat himself, instead imparting a plethora of related knowledge to him from a young age. Alternatively, was it possible that it was originally intended for him? This notion proved somewhat perplexing to I in the courtyard. As all liquid materials were exhausted, Zheng Yang scattered the powders across designated areas and meticulously arranged the biological organs. These organs, integral to the summoning ritual, comprise an assortment of peculiar items, such as the livers of bullfrogs and the eyes of owls, quite sinister. Zheng Yang's youthful visage assumed an expression of utmost seriousness at this moment. The outcome hinges on this singular act. Should I succeed, I shall become a grand vessel of beauty. Yet if I fail, I remain a mere nobody. Not for the sake of immortality, but to indulge in a life of whimsy, I call upon the spirits of heaven and earth. After paying homage to the celestial deities, Zheng Yang grasped a sharp knife, sterilized it with alcohol, and, gritting his teeth, made a 4-centimeter incision in the palm of his left hand. As blood welled forth, he pressed it directly onto the scroll. Yuka-ti, awakening the spirit. It truly glows. Zheng Yang inhaled deeply, resolutely seizing the scroll and placing it upon the magic array within the boat. Instantly, silver light surged forth from the array, enveloping both Zheng Yang and the small vessel. The moonlight above, drawn by an unseen force, cascaded down like mercury, intensifying the brilliance of the silver glow. Bang! The scroll ignited abruptly, prompting Zheng Yang to retract his hand swiftly. Meanwhile, the biological organs within the ship's array emitted a crimson glow, forming a swirling hexagram entwined with flames, releasing an eerie aura that reached out to the unknown. Uncertain whether this transformation was the cause, the sky rapidly darkened. Ominous clouds obscured the heavens, and the moonlight waned, leaving only the silver radiance of the array on the ship. Beneath this silvery shroud, the hexagram pulsated with a peculiar rhythm, and suddenly, the center rippled like water, revealing a creature the size of a human head emerging from the waves. In an instant, the hexagram flickered and vanished, taking with it the burning scroll and the sacrificial biological organs, replaced by a black flying insect of similar size, seemingly dazed as it rested at the heart of the array. At that moment, Zheng Yang felt an overwhelming tension confronted by the mystical ritual and the instinctive dread emanating from the black insect. He nearly forgot his next move. However, he ultimately did not falter. With a resounding thud, Zheng Yang swung a heavy hammer with all his might, shattering the insect's head. The formidable resistance made it clear to Zheng Yang that the black insect was far from ordinary. Its surface was distinctly covered in fine scales. Within the silver light, a phantasmal soul, ethereal as smoke and half the size of the insect, rose from its lifeless body. The oppressive darkness of the sky loomed, as if a tempest were imminent, threatening to extinguish the silver glow in the courtyard. Troi Mo seal the spirit. The silvery light divided into two. The larger portion enveloped the vessel, while the smaller fraction fused with Zheng Yang, forming a small boat pattern, and upon the back of his left hand, connecting to a realm of subspace. At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the moonlight once again graced the courtyard, illuminating both Zheng Yang and his ship. Chapter 2. The cursed ship. Had it truly come to fruition? Zheng Yang stood dazed at the edge of the vessel for a considerable time before he comprehended that he had indeed succeeded. As described in that travelogue, the challenges of crafting a spirit ship were immense. Not only was acquiring the exceedingly rare scroll a daunting task, but even the success rate upon gathering all necessary materials was a mere fraction. Paradoxically, the simpler the hull, the greater the likelihood of success. Yet, it was improbable that anyone would dare to initiate the ritual as Zheng Yang had, merely assembling a form from a few weathered planks. At that moment, Zheng Yang felt an intrinsic connection with the diminutive craft before him, as if it were an extension of his own being, allowing him to perceive its every nuance with clarity. Furthermore, a translucent interface materialized before his eyes, displaying vital information about the spirit ship, accompanied by a miniature model that could reveal the structure of any part at the behest of Zheng Yang's thoughts. All signs indicated that the vessel had indeed undergone a successful transformation into a spirit ship. The most arduous aspect of the metamorphosis was complete. The hull had been activated by the magical array, and from this point onward, Zheng Yang could gradually modify it to become the grand vessel he envisioned. His parents had not undertaken the construction of a spirit ship themselves, perhaps out of fear of failure. After all, the scroll was singular. Now that he had utilized it, he hoped they would not hold it against him upon their next encounter. Zheng Yang exhaled deeply, glancing at the wound on his left palm, which had miraculously healed. At this moment, slumber was the furthest thing from his mind, and he reclined within the small ship, eager to delve into the information interface of the spirit vessel. Basic information: hull, first-class spirit ship, spirit, scale armor demon worm, larva, spirit core, moonlight shell, energy reserve, 3100, attack bonus, 5, defense bonus, 5, power bonus, 5. Equipment information: primary drive, manual oars, auxiliary drive, none, figurehead, scale armor demon worm, bow technique, none, Remarks: the spirit ship, having undergone transformation through rituals such as sacrifice, summoning, and blood sealing, has become tainted with misfortune, drawing certain malevolent entities. When the spirit ship or its owner approaches these entities within a certain proximity, they will attract their covetous gaze, and even the destruction of the vessel cannot avert this fate. Thus, the spirit ship is also referred to as the cursed vessel. This curse can be suppressed by sacred artifacts. Furthermore, the spirit ship will subtly influence and transform the owner's bloodline, granting them the witch bloodline. The higher the evolution level of the spirit ship, the more potent the bloodline's power becomes. The owner of the spirit ship can enhance their capability to confront malevolent entities through the ship's evolution. Hence, it is also known as the evolution vessel. What on earth? Zheng Yang was bewildered. Misfortune, malevolence, curse. Even if he were to destroy the spirit ship now, he could not escape the clutches of these entities. Why was none of this documented in the travelogue? His parents had not crafted the spirit ship themselves. Did they know of this secret? With the presence of that curse, Zheng Yang felt that the prospect of the witch bloodline was not as enticing as it seemed, despite his ignorance of its true implications. He felt a chill run down his spine, and, upon rising to inspect, found no sign of any malevolent entities for the time being. At the bow of the vessel stands a wooden sculpture of a black insect, its wings spread wide, embodying a fierce determination to soar. This figure serves as the ship's figurehead. Initially crafted from decrepit planks and timber, the rudimentary model has been automatically refined and perfected by rituals and enchantments. The seams have seamlessly closed, the bow slightly raised, and the sides elevated, creating a fluid silhouette. The self-optimization of the spirit ship has transformed what was once a barely afloat structure into a genuine small craft, harmoniously integrated with its surroundings. At the center of the original enchantment lies a fist-sized shell, seemingly grown from the very planks of the ship, its pearlescent hue resonating with the moonlight. It is a beautifully crafted vessel. However, the information regarding the curse leaves Zheng Yang feeling as though he has swallowed a fly, dampening his satisfaction. Furthermore, how does one replenish this reservoir of spiritual energy? My body can harness that energy, but the travelogue makes no mention of it, Zheng Yang pondered. The travelogue meticulously documented the crafting methods of the spirit ship in great detail, yet it offered scant information beyond that, leaving Zheng Yang utterly perplexed. Perhaps it is best to rest for now, he thought. Tomorrow, he would continue to modify the spirit ship, gradually exploring the unknown. Outside the window, a shroud of darkness began to obscure the moonlight, creeping in like a silent beast, engulfing Zheng Yang's courtyard. He fell into a dream, envisioning himself at the helm of the grand spirit ship, traversing the vast ocean, ruling over all. Suddenly, the dream shifted, and he found himself in an unfamiliar realm, shrouded in mist, with visibility reduced to mere 2 meters. Where is this? A dream? Zheng Yang stood silently in place, utterly motionless. He began to believe that this was a dream, despite its astonishing realism, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. An eerie silence enveloped him, suffused with a sense of decay, ominous and grotesque, evoking thoughts of haunted houses and graveyards. The ground beneath him swayed gently, and suddenly, the sound of rushing water filled the air. Zheng Yang glanced down and realized he was standing on a surface made of wooden planks. No, it was a deck. He comprehended that he was aboard a ship. Had the successful transformation of the ghost ship drawn him into this maritime dream? What could it signify? And was there any peril? Zheng Yang attempted to move, momentarily disoriented, unable to discern the direction. He could only focus on his feet, proceeding cautiously, step by step. After traversing 7 or 8 steps, he still saw nothing beyond the deck beneath him. However, footsteps approached from the left front. Zheng Yang immediately halted, fixating intently on that direction. A pungent stench wafted towards him, reminiscent of rotten fish, and in the next instant, he beheld a grotesque fish with limbs, wielding a tattered bone knife, shambling toward him upright. The sight of this creature extinguished any desire he had for fish. He had envisioned monsters with fish heads and human bodies, as well as those with human heads and fish bodies. Yet he had never imagined a complete fish sprouting arms from its gills and legs from its tail, dragging its decayed form while glaring at him with 2 pale, lifeless eyes, resembling a human in its gait. It appeared as though a person had been stuffed inside a dead fish, limbs protruding through the fish's body. Yet, it was evident that this was not the case. The bizarre fish, upon spotting Zheng Yang, let out a strange cry and raised its bone knife to strike. its movement swift, even faster than that of an average adult. Zheng Yang, caught off guard for a moment, managed to evade the attack just in time. Redirecting his body so that the bone knife, initially aimed at his neck, struck his left shoulder instead. The excruciating pain surged through him, igniting a furious rage within Zheng Yang. Undeterred, he lunged forward, overpowering the grotesque fish creature and pinning it to the ground. Despite the agonizing pain, he pressed down on the creature's right hand, which clutched the bone knife, and began to rain down blows upon its head with his fists. The fish's head was slippery and unyielding after several strikes. Zheng Yang noticed that the creature seemed oblivious to the use of its hands and was merely attempting to break free from his grasp. A thought struck him, and he seized the bone knife, swiftly rising to deliver a series of vicious downward strikes at the area he believed to be its neck beneath the head. The knife was too dull, each blow only cutting a couple of inches deep. The fish creature howled, striving to rise, only to be forcefully knocked down by Zheng Yang each time. After relentlessly hacking at it dozens of times, Zheng Yang felt utterly exhausted, yet the creature finally lay still. In the next moment, its lifeless body suddenly disintegrated into ash, releasing a wisp of white light that surged into Zheng Yang's body. Startled, he soon discovered an influx of memories flooding his mind, experiences of wielding the bone knife in battle countless times. As his consciousness brushed against these memories, they played out like a film, looping repeatedly before him. After an indeterminate number of repetitions, they coalesced into a singular, decisive cutting technique that imprinted itself in Zheng Yang's mind, as if he had practiced it innumerable times, now instinctively familiar. Upon rising, the first thing Zheng Yang did was summon the spirit ship to the courtyard. He felt a warmth emanating from the small ship's design on the back of his left hand, and the spirit ship materialized once more in the courtyard. Had his spiritual energy reserve diminished by 10 points? Upon noticing that the energy reserve displayed on the interface had dwindled to 20 out of 100, Zheng Yang meticulously reviewed the situation and realized that the previous night's operation of retrieving the spirit ship from subspace had consumed a considerable amount of energy. This revelation furrowed his brow, as he had yet to decipher the method for recharging, only to find that he had inadvertently depleted 1/3 of his reserve. After breakfast, Zheng Yang unearthed the travelogue and began to search through its pages with great diligence. After more than an hour of searching, he suddenly sprang to his feet. Although the travelogue did not explicitly detail how to recharge the spirit ship, it did describe an event in which the sails of the spirit ship billowed in the moonlight, akin to a vessel breathing. Furthermore, it mentioned that by dawn, the energy reserve had replenished by 20. Was this not an indirect suggestion that moonlight could serve as a source of energy? Yet why not sunlight? Zheng Yang continued to peruse the book until he had examined every page, but he could not uncover any additional useful information. Next, he resolved to craft the sails. The manufacturing and installation of the sails had been part of Zheng Yang's plan for the next phase. However, the sails of the spirit ship were rather unique and could not simply be replaced with ordinary ones. Zheng Yang needed to gather specific materials and, in conjunction with the spirit ship's formation, activate the sails to transform them into spirit sails, thereby enabling their recharging capabilities. Initially, Zheng Yang believed that the spirit sails were solely for propelling the spirit ship, but it now appeared that they possessed further extraordinary utility. Although he had previously harbored some lingering concerns regarding the curse of the spirit ship, he resolved to embrace his solitary disposition, recognizing that having faced death once, there was little left to fear. He decided to continue refining the spirit ship. Moreover, there exists the bloodline of the witch. Perhaps the situation may not be as dire as it seems. If all else fails, he could always seek sanctified artifacts to suppress the curse, he pondered. 300 grams of mercury, 500 grams of fresh juice from the root of the luminous vine, and 2 silk glands from the starback tarantula. The other materials were manageable, yet the silk glands of the tarantula posed the greatest challenge. As for the luminous vine, it was readily available on the island. The real difficulty lay with the starback tarantula. Zheng Yang had previously inquired and learned that he must venture to another island, over 20 nautical miles away, to procure them. Zheng Yang had harbored doubts about his ability to successfully craft the spiritual vessel and thus had not prepared these materials. Now that the hull had been successfully transformed into a spiritual ship, the most arduous step had been accomplished, and it was essential to set sail. However, he could first equip the vessel with an activated keel, a stern oar, and a mast, affixing a triangular sail. Even if it could not be activated as a spiritual sail for the time being, it would still provide conventional propulsion for the spiritual ship. Once these tasks were completed, Zheng Yang activated the information interface of the spiritual ship, mentally commanding the array aboard to accept and envelop the newly installed keel and mast. In the next moment, the silvery light of the array spread forth, and the recently added structures gradually melded into the spiritual ship, forming a cohesive and inseparable whole. The spiritual energy had been consumed. 100. The reserves of spiritual energy were entirely depleted, barely completing the activation of the keel and mast. A profound hunger emanated from the spiritual ship, causing Zheng Yang to shiver involuntarily. To his astonishment, the spiritual ship seemed to crave sustenance. Chapter 3. The launching of the spirit vessel in the evening. Zheng Yang once again arrived at the dock of the small harbor. He approached a man and inquired, "Uncle Hans, will you be fishing near that little island 23 nautical miles to the south tomorrow? I wish to search for something there." "Young Zheng Yang, why do you occupy yourself with such peculiar pursuits every day?" Hans replied with a serious demeanor. "The waters surrounding that island are strewn with rocks, making it impossible for fishing boats to approach the shore. Moreover, it is said that the island is teeming with venomous insects and snakes, far too perilous for you. It would be wise to abandon such strange notions." Hans paused, gazing intently at Zheng Yang, who seemed to disregard his counsel entirely. After a moment of silence, he continued, "You ought to seek employment, perhaps join someone on a fishing venture or find work in the coastal cities. Opportunities abound. At your age, I was already adept at navigating a boat and casting nets." "I understand. But will you go to the little island to the south tomorrow?" Zheng Yang pressed on. Hans regarded him with a deep look, realizing the boy had not heeded his warnings at all. After a brief silence, he replied, "My boat lacks a lifeboat. If you insist on going, you must first persuade Mark to lend you his, or else you will have to swim to the island." Zheng Yang endeavored to embody the spirit of a youthful adventurer, vigorously shaking his fist and exclaiming, "Thank you, Uncle Hans. I have a lifeboat of my own. I just need to make a couple of paddles." "Good heavens!" Hans was utterly astonished. "I know you have gathered some materials, but believe me, you cannot possibly construct a decent boat from those dilapidated planks. It simply won't float." Old Hans, having secured the ropes, ascended from below. Upon hearing his son's remarks, he interjected with dissatisfaction, "Young Hans, I seem to recall recounting a tale of my youth when I successfully escaped from a shipwreck using just a single plank." "Please, father, you mustn't keep calling me young Hans. I am already 35. Hans complained, rubbing his forehead as he addressed the old fisherman. He then turned to Zheng Yang, stating, "The story my father mentioned was merely a stroke of luck and does not reflect common sense." Zheng Yang, pulling him toward their home, replied, "I have truly built it. It is right in the yard, and I just need a few people to help carry it to the sea, to tie it behind your boat." Unlike Hans's attitude, old Hans exhibited great interest in Zheng Yang's words and decided to follow along, offering assistance should the construction not meet expectations. Moments later, a crowd gathered in Zheng Yang's yard, consisting not only of the Hans father and son, but also of curious elders and children who had heard of the event along the way. Upon seeing the small boat, the onlookers erupted in exclamations of wonder, while Hans remained silent. The children gazed at Zheng Yang with eyes brimming with envy and admiration. It was truly remarkable that he had managed to create a boat by himself, even if it was merely a modest lifeboat. Old Hans, equally impressed, exclaimed, "I never imagined this little fellow possessed such remarkable skills. Just look at these joints and curves. They are crafted exquisitely, and the sturdy, stable keel is simply exceptional. At your age, this is truly astonishing. Oh, what is this? A bough resembling an insect?" He touched it, intoxicated by the scent of the aged wood, exclaiming, "Were it not for your insistence that you crafted it, I would genuinely believe it to be a sturdy vessel seasoned by the tumultuous seas. Are you aspiring to create a sloop? There is no need for that. It is far too diminutive to venture into the deep waters. Suitable only for paddling near the shore. Even if one wishes to travel a bit farther, an engine should be installed. A few hundred gold shields for a motor would suffice." At this moment, Hans interjected. Zheng Yang could not divulge the truth, merely stating, "I do not possess much money, and I wish to experiment with a lateen sail." Hans shook his head, deeming Zheng Yang frivolous and unproductive. He had heard of some madmen who delight in sailing a sloop around the world, yet those vessels are considerably larger than Zheng Yang's. The little boat before them was far too small. Even a modest wave could capsize it. Nevertheless, he beckoned a few individuals to assist in carrying the small craft outside. Indeed, it was quite fitting for paddling to the nearby isle. In truth, such small boats are not heavy. 2 people could easily lift it. And even Hans could bear it alone, albeit with some effort. Before long, they placed the little vessel beside the dock, and Zhang Yang personally pushed it into the water. Instantly, a refreshing sensation emanated from the craft. Zhengyang, I have here an old paddle, a gift to celebrate your successful creation of your own little boat. Old Hans said, handing down a weathered oar from the fishing boat, smiling warmly. Zhengyang expressed his gratitude in a loud voice, his heart yearning to set sail on his small boat for a leisurely adventure. At that moment, Hans tossed down a rope, instructing him to secure the boat, lest the tide carry it away and leave him searching in vain come morning. An elderly fisherman in the crowd then remarked, Young Zhengyang, I have an old piece of canvas that I no longer need. Would you like it? It would serve as a sail for your boat. Zhengyang, with no hint of reluctance, promptly expressed his thanks and accepted the offer. Hans erupted into hearty laughter, inviting Zhengyang to his home for dinner, assuring him that after the meal, he would assist in crafting the sail to his satisfaction. Subsequently, Zhengyang visited the old fisherman's home to collect the piece of canvas, which measured less than 3 meters in length and 1.2 meters in width. This was indeed sufficient for his modest vessel. Any larger, and the wind might prove too forceful, risking capsizing. In fact, Hans fashioned the sail even smaller, as Zhang Yang's boat was quite diminutive. Rather than merely facilitating a means of navigation, Hans seemed more like a spirited craftsman creating a toy for a child. For this endeavor, he invested a substantial bundle of rope and a set of pulleys, to which Zhengyang earnestly promised to repay him later. They worked through the night by the seaside to affix the triangular sail to the small boat, knowing that they must set out to sea before dawn. Once the triangular sail was installed, it appeared somewhat awkward. This was primarily due to the boat's petite dimensions. With a width of less than a meter and a length of merely 2 meters, coupled with the triangular sail and several supporting lines, Zhengyang found himself with little room to maneuver aboard. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, knowing that he could later modify the vessel to enhance its capacity. Young Zhengyang, listen to me, he mused. Playfulness aside, it is imperative to recognize the diminutive size of your vessel. Be sure to refrain from venturing into the open sea, as it may pose significant dangers. Hans observed the exuberance of the young and the old, and after a prolonged moment of restraint, he earnestly cautioned Zhengyang. Zhengyang thumped his chest in assurance, declaring, Rest assured, Uncle Hans, you know I am always a well-behaved child. Hans felt a twinge of discomfort. Is that what you call obedience? There are no unruly children left on this island. In the fishing boat's cockpit, there was a small cabin equipped with a makeshift fold-away bed. Zhengyang made another request. May I sleep on your boat tonight? I fear that if I stay at home, I might oversleep and waste time. Suit yourself. With little provisions to bring along, Zhengyang packed only a 2-liter plastic bottle of fresh water, slung his backpack over his shoulders, and grasped a 30-centimeter machete before heading to Hans' fishing boat. Despite the haunting dreams from the previous night having sapped his appetite for fish, survival necessitated sustenance, particularly in a remote island setting devoid of adequate food supplies. Chapter 4. Setting sail to hunt the wolf spider this evening, the moonlight shone brighter, casting a silvery sheen upon the beach. Zhengyang placed his backpack down and leapt onto a rock, lost in contemplation, suddenly beset by a wave of loneliness. The tide surged, with waves crashing rhythmically against the shore, producing a soothing cacophony. He resolved to gather some usable timber to expand his spirit vessel and create concealed storage compartments within it. Thus, the beach echoed with the sounds of hammering and sawing as he worked diligently. After more than an hour of toil, Zhengyang had indeed unearthed 7 or 8 pieces of wood, which he tossed into his spirit vessel. That night, Zhengyang was not once again plunged into that peculiar dreamscape. Instead, he enjoyed a peaceful slumber. At 4:30 in the morning, he was awakened by Hans, for they were to embark on their journey. At that moment, the moon was sinking and the sea lay shrouded in darkness. The roar of the diesel engine shattered the tranquility of the beach as fishing boats departed the dock in succession, heading out to the ocean. Rubbing his eyes, Zhengyang stepped onto the deck, and the bracing sea breeze instantly invigorated him. After standing for a while, he turned and walked to the ship's railing, gazing at the small boat trailing alongside. Basic information: hull, first-class spirit vessel, spirit ceiling, scale armor, demon worm, larva, spirit energy core, moonlight shell, spirit energy reserve, 5/100 attack bonus, 5 defense bonus, 5 power bonus, 5 equipment information, primary drive, single mast triangle sail auxiliary drive, manual oars figurehead, Scale armor demon worm figurehead skill. None remarks. Zheng Yang feigned ignorance of the remarks. Silently reflecting, the spirit energy reserve has recovered by 5 points. It appears that even without the spirit sail, recovery can occur, albeit at a sluggish pace. The vessel has absorbed some elements from the seawater, and the sense of hunger emanating from it was no longer so intense. Indeed, the ship ought to be moored in the water. His decision to store it in the subspace the previous night had been quite unnecessary. The monotonous journey was accompanied only by the clamor of the diesel engine. Zheng Yang watched the sunrise in its entirety. Though he had long grown weary of it in this lifetime, nonetheless, it felt rather tedious at the moment. After the sun had risen, Zheng Yang climbed up to the wheelhouse to seek navigational wisdom from old Hans, who shared some fundamental knowledge with him. After another hour of navigation, a small island finally came into view ahead. This area is characterized by a scarcity of ocean currents and a meager yield of fish. Once we drop you off near the island, we shall proceed eastward for 10 nautical miles to set our nets, which will require approximately an hour of travel. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall return to fetch you by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Please take care of your safety. As we drew nearer to the island, Hans called out to Zheng Yang to relay this information. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Hans. Zheng Yang replied with an optimistic smile, shouting a cheer to the old Hans at the helm. The elder Hans responded with an encouraging gesture before focusing intently on steering the fishing vessel. Though still over 1,000 meters from the island, some rocks were already visible above the water's surface. The fishing boat dared not venture closer, wary of the hidden reefs lurking beneath the waves. Zheng Yang picked up his backpack, machete, and a makeshift net crafted from a worn fishing net, and with Hans's assistance, he carefully descended from the fishing boat onto his small vessel. Grasping the oars, he began to paddle slowly towards the island, alternating left and right. As he rowed, Zheng Yang experienced something extraordinary. The spirit vessel glided across the water, and he could feel the connection between himself and the boat. A harmonious unity that imbued him with a sense of transcendence. The speed of his progress exceeded his expectations. Was it the 5 boost in power? The thought of the spirit vessel's attributes crossed his mind. Yet, the acceleration was evidently more than just a mere 5. And he recalled that such enhancements typically required the expenditure of spiritual energy. Upon reflection, he realized that it was indeed this profound unity between man and vessel that amplified the fundamental energy of his rowing. Let me adjust 1 point of spiritual energy and see what effect it brings. Zheng Yang did not enhance the boat with psychic energy. Instead, he instinctively summoned a single point of psychic energy into his own body. This sensation was remarkably vivid, as the spirit ship felt like an integral part of him. Upon issuing a command, he suddenly perceived a unique connection through which the spirit ship transmitted a surge of energy into his being, instantly transforming into a warm current that spread throughout him, augmenting his strength by 50% in an instant. This state persisted for approximately 3 minutes before he returned to normalcy. Zheng Yang was left in a state of astonishment. A mere point of psychic energy had bestowed upon him 3 minutes of extraordinary might. He pondered the implications. If he had an ample supply of psychic energy, could he not become akin to a superhuman? Coupled with the sword technique he had gleaned from his dream the previous night, he finally possessed a semblance of combat capability. After taking several deep breaths, Zheng Yang regained his composure. It became evident that although he had been severely misled, the spirit ship had provided some form of compensation. Suddenly, a fish measuring over 20 centimeters leapt from the water, catching Zheng Yang's attention. However, he was quickly reminded of the monstrous fish from his dream, which made him feel a wave of nausea. Yet, he had not had breakfast, and lacking provisions, he could not endure hunger throughout the day. Since fish were present, he decided to fish first. Perhaps the abundance of hidden reefs in the area deterred fishing vessels, creating an excellent fishing ground. Indeed, the sea was teeming with fish. Within a minute of casting his line, he felt a tug that rapidly unwound the line wrapped around his fingers. In a brief moment, he pulled a mackerel weighing approximately 7 to 8 pounds from the water, removed the hook, and tossed it into the boat. Without further delay, Zheng Yang grasped the oar and continued to row towards the island. Approximately 20 minutes later, Zheng Yang made landfall on a stretch of shallow water dotted with stones of various sizes. He dragged his small skiff onto the beach, secured it to a rock, and then gathered his belongings, carrying the fish he had caught as if he were visiting a friend. The aroma of grilled fish alleviated some of his psychological burdens, and he consumed half of a fish to satiate his hunger. After organizing his gear, Zheng Yang shouldered his backpack and gripped his machete, venturing into the forest. According to an elderly fisherman, the starback wolf spider is a social creature, slightly larger than an adult's fist, with potent venom and remarkable speed. A few years prior, a group of young thrill-seekers from a major city had arrived in small yachts, only to tragically lose 3 of their number to its venom. Given the spider's habits, one could encounter it in dark caves, beneath the dense canopy of trees, or on the thickly leaf-covered forest floor. He resolved to first circumnavigate the forest to minimize the chances of encountering other dangers. With this thought in mind, Zheng Yang began to observe the forest's edge, sprinkling some realgar powder on his hair and clothing to exercise caution. He walked for 2 hours, feeling he had circled at least half of the island. Arriving at the opposite side of his landing point, here, the terrain grew steeper, and the trees towered higher. Further ahead, cliffs loomed perilously close to the sea, making it nearly impossible to navigate around. It seemed he had no choice but to enter the forest. Just as he resolved to take that step, a sudden commotion erupted from the woods above. After a brief moment of silence, Zheng Yang turned and fled, sprinting back along the path he had come, his speed heightened by the urgency of the situation. Despite being unaware of what lay atop the mountain, Zheng Yang could discern from the violent swaying of the trees that it was undoubtedly beyond his capacity to confront. Chapter 5. Completing the sail. Zheng Yang sprinted a distance of over 200 meters, even resorting to a point of spiritual energy from the spirit ship. Yet the full-speed run exhausted its effects in less than a minute. This realization further clarified for Zheng Yang that the invocation of spiritual energy was measured by output rather than time. Moreover, he discovered that invoking spiritual energy not only enhanced his strength by 50%, but also augmented other physical attributes, including speed, agility, clarity of perception, and mental acuity. It was a comprehensive enhancement. Of course, this was a temporary boost. The more attributes that were enhanced, the greater the output, and consequently, the quicker the consumption. How could such a massive black bear exist? A wave of dread washed over Zheng Yang. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick, or he might have ended up as mere bear excrement by the next day. His patience finally bore fruit. After traversing approximately 2 kilometers, he encountered a web on the edge of a coastal thicket. The web had ensnared a seabird, which was flailing desperately, capturing Zheng Yang's attention, a stroke of luck indeed. Confirming that there were no other spiders nearby, Zheng Yang cautiously adjusted his position and observed the dark back of the spider, speckled with silver. It was undoubtedly a star-backed wolf spider. Suddenly, Zheng Yang froze. From his vantage point, he noticed another slightly smaller star-backed wolf spider perched on a branch about 30 centimeters above the first. How cunning! Was it a pair? Cold sweat beaded on Zheng Yang's forehead as he narrowly avoided falling into their trap. The bird trapped in the web continues to struggle desperately, the web shaking violently yet remaining unbroken, demonstrating remarkable resilience. 2 star-backed wolf spiders lie in wait, patiently biding their time until their prey is utterly exhausted before feasting. Having identified their target, how to execute the hunt, Zheng Yang retrieves a powerful slingshot and a small pouch of iron beads from his backpack. To facilitate rapid loading, he gathers a few beads in the palm of his hand, then loads the slingshot, aiming at a target approximately 7 or 8 meters away to test its precision, before finally directing his aim at one of the star-backed wolf spiders. However, he hesitates to fire. He fears that after dispatching one, the other will surely flee. The silk sacks required for the activation of the spirit sail necessitate 2 spiders, and he is unwilling to embark on another search later. The bird's struggles grow increasingly feeble. The wolf spiders must be preparing to feed. Will they eat together? Can the web withstand the combined weight of 2 star-backed wolf spiders and the bird? If not, they would likely separate to feed. Indeed, as Zheng Yang relaxes the slingshot, lost in thought, he observes the smaller star-backed wolf spider descending slowly from above, being the first to enter the web. Once this spider sinks its fangs into the trapped bird, Zheng Yang decisively pulls back the slingshot, aiming at the larger wolf spider above. With a flick of his finger, the iron bead pierces the spider's enormous head with precision. He has no time to witness the spider's reaction, swiftly reloading while keeping his gaze fixed on the smaller wolf spider in the web. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees the struck wolf spider plummet, while the one still on the web hesitates, preparing to abandon its prey and flee. Unfortunately for it, Zheng Yang has already fired again, striking its head with equal accuracy, at a distance of 3 meters, with a target the size of a fist. There exists no pressure for Zheng Yang, who has been adept at using a slingshot since childhood. Over the past 2 months since his awakening, he has taken to hunting birds with fervor, naturally honing his skills with the slingshot. With a vigilant glance, he swiftly stows the slingshot in his backpack, retrieves his net and machete, and steps forward to collect the corpses of 2 star-backed wolf spiders, placing them into his bag. He then turns and hastily departs, acutely aware that star-backed wolf spiders are social creatures. Thus, he must avoid any unforeseen mishaps at the last moment. Having secured the necessary materials, a quick retreat is imperative. Subsequently, Zheng Yang produces a sharp knife and begins to dissect the star-backed wolf spider on the spot. Although he has not formally studied the spider's anatomy, he has hunted numerous small creatures, birds, insects, fish, and beasts since childhood, and his father has imparted some knowledge of animal anatomy to him. At this moment, Zheng Yang is quite capable of identifying the spider's internal organs, and with relative ease, he locates the glandular sac he requires, carefully storing it in a glass vial. Now, it is time to fish and eliminate the psychological barriers imposed by the aquatic creatures. Zheng Yang rows the boat out several dozen meters, and with the wind calm, he raises a triangular sail to shield himself from the scorching sun, leisurely casting his line. Once the spiritual sail is prepared, he plans to continue modifying and expanding the vessel, at the very least constructing a cabin to enable proper sailing. His next goal is to reach the nearest harbor to devise ways to earn money, followed by further mechanization and automation of his craft. Zheng Yang had also caught a net full of fish, but as he could no longer accommodate more, he decided against further fishing to avoid the unpleasantness of leaving them to perish on the boat. Consequently, he had already reeled in his line. He repositioned the spirit boat alongside the fishing vessel and climbed aboard, utilizing the stove on the boat to cook a yellow fish, which he diligently consumed for lunch. Although old Hans had already dined, he cheerfully urged his son to take the helm while he delightedly poured himself a glass of wine to accompany the yellow fish. The day's bountiful catch left him exceedingly satisfied, brimming with joy, and he warmly invited Zheng Yang to his home that evening to celebrate together. As the moonlight shone brightly, Zheng Yang activated the magical array aboard the spirit boat, issuing a command to invigorate the sails. The array emerged from the hull, shimmering with silver light, harmonizing with the moon as it drew the luminous beams toward the spirit vessel. The materials swiftly melted and seeped into the boat, spreading through the array to the triangular sails, ultimately forming a relatively independent subarray interconnected with the spirit boat's own array. By this point, the activation of the sails was complete, and the array retracted its silver radiance, vanishing once more within the hull and sails. Zheng Yang sensed that the moonlight continued to be drawn in, absorbed by the boat and its sails. This presented a rather awkward predicament. Typically, boats remained docked at night, and who would unfurl their sails? Yet, without unfurling the sails, how could the spirit boat recharge? Chapter 6. The Awakening of the Ship's Spirit. Automatic transformation. Zheng Yang gazed at the spirit boat before him, feeling its breath-like absorption of the moonlight's power, while contemplating the sight of his sails unfurled under the moonlight, only to discover the next day that the spirit boat had been swept away by the sea breeze to 1,000 miles distant. It was indeed a somewhat disconcerting feeling. The sea breeze tonight is but a gentle whisper, yet the timeless rhythm of the tides remains unchanged. Zheng Yang falls asleep, clutching a machete, hoping to bring the blade with him into those peculiar dreams. However, this night, he finds himself devoid of such bizarre visions, nor is he haunted by nightmares wrought from curses. In the depths of slumber, a vague sensation of undulation envelopes him, reminiscent of the comfort of a cradle. Awakening at dawn, the first act of Zheng Yang is to activate the information interface of the spiritual vessel. He perceives the vessel's spiritual energy core, nestled within a shell affixed to the ship, brimming with vitality, igniting his surprise and anticipation. Could it be that a single night has suffused it with spiritual energy? Moreover, Zheng Yang is astounded to discover that through the spiritual vessel, he can sense the underwater environment within a 2.5-meter radius, encompassing the movement of the sea, the forms and activities of marine life, with a clarity that rivals the finest strands of hair, surpassing what the naked eye could discern underwater. This ability is not his own. It is the vessel's, activated through a magical array, allowing Zheng Yang to merely share in the vessel's perception, with the option to shield himself from it at will. This sensation is truly wondrous and exhilarating. Zheng Yang eagerly turns his gaze toward the information displayed on the interface. Basic information: hull, first-class spirit vessel status, intact spirit seal, scaled demon worm, larva, spirit core, moonlight shell spirit energy reserve, 100-100, energy ample, vessel spirit awakened. Activating automatic modification and repair capabilities, attack bonus, 5 defense bonus, 5 power bonus, 5. Equipment information, primary drive, single-masted triangle sail auxiliary drive, manual oars figurehead, scaled demon worm figurehead skill, none remarks. Upon reviewing the information of the spirit vessel and once again ignoring the remarks, Zhang Yang, like a fish turning over, leapt out of bed. With no time for personal grooming or breakfast, he hastened to the dock. Curiously, the spirit vessel in the travelogue had only charged 20 overnight despite being fully rigged, while his own spirit vessel, without sails, had fully replenished its energy overnight. Could it possess some extraordinary attributes? Furthermore, the awakened vessel spirit in this state of abundant energy and its automatic modification ability. At that moment, Zheng Yang sensed a faint, nascent consciousness residing within the spirit vessel. Additionally, beside the thumbnail on the vessel information interface, the shadow of a worm appeared, which was none other than the scaled demon worm that had been summoned, deceived, and ultimately slain to seal the spirit. As Zheng Yang's consciousness brushed against the image of the magical insect, the information interface transformed into ship spirit, scaled armored bug, larval stage, level 1 attack power, weak defense power, weak skills, perception extension, 2 meters, automatic transformation, automatic repair. Abilities, capable of executing certain commands, summonable for combat, can grow by devouring spiritual energy substances and assist in energizing the spirit ship. Note, the scaled armored bug is a low-tier insectoid creature residing in another realm, capable of rapid flight. The adult scaled armored bug is ferocious and bloodthirsty, possessing formidable biting power and a degree of defense. The larval stage, however, is merely fodder for birds. Such a sense of frailty. Nevertheless, it became evident that the spirit ship's perception and its automatic transformation and repair abilities are facilitated through the ship spirit, classified as its skills. Zhang Yang dashed to the dock like a gust of wind, leaping onto the spirit ship, brimming with excitement as he caressed its surface. Upon making contact with the spirit ship, his sensations became more vivid, leading him to a profound understanding of the ship's spirit's role and the essence of its automatic transformation capabilities, which heightened his exhilaration. Previously, he had to manually undertake the modifications of the spirit ship, meticulously installing components, hammering in nails, and making necessary repairs to at least establish a rough outline. Only then could he activate the array to optimize the shape and connection techniques of the new components. Now, with the awakening of the ship spirit's automatic transformation ability, all Zheng Yang needed to do was set the plan on the schematic. The spirit ship would automatically generate a list of required materials based on the optimized plan. Once he piled the materials onto the spirit ship and issued a command, it would activate the array and autonomously complete the transformation according to the designated plan after a specified duration. Certainly, this process requires the consumption of spiritual energy, much like an intelligent robot aboard a spirit ship executing commands for modification. Remarkably, Zheng Yang only needs to design a rough structure. The spirit ship is capable of optimizing the plan autonomously, thus averting the embarrassment of an amateur constructing a flawed vessel. As for automatic repair, it is needless to say that within the coverage of the magical array, any damage to the hull can be mended through the consumption of spiritual energy over a certain duration. Now, turning to the abilities of the ship's spirit, the first capability allows it to execute a portion of commands. Zheng Yang comprehends that this involves consuming spiritual energy to operate the winch for raising or lowering sails, adjusting the angle of the sails, steering, as well as anchoring and weighing anchor. These maneuvers are all accomplished through the operation of the magical array, thereby alleviating Zheng Yang from manual labor. However, the current apparatus remains too rudimentary, necessitating manual control from Zheng Yang. Moreover, there is summoning, Zheng Yang murmured softly, and a black beetle materialized at the bow of the ship. Originally the size of a human head, it had now shrunk dramatically to the size of a thumb. Gazing at this diminutive creature, Zheng Yang fell into silence. Such a tiny being summoned for battle? It is no wonder its attack power was labeled as weak, inferior even to the lowest of combatants. Zhang Yang leapt ashore and unearthed the sandworm from the beach, directing the ship spirit to engage in battle through his thoughts. Then, he witnessed the magical insect pounce forward, seizing the head of the sandworm and swallowing it whole. In the span of 2 breaths, the entire sandworm was consumed. Not even a grain of sand left behind. Furthermore, it conveyed a subtle sense of joy to Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang once again issued a command for the ship spirit to hunt sandworms or insects independently. Unfortunately, It appeared that this creature possessed insufficient intelligence to comprehend the directive, or perhaps a single sandworm was sufficient to satiate its hunger, leaving it in a state of dazed inactivity. Zheng Yang subsequently unearthed another sandworm and commanded it to attack, only for the creature to consume the worm once more. It became clear to Zheng Yang that this creature preferred to be pampered, only deigning to eat when the food was presented to it. Considering that this little being's primary utility lay in the automatic transformation of the spirit ship, Zheng Yang decided to keep it. After conducting sufficient research, he began to devise the next modification plan for the spirit ship. He activated the ship's information interface, meticulously manipulating the schematic to expand, elongate, deepen the draft, reinforce the hull, add cabins, engines, and furnishings. Subsequently, a lengthy inventory of materials and components appeared alongside the interface: timber, steel, resin, various plastics, ropes, canvas, engines. Ultimately, the energy requirement amounted to 3,000 points. Zheng Yang gleaned further insights. The more readily available components provided during the transformation, such as cabinets and stools that closely matched the design, facilitated easier modifications and reduced energy consumption. Conversely, items like engines and televisions had to be pre-existing. The spirit ship could utilize magical formations to integrate these components and optimize their assembly. Yet it was incapable of producing such intricate products directly from raw materials. The ship's automatic transformation capability seemed to be confined to fundamental modifications related to its structure and integrated facilities. Of course, the decision to activate furnishings rested with Zheng Yang, provided that his spiritual energy was abundant. Then came the critical revelation, the one-time expenditure of 3,000 points of spiritual energy. What did this signify? It is evident that the upper limit of spiritual energy reserves can vastly exceed 100. However, why does Zheng Yang's spiritual vessel possess a maximum capacity of merely 100? He reflects on the information regarding the first-level spiritual vessel and the spiritual energy core, pondering that these two aspects might indeed impose restrictions on the upper limit of spiritual energy reserves. The spiritual vessel requires evolution to enhance its level. Zheng Yang then contemplates why his vessel can replenish its spiritual energy overnight, while others achieve only 20. The reason lies in his own low upper limit for spiritual energy reserves. Once filled, it amounts to merely 100 points, whereas the 20 of others could potentially represent thousands of points. With this understanding, Zheng Yang relinquishes the notion of an immediate, comprehensive solution, opting instead for a patchwork approach. Ultimately, he settles upon a preliminary modification plan that requires only 100 points of spiritual energy expenditure, one that he can feasibly implement in the short term with available materials. This plan takes into account the supplementary light of the moon during the night. The proposal is straightforward: to enlarge the vessel's dimensions, fortify it with armor plating, and utilize the keel framework to partition storage compartments, freshwater tanks, and fish holds, thereby ensuring the vessel is adequately equipped for fishing excursions. The few salvaged planks on board are insufficient, necessitating further material procurement. A sunken ship lies on the island's reverse side, from which some materials may be salvaged for repurposing. He could also venture up the mountain to saw some timber himself. However, using indigenous wood consumes more spiritual energy, making it preferable to cut them into planks. Chapter 7. Modifications in progress. Currently, what is most lacking are timber and steel. The dilapidated vessels at the dock have yielded no useful planks. Zheng Yang hastily prepares breakfast, fills a large container with fresh water, gathers his tools, and departs once more. The island stretches approximately 7 to 8 kilometers in diameter, with a circumference of about 25 kilometers. Zheng Yang boarded the spirit vessel, stowed his belongings, and propelled the boat a few meters away from the shore before hoisting the sails for the first time. The gentle sea breeze today was perfect for him to familiarize himself with the operation of the triangular sailboat. In a remarkable state of unity with the vessel, Zheng Yang adeptly grasped the wind's influence on the sails and the boat's orientation. After a brief experimentation, he learned to harness power by adjusting the angle of the triangular sail, steering the spirit vessel around the island towards its rear. Approximately 100 meters from the island's shore, a section of the sunken ship emerged above the water's surface. This shipwreck held a certain significance for Zheng Yang's family. It was once the sole private sightseeing vessel to visit the island, tragically running aground and breaching its hull, leading to the sinking of its stern while the bow remained perched on the rocks, thus becoming its current state. Zheng Yang's parents were among the passengers on that ill-fated journey, and after the incident, they chose to settle in the fishing village on the island, ultimately giving birth to young Zhengyang. The sunken ship is roughly 18 meters in length, and most of the valuable items within have been salvaged by fishermen. Only the section above water remains, as it would have been dismantled for the steel had it been easier to cut. Consequently, this site has transformed into a favored playground for the village's youth. Even now, several children are frolicking around the wreck. A few years ago, Zhengyang too relished the moments spent with friends here, diving in and out, catching fish, and searching for barnacles, occasionally discovering razor clams, which granted him insight into the shipwreck's general condition. Moreover, the shipwreck incident of that year did not result in any fatalities. All passengers were rescued. Therefore, Zhengyang is convinced that there is no malevolence present. The main body of the spirit ship must be constructed primarily of wood, as explicitly recorded in that ancient travelogue. Zhengyang does not comprehend the reasoning behind this stipulation, yet he adheres to it strictly. Nevertheless, this does not imply that he requires little steel, in addition to wood, resin, canvas, and ropes. He also needs steel for the keel, ship anchor, iron chains, winches, connecting rods, pulley systems, rudders, stabilizers, nails, packing materials, and other such items. As Zhengyang approached the wreck, the group of youths also noticed him and began to cheer excitedly. In fact, when the spirit ship neared the wreck, two of them attempted to climb aboard. "Don't come up, there's not enough space," Zhengyang hastily interjected. "Ayang, are you here to play with us? It's been ages since we last played together," exclaimed one. "How impressive. Ayang, you actually built a ship by yourself. I didn't believe it when I heard them say so yesterday." Zhengyang furled the triangular sail and secured the rope to the bow of the sunken vessel, explaining, "My ship is too small. I wish to modify it to be larger, so I've come to see what materials can be repurposed from here." A youth standing beside the wreck remarked, "Can it really be modified? I think it would be easier to construct a new one altogether." He was standing on the very rock that had caused the pleasure boat to capsize. Now, during low tide, he found himself standing atop it, with the water level only reaching his thighs. At that moment, the young lad gazed enviously at the spirit ship and continued, "Yesterday, I expressed to my grandfather my desire to construct a vessel akin to yours. He remarked that such a diminutive triangular sailboat is ill-suited for planks, as it would squander materials. Instead, we should utilize the slender timber from the back mountain, employing whole logs akin to constructing a raft. However, the wood must first undergo a meticulous process of anti-corrosion soaking and air drying, which is quite time-consuming." As he spoke, the boy turned to indicate the nearby mountainside, which indeed boasted numerous slender and straight trees. Zhengyang's eyes sparkled with realization, recognizing that he had been ensnared in a conventional mindset, laboriously seeking planks. He could effortlessly repurpose these trees. Their trunks were generally the width of a bowl, tall and straight, making them easy to fell. Furthermore, using whole logs would render the structure more robust, eliminating the need for sawing. Yet, he pondered whether the spirit ship would perform adequately without the soaking and drying processes. "Ayang, the wood from this sunken ship is entirely rotted. There's nothing salvageable. Let us venture together to fell some trees, and you can instruct us in shipbuilding." "Instruct? I know naught of shipbuilding," Zhengyang replied, exasperated. He could merely piece together a rudimentary vessel, which would then be automatically optimized when transformed into a spirit ship through the array and ritual. He was hardly an expert in ship construction. "Let us first procure the timber. Since Fei Li's grandfather possesses knowledge in this area, we can enlist his guidance later." Zhengyang addressed the boy perched on the rocks. "What say you, Fei Lu?" "Very well." Zhengyang untied the ropes, disinterested in hoisting the sail, and grasped the oars to row towards the shore. Grandfather stated that merely 20 or so slender trees would suffice to construct a modest single-masted triangular sailboat. "We shall commence our felling now, ensuring that we gather an ample supply of timber for our vessel before midday. By the way, have you all brought your tools?" The youth named Fei Lu excitedly produced an axe from his backpack, gesturing animatedly. Zhengyang revealed a handsaw, while the other two boys brandished a two-person saw. "Very well." They are all spirited youngsters, thoroughly prepared. Before commencing their task, Zhengyang endeavored to designate the entire trunk of this timber for the transformation plan. Remarkably, as he envisioned it, the image materialized, and subsequently, the materials list reflected the substitution of abundant timber with this specific log, all while the consumption of psychic energy diminished rather than increased. He also attempted to specify the complete replacement of wood with iron, but the result indicated that the proposal was invalid. This demonstrated that utilizing this whole log as the primary material for the transformation of the spiritual vessel was entirely feasible, and even superior to the original plan, albeit with a significant increase in the required quantities of resin and iron. Thus, the four boys worked fervently, commencing their efforts at the forest's edge, wielding axes and saws with astonishing efficiency, capable of felling a tree within mere minutes. These trees grew straight and uniform, exceeding 10 meters in height, with a light density and few branches, rendering them easy to process. They feasted on grilled fish for lunch, caught during the morning, before resuming their labor. By around 4 in the afternoon, they collaboratively transported at least 20 meticulously prepared logs each to the seashore. Zheng Yang had the most, boasting over 40 logs, as he intended to utilize some of the timber for decking. I still need to gather resin, the more the better. The natural resources on the island remain untouched, abundant in reserves. For instance, natural rubber can be easily harvested, with 20 to 30 pounds collectible in just half a day. As for iron, the shipwrecks here provide ample material. Chapter 8. The ship and the dream. Typically, fishermen's homes are not devoid of ropes, though canvas may be lacking, as most now operate motorboats, with sailing vessels reserved for those seeking leisure. Hans lacked canvas, yet he ventured to a comrade's home to procure sufficient material for Zheng Yang, inevitably incurring a debt in the process. This type of timber, being of low density, can float on water, making it convenient to bind and transport. Naturally, such wood is only suitable for small boats. Larger vessels are beyond its capabilities. By the time Zheng Yang reached his destination, evening had descended. He dragged the spirit boat ashore and secured his pile of logs with ropes near the water's edge, preparing to transport them to the shipwreck for the modification of the spirit boat during the high tide. The weight was exceedingly dull. Zheng Yang kindled a fire and summoned a small magical creature to command it to eliminate mosquitoes, which proved rather effective, saving him the expense of incense. Around 10 o'clock, a chill sea breeze began to permeate the air. Wait, why is it growing colder? Zheng Yang was well acquainted with the sea breeze. Autumn had only just begun, and even a cold snap should not feel this way, as it seemed to penetrate into his very being. A sense of unease stirred within him, as if an unusual prompt beckoned from the spirit boat, or perhaps from the magical array aboard it, directly influencing his heart like a sudden whim. Realizing something was amiss, Zheng Yang grasped the nearby machete, his expression grave as he surveyed his surroundings. By the seaside, all appeared tranquil, however, as he swiftly turned around. Zheng Yang finally spotted a spectral figure approaching from the mountain path. This route led to the fishing village, the same path that Fei Lu and his companions had traversed the previous day. Yet, Zheng Yang harbored no belief that this figure could be any villager. The chilling aura alone was sufficient to confirm his suspicions. The malevolent presence had indeed come to his doorstep. After 2 days of peace, he had almost convinced himself that the island was free of such disturbances. Without hesitation, he resolved to perform a ritual with a child's urine to consecrate his blade. Having faced death once, Zheng Yang's demeanor was unflinching. He calmly retrieved his tool and prepared it with a decisive flourish. As the ghostly figure drifted closer, illuminated by the bright moonlight, Zheng Yang discerned that it was a middle-aged man clad in fisherman's attire, a visage that stirred a flicker of recognition. In a moment of reflection, he recalled a villager who had succumbed to a grave illness 2 years prior. Rumor had it that he was bitten by a dog at Yingjili Harbor, contracting a fatal, communicable virus. Now, he had returned as a specter? Ghosts, as noted in the travelogue, were lower-tier undead, feeble beings with little to no offensive capability, typically invisible to the average person. Zheng Yang believed his ability to see this apparition was either due to his status as a traveler from another realm or the influence of the spirit boat. He leaned towards the latter. Zheng Yang had no intention of engaging in conversation with the ghost. Instead, he raised his blade in a fierce arc and struck decisively. As the blade sliced through, it felt as though it encountered nothingness, devoid of any resistance. Yet, the specter before him let out an anguished wail. The area struck by the blade, emitting wisps of smoke before the entire apparition disintegrated, dissipating into a chilling mist. Reflecting on the ominous sensation he had just experienced, Zheng Yang suddenly comprehended that it served as a harbinger of the malevolent presence drawing near. Cursed by the spirit ship, he was granted the ability to perceive the sinister entities and receive warnings, providing him with a fleeting moment of reaction time in the face of such threats, thus preventing him from becoming excessively passive. Around 11 o'clock, the wooden raft finally floated upon the surface of the sea. Yet Zheng Yang discovered that the spirit ship could not pull it forward. Rather, it was being pushed toward the shore by the rising tide. With no other option available, Zheng Yang summoned his spiritual energy to manifest physical strength, clutching a log and forcefully propelling the raft onward, while the spirit ship was inverted and dragged behind it. At last, he managed to align the raft alongside the wrecked vessel. He secured the raft against the bow of the sunken ship and dragged the spirit ship onto the raft, bringing all materials together. The transformation commenced. With a mental command, the array on the spirit ship activated, silver light gradually emanating outward, enveloping the spirit ship, the wooden raft, and the bow of the sunken vessel entirely. The steel of the wreck's bow melted into flowing molten iron, drawn upward by the array. The tree resin, ropes, canvas from the spirit ship, and the logs comprising the raft began to interchange, disassemble, and reassemble under the array's influence, each component finding its rightful place, gradually shaping into the new design outlined in the plan. As for Zheng Yang, despite the restructuring of the spirit ship, something steadfast remained beneath his feet, preventing him from plunging into the sea. The location of the sunken ship now resembled a full moon sinking beneath the ocean's surface, shimmering with silvery brilliance. Fortunately, this remote area was uninhabited. Otherwise, witnessing such a spectacle could have caused an uproar. The reconstruction lasted approximately half an hour, and at last, the silvery glow subsided, marking the completion of the task. Zheng Yang found himself aboard a newly crafted sailboat, measuring 5 meters in length and 2 meters at its widest point. Its design retained the sharp bow and flat stern, with each corner seamlessly joined by robust steel brackets, which were further anchored with iron claws deeply embedded into the wood. The exterior of the hull showcased tightly arranged logs, devoid of any gaps, creating a solid and substantial structure. The bottom of the boat featured a pointed center with shallower sides, reaching a maximum depth of 1.5 meters. Internally, the vessel was fortified with a sturdy keel made of logs and steel. Throughout the entire ship, from the keel to the outer hull, every corner and junction was secured with steel and resin, ensuring remarkable stability. A deck was laid atop the keel, which also housed numerous hidden compartments, a freshwater tank, and a fish hold. The freshwater tank alone could store at least 1 cubic meter of fresh water. Zheng Yang mused that if he were to add a cabin to shield against the elements, he could effortlessly navigate the world aboard this vessel. The modified mast now reached a height of 6 meters, replaced with a single log, and the triangular sail was proportionately enlarged. Additionally, appropriate winches and pulley systems had been installed, significantly easing the process of raising the sail. With ample steel available, the ship was also equipped with an anchor and winch, while the stern rudder was replaced with a more manageable bottom rudder and steering wheel. This was truly a single-masted triangular sailboat capable of venturing out to sea. The perception range of the spirit vessel has expanded to a radius of 5 meters. Ultimately, it derives this sensory capability from the spirit ship. And as the vessel size increases, so too does its range of perception. A mere 5-meter span, however, still feels somewhat inadequate. Zheng Yang activated the information interface of the spirit ship and examined the basic details. Vessel information, hull, level 1 spirit ship status, intact spirit seal, scale armor magic insect, larva, spirit core, moonlight shell spirit energy reserve, 8/100 attack bonus, 5 defense bonus, 5 power bonus, 5 equipment information, primary drive, sphere sail, single mast triangular sail auxiliary drive, manual bamboo support bow figure, scale armor magic insect bow technique, none remarks. Pretending not to see, a sphere sail has been added, stowed beneath the deck at the bow, which can be raised effortlessly with the corresponding pulley system when the wind is favorable. With a base speed of 10 knots, it is hardly inferior to Hans's fishing boat. Naturally, its safety features have also significantly improved. The current spirit vessel can shatter its predecessor with a single collision. Yet, despite such extensive modifications, why does it remain a level 1 spirit ship? How can it evolve and upgrade? By the time Zheng Yang departed, a significant portion of the sunken ship's bow had vanished. A shadow crept in from an unknown source, like a beast, engulfing Zheng Yang's courtyard. Here it comes again. Zheng Yang felt a moment of confusion before regaining his composure. The familiar mist and the swaying deck beneath his feet returned. Zheng Yang immediately glanced at his hand, and indeed, he found himself wielding an additional machete compared to the last time. His practice of sleeping with a machete in his embrace was indeed justified, for the weapon had traversed into the realm of dreams. Yet, the reason behind his entry into this dreamscape and its connection to the ghost ship eluded Zheng Yang's understanding. In light of his confusion, Zheng Yang stretched his limbs and commenced a methodical exploration. After taking a dozen steps, he astonishingly emerged from the mist, and the vista before him expanded dramatically. He found himself aboard an immense vessel, a colossal ship adrift upon the boundless ocean. Aside from the scarlet ship lights casting a sanguine glow, the world was nearly devoid of color, dominated solely by hues of black and white, interspersed with varying shades of gray. The chill of the sea breeze swept across the great ship, at times producing a howling cacophony, and at others, transforming into a haunting wail. Apart from the wind's lament, the entire ship lay in utter silence. Zheng Lun swallowed hard, realizing that this was unmistakably a behemoth of a ghost ship. A ghost ship, a spirit vessel. Zheng Yang felt a shiver creep down his spine. It was as though he had just boarded this phantom vessel. Zheng Lun gripped the machete tighter, his previously carefree demeanor now tinged with anxiety. Chapter 9. The Second Transformation. Zheng Yang cautiously approached the ship's cabin. With each step forward, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him, as if an unfathomable malevolence lay in wait ahead. The structures that resembled cabins loomed like mountains, a series of tiered edifices ascending into the distance, each level resembling a neighborhood, with corridors as wide as streets, extending into an unfathomable abyss. Yet, apart from the sparse ship lights flickering like will-o'-the-wisps, and the tattered sails above the mast resembling funeral banners, there was no sign of any living entity. As Zheng Yang approached a street corner approximately 20 meters away from the first layer, he found himself unable to advance even a single step further. The height of the first layer was around 10 meters, and an inexplicable sense of overwhelming oppression loomed before him, warning him that any further approach would lead to immense terror. It felt as though he were confronting an invisible wall, immobilizing him in place. A faint sound of water followed by the dull thud of footsteps drew nearer. Zheng Yang observed a patch of mist materializing about 8 meters ahead, from which the water sounds and footsteps emanated. As the footsteps approached, the mist dissipated rapidly, revealing a monstrous shark-like creature, equipped with a bone spear exceeding 4 meters in length. This creature was significantly larger than the fish monster Zheng Yang had previously slain, standing over 4 meters tall, its decaying body exuding a foul odor, with long maggots writhing like hair. Zheng Yang felt a wave of nausea surge through him, vowing never to consume fish again. The shark monster, oblivious to Zheng Yang's presence just a short distance behind, faced the ship's cabin and strode boldly into the street. Zheng Yang remained fixated on its movements. A chilling breeze rustled tattered cloth above the street corner, and Zheng Yang caught a fleeting glimpse of something, failing to discern what transpired, only to realize that the door of the first house on the street had suddenly swung open, and the shark monster was inexplicably drawn inside by an unseen force. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, and the faint sounds of gnawing and chewing filtered through the door. Zheng Yang instinctively swallowed hard and began to slowly withdraw. Then his body stiffened, and he slowly turned around. Standing 3 meters behind Zheng Yang was a shadowy figure, silent and still. Upon closer inspection, the figure was clad in tattered sailor garb, with exposed skin that bore a pallid and mottled hue, reminiscent of those grotesque fish creatures. With many areas in a state of decay, its eyeball dangled unnaturally from its socket, eerily fixated on Zheng Yang. A wave of dread washed over Zheng Yang. How had this ghastly entity appeared behind him? Had it not been for the faint warning transmitted by the spectral vessel, he might have inadvertently stumbled directly into the embrace of this sailor monstrosity. With a sudden motion, the sailor specter plunged its right hand into its own abdomen and slowly withdrew a straight blade measuring a meter in length. Zheng Yang was taken aback, astonished that such a trick could be employed, concealing a knife within one's belly. Seizing the initiative, noticing that the specter had not yet fully extracted its weapon, Zheng Yang summoned his spiritual energy and lunged forward with a powerful downward strike. This time, he adeptly harnessed his spiritual energy, executing his movements with remarkable finesse and agility. His blade striking with the force of a mountain, his combat prowess vastly superior to that of his previous encounter. However, the sailor specter proved equally formidable. As Zheng Yang charged, it completed the extraction of its blade, pivoting its body to slice diagonally from the lower left to the upper right. Clang! The blades clashed, causing Zheng Yang to stagger back 2 steps while the specter retreated by 1, their strengths not dramatically disparate. Zheng Yang grimaced, feeling a twinge of pain in his palm. He then gripped the knife with both hands and charged once more, employing the same relentless downward strike. Clang, clang, clang. Ultimately, Zheng Yang managed to overpower the sailor specter, but at the cost of a gash to his abdomen. He severed the specter's head from its body. With a sigh, Zheng Yang exhaled, his right hand gripping a knife while his left hand pressed against his abdomen to prevent his intestines from spilling out. His pallid face gazed at the sailor monster, which, along with the straight knife, had been reduced to ashes, leaving only a faint white light directed at his forehead. Several minutes later, a thick fog enveloped Zheng Yang, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him before he slipped away from the dream. Indeed, Zheng Yang had planned to stow his belongings on the spirit ship that night, intending to venture to the backside of the small island the following day to saw another batch of logs. He would then add a cabin the night after, and the day after that, temporarily depart from this secluded isle. He meticulously arranged his clothing, bedding, food, a toolbox filled with essential tools, a medical kit, a backpack, a box of books left by his father, a portable stove, a small pot, along with various seasonings and sets of dishes in the courtyard. Late into the night, Zheng Yang summoned the spirit ship in the yard, propping it up with a few bricks. Fortuitously, the yard was spacious enough to accommodate this 5-meter-long vessel. By around 2 in the morning, the energy reserves had fully replenished to 100 points, allowing Zheng Yang to finally store the spirit ship into the subspace. This subspace was quite remarkable. It could only house the spirit ship and no other items. However, if possessions were placed aboard the ship, they could be transported into the subspace alongside it. Naturally, to retrieve anything from the ship, he would first need to summon the spirit vessel before accessing its contents. Additionally, if any living creatures were aboard when it was stored, they would be expelled, as living beings could not be taken into the subspace. The following noon, Zheng Yang, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, traversed the mountain path to the rear of the island. Along the way, he felled a 5-meter-long bamboo pole to use as a support for his boat when nearing the shore, and selected a slender bamboo to craft a fishing rod. After sawing down a dozen tall, slender trees, he gathered a bundle of dry wood and hay, preparing to take them aboard as firewood for the night. However, he was acutely aware that such an ideal pace was far from reality. The sailing vessel's speed was notoriously unstable, heavily influenced by wind strength and direction. If he were to navigate against the wind in a zigzag pattern, the journey would be considerably longer. Should fortune turn against him, even Zheng Yang might find himself adrift for 10 days or half a month without reaching the harbor. Alternatively, Zheng Yang could stow away his spiritual vessel and hitch a ride with a fishing boat to the harbor. Yet these boats too might only make the journey once every 10 to 15 days. Typically, the catch of the day was sold mid-journey to large vessels belonging to seafood companies. Nevertheless, a fire ignited within Zheng Yang. He was determined to embrace this challenge and sail across the sea himself. If he could not conquer such a modest trial, how could he hope to navigate the vast oceans in the future? Without an indomitable spirit, how could he overcome the curse that loomed over him? Some individuals are inherently daring, drawn to adventure, and willing to act upon it. Having gathered 2 bundles of firewood, Zheng Yang sat upon a stone to rest, while simultaneously activating the interface of his spiritual vessel to review the design plans for the cabin and consider any necessary improvements. Currently, the cabin he envisioned was situated in the mid-rear section of the vessel, measuring 2.5 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 1.8 meters in height, with a flat roof. He had allocated 1.5 meters at the bow for a foredeck and reserved 1 meter at the stern for constructing an open sunshade. To accommodate the needs of the sail, the mast had also been raised by 1.8 meters following the installation of the cabin. The cabin of the vessel is constructed entirely from solid wood, much like the hull itself, which is adorned with a protective array. Furthermore, a layer of resin coats the surface, rendering it impervious to the ravages of wind and rain. Due to the absence of glass, the cabin's doors and windows are likewise fashioned from wood, featuring louvered vents that slope downward from the interior to the exterior. After observing for a while, Zheng Yang felt that the ship was somewhat small, prompting him to modify the main body of the spirit vessel, extending its length by 1 meter and its width by half a meter. This is indeed much more comfortable. Ultimately, upon completing this series of modifications, the information interface surprisingly indicated that the vessel's dimensions had reached the maximum coverage limit of a Level 1 spirit ship's array. This implies that the size of a Level 1 spirit ship can only be altered to this extent. Zheng Yang scratched his head in resignation. Relieved to finally possess a cabin, and decided to leave it as is for the time being. Since there exists a level 1, there must also be levels 2 and 3. He would find a way to upgrade in the future. Speaking of which, the feedback regarding the insufficient coverage of the array suggests that the vessel's rank is determined by the array itself. How, then, does one upgrade the array? With these questions lingering in his mind, he awaited the arrival of a brighter moonlight. Zhang Yang had intentionally chosen to make modifications at night, not only to benefit from the moonlight, but also to avoid being seen by acquaintances from the fishing village. Tonight is likely the fullest night, with the moon beginning to wane tomorrow. There was no need to wait for high tide this time. Over a dozen logs had already been carried to the seaside by Zhang Yang, bound together with old vines. At this moment, he simply pushed them into the water, propping them out with a long bamboo pole. The sunken ship was once again besieged by a despicable pirate. Zhang Yang summoned the spirit ship and issued the command for modification. As the adjacent logs were drawn into the magical array, the iron of the sunken ship's bow began to erode. Gradually, the hull elongated and widened, and a cabin slowly took shape in a silvery glow. Excluding the extendable wooden prow, the vessel measured 6 meters in length and 2.5 meters in width, surpassing Hans's fishing boat in size. The increase in dimensions prompted the spirit ship to undergo automatic optimization, with the effective height of the mast reaching 8 meters. This would surely make it impossible to pass under certain bridges if we ventured into inland waters, thought Zhang Yang. The mast's low center of gravity was due to its integration with the heavy steel-reinforced keel, combined with the ballast provided by the fish hold and freshwater tank, creating a stability akin to that of a weeble, ensuring the sailboat's steadiness. Thus, even though the mast's height exceeded that of the hull, it would not capsize the vessel. The modified cabin measured 3 meters in length, 2.5 meters in width, and 1.8 meters in height. The bow deck extended 2 meters, while the stern featured a 2-meter area covered by a sunshade, standing 2.2 meters high, 40 centimeters taller than the central cabin. Consequently, the cabin offered ample space, even with a washroom partitioned near the rear door. Chapter 10. Riding the winds and breaking the waves to cross the sea. Having completed the second transformation of the spirit ship, Zhang Yang dropped anchor and walked from the bow to the stern, casting a discerning gaze over his new vessel. Upon revisiting the information regarding the spirit vessel, here are the essential details. Vessel type: first-class spirit ship condition, intact sealing spirit, scale armored insect, larva, spirit core, moonlight shell spirit energy reserve, 3/100 attack enhancement, 5 defense enhancement, 5 power enhancement, 5 equipped information, primary propulsion, spherical sail, single-masted triangle sail auxiliary propulsion, manual figurehead, scale armored insect figurehead skill, none remarks. Slightly noted. Having completed the second modification, it was only 8 o'clock in the evening, and dinner had yet to be prepared, presenting a perfect opportunity to cook aboard the ship. With only a flashlight for illumination, I needed to conserve battery. However, the bright full moon illuminated the surroundings as if it were daylight. Zhang Yang retrieved a small stove and various utensils from beneath the deck and commenced preparing a dish of dried fish and cabbage stew with corn at the ship's stern. That night, Zhang Yang found great comfort sleeping on the makeshift bedding, free from the haunting dreams typically associated with ghost ships. The gentle sway of the vessel felt akin to being cradled in a lullaby. Upon awakening in the morning, he discovered that he had somehow shifted from the doorway near the bow to the entrance of the lavatory at the stern. Following a torrential downpour that had thoroughly drenched everything previously, the weather had since turned favorable, marked by sunny skies, perfect for setting sail. After surveying the horizon from the bow, Zhang Yang decisively hoisted the sails. Having grown up amidst the islands, he possessed an innate ability to predict maritime weather, achieving an impressive accuracy rate, provided he did not encounter the unpredictable squalls of smaller pressure systems. He felt grateful for having previously learned about the principles of triangular sails, which operate on the Bernoulli effect. In essence, when the wind blows from directly ahead, transforming into a headwind, the sailboat should be maneuvered at a 45-degree angle to the course. At this angle, the sea breeze fills the triangular sail, creating an effect akin to that of an aircraft wing due to the inclined position. The wind's force is thereby decomposed into 2 components, lateral thrust and forward propulsion. Given that the longitudinal cross-section of the sailboat, from bow to stern, including the keel, is significantly greater than its maximum beam, for instance. In the case of Zhang Yang's agile vessel, the widest point measures merely 2.5 meters. The resistance encountered from the seawater during lateral movement is vastly superior to that experienced during forward progress. Consequently, under the influence of the two forces derived from the sea breeze, the sailboat does not slide sideways toward the rear, but rather glides forward seamlessly. Furthermore, the vessel's speed correlates with the pressure exerted on the sails, which in turn relates to the area exposed to the wind. Thus, even when the wind speed is below 3 meters per second, the expansive triangular sail can propel the boat to speeds that exceed that of the wind itself. However, when sailing downwind, even with the spinnaker raised, the vessel cannot surpass the speed of the wind. This nautical chart is also what old Hans requested, and I diligently inquired about its usage. Despite the prevalence of satellite navigation systems on modern fishing boats, one must consider the possibility of equipment failure. Therefore, fishermen typically retain a nautical chart and compass as a precaution. Zheng Yang does not expect to reach the port of Yingjili on his maiden voyage with precision. Rather, he sets a modest goal, to survive long enough to glimpse the coastline, which he would deem a success. Apart from the gentle sound of the sea breeze filling the sails, the sailboat glides across the water in remarkable tranquility, devoid of the roar of diesel engines, effortlessly floating over the waves. Zheng Yang relished this feeling, no longer harboring such an intense desire to install the engine. After his meal, he even climbed atop the cabin, reclining on the roof to admire the seascape. Although the vast expanse of the ocean had long since lost its novelty in his memory, gazing at the sea from his own vessel imparted a distinctly different sensation. The enormous sail cast a substantial shadow, and Zheng Yang lay within its cool embrace. Listening to the soothing sound of the bow slicing through the waves, he sensed the fish swimming within a 6-meter radius beneath the surface, an exquisite pleasure. Following 2 major renovations, the helm and several sail control winches were situated on the foredeck. When a course adjustment was necessary, Zheng Yang refrained from descending to manipulate the wheel, instead opting to expend 1 point of spiritual energy to command the spirit vessel to execute the maneuver autonomously, as his reserve stood fully charged at 100 points. How splendid it would be if there were no so-called curses or malevolent entities. Upon reaching the coastal city, he would need to devise a means to gather knowledge of the arcane, seeking methods to combat the sinister. Ideally, he would acquire a few sacred artifacts and information pertaining to the evolution and enhancement of the spirit vessel. Aside from these pursuits, he had already perused the travelogues and novels his father had collected over the years. Thus, it wasn't long before Zheng Yang abandoned the notion of uncovering esoteric information within those texts. The sole ancient travelogue containing details about the spirit vessel had become obsolete. To prevent anyone from associating his ship with the spirit vessel upon discovering it, he had burned it for kindling while preparing breakfast. The journey unfolded in serene silence. And after 8 hours of navigation, at 2 in the afternoon, the wind direction shifted quietly, with a noticeable increase in strength. Had it not been for his profound sense of unity with the vessel, Zheng Yang would likely have veered off course in no time. The sea breeze shifted to blow from the left rear, prompting Zheng Yang to swiftly adjust his direction in accordance with the nautical chart and compass. He raised the spinnaker and sailed in a straight line, doubling the speed of the vessel, which darted forward like an arrow released from its bow. After observing the sky for a while, Zheng Yang anticipated that the evening wind would grow stronger. However, by that time, he would not be far from the coastline. Fortuitously, the weather remained stable, and this initial ocean voyage had proceeded remarkably smoothly. Zheng Yang felt that he had seamlessly integrated the navigation techniques learned from old Hans regarding the use of the compass and nautical chart, and his sailing skills had become exceptionally refined through meticulous control of the vessel. After continuing for half an hour, Zheng Yang was scanning the horizon with his binoculars when he unexpectedly spotted a small 2-deck yacht approximately 2 nautical miles away, stationary on the water, with individuals moving about on its deck. By comparing sizes, he deduced that the yacht was just over 10 meters in length. It appeared they were indeed nearing their destination. Were these individuals planning to engage in deep-sea night fishing? It seemed peculiar that they remained there at this hour. On the yacht ahead, several young people were anxiously awaiting rescue, with one persistently making satellite phone calls. A sharp-eyed individual noticed the approaching sailboat and excitedly shouted, enthusiastically waving at them. They appeared quite delighted, greeting me with fervor. Encountering another vessel in the vast ocean was indeed a joyful surprise. Zheng Yang pondered this, feeling a surge of joy as he subtly adjusted the direction, steering the sailboat closer to the yacht, gliding silently like a great fish. With no mechanical propulsion, The art of approaching and anchoring demanded considerable sailing prowess, requiring a keen understanding of inertia and precise foresight. 10 minutes later, he lowered the mainsail to reduce speed. 15 minutes after that, he found himself within 100 meters of the yacht, at which point he also lowered the jib sail, allowing inertia to carry him forward. Finally, he heard shouts from the yacht, and to his surprise, they were calling for help. The vessel was a 2-decked small yacht, capable of accommodating fewer than 10 individuals, with the upper deck merely a sunshade. Zheng Yang's prediction was not entirely accurate, as the sailboat glided past the yacht, stopping nearly 10 meters ahead, provoking another uproar from those on board. It was an awkward moment. There were 7 people on the yacht, 3 men and 4 women, all in their 20s, dressed in a casual and breezy manner. The men sported beach shorts and short-sleeve shirts or t-shirts, while the women donned a variety of attire ranging from long skirts to shorts, with one even in a bikini. As Zheng Yang gazed at the 4 youthful and radiant girls, his heart raced. Nothing could compare to the allure of owning a grand vessel, whisking a few beautiful companions away for a day at sea. The waves roared and crashed. Meanwhile, the group on the yacht exchanged glances, and one young black man exclaimed dramatically, "Hey, brother, please tell me you're not sailing this boat all by yourself." It was evident that this youthful lad appeared even younger than them, navigating a sailboat alone. Surely, the heavens were jesting. Others were peering curiously into the cabin of the sailboat, truly unable to believe such a reality. "No need to look further. It's just me," Zheng Yang remarked, leaning against a pillar supporting the sunshade at the stern. "My heavens, how remarkable." The girl in hot pants, petite and likely the youngest among the group at around 16 or 17, possessed a delicate and exquisite beauty. At this moment, she cupped her head in her hands, her sea-blue eyes intently scrutinizing Zheng Yang, utterly astonished. Chapter 11. Yacht to sailboat? "I am here, dear, rest assured. The maritime rescue team has already set sail. They will locate us shortly." He removed his sunglasses and continued to Zheng Yang. "Hey, mate, did you sneak out an adult's boat? Listen, that is quite perilous. Be cautious lest your guardians take issue with you." Zheng Yang raised his right fist, absent-mindedly rubbing the side of his nose with his index finger, and replied helplessly, "I believe I just heard your call for help. If all is well now, I shall take my leave. As you know, the sailboat isn't swift, and I must hasten to reach the harbor." The girl in hot pants quickly interjected, "No, please wait. Our yacht has suffered a power failure and cannot start. We require your assistance." The last young man, tall and fair, wearing a fisherman's hat, concurred. "I support Lisa's suggestion. Enters, since we have encountered a vessel. Actively seeking aid to tow us towards the shore is indeed the prudent course of action, rather than passively awaiting assistance." "Agreed." "Seconded." "Hence, the distance between us and the sailing vessel is widening. You must make a decision, immediately, in just a few moments." The yacht and the sailboat drifted apart by over 10 meters, causing a flurry of anxiety among the girls aboard the yacht. However, Ince exhibited an air of calmness, confident that the rescue boat would soon locate them, as both the yacht and their satellite phone could provide positional information. Yet, not everyone shared his tranquility. Under the pressure from others, Ince swiftly resolved to seek Zheng Yang's assistance. "Hey, do you have any ropes on your boat?" Ince called out to the sailboat. With the distance now stretching 30 to 40 meters, he spoke loudly to ensure he could be heard. "All right, I'll be ready." Ince shrugged and, alongside a young black man, leaped to the bow of the yacht, retrieving the mooring rope typically used for docking. As the sailboat was about to overtake the yacht once more, the young man secured the rope to the left rear anchor point of the sailboat. Instantly, the girls on the yacht erupted in cheers, while the young man raised his fist in triumph, celebrating their success. In contrast to the exuberance around him, Ince fixed his wide-eyed gaze on the sailboat, finally exclaiming in astonishment, "Is it truly constructed from raw timber? I initially thought it was merely embellished. Oh, it genuinely employs a substantial amount of timber." Forgive my awe at witnessing such a rugged vessel for the first time. It is remarkably wild, primal, and possesses an ancient essence. Yes, indeed, it exudes a sense of history. "Hey, my friend, may I board your ship for a tour? I promise to be respectful. By the way, for this assistance, I shall provide compensation." Ince called out loudly to Zheng Yang on the foredeck of the sailboat. At that moment, the sailboat's inertia had waned, achieving a relative stillness alongside the yacht, with the stern of the sailboat merely a step away from the bow of the yacht. Zheng Yang traversed the cabin once more to the stern, casting a fresh gaze upon the individuals aboard the yacht. Apart from the pensive young man adorned with a fisherman's hat, the others exhibited warm and cordial demeanor, expressing their gratitude to Zhengyang. Lisa, the girl in hot pants, eagerly shouted from the yacht's stern, desiring to visit the sailboat. Zhengyang beamed with a sunny smile and replied, "You are welcome to come over as guests. However, I must clarify that I have nothing to offer in terms of refreshments. Moreover, at least one of you must remain aboard to navigate the yacht, ensuring it does not collide with my vessel." All right. The land can help me steer it. The ladies, gather our delicacies and beer, along with your snacks. We have received an invitation from the host. Ince exerted himself, gripping the sailboat's hook to prevent the two vessels from drifting apart, calling out for the young black man to assist the girls in bringing items over to the sailboat, adopting an air of readiness for a gathering. The yacht was modest in size, and the sailboat had yet to unfurl its sails, with the two vessels in relative stillness. Minimal force was sufficient to keep them from being separated by the waves. Balan, the young man in the fisherman's hat, shook his head in acquiescence to Ince's arrangements, ascending to the second level of the yacht to take the helm. Within 3 to 5 minutes, 2 men and 4 women had all leaped from the bow of the yacht onto the sailboat. The gathering was not at all jarring, as they had previously observed the sailboat, which was entirely open and devoid of any tables or chairs. After placing their belongings in a corner of the cabin, they excitedly roamed about, their hands caressing the raw timber of the boat's hull and the pure wooden interior, expressing their admiration. "This is the cleanest vessel I have ever seen," exclaimed a girl clad in a light, breezy sundress, her figure strikingly alluring. The blonde in a bikini had donned a long, white sun-protective shirt, its hem cascading over her thighs. From her corner, she distributed cans of the beer she had brought, cheerfully proclaiming, "Let us toast to our return into this beautiful sailboat." The crowd echoed, "Cheers." After a brief interlude, nearly half an hour had elapsed. Zhengyang set his beer down on the deck, stating, "I must take the helm, or we shall not reach the harbor until the dead of night." The others' eyes brightened as they followed him to the front, watching as he expertly raised both the triangular and balloon sails. As the balloon sail filled with the sea breeze, propelling them forward, the group distinctly felt the acceleration of the sailboat, which began to glide ahead, towing the yacht behind it in the whistling wind. Zhengyang, consulting the compass and nautical chart, estimated their current position using the latitude and longitude marked on the chart, adjusting their course accordingly. Addressing the clearly affluent group, he remarked, "As we approach the harbor, the number of vessels we encounter will increase, so I must remain vigilant ahead. Bro, do you need my assistance with sailing? I think it looks rather simple, and I've already learned the basics." A young black man, having observed Zheng Yang's maneuvers, rubbed his hands together in eager anticipation. "Please keep an eye on the vessels on the sea and the wind indicators above. When there's a situation that requires action, I will instruct you on what to do." Zheng Yang expressed his gratitude for having someone to assist him in observing. "I apologize. I am Lisa, and this fellow is my foolish brother, Intis." The girl in hot pants realized that introductions had not yet been made, and she gracefully assumed the leading role. "Additionally, we have Philia, Jordan, Vina, and Danny." She pointed out the girl in the beach dress, the young black man, the girl in a bikini, and the girl in a short skirt as she introduced them. All 4 girls were youthful and vibrant. It was understandable that Zheng Yang would not invite an eyesore to join him on his yacht for a leisurely outing. Zheng Yang introduced himself as well, stating, "If all goes smoothly, it will take us approximately 3 hours to reach the harbor, so you should prepare yourselves mentally. Zheng, it's quite impressive that you know how to navigate using a compass and nautical charts. But why not use satellite navigation? It's simple and accurate." Lisa pulled out her satellite phone, opened the navigation app, and indicated to Zheng Yang, only to discover that their current heading had deviated by 10 degrees. Zhang Yang's expression faltered slightly as he defended, "It must have been the waves drifting us while we were stopped that affected my judgment." He then guided the young black man to correct their course while explaining, "My satellite phone fell into the ocean." "Oh, huh. I'm sorry. That truly is a tragedy." In truth, Zheng Yang didn't even possess a regular mobile phone. The small island, once home to over 50 families, now harbors only 20 to 30 households, rendering it a most inconvenient place, devoid of amenities, and lacking even a cellular signal due to the absence of a base station. Satellite phones are a luxury reserved for fishermen who venture out to sea. The other villagers would hardly consider such an expense, who would communicate across a courtyard wall. After watching Zheng Yang set sail, Enters appeared restless, as if grappling with unspoken thoughts. Finally, he spoke. "Zheng, I apologize, But could you tell me who owns this vessel? It's mine. Are you certain? Absolutely. Splendid. Zhang, would you be willing to sell me this sailboat? Or, perhaps, I could trade it for that yacht at the back. Chapter 12. Wealth awaits enters. You fool, are you about to squander your money again? Lisa exclaimed, hands on her hips in indignation. Oh, Lisa, you simply do not understand. You fail to grasp its beauty. This is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Enters gestured dramatically, extending his arms as he spun around. Just look at these planks of wood. Akin to a man's pectorals and abdominals, so robust and powerful. Once I acquire it, I plan to install a photovoltaic power generation system. Affix expandable solar panels to the roof. Create a fishing area at the stern with benches and a small table. Refurbish the cabin with satellite television, a sofa, a refrigerator, and a compact bar, and equip it with a hybrid engine. I apologize, Zhang. I realize I am being rather presumptuous. This sailboat is truly exquisite. The craftsmanship of these logs is imbued with an artistic essence, and I am certain it possesses great value. Moreover, these logs are a type of lightweight wood, correct? Even if the boat capsizes, it will not sink. Should it be disassembled by the waves, each log will still float upon the surface, providing ample buoyancy for rescue. Oh, please, spare me your words. Zhengyang yearns for a candid conversation with Ents. The question is, can such a sailboat be constructed in a fishing village? His own spirit vessel was crafted through unconventional methods under the influence of a magical array, where wood and steel intertwine in a perfect union, each element coiling around the other in a tight embrace. The seamless connection between the logs, the penetrating adhesive of natural resin, the immediate drying treatment of the fresh wood, and the empowering coverage of the magical array. All these elements coalesce into a robust whole, achieving the remarkable solidity we witness now, steeped in mysticism. Can the villagers produce such quality? Or will they merely construct it with conventional methods, as long as it serves its purpose? After all, Ents is oblivious to the extraordinary quality of his sailboat. Zhengyang fell into silence. For days he had been consumed with the crafting and modification of the spirit vessel, only now realizing that he had overlooked the necessity of registering the boat. Operating a vessel also requires a license, even for a sailboat, unless he intends to avoid docking at the harbor and elude the Coast Guard. Simultaneously, Zhengyang discerned an oddity in Ents. It is no wonder Lisa often refers to him as a fool. It is equally perplexing that he would rather await a rescue boat than request assistance when it was clearly within his reach. At this moment, captivated by his own sailboat, he yearned to possess it at any cost, tirelessly assisting the owner in enhancing the various added values of the merchandise. Unbeknownst to Zhengyang, Enters was regarded as an eccentric within their circle. He would feign sophistication by discussing art and, at times, lavishly spend on peculiar items deemed worthless by others. He was also quite attuned to trends, purchasing a yacht simply because it exuded charm. And he possessed a tenacity that enabled him to sculpt his abdominal muscles when he set his mind to it. However, his inflexible nature had led to many misunderstandings. To put it charitably, one might say he was whimsical. Less charitably, he could be described as a fool oblivious to reason. Nevertheless, his recent suggestions for refurbishing the sailboat had ignited a spark of interest in Zhengyang. Meanwhile, the young man Jordan attentively listened to his companions in the cabin, who were enjoying snacks while conversing, all the while dutifully stationed beneath the mast with a can of beer in hand, his gaze fixed intently on the sea ahead, occasionally glancing up at the wind vane, eager for conditions to change so he could further test his skills. Zhang, have you given it some thought? While it's still unregistered, sell it directly to me and avoid the hassle of transferring ownership later. Enters inquired, parched and gulping down a mouthful of beer. Zhengyang surveyed the others. Apart from Lisa's discontented expression, the other three girls exhibited a nonchalant demeanor, seated on the floor, snacking and observing Enter's performance, speculating whether he could persuade Zhengyang to part with his prized possession. Enters, this boat was a gift from my parents. You know how much it means to me. I must clarify that this sailboat is not commercially manufactured. Rather, it is handcrafted, involving meticulous processes such as the preliminary preservation of the timber and subsequent dehydration and shaping. This endeavor not only requires considerable time, but also demands significant effort. Thus, I cannot assure that others would be inclined to undertake such a task. Initially, Enters was profoundly disappointed by the rejection, yet upon hearing Zhengyang's subsequent words, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Is it truly possible? How long would it take? I desire one as well. Enters, I too wish for such a sailboat. Lisa raised her small hand. her earlier discontent with Inter's extravagant spending forgotten, eagerly placing her order. Enters waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No, this rugged and primitive sailboat embodies the romance of man. As a girl, you should indulge in yachts. Once I acquire my sailboat, I shall gift you that yacht." Humph, how infuriating Enters is. Lisa did not persist stubbornly. Her dissatisfaction was merely a fleeting expression. Perhaps her desire was not particularly fervent to begin with. "Very well. Now let us discuss your remuneration, my friend." Enters, anxious that Zheng Yang might not fully commit to the task, agreed to compensate him according to the fee standards of the Maritime Rescue Team for this rescue and towing operation. Despite having already contacted the Maritime Rescue Organization to commission the task and being obliged to pay them the equivalent fees. The Maritime Rescue Organization at Yingjili Harbor operates for profit, with all fees transparently listed, charging based on the duration of the mission, energy consumption, and the scale of the team dispatched. The rescue operation for Intis, characterized by precise coordinates and real-time satellite positioning, was deemed relatively straightforward. The total distance, coupled with the towboat service, yielded a price of 30,000 gold shields for Intis. This signified that I was on the verge of receiving an income of 30,000 gold shields. Zheng Yang was momentarily taken aback. 30,000 gold shields. He had never anticipated such a substantial sum would be acquired so swiftly. Chapter 13. Nightfall at the harbor. What could 30,000 gold shields accomplish? Zheng Yang contemplated silently. Firstly, renovations on the spirit ship could commence, such as replacing the windows with bright glass. Although the ship had reached the maximum size permissible under the magical array, making localized adjustments within its current dimensions posed no issues. He considered purchasing a satellite phone and equipping the vessel with a photovoltaic power system, not overly ambitious, merely sufficient for daily lighting and cooking. With electricity, he could install an electric water supply system, eliminating the need to fetch fresh water by bending down to scoop it with a ladle each time. Additionally, a system for drawing seawater would greatly facilitate the convenience of the washroom. There was also the prospect of installing foldable beds, tables, and stools. Zheng Yang needed to register the sailboat and acquire a sailing license. As for the engine, given the current size of the spirit ship, one outboard motor would undoubtedly be insufficient. Continuing with an outboard motor would avoid significant structural alterations to the vessel, but the cost of an engine appropriate for its dimensions was likely to be considerable. Zheng Yang was uncertain about many prices and could not accurately gauge what could be accomplished with 30,000 gold shields. "Please provide me with your account details. I can transfer the funds to you immediately," Intis declared, retrieving his satellite phone to initiate the payment. Zheng Yang was rendered speechless. He had yet to open a bank account in this world. "Once we reach the harbor, take me to purchase a satellite phone first, and then we shall open an account," he stated with composure. Given the evident wealth of Inters, who seemed at a loss on how to spend his abundance, Zheng Yang felt no obligation to be polite. At that moment, Jordan shouted from the front, announcing the sighting of vessels. According to calculations, they were merely 20 nautical miles from the harbor, a gateway for incoming and outgoing ships, and theoretically, the number of vessels should begin to increase. Zheng Yang stepped out of the cabin and took up his binoculars to survey the surroundings. His gaze fell upon a medium-sized cargo ship drifting away in the distance. The vessel appeared to be en route to a large island nearby, intersecting Zheng Yang's course. However, in the subsequent hour, they encountered only one ship, a rescue boat dispatched by the Maritime Rescue Team. After a considerable half-hour delay, they finally began to spot additional vessels. They were indeed drawing closer to the harbor. Zheng Yang's emotions fluctuated. He had successfully left the novice village and was about to enter the expansive map. "Is this a trial set forth by your elders?" Lisa pondered aloud. "A few years ago, our fathers also challenged Inters to earn some money on his own as a test of his capabilities, and he ended up losing a considerable amount." Inters, visibly displeased, retorted, "That was merely a temporary setback, Lisa. My investments will undoubtedly yield abundant gold shields in the future." "Huh, you've been claiming that for years." Lisa offered no quarter, thoroughly undermining her brother's confidence. It was a scene filled with humor, prompting Zheng Yang to remain silent and enjoy the spectacle. However, Intis disregarded Lisa and addressed Zheng Yang, saying, "When it comes to making money, I believe I can offer you some counsel." Lisa responded with a scoff, but Intis continued to speak to Zheng Yang. "First, we must take stock of the resources at your disposal, including both tangible assets and software, such as your valuable connections. Then, we should evaluate your skills. ideally aligning them with your interests and passions. We know you possess a sailing vessel approximately 18 feet in length, and you are capable of operating it along with basic nautical skills. What else do you have? Zheng Yang pondered thoughtfully. That's all. What do you mean, that's all? Zheng, I believe you could fish daily to sell your catch. Of course, if you manage to complete the renovations on your sailboat, as I previously suggested. You could take on small charters for fishing enthusiasts on pleasant days. However, this contradicts your plan of earning money through renovations. You do not have sufficient funds for the renovations, do you? At least 150,000 gold shields. 150,000. Zheng Yang's eyes widened. Intus, I could borrow money to complete the renovations first and then repay the debt with the earnings. Zheng Yang hinted. Unfortunately, Intus, afflicted by a resurgence of his condition, remarked. But this is a test imposed by your family upon you. Otherwise, it would diminish the significance of the trial, wouldn't it? Zheng Yang fell silent. If he were to insist on borrowing money from Intus, perhaps the latter would agree, yet they were still strangers. Placing himself in Intus's shoes, Zheng Yang realized he too would hesitate to lend money to someone he had known for merely half a day. For now, he thought it best to let things be. If all else fails, venturing out to fish for a substantial catch to sell is still an option. As the last vestiges of the setting sun faded away, Zheng Yang finally beheld the distant coastline. An hour later, darkness enveloped the sky, and the lights of the port city of Yinjili dimmed the glow of the moon, presenting a scene of vibrant prosperity. At that moment, Zheng Yang's sailboat gracefully glided into the harbor, towing a yacht. He furled the sails to reduce speed, coordinating seamlessly with Jordan, one at the helm and the other managing the sails, carefully navigating around other vessels before reaching a designated dock for sailboats under Inter's guidance. Chapter 14. The Erie Great Dog. This dock was home to numerous sailboats, all of modern design, varying in size. According to Inter's, this area was managed by a sailing club, and he even claimed to know a member of the club's management. While Inter's had some experience with sailing, he expressed a distaste for the contemporary vessels surrounding them, harboring a particular fondness for Zheng Yang's sailboat, crafted from raw timber and exuding an ancient aesthetic. He stubbornly believed that such boats possessed an artistic essence and a profound sense of history. As the sailboat, propelled by inertia, gently arrived at its berth, a motorboat carrying two individuals approached the yacht behind. They were engineers summoned by Inter's for yacht maintenance, already awaiting at the harbor. While Inter's engaged in discussions, Zheng Yang conversed with the dock management, who informed him that the mooring fee for his sailboat was 60 gold shields, while also promoting maintenance packages and supplementary supplies. Upon learning that Zheng Yang's sailboat required registration, the middle-aged staff member began to promote the club's agency services. He even claimed that he could assist Zheng Yang in obtaining his sailing license and competency certificate, provided he was willing to pay a modest gratuity. Should Zheng Yang choose to join the sailing club, the processing fee would be offered at a discounted rate of 10%. At this juncture, Intus had arranged for the yacht's maintenance, and after a cursory inspection by two engineers, they towed the yacht away with a motorboat, indicating that extensive repairs were necessary. As Intus and Bailing approached with their backpacks, they overheard the club staff inviting Zheng Yang to join. Intus swiftly reminded Zheng Yang that membership came with a fee, and the staff member who successfully recruited new members would receive a commission. Zheng Yang received a temporary berth rental card and the staff member's business card, glanced at the details, and remarked, "Very well, Mr. Henry, should I decide to utilize your agency services, I will reach out to you directly." Henry watched with a touch of regret as Zheng Yang secured the doors and windows of the cabin, departing the dock with Intus and the others. The temporary lights at the berth illuminated the scene, allowing Henry to discern the exceptional nature of the sailboat before him. Could a tailor-made, masterfully hand-stitched garment ever be compared to one produced en masse by machines? In Henry's understanding, this sailboat epitomized rarity, prestige, artistry, and the intrinsic value of ancient craftsmanship. Much like classic automobiles, which are all sought-after collectibles at exorbitant prices, the majority of the surrounding sailboats belong to the club, with only a select few being privately owned. The majority of the club's members do not own personal sailboats, as private vessels entail exorbitant annual berth rental and maintenance fees, predominantly composed of the middle class. The general membership prefers to rent the club's sailboats whenever they wish to indulge in sailing. The wooden sailboat before them, resembling an ancient work of art, incurs maintenance costs that are undoubtedly more expensive than those of its modern counterparts. Its wooden composition does not diminish its value. Zheng Yang, who registered the sailboat, is accompanied by companions who are clearly scions of affluent families. The identity of this youth cannot be simple. Those who can afford to sail such a vessel are undoubtedly of elite social standing. Financial constraints are hardly a concern for them. Henry fervently hopes to recruit him into the club as a VIP client, offering a plethora of services. Thus, a curious misunderstanding unfolds. Entis accompanies Zheng Yang to purchase a satellite phone, with Jordan enthusiastically joining them, chattering incessantly along the way. From Jordan's words, Zheng Yang learns that they are not locals of the Injirai harbor, but hail from a larger inland city called Baston. The trio travels by car and, in less than half an hour, acquires the satellite phone, securing an exclusive number for Zheng Yang. The satellite phone Zheng Yang purchases is a smartphone, combining the features of a standard smartphone with those of a satellite phone, costing 5,000 gold shields. Although Entis recommended a high-end model priced at 12,000 gold shields, Zheng Yang firmly declined. He possesses an identity card, having been taken by his parents to Injirai Harbor shortly after his birth to obtain it. Upon exiting the communication service center, Entis guided Zheng Yang in utilizing his smartphone and identification card to apply for a bank account, subsequently activating mobile banking features. He then transferred the remaining 25,000 gold shields into Zhang Yang's account. With a smartphone now in hand and funds deposited, none of the three suggested dining together. And thus they bid farewell on the spot. After setting his belongings aside, Zheng Yang hesitated for a moment, retrieving a satellite phone to dial a number. After a prolonged silence, he quietly pressed the call end button. The number he had just dialed belonged to his father in this lifetime, a number he had requested Hans to attempt calling every 10 to 15 days over the past year, only to receive a response of inability to connect each time. However, after the awakening of his past memories, this was the first attempt to make the call. Unsurprisingly, it too was unsuccessful. Zheng Yang proceeded to dial Hans's number, and after a few breaths, he heard Hans's voice on the other end. "Uncle Hans, it's me, Zheng Yang." He endeavored to infuse excitement into his tone. After all, he too possessed a satellite phone now, along with a deposit of 25,000 gold shields. "Little Zheng Yang? Hiss, where on earth have you been? We thought you had gone missing at sea." Hans's voice rose sharply. Zheng Yang explained, "I've arrived at Yingjili port and made some friends here. This is my satellite phone. Also, Uncle Hans, could you please share the account details with me? I will return the money to you." "Oh, you actually have money now? Don't tell me you found a treasure ship?" "No, Uncle Hans, you are overthinking it. I merely assisted someone inadvertently and received a modest reward. After all, it's not a crime to do good." Hans did not refuse. Setting aside the trivialities of personal favors, it is true that Zheng Yang owed him money, albeit a mere sum of less than 200 gold coins. Yet, he too has a family to support and a livelihood to maintain. Thus, Hans cheerfully provided his account information and gladly accepted Zheng Yang as repayment. With the debt settled and peace restored, Zheng Yang relaxed on the deck, enjoying his meal while simultaneously devising a renovation plan for the spirit ship. 600 meters away from the dock, two figures raced down the street. Leading the way was a large dog, clearly in flight, its eyes glowing red with a fierce light, and a faint wisp of dark mist emanating from its body. Trailing closely behind was a gaunt young man, his complexion unnaturally pale, with sunken eyes that revealed a life ravaged by excess. Remarkably, his speed matched that of the fleeing dog as he clutched a leash attached to the dog's collar, pursuing the beast with fervor. "Ah, a rabid dog. Get out of the way. Damn it, someone put it down. It could spread disease. Whose dog is this? I must report those irresponsible pet owners to the municipal hall tomorrow. Move aside, it's heading that way." The pedestrians on the street gasped in alarm. Yet the man and his dog seemed oblivious, each pursuing or fleeing as the chaos ensued, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. Suddenly, as he passed an intersection leading directly to the sailboat dock, the large dog in front came to a sudden halt, tilting its head in confusion and sniffing in the direction of the dock before turning and racing towards it. Chapter 15. The slaughter of dogs and consumption of flesh after a series of interactions. Zhang Yang arrived at a clear conclusion. The spirit vessel had reached the maximum dimensions that the formation could encompass. It was not merely a matter of not increasing the vessel's length, width, or height as he had previously believed. Rather, it was essential to understand that the capacity of the formation had indeed reached its current limits. This understanding implied that he could no longer use the formation to cover additional furniture aboard the vessel, nor could he automatically transform wood and steel into new components. However, Zhengyang could make adjustments based on the current foundation, altering the shape and substituting components while maintaining the overall coverage of the formation. He could also provide ready-made furniture, equipment, and facilities, leveraging the spirit vessel's automatic transformation capabilities to install and secure these items within the areas currently covered by the formation without utilizing its power to do so. In essence, the spirit vessel would assist in installing and accommodating these items in their designated places without imparting the formation strength upon them. Thus, while keeping the vessel's size and structure unchanged, Zhengyang could bring several ready-made benches for the spirit vessel to automatically install in specified locations. But he could no longer simply toss a few logs onto the vessel and expect it to autonomously generate benches in the designated spots as he had done previously. Having clarified the relationships involved, Zhengyang became entangled in the dilemma of whether to purchase items for decoration first or to proceed with the registration of the vessel and the acquisition of a driving license. According to Henry, the registration for his sailboat would cost nearly 20,000 gold shields, and coupled with the packaged entrustment for the driving license, his savings were barely sufficient. After much contemplation, Zhengyang resolved to avoid any impending troubles and decided to perfect the necessary procedures, commissioning Henry to handle the sailboat registration and the sailing license on his behalf. As for the job competency certificate, he merely intended to operate his own vessel without seeking employment elsewhere, thus he deemed it unnecessary. Just as Zhengyang concluded his call with Henry, an ominous warning resonated within him. He paused momentarily, and within a mere 2 breaths, he discerned the approach of an unwelcome entity, swiftly drawing a piece of deck and retrieving a machete from beneath it. Approximately 50 meters away from Zhengyang, a large dog leapt into action, its paws clawing at the column of the wall before vaulting over a sharply pointed fence exceeding 2 meters in height. The young man trailing behind could only watch helplessly as the dog charged towards a sailboat below, his breath coming in labored gasps as he clutched the towering iron railing. Empowered by spiritual energy, Zhang Yang's senses heightened significantly. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the oncoming dog, then lowered his center of gravity, gripping the blade with his right hand positioned to the left of his body while his left hand pressed firmly against his right wrist. This particular technique had been inspired by his previous encounter in a dream where he had vanquished a sailor monster. By positioning the blade to the left side of his body, he intended to harness the strength of his waist and arms to deliver a diagonal slash from the lower left to the upper right, generating considerable force and speed. With a swift motion, the dog's crimson eyes radiated madness and brutality. It had lost the keen awareness and rationality it once possessed, driven solely by primal instinct to tear apart anything in its path. Thus, it launched itself into the air from the shore. It opened its mouth wide, tearing at the corners without awareness, its fangs elongating under the moonlight, gleaming ominously as it lunged towards Zhengyang. A chilling wind assaulted him, prompting Zhengyang to swallow hard and summon all his physical prowess. The scene before him seemed to slow, and in a moment of clarity, he instinctively drew his blade. He felt his muscles resonate with the movement, tendons and fascia transmitting waves of strength that converged upon the knife in his hands. With a swift motion, the blade glimmered in the moonlight, transforming into a crescent moon that sliced through the dog's neck, severing skin, muscle, blood vessels, esophagus, trachea, and even bone, leaving only a third of the neck muscle intact, as the blade had been too short to completely decapitate the beast. Blood sprayed across Zhengyang, drenching him, as the massive creature veered 2 feet to his right and collapsed at his feet. Yet at that moment, Zhengyang found himself unable to move, feeling utterly drained. Even his fingers lay motionless. The knife clattered onto the deck. The peculiar state he had just experienced, drawing upon all his spiritual energy for that brief, explosive output, had not only consumed more than 20 points of energy, but had also left him completely fatigued, his mental clarity wavering. He remained upright on the deck only due to the rigidity of his muscles. The dog lay lifeless at his feet, blood still gushing forth. However, Zhengyang keenly observed that the blood was being absorbed by the spirit ship, which seemed to convey an intent to devour the carcass. Zhengyang suddenly recalled his first experience installing the keel on the spirit ship, the overwhelming hunger he felt as the ship depleted its spiritual energy, and the intense sensation that the vessel yearned for sustenance. At that moment, a wisp of dark energy escaped from the head of the deceased dog. This shadowy essence coalesced into a small, thumb-sized mass above the dog's head, shifting and transforming in a futile attempt to assume the shape of some creature. Yet it never succeeded. Then, this tiny clump of darkness morphed into a small arrow that abruptly shot towards Zheng Yang's head. He felt a surge of palpitations. Realizing that this was the true malevolence, the dog was merely its vessel. However, he found himself immobilized, utterly incapable of resisting the assault of the dark energy. His heart filled with anxious dread. This was it, the rhythm of an impending game over. In this dire moment, a tiny black insect, no larger than a thumb, darted from the deck with lightning speed, arriving just in time to shield Zheng Yang. It opened its mouth, which was proportionate to its own size, and devoured the dark arrow in one swift motion. The ship spirit? It turned out that it could emerge on its own without requiring a summoning. Zheng Yang felt a sense of wonder, realizing he had forgotten that he could call upon this little creature to join the fray. Such an oversight was unforgivable. Although it appeared diminutive, easily squashed with a mere finger, in the critical juncture of life and death, every ounce of strength must be harnessed. Its seemingly frail appearance had instinctively led him to underestimate it, relegating it to a subconscious dismissal of its combat potential. He resolved to be more vigilant henceforth. Even the most insignificant power against an adversary could very well be the final straw that breaks the camel's back. Zheng Yang finally collapsed onto the deck. He glanced at the nearby surveillance, ensuring his location was undetectable, and issued a command for the spirit ship to consume the dog meat. While reflecting on his recent combat, he felt immense satisfaction with that last strike. Empowered by spiritual energy, his essence coalesced into a single blow, exhibiting considerable force. If only the strike did not leave him feeling exhausted, it would have been even more gratifying. The carcass of the large dog lay in contact with the deck, where a mystical formation's silvery light discreetly dissolved, absorbing the flesh with remarkable subtlety, evading attention. This dissolution occurred swiftly, with the dog's body visibly vanishing into the deck within mere breaths. The entire deck returned to a pristine state, as if it had been meticulously cleaned. After several minutes of rest, Zheng Yang regained a modicum of strength, barely managing to rise, only to see someone approaching the shore at a brisk pace. Chapter 16. The frenzied demon tamer Desime struggled to catch his breath, claiming that his dog had entered the dock, and after much persuasion, convinced the security personnel at the entrance to allow him access. He hurried alongside a security officer to Zheng Yang's berth, where they encountered Zheng Yang standing at the bow, wielding a cleaver, bloodied and fierce, fixated on them. Gulp. The security officer swallowed hard, halting in his tracks, eyeing Zheng Yang warily. Bathed in the interplay of moonlight and the temporary lights along the shore, Zheng Yang's presence was terrifying, reminiscent of a malevolent youth who had just committed a midnight murder, particularly the kind that necessitates dismemberment. Witnessing this scene, Decime's heart raced, and he blurted out, "Did you kill my dog?" "Your dog nearly bit me," Zheng Yang stated solemnly. After a pause, he added earnestly, "You must compensate me, at least 1,000 gold shields." Desime felt a chill wash over him. After countless trials and tribulations, nearly exhausting his savings and sacrificing almost half of his own blood, he had finally succeeded in summoning a spirit to inhabit his dog. Although it was merely a low-level spirit, with proper nurturing, it could develop into a powerful demonic hound, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even evolve into a three-headed hellhound. He was still awaiting the restoration of his glory as a beastmaster. Desime glanced down at the beastmaster's collar in his hand. He had been caught off guard by the sudden euphoria of his success, and, in his moment of distraction, failed to activate the binding spell, allowing the demonic dog to escape. If he could just recapture the dog and fit it with the collar, activating the spell would ensure its obedience. Once he completed the fusion with the blood he had sacrificed, they would share a profound connection. But now, everything was lost. That wretched individual had killed his dog. Decime's eyes reddened, mirroring the fury of the demonic dog from earlier. He roared in anguish, "Return my dog to me. Your dog nearly bit me. Return my dog. Your dog nearly bit me. Your dog nearly bit me." Suddenly, Desime recalled that he had not seen the corpse of the demonic dog. He had arrived less than 5 minutes later. Could this person have cleaned up the scene so swiftly? Where was the dog? Desime, under the grip of his emotions, clenched his teeth and inquired. Following the direction of Zheng Yang's finger, he gazed towards the sea, his expression dark and foreboding. Whether he had truly leapt into the ocean to escape or had been cast into the depths after being slain by Zheng Yang, the outcome remained unchanged. His hellhound was gone. Noticing Decime's despondent demeanor, Zheng Yang fell silent, his mind brimming with caution. Was that peculiar large dog his? Did he realize the malevolent nature of the creature? If he did, What could possibly motivate him to harbor such an aberration? The knowledge required to care for such a sinister being suggested that he possessed some understanding of the arcane. How might one glean insight from him? Questions cascaded through Zheng Yang's mind, yet he maintained a fierce countenance as he stood with his knife drawn, confronting the shore. Perhaps a cordial discussion is in order. Or should I assist you in contacting the authorities? The security guard proposed, arms raised in a gesture of de-escalation. Zheng Yang and Desime simultaneously turned to regard the guard. I believe a conversation could be beneficial, particularly regarding compensation, the guard continued, shrugging his hands. Zheng Yang retrieved a short-term rental card from his pocket and gestured towards the guard, stating, as your client, I was assaulted by a frenzied large dog at your dock. And I believe an explanation is warranted, or I shall have to reach out to Mr. Henry for redress. Recalling Henry's obsequious tone and demeanor, Zheng Yang suddenly felt entitled to some form of recompense from the club. Moreover, he added, your dog's eyes are bloodshot and clearly deranged. Such a creature may harbor a lethal, transmissible virus and nearly bit me. As a dog owner, I believe you should compensate me as well. The security guard's expression turned grave as he addressed Desime. That is rabies, sir. I believe you ought to elucidate how it came to manifest at our dock. Although the carcass of the dog is no longer present, we shall conduct an investigation in the vicinity and report the situation truthfully to the Disease Control Committee. Decime's countenance fluctuated, for not only had he lost the hard-won hellhound, but he also found himself ensnared in such a precarious situation, a surge of resentment bubbling within him. Kill him! Kill him! In truth, during the summoning ritual of the spirit, Desime had already been tainted by a peculiar magical aura, which now, taking advantage of his unstable mental state, invaded his consciousness and rapidly intensified his wrath. His eyes grew increasingly crimson, betraying a savage temperament. Roar. Werewolf. Transformation. This scene was astonishing and utterly surreal. In the realm of ordinary mortals, such mystical phenomena existed solely within travelogues, folklore, and fictional novels. Yet now it unfolded vividly before his very eyes. The security guard, initially positioned at Decime's flank, a robust figure with a fierce demeanor, sensed the peculiar and menacing aura emanating from Desime. Without hesitation, he swung his rubber baton and struck the side of Decime's neck. Crack! Decime's eyes rolled back as the process of his initial transformation, tainted by the magical energy, was forcefully interrupted by the blow. Watching Desime crumple to the ground, the security guard remained on high alert, cautiously calling for reinforcements through his radio. Within 3 minutes, 5 security personnel arrived to manage the situation, simultaneously alerting the authorities and informing the club's management. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Sir, the bloodstains on you are from that rabid dog, correct? I suggest you get a vaccination, just to be safe. If you are injured, it would be prudent not to wash it with cold water. Entrusting it to a doctor is the wisest choice, the most robust security guard stated solemnly to Zheng Yang. This is quite unfair, Zheng Yang insisted. I demand compensation from the club. Well, this is our responsibility. I believe the higher-ups will take this matter seriously, the guard replied, observing as his colleague securely bound Desime. He then lifted Decime's eyelid and shone a flashlight, appearing to possess considerable knowledge. Chapter 17. Conditions of Evolution. The police arrived, accompanied by a masked woman, a public health doctor. Both officers were portly, resembling each other closely. Upon seeing Desime bound and lying on the grass by the dock, their eyes brightened. They had just received a report of someone chasing a rabid dog through the streets, and it had led them here. One officer tapped his baton and inquired, "What happened to him? Where is that rabid dog?" "Oh, werewolf. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Such absurdity is laughable," the 2 officers scoffed, disregarding the guard's assertion. In contrast, they were more intrigued by the rabid dog, and thus turned their attention to Zheng Yang below. Zheng Yang had just cleansed himself of the sanguine remnants, for donning a visage marred by blood was decidedly uncomfortable. He had changed into a fresh ensemble and was currently replenishing his energy with a bag of snacks. After speaking, he gestured towards the machete lying at his feet, still bearing traces of blood. At this juncture, Henry stepped forward, eager to assert his significance, declaring that Zheng Yang was a valued client of the club, though, in truth, merely a personal patron of his. Through Henry's maneuvering, the club dispatched a vehicle to escort the 3 involved parties to the police station for their statements. Henry, armed with the surveillance footage from the area, accompanied them. Several security personnel hoisted the bound Desime into the vehicle, and midway through the journey, he regained consciousness. During the statement-taking, Dezimai vehemently denied the reality of his transformation into a frenzied state. However, the robust security guards and Zhang Yang maintained their assertions, leading to a stark contradiction between the two parties. At this point, the deranged dog became inconsequential. The two police officers appeared exasperated, regarding Zhang Yang and the guards as instigators of baseless chaos. Is there truly such a thing as a werewolf in this world? They scoffed, questioning the absurdity of taking such claims seriously. Oh, Ms. Lima, do you genuinely believe their outlandish tales? The officers exchanged astonished glances. The doctor, however, disregarded the officers' banter and approached Dezimai with a keen intensity, scrutinizing him from his eyes to his skin and even his pores. The officers shared a glance, shrugged, and concluded their notes, ready to depart the station. Just as they were about to leave, Elima called out to Zhang Yang, presenting him with a business card, instructing him to visit her private clinic for a vaccination the following morning. I had thought you would assist me in registering the sailboat and obtaining a driving license, while also covering the official fees. Zhang Yang remained silent for a moment before responding. This is impossible, sir. In fact, you bear some responsibility for this incident. The club does not condone allowing guests to spend the night at the dock, especially since this is a sailboat marina. I must keep a vigilant eye on my vessel. You know how precious it is. If it were to be lost at your dock, would you compensate me for such a sailboat? I'm afraid that is not feasible. Earlier, the spiritual vessel consumed the remains of the demonic dog, and Zhang Yang sensed some changes. He hurriedly glanced without the opportunity for thorough study, simply aware of the influx of information. Now that he had some leisure time, it was only natural to seek clarity. Basic information: hull, first-class spiritual vessel condition, intact spirit seal, scaled demon worm, larva, spiritual core, moonlight shell spiritual energy reserve, 85, 100 attack bonus, 5 defense bonus, 5 power bonus, 5. Equipment information: primary drive, spherical sail, single-mast triangle sail auxiliary drive, manual figurehead, scaled demon worm figurehead skill, none. Conditions for spiritual vessel evolution: 1. Standard evolution conditions: 1. Second level array advancement scroll, none. 2. Second level spiritual core, none. 3. Array advancement materials: 5,000 grams of mercury, none. Spiritual materials, accumulation progress 3. Can be obtained through the consumption of aberrant or supernatural creature remains, or through spiritual substances to gain accumulation progress. The secondary ship spirit, with a growth progress of 10, can advance through the successful devouring of other spirits or spiritual materials. Should the devouring fail and result in being devoured in return, one must undergo the process of reawakening the ship spirit. Alternatively, one may utilize a spirit exchange scroll to sacrifice the current ship spirit to a higher level entity, thereby exchanging it for a new ship spirit. However, failure in this exchange necessitates reawakening the ship spirit. Furthermore, by vanquishing the owner of a higher level spirit ship and forcibly consuming their vessel, there exists a minuscule chance of evolution, with the design of the spirit ship being entirely random. Should the evolution fail, the ship's level remains unchanged, and the ship's spirit perishes, requiring reawakening. The accumulation progress of materials for the advancement of the magical formation must reach 100. It is noteworthy that during the transformation of the spirit ship, rituals such as sacrifice, summoning, and blood sealing have been employed, imparting an ominous aura that attracts certain malevolent entities. When the spirit ship or its owner draws near to these entities within a certain proximity, it will invoke their covetous gaze, rendering inevitable the ship's destruction. Hence, the spirit ship is also referred to as the cursed vessel. This curse can be suppressed by sacred artifacts. Simultaneously, the spirit ship will subtly influence and alter the owner's bloodline, bestowing upon them the bloodline of a shaman. The higher the evolution level of the spirit ship, the more potent the bloodline's power. The owner of the spirit ship can enhance their ability to confront malevolent entities through the evolution of the vessel, which is why the spirit ship is also known as the vessel of evolution. The newly triggered information regarding the conditions for the evolution of the spirit ship invigorated Zhang Yang's spirit. Indeed, it would be remiss for a ship capable of self-transformation to lack clarity regarding the conditions for evolution. The absence of previously triggered conditions had obscured their disclosure. A feast of dog meat would surely elucidate the matter thoroughly. Where can one find the secondary advancement scrolls for the magical array and the psychic cores? The primary psychic cores were presumably refined from moonlight shells in the powdered or during the transformation ritual aboard the spirit ship. How should one procure the secondary ones? Must there be some triggering conditions to ascertain their existence? The materials for advancing the magical array and the second-tier ship spirit are quite clear. After devouring the great hound that had been possessed by the malevolent entity, the psychic materials accrued 3 points of progress. The ship's spirit absorbed the dark aberration, gaining 10 growth progress. These two can simply continue to be consumed in the future. Mercury can readily be acquired in the major cities, provided one has the financial means. As for forcibly evolving the ship's spirit by devouring a higher-tier spirit ship, the difficulty and risks involved are substantial, unless absolutely necessary. Zheng Yang would not entertain such an option. Zheng Yang then gazed upon the information regarding the ship spirit. Ship spirit, scaled armor demon insect, larval stage, level 1 growth progress, 10 attack power, weak defense power, weak skills, perception extension, 6 meters, automatic modification, automatic repair. Capabilities, executes certain commands, can be summoned to engage in combat, can grow by consuming psychic substances, and assist the spirit ship in charging. Notes: the scaled armor demon insect is a low-tier insectoid creature residing in an alternate realm, capable of swift flight. The adult scaled armor demon insect possesses a ferocious, bloodthirsty nature, exhibiting considerable biting strength and a degree of defense. However, the larval form merely serves as sustenance for birds, with an additional growth progress. It remains, as ever, a feeble entity. Chapter 18. Lima's clinic. After consuming 2 substantial hamburgers, the emptiness left by the swing of the knife gradually dissipated, and Zheng Yang felt a slight enhancement in his physical condition. This improvement could potentially augment the efficiency of his next utilization of spiritual energy. Could this be the transformation of his bloodline? The effect was both surprising and promising. For the first time, Zheng Yang considered that the spirit vessel might not be such a burden after all. When contemplated, the various advantages it offered were indeed considerable. At the police station, shortly after Zheng Yang and the club members departed, 3 individuals of distinct demeanor arrived. They were led by a middle-aged woman in her 30s, adorned with cascading waves of burgundy hair, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Following her was a young man in his 20s and a man of about 40 to 50 years of age. They moved with an air of urgency and efficiency, their gazes imbued with a scrutinizing quality as they examined their surroundings. Lima, where's the individual you mentioned? The leading woman called out to the quarantine doctor upon entering. Lima rolled her eyes, removed her mask to reveal a face equally striking, and pointed at Desima with irritation. Lofny, can't you see this fully grown person tied up right here? The 2 portly police officers glanced between the newcomers and Lima, repeatedly inquiring, Wait, who are you? Lofny's slender brows furrowed in displeasure, openly expressing her disdain for the 2 rotund figures. The young man accompanying her, with a square face, donned sunglasses even in the dim evening light, and wore a lightweight long coat, his hands adorned with fingerless tactical gloves. He retrieved a notebook from the pocket of his trench coat, nonchalantly flipping it open to present the identification within to the 2 men before him. The gesture was undeniably cool. A driver's license? You are a driver? The young man glanced at the document in his hand, his expression stiffening slightly. Apologies. I've taken the wrong one. He tucked the driver's license away and produced a black identification card, revealing its cover to the 2 police officers, indicating, This is the Special Affairs Bureau, English Division. From this moment forth, this individual and any matters pertaining to him are under our jurisdiction. Richie, escort him away. Vinyl. Proceed with the case handover. Ignoring the 2 officers, Lofny fixed her gaze on Desime for a prolonged moment before instructing her companions. Understood. The young man in the trench coat grasped the rope binding Desime and strode out of the police station toward the vehicle waiting outside. The man in his 40s gestured dismissively at the 2 officers, signaling them to facilitate the handover. It was only then that a clerk within the precinct received word from their superiors, coming to inform the officers that the case had been transferred to the Special Affairs Bureau. Lofny's displeasure became even more evident. As if she were quite vexed by the inefficiency of the police department, Desime was taken away, along with the statements from Zheng Yang and the club's security personnel. In the empty ship's cabin, Zheng Yang practiced with a machete, independently exploring the techniques of power and stance, gradually gaining insights. He realized yet another truth, with careful contemplation. One could progress even in the absence of secrets or guidance. That night, after vanquishing an ominous entity, Zheng Yang anticipated drifting into the dreamscape of a phantom vessel. Alas, such dreams eluded him. Naturally, the encounter had also stripped him of nearly all his savings. As for examinations, they were non-existent. Regarding the wooden sailboat, a product devoid of any notable credentials, how could one possibly prove that Zhang Yang had not pilfered this vessel? With the club's influence, affirming the legitimacy of a client they deemed a wealthy scion should be a trivial matter. Ultimately, Henry was audacious. He had witnessed the affluent young heirs of Innis mingling with Zhang Yang and held no belief that Zhang Yang was merely an underprivileged youth devoid of influential connections. With Henry's fervent assurances, the club's overseers granted him a green light. After all, who among those employed at such establishments had not engaged in a bit of side earning? Mutual support and prosperity were the order of the day. This camaraderie was also why Zhang Yang was willing to invest in Henry's services, as he found himself unable to substantiate his ownership of the sailboat. If he were to pursue it himself, he would have to spend a considerable sum on a 30-day public notice. Only after this period, should no one assert ownership of the vessel, would the authorities provisionally grant him the license. Mr. Zhang Yang, have you received your vaccination? The club inquired, having already settled the payment with Ms. Lima. Henry handed over the license and driver's permit to Zhang Yang, casually inquiring if he required assistance in spray painting the license number conspicuously on the boat for a small fee. Zhang Yang, unwilling to deface the vessel, merely feigned compliance. Regarding the vaccination, he fell silent for a moment, contemplating that although the large dog had attacked him due to its malevolent condition, one could not be certain it did not carry a virus. He then spoke, "Very well. I shall go at once." After Henry departed, Zhang Yang gathered his essential belongings and packed them into his backpack. He then set off from the dock, proceeding to the private clinic of Lima as indicated on the business card. The clinic was not far from the harbor, within a mere 10 minutes of walking. Zhang Yang found himself beneath a charming little building enveloped by trees. By this time, it was approaching noon. Upon entering the clinic, he was intercepted by a lovely young girl at the front desk, adorned with a few playful freckles and dressed in a pink nurse's uniform. "I have an appointment with Ms. Lima for a rabies vaccination," Zhang Yang stated, presenting the business card to the girl, whose uniform he admired with a glint in his eyes. Ms. Lima did indeed schedule such an appointment for the morning, but you have arrived rather late," the girl remarked, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. "It's almost time for lunch, and you come now?" Despite her discontent, she dutifully picked up the phone at the front desk to notify Lima, then guided him to fill out a personal information card before directing him to wait by the medical room door. "My name is Vaya. If you need anything, feel free to come to the front desk," she concluded with a smile. Zhang Yang paused for a moment, instinctively replying, "May I schedule a time to meet you after work?" Vaya, with her ample bosom and lifted chin, remarked, "I do have a boyfriend, and while you possess a certain charm, you are still rather young. Well then, farewell," she added, somewhat offended by his implication of her youth. "How am I small?" The medical room is located on the first floor, at the far left end. As Zhang Yang arrived at the door, Lima descended from the second floor and turned towards him as she approached. "I thought you had given up on treatment," she exclaimed. "The first dose should be administered within 12 hours of exposure to danger, and no later than 24 hours. Lima drew closer, her serious demeanor still visible beneath her mask. Zhang Yang responded with a sincere smile, "Thank you, Ms. Lima." At that moment, a girl burst into the clinic like a gust of wind, clad in her school uniform, her sweet face radiating a lively smile. Upon reaching the staircase, she called out exuberantly, her voice as melodious as a lark. Before racing upstairs, she noticed someone at the medical room's entrance and, upon recognizing her mother, she skipped over instead. "Iva, please go upstairs and do not disturb your mother's work," Lima said, furrowing her brow. Chapter 19. The Extraordinary Powers of the Special Affairs Bureau. The girl named Iva appeared to be about 14. Her fair skin and waist-length blue hair giving her an ethereal, elfin beauty. How peculiar, Zhang Yang mused to himself, sensing an untainted quality about her that filled him with a profound clarity, dispelling any impure thoughts. Seeing that Iva had yet to leave, Lima, with a hint of exasperation, introduced her. "I apologize. This is my daughter, Iva." As they spoke, they entered the medical room, retrieving the prepared vaccine, syringe, and disinfectant cotton. Zhang Yang addressed Iva, who followed closely behind. "Hello, I am Zhang Yang." "Hello." Zhang Yang found her voice melodious, possessing a cleansing effect on the soul. While cooperating with Alima for disinfection and injection, he continued to engage her in conversation. "Are you in school?" "Yes, I am in the 3rd year of middle school." "What about you?" "I have never attended school, but my parents taught me the entire middle school curriculum." Is it possible to learn without school? What do you do then? They gifted me a boat, and I plan to fish for some money first, then embark on a journey around the world. Well, amid their youthful dialogue, the vaccination was swiftly completed. They were instructed to return in 3 days for the second dose, followed by additional doses on the 8th, 15th, and 29th days. Alima did not interrupt her daughter and Zhang Yang's conversation, waiting until the injection was finished to inform Zhang Yang of the subsequent vaccination schedule. So, I must stay in Yingjili port for at least 30 days. Zhang Yang mused thoughtfully. Alima rolled her eyes. What is wrong with staying for a month? At such a young age, do you truly intend to sail your rickety boat around the globe? I believe you should continue your education. At least finish high school or vocational school, for your future to be truly remarkable. Zhang Yang chuckled softly and replied earnestly, that is not a rickety boat, to me. It is the finest vessel in the world. Well, after all, it was a gift from your parents. I should not have spoken so. I apologize. It is of no consequence. So, Ms. Alima, thank you, and I shall see you in 3 days. Eva, farewell. As Zhang Yang bid farewell to Alima, he had yet to exit the clinic when a sleek black car sped towards him, halting abruptly at the entrance. The rear door swung open, and Lofny emerged with a visibly displeased expression, striding straight into the clinic. Following closely behind her were Rich and Viner, who exited from the front seats on either side. Alima and Eva, still lingering at the stairway, observed the commotion at the entrance. What is the matter, Lofny? You didn't inform me of your visit. Alima gently ruffled Eva's hair, encouraging her to ascend the stairs, and then approached Lofny. As Lofny brushed past Zhang Yang, he swallowed hard, his gaze shifting from the striking Lofny to the impeccably cool Rich, contemplating whether he too should adopt a similar style. What is up? Rich turned to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang gestured to compare their heights, realizing he was only slightly shorter and still had room to grow. He mused that donning such attire could also appear rather stylish. Thus, Zhang Yang pointed at Rich's outfit and inquired, where can I procure such attire? Oh, are you referring to my clothing? Rich's interest was piqued immediately as he removed his sunglasses, cheerfully exclaiming, you think it looks cool too, right? Come, I can share with you. Just as Rich was about to lead Zhang Yang outside to discuss their shared interests, Lofny suddenly called out, Rich? The anger in his tone was palpable. Even to Zhang Yang. Rich paused, suddenly remembering the matter at hand. He awkwardly smiled, swiftly producing a business card and pressing it into Zhang Yang's hand, whispering, contact me later. Alima led the three to her office on the second floor, closing the door behind them. Only then did Lofny speak. That guy went berserk during the interrogation last night and bit Mohiri. It has been confirmed that he was tainted by demonic energy, leading to his complete loss of reason. I need your assistance in concocting some secret potions to prevent my colleagues from being infected. You can relay that information to me over the phone. There's no need for you to come in person, especially as you appear unwell. If you are experiencing menstrual irregularities, I can prescribe some medication for you. A teasing smile appeared on Alima's face. Get lost. That guy was wearing a magically enchanted collar on a leash, and we stayed up all night researching, theorizing that he is a rare demon tamer. If that is indeed the case, then the rabid dog in this case could very well be a demon beast. Such a demonic hound, after being injured, could escape into the sea, and if rabies were to mutate under the influence of demonic energy, you, as an expert in secret potions, should be able to foresee the catastrophe it could unleash upon Yingjili. That man is named Dezima and resides in this area. We must delve into his residence to investigate further and hunt down that demonic dog. Furthermore, the boy who managed to injure the demonic hound must also be extraordinary. He may very well be an extraordinary being from the mysterious side. Alima cast a peculiar glance at Richie and remarked, that boy might be the enigmatic extraordinary from the mysterious side. He just left after receiving a vaccination from me. As the trio stood in bewilderment, Alima's expression turned grave as she continued, regarding that demonic hound, have you yet applied for a sacred artifact with purification capabilities? Relying solely on elixirs may not suffice to confront such a widespread calamity. We must eradicate the source entirely. In any case, Alima, you must prepare yourself, for we may soon require an ample supply of elixirs capable of controlling the demonic transformation of rabies. Please concoct a batch for Mohiri. We shall now head to the docks to seek out that boy, and perhaps board his vessel to investigate, followed by a search of the suspected demon tamer's residence. In his recollection, it had been 2 years since Zhang Yang last visited Yingjili port, then merely a fleeting excursion with his parents. Now, with ample time at hand, he was determined to explore the area meticulously. Generally speaking, malevolent entities seldom manifested during daylight to trouble him. The surroundings were bustling with a myriad of vehicles and pedestrians. The streets lined with exotic architecture under which shops displayed a dazzling array of goods, leaving Xingyang in a state of awe. After meandering aimlessly for nearly half an hour, his satellite phone rang, the incoming number striking a familiar chord. Upon answering, he discovered it was the cool young man he had encountered just after leaving the clinic. No wonder the number felt somewhat recognizable. When he had received the man's business card earlier, he had merely glanced at the phone number without committing it to memory, and now he could not recall it. Chapter 20. Reluctant acknowledgement. Rich informed Zhang Yang that his tasks had been completed and expressed his desire to visit him to discuss the matter of appearing impressive. Zhang Yang, having registered his contact number at the clinic, found it unsurprising that Rich had obtained it. He provided Rich with the address, instructing him to meet at the yacht pier and specifically requesting that he refrain from bringing any gifts. After hanging up, Rich, in a state of confusion, remarked, "Is he hinting that I should bring a gift?" Lofany ignored this foolishness, while Viner patted Rich's shoulder in silence. "Do you think gifts come without cost? Since it is ostensibly you who is visiting, the responsibility for gifts undoubtedly falls upon you." Upon observing the three individuals on the shore, Xingyang realized that Rich's visit likely entailed more than a mere discussion about appearing impressive. It was evident that he was merely a subordinate. It was unlikely that he would bring his superior to engage a mere child in such a trivial matter. Indeed, Rich cast Xingyang an apologetic glance, produced his black identification badge to assert his identity, and then stepped back, ceding authority to Lofany. "Mr. Xingyang, I am Lofany. As you can see, peculiar occurrences, such as the transformation of Desi my last night, which we refer to as mysterious side events, fall under our jurisdiction. Regarding the incident with the dog last night, we would like to hear your account of the events once more." Lofany advanced towards Xingyang, continuing, "Additionally, I would like to inspect your vessel to ensure that the dog's carcass is not aboard." Upon hearing Lofany's words, Xingyang displayed not a trace of discontent. Rather, he broke into a wholesome smile and warmly invited them aboard his vessel. He took the initiative to elucidate that this boat had only recently completed its registration and acquired its license. The enigmatic agencies of the mystical realm, even if they themselves are not extraordinary beings, undoubtedly have access to certain esoteric information, if not knowledge itself. Zhang Yang resolved to cultivate a friendship with such individuals. He reiterated the details recorded the previous night and voluntarily opened a concealed compartment beneath the deck to facilitate their inspection, thereby demonstrating that the magical hound had indeed been injured and fled. However, one question lingered. Lofany fixed her gaze upon Zhang Yang and remarked, "According to the information we possess, that rabid dog is, in fact, a magical hound. It must have been summoned through some arcane ritual, allowing an otherworldly spirit to inhabit an ordinary dog. Such a magical hound, even in its nascent stage, should not be easily wounded by an ordinary youth, and yet, you bear no injuries whatsoever. How do you account for that?" Xingyang paused for a moment before solemnly replying, "My blade is exceptionally sharp. Don't be absurd. It is not sharp in the slightest," Lofany retorted, rolling her eyes as she retrieved a cleaver from the compartment. Having observed the blade during Zhang Yang's earlier demonstration, she noted it was an exceedingly ordinary cleaver, the kind typically used for chopping wood on a farm, blunt and heavy, far inferior to the exquisitely sharp knives favored by outdoor enthusiasts. "I possess considerable strength and have trained in combat." Zhang Yang offered another explanation. Lofany nodded in acceptance of the explanation, then abruptly inquired, "So, are you an extraordinary being?" Should I say yes? If I claim to be not, does that mean we cannot be friends? If I assert that I am, how can I demonstrate my extraordinary abilities without revealing the existence of the spirit ship? Merely possessing superior physical qualities hardly qualifies one as extraordinary. Zhang Yang fell into a noticeable silence before ultimately denying, "No, brother, even if you are indeed an extraordinary being, it is of no consequence. Just register with us. As long as you refrain from engaging in illicit activities, it is perfectly acceptable." Richie interjected, "In truth, I am merely aware of the existence of the mysterious realm. Should you wish to introduce me to that circle, I would be most eager." Zhang Yang felt a stirring in his heart and expressed this sentiment. Lofany pondered for a moment, recounting to Zhang Yang what she had previously mentioned to Alima regarding Decime's frenzied attack on a colleague, as well as the potential for a mutated virus outbreak due to the escape of that demonic hound. After all, Zhang Yang had already witnessed Decime's transformation. Even if he were an ordinary person, His awareness of the mysterious realm rendered further knowledge inconsequential. Moreover, her intuition suggested that, regardless of whether Zheng Yang was extraordinary, he undoubtedly had ties to the mysterious side. At that moment, she earnestly hoped Zheng Yang was indeed extraordinary. If you have already slain that demonic hound and disposed of its remains, we need not make a grand show to address this matter. Lofini concluded with a hint of optimism. We are about to search Decime's residence. If you are an extraordinary being, you would be eligible to accept my invitation and accompany us. Zheng Yang found himself in a state of inner turmoil. This was an opportunity to delve into the enigmatic realm of the mysterious circle, and he earnestly desired to accompany the three individuals in their search for Decime's residence. However, he harbored concerns that the woman might be deceiving him. The spirit vessel was his most sacred secret, and instinctively, he was disinclined to disclose it. I apologize. I have indeed heard of the mysterious side and yearn to enter that world, yet I have yet to find the opportunity. Very well. Should a similar situation arise in the future, feel free to call Richie to inform us. With that, Lofni departed, and Richie found himself with no chance to discuss the matter of pretense with Zheng Yang, as the three hastened to Decime's dwelling. Alone on the vessel, Zheng Yang pondered for quite some time, ultimately deciding to safeguard the secret of the spirit vessel. The travelogue he possessed indicated that the scrolls for transforming spirit vessels were exceedingly rare, with successful transformations being even scarcer. Thus, they could not possibly be abundant. The travelogue itself was evidently ancient, its origins lost to time, suggesting that in this present age, spirit vessels should be even more elusive. Zheng Yang wished to avoid attracting the attention of those with nefarious intentions or ulterior motives. Resolute in his decision, Zheng Yang ceased his indecision. Knowing that Richie and Lofni were both official representatives of the mysterious side, he understood that opportunities for future encounters would inevitably arise. At that moment, Richie sent Zheng Yang a text message, informing him that he could procure the desired items from an online shopping platform. Having experience with mobile banking and drawing upon knowledge from his past life, Zheng Yang seized the opportunity to explore the myriad online applications of this world. Transactions, shopping, auctions, news, information gathering, and social interactions, each function of the internet captivated Zheng Yang, quickly ensnaring him in a web of fascination from which he found it difficult to extricate himself. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have swiftly passed. During this time, rain fell for 2 consecutive days. Zheng Yang, apart from daily visits to the security office to recharge, remained ensconced aboard the vessel, immersed in the vastness of the internet, undisturbed by any visitors. He registered and activated his own social media account, indulging in online shopping for a portable gas stove and a case containing 24 canisters of butane, a second-hand sea fishing rod, and a large net, depleting the last few hundred gold shields in his possession. Chapter 21. Awakening of the Bloodline. After receiving his vaccination tomorrow, he would set sail for fishing. If he could catch a bluefin tuna, it could fetch him several 100,000 gold shields. Zheng Yang glanced at the scant gold shields remaining in his account and continued to browse through posts from fellow sea fishing enthusiasts. At that moment, he received a call from a local landline. Hello, Mr. Zheng Yang. This is Vaya from the Alima Private Clinic. The gentle voice on the other end evoked the image of a beautiful face adorned with a few playful freckles. Zheng Yang pulled his thoughts away from the posts and rubbed his forehead, saying, Vaya, have you agreed to go on a date with me? How could that be possible? Vaya's tone was laced with disbelief. I am merely reminding you to come in for your vaccination tomorrow morning. All right, I shall be there. The following morning, just past 9 o'clock, Zheng Yang arrived at the Alima clinic, bearing a dried sea fish and a fresh one as gifts. Alima, as before, administered the vaccine to Zheng Yang. However, this was not the conclusion of the matter. She produced another vial containing a luminous green liquid and remarked, You have been in contact with Lofini and the others. According to the information they provided, that rabid dog had already been infected and transformed into a demonic hound, potentially carrying a rabies virus that could lead to demonic mutations. The consequences of such a viral mutation could result in a catastrophic breakdown of the genetic chain, leading to death, or a genetic aberration akin to Decime, transforming into a mindless beast. For such mutated viruses, conventional vaccines are insufficient to inhibit their proliferation. Therefore, I have concocted a special antidote for you. Along with the 2 doses of vaccine you have already received, the subsequent 3 doses will not be necessary. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yang expressed his gratitude, saying, I cannot thank you enough, Lady Alima. However, she warned him, for the next 7 days, You must come for a daily genetic stability check. As the vial's contents were injected into Zheng Yang's bicep, he felt a slight heaviness in his head and soon became aware that the newly injected serum was inciting some peculiar changes within his body. Is it effective so swiftly? Zheng Yang furrowed his brow and bid farewell to Alima. She was preoccupied with tidying her belongings and did not notice his unusual behavior, responding only with a brief acknowledgement as he departed the medical room. Could it be that Alima and Lofini are conspiring against me? Zheng Yang's teeth nearly ground to dust as he struggled to endure the excruciating pain. The verdant potion evidently awakened a latent factor within, igniting a fierce clash akin to an army of 1,000 horses. As the tumultuous battle raged, Zheng Yang sensed an additional surge of power emanating from the depths of his bloodline, joining the fray. Suddenly, the conflict escalated into a chaotic melee involving 3 factions. With a pained cry, Zheng Yang summoned the spiritual energy of his vessel to suppress the tumultuous forces. This provided a measure of relief. Yet the 3 powers continued to clash relentlessly. The reserves of spiritual energy dwindled gradually. In a moment of desperation, Zheng Yang ignited himself, flames erupting from his hands, only to be swiftly quelled. However, before he could act, these emotions and thoughts were instantly extracted by the spirit vessel, clearing his mind. In the next instant, the vessel's formation materialized, enveloping Zheng Yang in a silvery glow while transmitting a force. This force was not spiritual energy but a different kind of influence, an interventional power, which Zheng Yang recognized as stemming from the vessel's formation and the ritual conducted during its transformation. This formidable force rapidly crushed the contending powers within Zheng Yang into nothingness, subsequently guiding them to harmoniously coexist. Ultimately, it even allocated a portion of its own strength, using it as a foundation to completely amalgamate the 3 powers, reintegrating them deep within Zheng Yang's bloodline. A chilling realization struck him. He vowed never to allow anyone to inject substances recklessly into his body again. Absolutely not. Despite the apparent gains from this ordeal, Zheng Yang remained haunted by the experience. The entire process transpired entirely beyond his control, including the intervention of the spirit vessel's power at the end. Although Zheng Yang felt as if the spirit vessel were an extension of his own body, that force remained beyond his command. It was a helpless submission to fate, a state of extreme passivity that filled him with trepidation. Once he regained his composure, Zheng Yang began to contemplate the gains brought about by this transformation. He swung his fists a few times, stretching his limbs, and felt an overall enhancement in his physical prowess, at least doubling his previous capabilities. What could this be? A manifestation of the 9-yin white bone claw, or perhaps akin to Wolverine's transformation? Zheng Yang stared blankly at his claws, recalling the changes he had witnessed that night in Dezimai, unsure of what emotions churned within him. What kind of monster have I become? However, nurtured by the myriad experiences of his past life, Zheng Yang did not resist this transformation. His canines could elongate, yet he had no desire to utilize them. He gestured with the bone blade. Though not as long as a cleaver, it was more than sufficient for disemboweling. From now on, he could forego even carrying a small knife when going out. Subsequently, Zheng Yang focused his mind and retracted his claws, reflecting for a moment. He then raised his right hand, and a flame erupted spontaneously from his palm, causing the temperature in the cabin to rise swiftly. Is this the power of the bloodline of the shaman? As Zheng Yang sensed a thread of energy extracting from his bloodline, it transformed into the flame upon his palm. He also attempted to invoke spiritual energy as a substitute, discovering that the effect remained unchanged. Spiritual energy could similarly ignite flames. Thorn flames. The first magical seal awakened alongside the shaman's bloodline. At that moment, within Zheng Yang's mental realm, a burning ring of thorns emerged, adorned with dense incantations and intricate patterns that coalesced into a magical seal. With the flames extinguished, Zheng Yang activated the information interface, revealing an additional section of character information adjacent to the basic details. Chapter 22. Mutated Bloodline Character Information. Identity. Owner of the Spirit Ship Level. Extraordinary Level 1 Bloodline. Mutated which bloodline? Nascent. Abilities. Summon Spirit Ship Spirit of the ship. Werewolf Transformation. Doubling strength under the moonlight. Thorn Burning Remarks. The nascent bloodline power is feeble, yet under the continuous modification of the spirit ship, it harbors boundless potential. The information was quite elementary, lacking even the mention of Zheng Yang's 2 combat skills. After a brief glance, Zheng Yang closed the information interface and began meticulously sorting through the changes brought about by his bloodline awakening. Although much of it consisted of speculative reasoning to ensure coherence, he endeavored to organize his thoughts. Firstly, he was undergoing a gradual transformation of his bloodline, genes, under the influence of the spirit ship. However, it was evident that the witch bloodline would not manifest in the short term. The previous encounter with the demonic hound had confirmed that Zhang Yang had contracted a mutated rabies virus of the demonized variety. Due to the ongoing modifications from the spirit ship, this virus lay dormant within him, unlike the situation with Desime, and might eventually be purified or even devoured by the ship. Yet, the potion from Alima's hands had an uncertain effect, possibly exacerbating the virus's outbreak within Zhang Yang's body, creating a conflict with Alima's special elixir. This intense clash inflicted further stimulation on Zhang Yang's physique, awakening another force deep within his bloodline, which could either be the witch bloodline or another lineage of power. It was something that had long been concealed within Zhang Yang, rather than a product of the transformative influence of the spirit ship's original witch bloodline. However, it had remained too diluted to awaken. Now, stimulated by external forces, it boldly joined the fray, turning the battle into a chaotic three-way conflict. Subsequently, the power of the spirit ship, observing the exhaustion of the three factions with a sly demeanor, unexpectedly emerged with a formidable weapon, stunning them all, and then masqueraded as a benevolent force to encourage dialogue among the parties. Ultimately, the spirit ship's power, finding the three factions rather appealing, abandoned the mediation and instead divided its strength to devour the three forces, condensing it into Zhang Yang's mutated bloodline. Zhang Yang was compelled to ponder the fact that this body's bloodline had inherited a trace of extraordinary power. Was it derived from his paternal or maternal lineage? Moreover, the Thorn of Fire seal evidently awakened from this inherited bloodline. In his memory, his mother was a stunning blonde, blue-eyed beauty, while he himself had inherited his father's black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin, with only a slight hint of Western features. At that moment, Zhang Yang could not suppress his curiosity regarding the family of his parents. In his recollection, they had never displayed any extraordinary abilities, perhaps due to a lack of awakening. Furthermore, his parents had never mentioned any information regarding their respective families. Could there be some extraordinary background concealed within? Unable to arrive at a conclusion, Zhang Yang shook his head and activated the spirit ship's information once more. Ship spirit, scaled armored worm, larval stage, level 1 growth progress, 17 attack power, weak defense power, weak skills, perception extension, 6 meters, automatic transformation. Automatic repair abilities, capable of executing certain commands, can be summoned to participate in battle, can grow by devouring spiritual energy substances and assist in energizing the spirit ship. Remarks. Omitted. The sudden increase of 7 percentage points in growth progress was due to the dark emotions unleashed during the genetic alteration by the mutated rabies virus, which had been consumed by the ship's spirit. Consequently, Zhang Yang experienced a seamless fusion with a bloodline akin to that of a werewolf, gaining a mutated heritage without any adverse effects. Had the ship's spirit not absorbed those negative emotions, he might have succumbed to irrationality, much like Desime during his transformation. If Lofny were to inquire whether he was an extraordinary being, he could now confidently affirm it, as the mere presence of a thorny burning sigil suffices to substantiate his claims without revealing the spirit ship. Henceforth, he could even forego the need for a lighter when venturing out. As Zhang Yang familiarized himself with his newfound abilities, the clock insidiously crept towards noon, and a wave of hunger swept through his body. He then retrieved a portable gas stove and filled it with butane to prepare a meal. Below the deck at the bow, the fish hold contained several fresh sea fish, ranging from a few to over 10 pounds, caught during his journey across the sea from the small island. He had recently dispatched a hefty grouper weighing over 10 pounds, and even though he had not entirely alleviated the discomfort induced by the fish monster, he devoured it with gusto. Since awakening his bloodline and becoming an extraordinary being, albeit at the first level, his appetite had indeed surged significantly. Upon leaving the clinic, it seemed that Wei Ye had uttered something to me. As soon as the call connected, Wei Ye's gentle voice resonated. Zhang Yang inquired, "Wei Ye, what did you say earlier?" "I apologize. I didn't catch it." "Oh. So no more injections are needed?" "I understand," Elima informed me. "The sea fish is delicious? Did you all cook it for lunch?" "Eva enjoys it. I shall deliver 2 more tomorrow. No need for thanks. After all, they were caught by me, and I cannot consume them all." In the afternoon, Zhang Yang frolicked about the dock, continuing to adapt to his suddenly enhanced physical prowess. ensuring that he would not inadvertently crush a butane canister again. As evening approached, an unexpected guest arrived. Richie stood on the dock, hands behind his back, facing the sunset over the sea, his face slightly tilted upward behind his sunglasses. Attempting to appear as cool as possible, he remarked, "How does this pose look? Quickly capture it for me. I wish to upload it to my profile." Zheng Yang snapped a series of photographs while retorting, "You didn't call ahead to inform me of your visit. I was merely concerned you would remind me not to bring a gift." Richie flicked the hem of his trench coat and assumed another pose for Zheng Yang to capture, continuing, "I merely thought to come to the dock to admire the scenery. Little did I expect to find you aboard. By the way, have you procured the trench coat and sunglasses? Also, the black boots, tactical gloves, high-neck sweater, and tactical trousers. Listen to me. When you don this attire, and we stride behind Lofny together, we shall appear even more impressive." Zheng Yang found himself somewhat perplexed. Why should he walk behind Lofny? Did she intend to recruit him as a subordinate, sending Richie to mislead him? Had they indeed confirmed his status as an extraordinary being? It was utterly insincere. They hadn't even brought a gift. He resolutely refused to acquiesce. Zheng Yang shifted the topic. "Did you have any findings during your last search of Decimai's residence?" "Of course." Richie ceased his nonchalant demeanor, glanced around, and gestured for Zheng Yang to come closer to speak. "This matter was not something I should disclose to you, but since you already know some details, I will share a secret. We discovered a ritual site in that guy's basement, indicating he had engaged in some form of malevolent summoning." "Is that all?" Zheng Yang inquired, looking at Richie with curiosity. Given your current status, that's all I can tell you." Richie exhibited a knowing expression, refusing to reveal the true extent of their findings. Zheng Yang became increasingly convinced that Richie was merely attempting to lure him into their fold. With a deep sigh, he declared, "All right, I shall join." Richie appeared utterly bewildered. Join what? Chapter 23. The disappearance of Decimai. Zheng Yang realized he had been overthinking. Richie was simply displeased that Vinyl was affecting his cool image. Imagining how splendid it would be to replace Vinyl with Zheng Yang so they could present a united front behind Lofny, exuding an air of authority among the trio. "What exactly are you here for?" Zheng Yang asked, exasperated, opting for directness. After a brief silence, Richie replied, "Very well. I am here to confirm if you truly are not an extraordinary being. What distinguishes this from is not. Lofini believes you are. If you truly possess extraordinary capabilities, we require you to register certain information, such as your abilities and approximate power level. This will facilitate the exclusion of your suspicion in the event of any malevolent, mysterious incidents in the future, and we may seek your collaboration if necessary. However, if your abilities and power levels are disclosed, would it not become exceedingly easy for adversaries to target you?" Suddenly, Zheng Yang summoned a hint of spiritual energy, using his right palm as a blade, spinning like a top and slashing at Richie. Startled, Richie took a half-step back to evade. Seizing the momentum, Zheng Yang advanced and struck downward. Richie raised his hands, crossing them in front of himself, and met Zheng Yang's force head-on, using the impact to leap back nearly 2 meters. Upon landing, he elegantly flicked the hem of his trench coat and performed a graceful spin, brandishing a pair of gleaming desert eagles aimed directly at Zheng Yang. "I wield a knife. Does this strength qualify as extraordinary?" Zheng Yang inquired eagerly, eyeing Richie's firearms. After a moment of hesitation, Richie replied, "Is this all you have? Your strength equates to that of 3 ordinary adults, combined with your blade, amounts to the power of 5 individuals. However, without truly mastering spiritual energy, this does not qualify you as extraordinary. Mastering spiritual energy is the hallmark of an extraordinary being?" Zheng Yang shrugged and replied, "Then it seems I am not one. What about you? Do you possess any extraordinary abilities?" This inquiry was rather audacious, but Zheng Yang was unfazed. After all, the other party had persistently probed into his capabilities, so why should he not inquire about theirs? Zheng Yang fixed his gaze upon Richie, an instinct whispering that this fellow was not entirely truthful. Aside from wielding an enchanted firearm, he surely possessed genuine extraordinary abilities. Everyone was holding back, a perfect stalemate. However, Zheng Yang found himself coveting the enchanted pistol in Richie's possession. Just moments ago, as Richie holstered his weapon, Zheng Yang discerned that it was secured at his lower back on both sides. Noticing Richie's reluctance to divulge information about the gun, Zheng Yang inquired, "Where can one procure such a pistol and its ammunition?" Richie deftly deflected the question, remarking, "Your sailboat must be quite expensive, huh? I truly envy those of you with wealth. You can indulge in any whim." Zheng Yang's lips twitched in irritation. If you can unearth 5 gold shields from my person or my accounts, consider it a victory. As Richie watched Zheng Yang's silhouette fade into the cabin, a subtle smile graced his lips. Cunning little fox, you will inevitably reveal your true nature. Night enveloped the port of Yingjili, the moon less full than in previous nights. Yet the city's lights rendered the harbor vibrant. Consequently, the streets near the dock buzzed with an energy that rivaled daytime, perhaps even outshining it. The area was a kaleidoscope of revelry, with scantily clad women aplenty and inebriated men staggering about. In a secluded bar, distanced from the wharf, the dancers' fervent performances ignited exuberance among the patrons, their cheers rising and falling like waves. Even those who inadvertently wandered near would instinctively sidestep this booth and hastily retreat. Within that booth, 3 individuals engaged in conversation. The ritual of Dezime had succeeded, yet unforeseen complications had arisen. Had he conducted the soul transitioning ceremony on himself? It is said that he has received the holy body. No, I have inquired thoroughly. He merely conducted a summoning ritual to invoke a spirit into his dog. However, that spirit underwent a mutation within the dog, resulting in a source of contamination. He became infected with a mutated rabies virus, which manifests during episodes akin to a werewolf transformation, leading to a loss of rationality and a frenzied bloodlust. Could it be that this mutated virus is a form of demonic transformation? It must indeed be the essence of a werewolf. The so-called lineage is nothing more than a matter of genetics. This demonic rabies virus alters the genes of a normal human, thereby creating a werewolf lineage, perfectly aligning with one of our theoretical foundations of transformation. Yet, this infectious form of transformation leads to a complete loss of reason, rendering one uncontrollable. Outside the booth, the ambience was rife with noise, yet within, an extraordinary silence prevailed, broken only by the prolonged discourse among the 3. Upon their conclusion, a middle-aged gentleman adorned with spectacles and a gentlemanly demeanor tapped his cane upon the ground, dissolving an invisible barrier. Only then did the cacophony of the bar permeate their secluded space. As people glanced over, they no longer instinctively overlooked the presence of the trio. As the night deepened, the streets of the port quieted somewhat. The ladies of the night, having settled their prices with their suitors, departed, while a drunken man lay curled on a bench, murmuring incoherently. In the basement of the Special Affairs Bureau, Desm remained confined. Individuals like him, who were uncontrollable and pose a significant threat, faced the grim prospect of being sent to designated facilities as research subjects, rarely to see the light of freedom again. A solitary mosquito drifted into the Special Affairs Bureau, gradually approaching the robust guards stationed at the entrance. A peculiar, rhythmic buzzing sound reached the ears of the cloaked figure, gradually easing his demeanor. His eyelids drooped, and a vacant gaze slowly opened the grand door. The mosquito departed from the threshold, delving deeper within. Each checkpoint was personally unlatched by its respective guardian, rendering the dungeon that held Dezime utterly accessible. Dezime had vanished. The surveillance indicated that the guards had personally opened 5 protective gates to release him. However, these sentinels remained oblivious to the transformation occurring within themselves. Chapter 24. Sea fishing. Did you hear the sound of the mosquito? What transpired afterward eludes your memory. Lofny inquired sternly, interrogating the guards, and the outcome left her in a state of profound discontent. It was evident, without further deliberation, that an extraordinary being from the enigmatic side had intervened. The accursed hellhound had yet to be located, and now Dezime had been taken. What was the objective of the assailants? Our strength is insufficient to confront such a predicament. I recommend seeking assistance from headquarters, Benarl murmured. Lofny, in a state of agitation, paced restlessly. In the absence of any tangible leads and confirmation of a threat, requesting aid from headquarters will yield no response. Nonetheless, this incident must be reported in detail, in hopes of garnering attention. Furthermore, Benarl, you are to engage with the Arcane Society and exchange information. I need to ascertain the identity of that mosquito. What is the status of Mohiri? Before dawn, Zheng Yang had already set sail from the harbor, heading toward a renowned fishing area 20 nautical miles away. Someone had claimed in a forum to have caught a giant bluefin tuna there, and Zhang Yang wished to try his luck as well. A gentle southeast breeze of level 3 guided the vessel southwest, the wind proving quite favorable. As the first light of dawn emerged, the sailing journey had only just surpassed its midpoint. Zheng Yang continued to watch online videos and technical explanations about tuna fishing. Lacking underwater detection equipment and lifting gear, As well as a spacious hold or cold storage to accommodate large catches, he was equipped merely with a second-hand sea fishing rod and a net measuring over 10 meters. After 2 consecutive days of rain, the weather had turned splendid with sunshine and gentle winds yesterday and today, attracting many enthusiasts like Zheng Yang to this renowned fishing area. Yet, they were scattered across the vast ocean, not easily discernible. As Zheng Yang approached his target fishing grounds, he encountered a medium-sized fishing boat searching for schools of fish, manned by merely 6 fellow anglers. They greeted Zheng Yang from a distance, astonished by the sophistication of his sailing craft for fishing, but hastened away to pursue fish leads. Zheng Yang chose to remain, lowering his sails and letting out the line. From his hold, he retrieved a herring approximately 30 centimeters long as live bait. Pondering that such a sizable bait could only entice larger fish, standing idly at the bow for an hour without any sign of a catch, impatience began to creep in, and he contemplated reeling in the line to check if the bait still lingered. What a renowned fishing area it was, merely a facade. After enduring another half-hour of fruitless waiting, Zheng Yang pulled out an unidentified sea fish from his hold. With a swift motion, the 4 rigid spines of his right hand transformed into scythe-like blades, effortlessly slicing the fish into a dozen pieces before casting them into the sea. Let us hope this does not attract any sharks. In any case, with no energy costs incurred, even if one were to earn a few hundred a day, it would accumulate to several thousand in savings by the end of the month. This thought brought a sense of optimism to Zheng Yang. Even if he did not catch any large fish, it seemed he could still profit. That scoundrel Entz was indeed astute. Whether it was due to Zheng Yang's earlier actions or mere coincidence, moments later, the fishing rod bent sharply as the reel began to spin rapidly, line being drawn out at an astonishing speed. Here it comes, Zheng Yang rejoiced, as he assessed the force of the pull, determining that the fish weighed well over 100 pounds. With Zheng Yang's exceptional physique, even he struggled for nearly an hour, the sailboat being dragged far from its original position. At last, he managed to bring the exhausted fish close to the surface. Through the perception of his vessel, Zheng Yang quickly recognized that he had indeed caught a tuna, though not the prized bluefin, rather a yellowfin. Judging by its size, it likely weighed around 150 pounds. The value of yellowfin tuna in this world was not as high as in Zheng Yang's former life. He estimated it could sell for no more than 20,000 gold shields. Naturally, he refrained from hauling the fish onto the sailboat. Instead, he opened the net and lowered it, ensnaring the tuna, and then pulled the rope to gather the net into a pocket shape. Subsequently, Zheng Yang secured the rope with a knot to the anchor hook on the side of the boat, dragging it alongside. It is said that where one tuna is found, there is often a second. Noticing that there was still ample time, Zheng Yang cast his line once more. Just then, a commotion erupted on the water several dozen meters away, capturing Zheng Yang's attention. Upon closer inspection, he observed a multitude of fish leaping chaotically from the surface, filling him with exhilaration. This phenomenon heralds the likely presence of a school of tuna hunting beneath the surface. In the distance, 3 fishing vessels pursue the school, their engines roar echoing across the water. A flicker of inspiration strikes Zheng Yang. As his psychic energy ebbs, the adjacent winch whirs to life, swiftly raising the triangular sail. The helm follows suit, rotating several times as the sailboat's bow is deftly oriented towards the fish. After traversing a mere 10 meters, Zheng Yang perceives a dense mass of fish coalescing into a torrent, darting swiftly beneath the surface, only to scatter like startled birds, then rapidly regroup. Beside the bow, the yellowfin tuna in the net, sensing the abundance of sustenance nearby, musters a flicker of strength, thrashing desperately for a moment. Zheng Yang's line remains submerged, the short distance proving inconsequential. The fishing rod soon bends sharply once more, releasing line with alacrity. The force, though slightly less than the previous catch, suggests the fish weighs around 120 pounds. Zheng Yang, filled with delight, wrestles with the mighty creature while issuing commands to lower the sail. By this time, the school of fish has long since vanished, and the 3 fishing vessels are nowhere to be seen. It remains uncertain whether they have made any capture. Zheng Yang surmises they likely have yet to strike, as the boats were evidently maneuvering to position themselves ahead of the school for optimal casting. As the large fish enters his perceptual range, a twinge of disappointment washes over him. Yet another yellowfin. However, reflecting on the fortune of landing 200-pound giants in a single outing, he recognizes the need for gratitude. Such luck is not commonplace. It is not merely a matter of anchoring in one spot to encounter a school of fish. Many who chase after large catches often return empty-handed after days of fruitless searching. Chapter 25. Selling fish. Have you caught yellowfin tuna? How large? Enters inquired eagerly upon hearing Zheng Yang's words. My grandfather's birthday is approaching, and we are hosting a grand banquet, so we are in need of a sizable tuna. What a coincidence. However, at that moment, Zheng Yang called Enters, not merely to boast, but also with the intention of leveraging his connections to sell two tuna, thus ensuring he wouldn't be excessively exploited. Zheng Yang stated this plainly. Enters, astonished, raised his voice by 20 decibels. Two? Did you catch them all by yourself? This is simply unbelievable. Wait, yellowfin? Are you certain it's not bluefin? It is indeed yellowfin, Zheng Yang affirmed. Enters fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, he replied, I apologize, Zheng, but I am looking for bluefin, just one weighing around 100 pounds. Enters' dismissive reaction to Zheng Yang's yellowfin left him speechless. This infernal wealthy individual only desired the expensive. Zheng Yang then inquired whether Enters had any connections to assist in selling the two yellowfin tuna. After a moment of contemplation, Enters informed Zheng Yang that his family members were not in the area and that assistance in handling the two tuna would require individuals from elsewhere, incurring considerable intermediary costs. From his words, Zheng Yang discerned that Enters held little regard for the profit from these two yellowfin and was reluctant to take on the task. Zheng, would you like to attend my grandfather's birthday banquet? It will take place next Friday, and many aristocrats and celebrities will be present, providing you with an opportunity to meet people and expand your network. Certainly, Zhang. Welcome to Boston. The fish can be sold directly to the port merchants, who then leverage their connections to reach the end consumers, resulting in a significant disparity between the processing price and the market price. In the case of bluefin tuna, one could also opt for auctioning. By the way, Henry is quite fond of acting as an intermediary. Perhaps you could inquire whether he possesses better channels than the fish merchants. Zhang Yang promptly dialed the satellite phone once more. Henry is known for his quick response, believing that even if the person on the other end is an insurance salesman, with the right opportunity and proper execution, it could lead to fruitful collaborations and gains. Upon hearing that Zheng Yang had caught two giant yellowfin tuna, each weighing over 100 pounds, and was towing them to the port, he eagerly exclaimed, I have a channel, Mr. Zheng, trust me. I know a gentleman who runs a high-end chain restaurant. He will undoubtedly offer a fair price. Is it best to sell directly to the end buyer? If so, I leave it to you, my friend. I anticipate arriving at the port in approximately 2.5 hours, and I certainly hope to finalize the transaction upon arrival. I have no desire to incur additional expenses for cold storage. Rest assured, they dispatch refrigerated delivery trucks daily for seafood distribution, even if freezing is required. They will handle it. They have a comprehensive quality control system that begins at the source, making it impossible for you to intervene. Having resolved the buyer's concerns, Zhang Yang adjusted the sails and corrected the course, subsequently observing the condition of the two tuna through keen perception. Tuna cannot breathe autonomously. They must continuously swim at high speeds to allow seawater to flow over their gills, thereby obtaining oxygen through this passive filtration method. Thus, the incessantly swimming tuna, throughout its life, possesses a remarkable flavor. Once caught, the two tunas brought up by Zheng Yang were utterly exhausted, although they remained submerged in seawater. The sluggish pace of the sailboat failed to provide sufficient oxygen. While they were not in immediate danger of asphyxiation, they remained in a state of hypoxia, incapable of recovering their strength. This was fortuitous, as it prevented them from thrashing about and causing chaos. However, the presence of these sizable fish noticeably impeded the sailboat's speed, creating considerable resistance in the water. In a previous life, such large fish would have fetched nearly double the price. Yet, Zheng Yang promptly agreed to the current offer. This price exceeded what he would have received from fish merchants by 90 gold shields. Collectively, the two tunas would yield Zheng Yang over 50,000 gold shields. And after deducting Henry's tip and taxes, he would net around 45,000 gold shields. The total weight of the two tunas was 140 kilograms. And after accounting for taxes and tips, Zheng Yang's earnings would exceed 48,000 gold shields. The grand renovation plan was finalized on the first night upon reaching the harbor, and the suppliers for materials and equipment were selected during those 3 days of online indulgence. At this point, Zheng Yang could simply focus on placing orders. Ultimately, for the engine selection, Zheng Yang opted for 360 V10 horsepower short-shaft electric outboard motors, minimizing modifications to the vessel's interior, coupled with expandable solar panels and a high-capacity battery system. This setup would adequately meet the sailboat's daily electrical needs and occasional mechanical power requirements. In the future, solar energy would be harnessed during the day, while spiritual energy would be utilized at night, ensuring no aspect would be neglected. Having a modest sum of money left, he decided to purchase a compact shipboard thermoelectric freshwater collection and purification system, ensuring he would no longer fret over freshwater supply. This time, he made a substantial investment, acquiring a 24-square-meter expandable solar panel, a high-capacity battery set, and 3 powerful electric paddle engines, which altogether exceeded 40,000 gold shields. He then ordered a foldable sofa bed, a coffee table, several cabinets, benches, electric cooking appliances, an electric water heater, an automated water supply system, tempered glass windows, curtains, lighting fixtures, and essential plumbing hardware, culminating in the addition of a freshwater collector. The bed was deemed unnecessary, as the foldable sofa bed sufficed. There was no shipboard satellite positioning or navigation system, no satellite television, refrigerator, or air conditioning. Everything remained delightfully simplistic, given the vessel's limited size. Having expended his funds, Zhang Yang noted the time was already past 4 in the afternoon. Remembering that he had yet to visit the A Lima clinic for a checkup, and recalling his promise to deliver 2 sea fish to the clinic as he had mentioned to Wei Ya the day before, he grabbed a small net bag, fished out a large salmon, and took a dried cod before departing the dock towards the clinic. Chapter 26. Admission. Occult Society. I am late only because I had matters to attend to, certainly not to mooch dinner. Zheng Yang mused as he stood at the reception desk of the clinic. 1 fresh and 1 dried sea fish had already been handed to Wei Ya for the kitchen, and A Lima graciously invited Zheng Yang to wait a moment before joining them for dinner. After inquiring about his feelings following yesterday's injection, A Lima led Zheng Yang into the medical room, where she examined his pupils, hair, and teeth. Did it hurt terribly? He retorted. Zheng Yang shook his head, saying no. I feel perfectly fine. Alima, there's no need to examine my genes. You know, some individuals prefer not to have their genetic information disclosed. Since this is a test of genetic stability, the bloodline of the witch will undoubtedly reveal traits that deviate from normal genes. I certainly do not wish to expose my genetic makeup. Although I speak in a consultative tone, I have firmly decided against cooperation. Initially, Alima appeared unfazed, but upon hearing his final remark, she paused momentarily, turning her gaze towards Zheng Yang for several seconds before replying. Is there an issue with your lineage? It seems you are indeed an extraordinary being. Zheng Yang was taken aback. Are you being so categorical? Not wanting to undergo a genetic test makes one an extraordinary being? Alima, are you aware of the mystical side and extraordinary beings? He recalled his first encounter with Lofini and others when he came for an injection, and a sense of understanding washed over him. Alima softened her expression, smiling as she said, I also belong to the mystical side, specifically to the ancient alchemical secret medicine faction. Zheng Yang was suddenly struck by the realization that it seemed as though the mystical side was pervasive. Lofini has spoken to me about you. Her instincts are typically quite accurate, and she has always believed you to be extraordinary, albeit lacking evidence. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Alima's eyes as she continued. Lofini and I share the same mentor. She excels in enchantment. In exchange, I have divulged our respective information to you. So shouldn't you also be forthcoming? It dawned on Zheng Yang that Rich's enchanted pistol and ammunition had been provided by Lofini. He felt a surge of excitement, contemplating the prospect of acquiring an enchanted pistol for himself. Denying the present circumstances now seems rather futile. These individuals do not appear to harbor ill intentions. Rather, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity to engage with them, to immerse oneself in their circle, and to gather knowledge of the arcane. With a firm resolution in his heart, Zheng Yang smiled and declared, Very well, I confess. Subsequently, he extended his right hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together to ignite a small flame that danced at his fingertip. He found it quite impressive and wondered if the clumsy Richie could achieve such a feat magical incantation. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Alima's eyes as she inquired eagerly, To what extent can you perform it? Approximately a flame of this size. Zheng Yang gestured to indicate a square meter, conservatively disclosing only 30% of his capabilities. What else? Nothing more. Alima nodded, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. You have mastered the rudimentary power of incantations and demonstrated considerable prowess in close combat. It seems you are indeed a successor of the demon hunters. Have I guessed correctly? Zheng Yang displayed an innocently earnest expression, exclaiming, Alima, you have seen through me. Alima chuckled softly. This fellow is indeed cunning. Given Zheng Yang's previous tendency to conceal his true nature, It is improbable that he is as simple-minded as he pretends. Alima understood that Zheng Yang was certainly holding back, yet she chose not to press further. Having confirmed Zheng Yang's identity as an extraordinary being and uncovered a characteristic of his abilities, she had already exceeded her initial objective. As for any additional powers Zheng Yang may possess, such revelations would naturally unfold in due time, for no one would reveal all their strengths at once. It is wise to keep a trump card hidden. It seems that the infernal hound did not manage to escape after all. However, at the break of dawn today, Desime was abducted by a mysterious individual of unknown identity. If the virus he carries falls into the hands of those with malicious intent, the catastrophe in Yingjili will be inescapable. Alima has devised yet another verbal trap. Nevertheless, this time Zheng Yang would not be deceived, with piercing clarity in his eyes. He declared, Alima, that monstrous hound truly ran away on its own. Alima scrutinized him intently, and upon seeing Zheng Yang's unwavering conviction, uncertainty crept into her mind. Could it genuinely have escaped? What a predicament! Zheng Yang's eyes darted thoughtfully, and he inquired, Alima, may I obtain an enchanted pistol like riches? Alima gestured for him to follow as she stepped out of the medical room, stating, that depends on your performance. You must prove to Lofni that you are worthy of receiving an enchanted pistol from her. How shall I demonstrate that? For instance, by locating that accursed hound and eliminating it. Decime's transformation is sufficient evidence that the hound harbors a mutated virus, one that can infect all it encounters. Of course, having injected the secret potion, you now possess antibodies. As long as you are not bitten, there is no need for concern regarding infection. Furthermore, fire-based spells naturally counteract dark forces, effectively purifying their very essence. Alternatively, you could uncover the identity and motives of the person who took Desime. Lofni and the others have inquired with the Occult Society, which has denied any involvement in this matter. You are unaware of the Occult Society? Did your instructor not mention it to you? Alima turned to gaze at Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang, feeling embarrassed, replied, no. It turns out that the second floor is Alima's residence. Zheng Yang exited the office and sat on the sofa in the living room, contemplating his next course of action. Having established his mysterious identity yet refusing to cooperate with the genetic examination, he realized that his visits to the clinic were no longer necessary for the next few days. The bespoke furniture was rather simple, and by tomorrow, all the equipment and materials would arrive at the dock. Renovating the sailboat was a task that could be accomplished in a heartbeat. Perhaps, once the renovations were complete, he could seek out Intis and witness the grandeur of a noble feast. However, Zheng Yang also yearned to engage more deeply with Alima and Lofini, to acquire further knowledge of the mystical realm. Furthermore, possessing a spiritual vessel, he was naturally not inclined to remain satisfied with a mere small boat, especially since the evolution of the spiritual vessel pertained to the enhancement of his bloodline power and his capacity to confront malevolent forces. Yet, the evolution of the spiritual vessel involved many ambiguous elements, such as the advanced scrolls for secondary formations and secondary spiritual cores, all of which required the gathering of pertinent information. Unfortunately, inquiries regarding matters related to the spiritual vessel could not be overtly posed. He could only glean information indirectly and collect it independently. Thus, Zheng Yang resolved to remain temporarily in the port of Yingjili to thoroughly explore the area before proceeding. Approximately 10 minutes later, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark, echoed from downstairs, and the ethereal Eva bounded up the stairs with a sprightly gait. Chapter 27. My fish is more delicious, oh! Eva exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she beheld Zheng Yang, evidently not expecting to find him there. Zheng Yang gazed at the exquisitely delicate girl, a gentle smile involuntarily gracing his face as he greeted, Good afternoon, Eva? Good afternoon. I remember you. You are Zheng Yang. A sweet smile blossomed upon Eva's cherubic face. Thank you for the fish you sent yesterday. It was truly delectable. Zheng Yang mused to himself, pondering the improbability of such a situation. This is a harbor. How could Alima possibly deprive her of fish? Moreover, Weya also mentioned that the fish was delicious. Was there something he was unaware of? He had caught plenty of fish himself in recent days and had not found anything particularly remarkable about them. However, since Eva enjoyed it, Zheng Yang naturally would not undermine his own credibility at such a moment. He boasted, I caught them myself at sea. There are plenty more on the boat. Do you prefer them dried or fresh? Zheng Yang had to concede that Eva's smile was incredibly infectious, compelling anyone who beheld it to smile in return. Do you often go fishing? Eva inquired, taking a seat opposite Zheng Yang to initiate a conversation. Indeed, this morning, I ventured out and caught 2 gigantic tuna, each weighing over 100 pounds. Zheng Yang exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable as he retrieved his phone to show Eva the photos taken earlier that day. Amidst Eva's gasps of astonishment, Zheng Yang regaled her with tales of his fishing exploits, making the experience sound even more thrilling than a blockbuster film. Unbeknownst to them, they had drawn closer together during their exchange. When Alima emerged from the kitchen, she spotted them side by side, engrossed in their discussion about the 2 tuna. Lost in their shared visions of the ocean, Zhang Yang was imparting knowledge about the tuna's respiration and the spectacular scenes that unfolded when they hunted sardines in groups. Alima paused for a moment, quietly observing, not wishing to disrupt the warmth of the scene. She could sense that Zheng Yang's feelings for Eva were purely affectionate, akin to a caring adult's love for a child, devoid of any ulterior motives. Eva exhibited no unusual reaction upon seeing Alima. She innocently remarked, Zheng Yang, when will you take me and Mom out to sea for fishing? Alima's eyebrows twitched slightly as she replied, Eva, you are being rather presumptuous. Zheng Yang quickly interjected, it's quite all right. I appreciate Eva's innocent exuberance. If the weather is fine this Sunday, and you both have the time, I would be delighted to take you out for a day of fun on the water. Eva immediately turned her gaze towards Alima, her face alight with anticipation, fearful of a negative response. At that moment, Vea approached to inform Alima that her shift had ended, politely declining the invitation to dinner at the clinic, and bid farewell before departing. Mom. Eva watched Vea descend the stairs, then turned back to Alima, awaiting her response. Alima's expression softened as she consented, very well. The day after tomorrow, if the weather permits, we shall enjoy some time aboard Zheng Yang's boat. She refrained from specifying out to sea, opting to assess the situation closer to the time. After a while, Alima called for Eva to come in and serve the dishes, signaling the commencement of dinner. Until that moment, Zheng Yang had yet to see the male host make an appearance. The natural demeanor of the mother-daughter duo led Zheng Yang to realize that their dining together was likely a customary affair. The salmon had been expertly sliced and pan-fried by Alima. As Zheng Yang sampled several pieces, he found nothing amiss. Meanwhile, Eva chattered excitedly about Zheng Yang's morning catch of 2 tuna, all the while praising the delectable fish in her mouth. Noticing Alima's satisfied demeanor, Zheng Yang couldn't help but wonder if perhaps his palate was somehow compromised. As he reached the halfway point of his meal, Zheng Yang could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired with a puzzled expression, Alima, what distinguishes this fish from the ones you usually purchase? Why can't I discern any difference? Both mother and daughter paused their eating, casting equally perplexed glances in his direction. Do you not find this fish to be more exquisite? Alima probed. Eva nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Is it? Zheng Yang took another bite. Yet the flavor remained that of ordinary ocean fish. He couldn't help but recall the profoundly unpleasant stench of the fish monsters from his ghost ship dreams. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Zheng Yang like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the root of his confusion. He was indeed influenced by that dream, harboring a psychological aversion to consuming fish. Ironically, he had been compelling himself to eat fish, which caused his taste buds to reflexively communicate only the flavors from his past experiences. In essence, his nerves were interpreting memories instead of the present taste, a self-protective mechanism of emotional closure. This was a malady, a neurosis. Thus, the fish he had brought must indeed be exceptionally delicious. Logically, all the fish available at this harbor should originate from the same waters, rendering any taste discrepancies improbable. Why then did the fish he caught seem so different from those in the market? The only plausible explanation appeared to be that the fish he had caught had spent a few days in the ghost ship's hold, which could potentially alter the quality of the flesh, rendering it more delectable. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that this was the truth. Alas, burdened by his psychological affliction, he was destined to remain deprived of such exquisite flavors until he found a cure. Perhaps I have become so accustomed to it that I failed to notice the difference. Zheng Yang smiled apologetically, providing an explanation. After finishing his meal, he listened to Eva recount her experiences and observations at school before bidding farewell and leaving the clinic. Upon returning to the ship, Zhang Yang utilized his mobile phone to search for information regarding the occult society and, to his surprise, discovered a dedicated forum for it. However, the publicly available information about this society presented it as a gathering for enthusiasts of mysticism, with forum content largely consisting of explorations of eerie locales, attempts at mystical rituals, and various bizarre anecdotes, evidently mere fabrications and reckless shares from ordinary individuals. Could this society indeed be the one mentioned by Alima? Zhengyang pondered, surmising that there was a significant likelihood of a connection between the two, suspecting that this online entity was merely a faade for the true occult society. Those in the know would recognize it, while others would dismiss it as a mere hobbyist group dabbling in the absurd. As a seasoned keyboard warrior, Zhengyang promptly registered an account, whimsically adopting the moniker Cool Guy Richie, and selected a photograph of a sunglasses-clad monkey as his avatar. He understood that leaving any trace online, whether through account registration or merely logging into a site, could easily be traced by authorities. Thus, he did not expect his account to remain particularly clandestine, boldly using the name Richie. As long as he behaved appropriately, he believed no one would come seeking him. However, to his astonishment, the moment he successfully registered, the forum presented him with the sole S3 questions. Do you know what the mystical side is? Have you encountered phenomena of the mystical side? Do you wish to understand the true mystical side? Chapter 28. Renovation setting aside other matters. The mere act of disseminating rumors is indeed significant, and those countless speculative posts certainly qualify as such. Zhengyang mused to himself, self-discipline is essential. After browsing the forum for a while, a private message notification suddenly popped up, revealing a user named Magic Card Bear, who inquired, "Rich?" Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that the forum administrator had directly engaged with him through back-end functionalities. This forum was not local to Yingjili Port, yet the individual seemed to be acquainted with Rich. Following this, Zhengyang received another internal message from the forum. Your privileges have been elevated to a confidential level, granting you access to encrypted content. Zhengyang blinked in astonishment, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a serendipitous opportunity. Refreshing the interface, he discovered a newly added encrypted channel on the forum. Upon entering, he was greeted with a plethora of posts, all rich with genuine insights from the mysterious realm. He hastily skimmed the titles, noting requests for materials, claims of responsibility for certain enigmatic events, inquiries about techniques or rituals, and videos uploaded from onlookers of particular incidents. However, Zhengyang had no time for a thorough examination, as the interface abruptly flashed and forcibly closed, resulting in his expulsion from the forum and a permanent ban on his account. His assumed identity had been uncovered, leading to the termination of his account. Meanwhile, at the Special Affairs Bureau, Rich was on duty that evening, staring blankly at his phone while conversing with Magic Card Bear. He had just completed the registration for the Esoteric Society Forum under his official identity, with the username, I am Rich. The following morning, starting at 10 o'clock, individuals began delivering the materials Zhengyang had ordered to the sailboat dock. The sailboat dock ultimately operates under a closed management system. Fortunately, Zhengyang had collaborated with Henry on 2 occasions, and with his introduction, the club's security was more amenable to allowing deliveries. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the custom-made folding sofa bed and various furniture pieces arrived. Zhengyang then set sail, departing from the dock. The appearance of the spirit ship would inevitably undergo some changes following the renovations. Zhengyang had to present an exterior that suggested he was seeking a location for refurbishment, thereby concealing the ship's autonomous installation capabilities. As the sailboat navigated southward along the coastline for approximately 15 kilometers, it discovered a secluded, unoccupied nook. Here, no one would be paying attention. Zhengyang mentally issued commands to commence the renovation. Subsequently, various items from the cabin and bow were seamlessly relocated to their designated positions within the hull by the ship's magical array, with hardware fixtures following suit to secure the furniture in place. Aside from replacing the wooden windows with glass ones, the need for the magical array to cover and activate these added items was minimal, allowing the stored spiritual energy to suffice for the entire renovation. Upon completion, the cabin was adorned with wing-style tempered glass windows and curtains, instantly brightening the interior. When the folding sofa bed was unfolded into its bed form, it measured only 1 meter in width, occupying the left and central areas of the cabin alongside the coffee table, with the foot of the bed positioned near the washroom. On the right side, a row of cabinets was anchored against the wall, also serving as seating by the window, separated from the sofa bed by the coffee table. The steering wheel and certain electronic control buttons were remodeled on the side above the head of the bed, interconnected through rods and conduits beneath the deck, facilitating electric drive control of the rear rudder and 3 engines. The LED lights adorning the 4 corners, along with the searchlight at the bow, ensure illumination amidst the darkness. From an external perspective, aside from the glass windows, the most prominent features are the solar panels. Installed symmetrically on either side of the mainsail's crossbar atop the cabin and the stern. These two sets of foldable solar panels, when fully extended, encompass an area of 24 square meters. During daylight, they diligently capture photons, converting them into electrical energy stored within a powerful battery bank beneath the deck, thus supplying power to the vessel's electrical appliances and the three engines. The three short-shaft electric outboard motors are cleverly positioned beneath the deck at the stern, preserving the aesthetic appeal and enhancing the fishing experience under the shaded canopy. To facilitate engine ventilation and heat dissipation, the exterior of the stern's concealed compartment has been transformed into a lattice design. Several benches are secured at the stern, providing a space for both fishing and leisurely sea gazing. Additionally, Zhengyang has installed a stainless steel protective railing around both the bow and the stern. The electric cooking appliances are tucked away in the cabinetry, alongside the temperature differential freshwater collector, the electric water supply system, and the electric water heater. Although Zhengyang does not require hot water for himself, he considers the possibility of a future guest needing a shower. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, Zhengyang has grown weary of sleeping on the floor. Equally, he has had his fill of living without electricity. Thus, he promptly rises to press a button, seizing the last remnants of the sunset's glow to activate the solar panels above the cabin using the battery's stored energy, meticulously adjusting various devices to ensure their proper functioning. Shortly thereafter, he receives a call from Henry, who mentions having several discarded tires available for a bargain, inquiring if Zhengyang would like to use them for securing against impacts and vibrations on the sides of the sailboat. This individual truly spares no opportunity for profit, no matter how minuscule the gain may be. Currently devoid of funds, Zhengyang resorts to claiming that he is engaged in the renovation of a sailboat, requesting that the money be withheld for the time being. Subsequently, Zhengyang examines the latest information regarding the spirit ship. Basic information: ship type, first-class spirit ship, status, intact, spirit seal, scaled demon worm, larva, spirit energy core, moonlight shell, energy reserve, 28-100, attack bonus, 5, defense bonus, 5, power bonus, 5 equipment information, primary propulsion, sphere sail, single-mast triangular sail, auxiliary propulsion, 60 V10 horsepower electric outboard motor X3, figurehead, scaled demon worm, figurehead skill, none. Evolution conditions for the spirit ship. I. Conventional evolution conditions. 1. Second level array advancement scroll, none. 2. Second level spirit energy core, none. 3. Array advancement materials, 5,000 grams of mercury, none. Spirit energy materials, accumulation progress 3. Can be obtained through devouring aberrant or supernatural biological remains. Consuming spirit materials will also yield accumulation progress. 4. Second level ship spirit, growth progress, 17. Can be acquired by successfully devouring other spiritual entities or spirit materials. Failure to devour results in being devoured in return, necessitating a reawakening of the ship's spirit. Alternatively, a spirit exchange scroll may be utilized to sacrifice the current ship spirit to a higher-level spiritual entity, thereby replacing it with a new ship spirit. Failure in this exchange requires a reawakening of the ship's spirit. 2. Defeating a higher-level spirit ship owner and forcibly devouring their spirit ship carries a minuscule chance of evolution, with the ship's appearance being random. Should evolution fail, the spirit ship's level will remain unchanged, and if the ship's spirit perishes, it must be awakened anew. The progression of materials required for the formation's advancement must reach 100. Note: Chapter 29. Aboard the Phantom ship. After perusing the information, Zhengyang organized the items aboard the vessel. He retrieved some lightweight objects previously stored beneath the deck and placed them into the cabinets. The dark compartment under the deck was designated for heavier items like batteries, which are not frequently needed, along with various mechanical components, 2 freshwater tanks, and a fish hold, all serving to provide ballast. Upon completing the redecoration, the sailboat now offered ample seating, a stark contrast to the previous necessity of sitting on the floor. Even at the bow, a sturdy stainless steel railing provided a place to lean, marking a significant transformation. As night descended, he retracted the solar panels, and lights illuminated both the interior and exterior of the cabin, evoking a profound sense of home. Though still modest, it was undeniably his own, with remarkably low living expenses. Amidst his reflections, Zheng Yang received a warning, and suddenly, through the spirit ship's perception, he spotted a monkey-like creature covered in fur, swiftly darting towards the bottom of the ship, climbing along the hull from the stern. A water ghost? Could there be water ghosts by the sea? Without hesitation, Zheng Yang summoned the ship spirit. Bite it. Simultaneously, he unleashed the claws from his hands and summoned his spiritual energy, striding purposefully towards the stern. While not as formidable as Wolverine's metal claws, his bone claws possessed the unique qualities of a mutated bloodline, naturally endowed with exceptional sharpness. When complemented by spiritual energy, they proved to be significantly sharper than any cleaver or kitchen knife. Now, Zheng Yang could even gut fish without the need for a blade. At the stern of the ship, a water monkey leapt over the railing, exuding an innate aura of malevolence. The spirit of the cursed insect had transformed into a fleeting shadow, landing upon its neck, ready to bite. The water monkey emitted a piercing scream, swatting at the fiendish creature on its neck. Yet, the insect, having taken a bite of flesh, swiftly recoiled and sought another target, displaying remarkable agility. At that moment, Zheng Yang stepped out of the cabin, and upon seeing him, the water monkey fixed its gaze on him with a terrifying intensity, disregarding the insect's assault, and lunged towards Zheng Yang. The look in the water monkey's eyes was profoundly unsettling, imbued with an inherent resentment, as if the entire world owed a debt to its kind. Faced with such a gaze for the first time, Zheng Yang felt a jolt of fear, instinctively swiping at the creature. With the awakening of his bloodline and the enhancement of his spiritual energy, his vision, reflexes, strength, and speed surged to threefold that of an ordinary person. As his claw struck, it cleaved the water monkey from head to toe, releasing a nauseating stench that permeated the air. Yet, more were approaching. 2 additional water monkeys emerged within his sensory range, climbing up from either side of the bow. Had he inadvertently trespassed into the lair of these water spirits? Zheng Yang commanded the cursed insect to advance, while he himself swiftly traversed the cabin to the bow. The strength of these wretched creatures was not formidable. Zheng Yang's experience with 2 sword techniques granted him not only the methods of attack, but also enhanced coordination and combat awareness, rendering his overall prowess incomparable to that of an ordinary individual. Thus, with an air of calm, he unleashed 2 strikes, dispatching the 2 water monkeys as effortlessly as one would slice through vegetables. The spirit ship expressed its intention to consume the corpse of the water monkey, to which Zheng Yang readily acquiesced, considering it akin to nurturing a carnivorous steed. Thus, the remains and blood upon the deck swiftly dissolved, completely devoured within mere breaths. The accumulation of spiritual energy materials reached 15, while the growth of the ship's spirit attained 22. In this brief interlude, Zheng Yang had already raised the anchor and unfurled the sails. It was imperative not to linger here overnight. Prior to docking, he had scrutinized the surrounding environment. This locale had ventured beyond the confines of Yingjili port, reaching a secluded area where the banks were flanked by a small, steep hillside, presenting a significant drop. Although there was a stretch of beach by the water's edge, it was undeniably desolate. Zheng Yang harbored no curiosity regarding the presence of the water monkeys. Who could say if there were any formidable foes nearby? Seizing the opportunity before anything else was drawn here, retreat was the wisest course. A premonition stirred within him. Tonight would undoubtedly usher him into the realm of the ghost ship dream. As the clock neared 10, Eva called on her mobile phone to discuss the time and supplies for their outing the following day. The departure was set for 7 o'clock sharp, and both Zhang Yang and Alima opposed her swimming in the sea, compelling her to bring along provisions and fishing gear to accompany Zhang Yang in fishing. As night deepened, shortly after Zheng Yang succumbed to slumber, the spirit ship was enveloped in a shroud of shadow. Indeed, Zheng Yang once again found himself wielding a machete upon the deck of the Dream. As he advanced forward, the encasing fog swiftly dissipated, revealing the towering, bare masts that loomed like crucifixes, adorned with tattered sails that fluttered like morning banners. Sparse ship lights emitted a sanguine glow. Though the expansive wooden floor remained beneath his feet, this time he found himself not upon the vast deck of a ship, but rather atop a towering platform situated in the middle of the vessel, just above the cabin that resembled a mountain city. From this vantage point, he could gaze upon the immense decks stretching into the distance, shrouded in an abyss of darkness. A chill ran down Zheng Yang's spine. Was it possible that each boarding location was random? Would there come a time when he might materialize directly in the corridors of the ship's cabins below, only to be devoured by some horrifying entity, much like the monstrous shark from before? Zheng Yang was uncertain whether he would awaken as a mere vegetable in the waking world after succumbing to death in this dream. He had no desire to test that hypothesis. Therefore, upon discerning the scene before him, he promptly took a few steps forward while simultaneously glancing back over his shoulder. A massive winch, towering higher than his waist, loomed a dozen meters behind him. Beside the winch lay a tall, headless corpse, slumped against it. Its sailor's uniform was tattered, and although its muscles were a ghastly pale, they showed no signs of decay. Heart-pounding, Zheng Yang continued to survey his surroundings with utmost caution. He felt as though he had become the epicenter of this world, illuminated by a dim crimson light. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He looked up to find a ship's lantern hanging ominously from the crossbeam of the mast above him, accompanied by a tattered piece of canvas. What ill fortune! A wave of goosebumps washed over him. Observing it from such proximity, he noticed that the lantern's glow was a sickly yellow at its core, encircled by a sanguine halo. It was no wonder that it appeared blood-red from afar. Zheng Yang swallowed hard and cautiously began to edge towards the precipice. The tower is built atop a series of ship-like structures, soaring high into the sky. Behind it loom even taller towers and edifices. Below, layers of these ship-like buildings feature corridors as wide as streets, each nearly 10 meters in height, indicating the spaciousness of the rooms within. Is it possible that each room harbors some dreadful presence? Zheng Yang cautiously circled the edge of the tower, treading lightly, fearful of disturbing whatever might lie within the structures beneath him. After nearly completing a circuit, he finally discovered the stairs concealed behind the winch. However, the headless corpse had vanished. How could this be? It was clearly there just moments ago. Chapter 30. The cross/Y had the corpse, which had been so recently present, disappeared without a trace the moment he let his guard down. Zheng Yang had no time for contemplation. His instinct propelled him forward with 2 swift strides, seeking strategic distance. He then pivoted, wielding his machete in a sweeping arc behind him. The blade met only air. Yet Zheng Yang's assessment was not entirely erroneous. The headless sailor was indeed standing 5 meters behind him. It reached back to grasp the exposed vertebrae of its neck, swiftly drawing forth a longsword. Good grief, must it be so ruthless? Zheng Yang swallowed hard, his throat dry, struggling to perform the act of swallowing. One humanoid monster had drawn a long knife from its belly. This one was extracting a long sword from its own spine. How much more brutal could it get? What would the next one do? Zheng Yang positioned his machete to his left, placing his left palm against his right wrist, preparing to gather his energy. This feels somewhat reminiscent of the sword-drawing technique of the wandering swordsman, Kenshin. The spiritual energy surged from the void into his being as Zheng Yang focused his essence, enveloped by an eerie silence. Well, it was already a realm of silence. The headless sailor strode forth with urgency, akin to a knight charging into battle, exuding an aura of invincibility. As he approached within 2 meters, he drew his sword. Swish, swish. 2 beams of sword light intertwined into a cross shape, swiftly descending upon Zheng Yang. Damn. Zheng Yang was unable to react. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. He had clearly gathered his energy, poised to unleash a thunderous strike at the opportune moment. However, by the time he realized the headless corpse was about to strike, the cross-slash had already befallen him. Zheng Yang was sent hurtling backward, his forearm, upper arm, face, and chest slashed open, exposing bone. As he collided against the massive winch, cursed be this strength. Lying on his back, Zheng Yang felt his life force rapidly slipping away. No, I still possess a trump card. He summoned his spiritual energy to staunch the wounds, remaining on the ground, yet the machete was once again positioned at his left side. Come on, I shall lie here, facing you. The headless sailor advanced swiftly, each footfall resonating with a thunderous boom, accumulating power with every step. The blade glimmered beneath the crimson lights above, a sinister scarlet. Devoid of the rapidity of the cross-slash, the sword's momentum bore the weight of mountains. Now is the moment. Thorn flames ignite. Zheng Yang unleashed the incantation as flames surged from his palm gripping the machete, coursing along the entire length of the blade without cease. With every ounce of vitality and spiritual energy poured forth, Zheng Yang was left with a singular thought. Strike. Swish. The machete blazed forth with a 3-meter-long fire blade, slicing horizontally from left to right and vertically from bottom to top, cleaving through the air and severing the headless sailor at the waist. The headless sailor's body became rigid, the raised sword still pointing towards the heavens. Yet it could no longer descend. From its waist, flames erupted, roaring and rapidly engulfing its entire form. Within the inferno, its upper body slipped downward, and before it could touch the ground, it disintegrated into ashes along with its lower half. A beam of white light, slightly larger than that of the previous sailor's apparition, pierced into Zheng Yang's mind. However, Zheng Yang was already at his limit. His wounds could no longer be contained, and blood gushed forth. Thud, thud, thud. A sound echoed. It was not the sound of footsteps. It resembled a heartbeat, emanating from an unknown distance below the tower. Something was drawing near. Zheng Yang endeavored to relax, to slow his breathing, attempting to make it as prolonged as possible. The formidable regenerative ability inherited from his werewolf genes merely served to delay the onset of his injuries. The visceral sensation of nearing death led Zheng Yang to reconsider his initial assessment, beginning to doubt whether his true self had indeed been transported to this ghostly vessel. His thoughts grew increasingly sluggish, and his consciousness began to blur. The heightened physique and recovery granted by his bloodline merely postponed the deterioration of his condition. Thud, thud. The heartbeat drew closer to the base of the tower, a suffocating aura of dread spreading upward. At last, mist materialized from the void, enveloping Zheng Yang. A sense of relief washed over him as he vaguely discerned a colossal head rising from below the tower. The gust of air expelled from its nostrils was powerful enough to nearly propel him away. In the next moment, Zheng Yang's consciousness sank into darkness. He quickly rose to check the time, relieved to find that there were still 20 minutes until 7. He had not overslept. He swiftly tidied his bed, completed his morning routine in 3 minutes, transformed his bed back into a sofa, and then made his way to the bow of the boat, using a bamboo pole to push the vessel away from the dock. All 3 outboard motors were equipped with reverse, yet the battery power was still limited, so a gentle nudge with the bamboo pole was quite efficient. Alima was dressed casually today, adorned in a long floral dress of white and blue. Her long blue hair casually swept back and secured with a large hair clip. With her remarkable figure and stunningly beautiful face, she epitomized the elegance of a mature woman. Eva, on the other hand, radiated youthful energy, clad in white fitted trousers and ankle boots that accentuated her slender legs and figure. She wore a short-sleeved white t-shirt emblazoned with a cartoon monster, her inherited blue locks tied into a bun, cascading down from the back of her white golf sun hat, exuding vivacity. It was Eva's first encounter with Zheng Yang's boat, and her bright voice echoed with admiration. Wow, what a beautiful boat. The 3 of them entered the cabin, where convenience awaited. On either side of the coffee table were sofas and cabinets, all positioned by the windows. They placed their backpacks on the floor and began to unpack an array of food, fruits, drinks, biscuits, bread, canned goods, and sausages. Zheng Yang, I brought you breakfast, Eva exclaimed, pulling out a bag of still warm bread and 2 boxes of heated milk, flashing a sweet smile at him. Zheng Yang felt a surge of happiness. Responding with a smile, wait for me a moment. I'll start the boat first, and we can eat on the way. Under the watchful gaze of the mother and daughter, Zheng Yang eloquently elucidated the techniques of raising sails, controlling the sails, and steering, alongside the principles of triangular sail navigation against the wind and the Bernoulli effect. As the sailboat departed from the dock, a gentle force 2 southwest breeze caressed its sails. Zheng Yang hoisted the ball sail and unfurled the solar panels as they steered towards the fishing grounds where he had previously caught tuna. Why return there? Because Zheng Yang's elemental balance lacked metal. Chapter 31. Soft rod and fine line for big fish. The sailboat sliced through the gentle waves, the solar panels unfurling like wings, gliding forward with serene grace. Elima, standing at the bow and grasping the railing, marveled. This is the most comfortable vessel I have ever boarded, tranquil and ethereal, evoking a sense of pure nature. Zheng Yang responded with a smile, secretly reflecting, in truth, I have concealed an engine beneath the stern. Elima likely remains unaware. She would never fathom that her boat was devoid of even a life raft. Otherwise, she would have never consented to venture out on this wooden sailboat. Only Zheng Yang understood that if his spiritual vessel faltered, it indicated the presence of extraordinary peril, rendering a life raft's abundance futile. Shortly after departing the harbor, Eva eagerly retrieved her fishing rod and bait from her backpack, which appeared freshly purchased just the day prior. After finishing his breakfast, Zheng Yang began to explain and demonstrate the techniques of sea fishing to Eva. However, Zheng Yang himself possessed only a rudimentary understanding, primarily derived from theoretical knowledge gleaned online in recent days. Consequently, he found himself corrected by Eva on several misconceptions, transforming the demonstration into an engaging discussion. Elima evidently possesses a profound understanding of sea fishing, likely having spent her youthful days sailing with handsome companions. With a smile gracing her face, she observed the two on the deck as they busily prepared their gear, deftly assembling her fishing tackle and readying her line with remarkable efficiency. Poised to bait and cast at any moment. "Why do you all use large hooks while I opt for smaller ones?" Eva inquired, perplexed by her diminutive 3-centimeter hooks. The hooks utilized by Zhengyang measured over 10 centimeters, while Elima's were around 7 to 8 centimeters. A considerable disparity indeed. Zhengyang elucidated. The instantaneous tug of a large fish can exceed twice its own weight. Your physical strength is limited. Using a large hook could result in you losing the fish altogether, dragged away by its sheer force. However, do not underestimate your small hook. It can still catch fish weighing dozens or even hundreds of pounds. Eva responded with an understanding nod, not fixating on the size of the hook, as she reveled in the experience rather than the catch itself. Though the novelty of the endeavor was delightful, she suspected that enduring several hours of waiting could soon lead to her weariness. Noticing the battery's power reserve was below 30, Zhengyang resolutely engaged the engine for assistance. "You even installed an engine. No wonder you required such an expansive solar panel," Elima remarked, taken aback. With a steady boat speed, they reached Zhengyang's previous coordinates by just before 10 o'clock, a location he deemed his lucky zone. Elima and Eva cast their lines from the stern of the boat, where a sunshade and benches provided comfort. Zhengyang first caught 2 cod and a squid weighing nearly 10 pounds from the fish hold at the bow of the boat. Stealthily, he used a bone knife fashioned from his finger to chop them into pieces, which he then cast into the sea. Afterward, he equipped himself with a net and several live baits, and with his fishing rod in hand, he made his way to the stern of the vessel. In this recent renovation, Zhengyang had also installed clips on the railing to secure the fishing rods, allowing them to be affixed similarly to boat rods. However, these devices were seldom utilized, particularly by avid anglers who preferred to have a tactile connection with their rods. At this moment, Elima and Eva stood side by side at the stern, each gripping their fishing rods with both hands, refusing to sit on the benches. Upon suddenly witnessing the picturesque sight of the mother and daughter fishing together, Zhengyang was taken aback by their beauty and decided to set down his belongings. He then retrieved his phone and captured several commemorative photographs from various angles. "Zhengyang, do you think I can catch a big fish like you did last time?" Eva inched closer to Elima, making space for Zhengyang while posing the question. Although the three stood side by side, their fishing rods were positioned in different directions. Eva's rod pointed directly astern, while Elima and Zhengyang angled theirs outward. As Zhengyang prepared his bait, he released the line while commenting, "Theoretically, it is possible. However, your hook is a bit small, making it prone to detaching. Furthermore, her rod was a soft type, and the line was of a thinner gauge, ill-suited for landing larger fish." Yet, reality swiftly proved Zhengyang wrong. After a brief span of approximately 10 minutes, neither he nor Elima's rods exhibited any signs of activity, while suddenly, Eva's soft rod was yanked violently, nearly bending into an inch shape, almost causing her to lose her grip on it. Zhengyang, quick-witted and agile, extended his left hand to grasp both Eva's hand and her rod, slightly easing the tension on the fishing line, allowing the fish to tug the line freely. "Goodness, it must weigh at least 70 or 80 pounds. We must reel in our lines, lest they become tangled." Elima swiftly began to reel in her line, while Zhengyang secured his rod under his arm and collected his line with one hand, anxious that Eva's fish might entwine their lines. After stabilizing Eva's rod, she quickly began to battle the fish under Elima's guidance, her movements awkward and her small face filled with trepidation. "Let out more line, drag slowly. Only then can your soft rod and fine line withstand it." Upon hearing Elima's advice, Zhengyang realized she was indeed an experienced angler, while he himself was but a novice. Thus, he took over the rod. However, once he began to engage, he discovered that handling such a soft rod was truly beyond his capability, evoking a sensation of strength that could not be exerted. Were it not for Elima's instructions from the sidelines, he would have struggled immensely. "Allow me." In the end, it was Elima who expertly took over the soft rod. Observing her grace in action, Zhengyang came to appreciate the true artistry of fishing. She moved with such ease and elegance. Her long dress billowed in the sea breeze, reminiscent of a goddess gracing the waters. With a nonchalant demeanor, her fishing maneuvers were executed with poise, each fish beneath her rod seemingly at her mercy, daring not to stray from her command. What a breathtaking silhouette! Zhengyang was utterly captivated. Suddenly, He realized that Ilima's stamina far exceeded that of an ordinary person. It was inconceivable that she only knew how to concoct secret potions. Was she holding back? Is it ready yet? Is it ready yet? Eva chattered excitedly beside them, unable to contain her enthusiasm. Within 10 minutes of Ilima taking over, she drew a large fish into the perceptive range of the spirit vessel. Zhengyang paused. Was it another yellowfin tuna? The massive fish surfaced completely, and Ilima exclaimed with delight. It's a big-eye tuna. Its market price is approximately 1/3 more than that of an equivalent yellowfin tuna. Eva, you are remarkable. On your very first sea fishing expedition, you've caught such a precious large tuna. Come, hold the rod to secure it while I take your picture, and Ilima. You join in too. Zhengyang generously lavished praise upon the mother and daughter, capturing several photographs for them. He then spread out the net and skillfully ensnared the big-eye tuna, securing it to the anchor hook at the boat's stern. Chapter 32. The Fortunate Girl. After extracting the fishhook, Eva was not content with the soft rod and fine line, brimming with excitement. She retrieved a sturdy rod from her backpack, rigged it with a large hook and a live bait, and continued to cast her line. Zhengyang widened his eyes in astonishment. How many fishing rods did you bring? Mom and I each brought 2. She replied. Very well. Zhengyang glanced enviously at his own second-hand fishing rod, feeling rather inadequate. He resolved that once he had the means, he would equip the boat with a variety of fishing gear. The waiting period stretched on, with the big-eye tuna occasionally thrashing about. Each time it did, Eva's laughter rang out like silver bells, though it was unclear what amused her so. Yet, her infectious joy compelled both Zhengyang and Ilima to smile in response. Despite the lack of a larger catch, Zhengyang managed to reel in several herring, cod, a squid, and a salmon using Eva's soft rod, all of which he tossed into the fish hold at the bow of the boat for safekeeping. Half an hour later, a fishing boat glided nearby, carrying 10 individuals predominantly composed of young and middle-aged men, seemingly enjoying their Sunday outing. As they approached within a few dozen meters, the occupants of the boat shouted greetings towards the sailboat. Beautiful ladies, how is your catch? Have you landed any big fish? Ilima waved her hand in response, remaining silent. At that moment, a large yellowfin tuna thrashed about, appearing to be on the verge of suffocation. Someone with keen eyes spotted the tuna in the net at the stern of the sailboat, and excitement erupted among the fishermen. They called out for the captain to draw closer to the sailboat for a photograph. Moreover, one individual even proposed purchasing the yellowfin tuna for 20,000 gold shields, a rather reasonable offer. The fishing boat was equipped with a crane. After the transfer was completed via satellite phone, they lowered a rope to hoist the tuna aboard, and a group of people eagerly posed for photographs with the magnificent fish. Finally, someone remembered to lower Zhengyang's net. Eva, please share your account details, and I will transfer the funds to you. Or perhaps I could send it to your mother for safekeeping, Zhengyang remarked after the fishing boat departed. To his surprise, Eva indeed had her own account. With delight, she relayed her account information, saying, Zhengyang, you organized the boat and brought us fishing. We should split this money equally. Zhengyang pondered for a moment before replying. I will take only 10 since Ilima assisted. Otherwise, we might not have caught it. You both can divide the rest. All right. Eva and Ilima appeared indifferent, perhaps believing that Zhengyang himself was not in need of the money. With the automatic deduction of over 7 taxes during the transaction, Zhengyang found his account augmented by more than 1,800 gold shields. His fishing rod was secured to the railing, and with a soft rod in hand, he managed to catch several ordinary sea fish, along with a sizable grouper. Ilima, too, had reeled in 2 large halibuts and a substantial cod, filling the small fish compartment at the bow of the boat to near capacity. As Zhengyang contemplated whether to head to the bow for more bait to cast into the sea, Eva suddenly erupted in exclamations. Zhengyang and Ilima turned to see her fishing rod bending dramatically once more, the reel emitting a rapid clicking sound as it released line. Eva was crouched down, desperately clutching the rod, as the fish threatened to snap it in 2 against the railing. Zhengyang quickly reached out to assist. This fish weighed at least 130 pounds. Zhengyang was astonished, his face a portrait of disbelief. Was this expanse of sea solely hers? The large fish seemed intent on her hook, leaving others with little chance to partake. Eva, help me with the line. I'll tire it out for a few rounds first. Energized, Zhengyang recalled his previous successes with the stiff rod and proclaimed, Now, witness my performance. After a fierce struggle lasting over 40 minutes, he successfully drew the massive fish within the sensory range of the spirit vessel. Suddenly, Zheng Yang shivered, nearly losing his grip on the rod. A bluefin. He had finally hooked a colossal 130-pound bluefin tuna. "What luck, Eva?" he exclaimed, his lips trembling with excitement. When the great fish broke the surface, he could no longer contain his joy, bursting into laughter that resonated like a pig's squeal. Given its weight, it would fetch at least 600,000 gold shields. "Eva, quickly take a picture for me," Zhang Yang, exhilarated, shouted as he dragged the bluefin tuna with his fishing rod. "This is my catch." Eva, capturing the moment with her camera, reminded him, still brimming with joy. Zheng Yang replied, "I know, you should hold the rod like this, and Alima will take your picture." After taking turns posing with the magnificent bluefin, Zhang Yang readied the net once more. "Let us head back. We must drag it gently to prevent it from suffocating too quickly. This one fish is sufficient. And it is past midnight, perfect timing for a meal." Eva produced some beverages, declaring, "To celebrate our bounty. Cheers. Cheers." "Eva, this bluefin could fetch at least 600,000 gold shields. Did you know?" Eva gasped. "So much? It might even be more. I'll call a friend to see if he is interested in purchasing the bluefin." Alima interjected, "Zheng Yang, what about your cooking equipment? We should prepare some warm food first." Zheng Yang uncovered a section of the corridor deck and retrieved a microwave oven, an electric stove, and a rice cooker. Hence, upon hearing over the phone that Zhang Yang had caught a giant bluefin weighing approximately 130 pounds, was overjoyed. "That is fantastic, Zheng. You've done me a great favor, do you realize? This cursed bluefin tuna is always in the news when you don't need it, yet when you truly desire one, they are nowhere to be found. We were almost ready to give up. By the way, Zheng, you should rent a cold storage unit and hire professionals to bleed and freeze it. I will cover those extra costs. As for the fish, 70,000 gold shields is a very reasonable price. What do you say? Deal." Chapter 33. How to join the occult society. Zheng Yang requested a down payment of 200,000 from Intis. After concluding the call with Intis, Zhang Yang turned to Eva and exclaimed, "Did you hear that? 700,000. Eva, you are about to become a little wealthy woman. How about you support me?" "Sure." "Are you serious?" Zhang Yang awkwardly glanced at Alima, who was smiling and preparing lunch, and swiftly shifted the topic. "By the way, I still need to arrange for someone to rent a cold storage facility and hire professionals to bleed the fish." With that, Zhang Yang retrieved Henry's number and dialed. After all, with Intis covering the bill, Henry's tip should also be reimbursed, right? Upon learning that Zheng Yang had caught a giant tuna, specifically the expensive bluefin variety, Henry praised his exceptional skills with admiration. The sea breeze intensified, and the waves reached over a meter high, approximately a level 4 on the scale. The sailboat swayed considerably with the rising and falling of the waves, causing Eva to feel somewhat unwell, her complexion pale and a look of nausea on her face. Alima produced a small pill for her to take, and within 2 minutes, she was revitalized, joyously shouting as the sailboat bobbed up and down. The efficacy of the miraculous remedy was indeed remarkable. At the fishery dock, a medium-sized fishing boat, which would not be setting out to sea for the time being, accepted the commission to assist Zhang Yang in bleeding and flash freezing the tuna. They secured the tuna by its tail fin and hoisted it upside down onto the vessel. Despite the tuna being on the verge of death, they delivered a firm blow to its head, then proceeded to slice the tail, cut the pectoral fin's blood vessels, sever the arterial pathways in the head, and finally made an incision at the gills, flushing water through them to facilitate rapid bloodletting. Once the blood from the fishtail has flowed out, clear and devoid of any trace of blood, it is imperative to clean the remains and promptly place them in the ship's freezing chamber. Henry once again represented the sailing club, witnessing the agreement between both parties. The vessel still feels somewhat cramped, presenting numerous inconveniences. It appears I must take the initiative to draw closer to Lofine and her associates. The criteria for evolving to a second-tier spirit ship will not present themselves to me unbidden. I must actively seek out clues. Joining Lofine and her group, leveraging the power of the official channels, will undoubtedly prove more advantageous than my solitary attempts at chance. Moreover, concerning the Society of Esoterics, how might one acquire the classified access needed to peruse those encrypted messages? Is mere membership in the society sufficient to obtain such clearance? Alima mentioned that it is a loosely knit grassroots organization, suggesting that I too could gain entry. Zheng Yang has yet to find the opportunity to converse privately with Alima, having intended to inquire about joining the Society of Esoterics, but never managing to do so. Now, he resolves to pose the question directly over the phone. Surely, a satellite phone would remain unmonitored? However, there is no need to rush. Perhaps it is wiser to visit the clinic in person tomorrow to ask. Zheng Yang anchored his sailboat adjacent to the fishing vessel, awaiting the arrival of Ince and his crew, who were due to arrive at the dock around 1:30 in the morning, piloting a rented seafood refrigeration truck. Upon seeing Zheng Yang, Ince greeted him with, "Zheng, long time no see. Have you decided to attend my grandfather's birthday party? I'm afraid I might not make it." "Oh, that is truly unfortunate. Well, has your sailboat been refurbished? Once we finalize the transaction for that bluefin, may I come aboard to take a look?" "Of course." After inspecting the tuna, Enter's crew transferred the fish into the refrigerated truck while he settled the payment on the spot and subsequently boarded the sailboat with Zheng Yang. "How can you lack satellite television, sound systems, and a refrigerator? It's so rudimentary. And this sofa, this wooden bench, my heavens, you are squandering such a beautiful vessel. Zheng, you want to sell it to me?" "Huh, not a chance," Zheng Yang retorted. "Then could you assist me in inviting those master shipbuilders? Are they willing to accept my commission?" Zheng Yang paused momentarily before responding. "I'm afraid that's not feasible at the moment." Enters displayed a profound sense of disappointment. That night, Enters departed with the bluefin. The following morning, Zheng Yang transferred the funds to Eva's account, deducting approximately 10 for taxation, resulting in an increase of 63,000 gold shields in his account. Naturally, with wealth comes the urge to spend. Otherwise, what purpose does money serve? Thus, Zheng Yang first spent several gold shields purchasing 6 discarded tires from Henry, employing wire to affix them to the sides of the sailboat, thanks to the vessel's automatic installation capabilities. Subsequently, he expended 40,000 gold shields to order a handcrafted patterned steel longsword and a powerful spear gun online, instantly having his remaining balance. Approaching noon, Zheng Yang filled a net with the halibut that Elima had caught the previous day and delivered it to the clinic. This halibut weighed over 40 pounds. For an ordinary person, carrying it for a quarter of an hour would be truly arduous. However, for Zheng Yang, whose physical prowess was double that of an average individual, it posed little challenge. Upon reaching the clinic, his timing was impeccable as Elima was preparing lunch, allowing Zheng Yang to stay for a meal without hesitation. "Do you wish to join the Esoteric Society?" Zheng Yang inquired. "Should I not?" Elima cast him a glance and calmly replied, "It depends. What do you seek by becoming a member? Knowledge exchange, trade, or perhaps the thrill of exploring enigmatic realms?" "It varies, but primarily, I wish to acquire more information and knowledge about the arcane. Joining the Esoteric Society is not particularly arduous. Obtaining a recommendation from a senior member grants you provisional membership. After a year of transition, you may ascend to full membership. Alternatively, gaining recognition from the management allows for immediate full membership." Zheng Yang nodded, speculating that Elima was indeed a full member of the society and considering requesting her recommendation for his own admission. "There exists a forum for the Esoteric Society online. It must be the same, correct?" Zheng Yang already suspected the answer and posed the question deliberately to elicit further information on how to obtain access to the forum's classified privileges. Elima did not withhold the truth, stating plainly, "It is indeed the same. Most individuals involved in the arcane are aware of it. Once you become a full member and register your true identity, you will receive classified access, enabling you to log into the encrypted channels of that forum, which contain a wealth of information. However, due to the society's lax management and the varied integrity of its members, one must tread carefully when dealing with them." Chapter 34. Roasted and consumed. As Zheng Yang continued his discourse with Elima, he realized that joining the Esoteric Society only required him to demonstrate extraordinary abilities. He could even choose to keep his identity entirely confidential without the need to register any personal information. However, without registering one's identity information, one cannot attain the privileged access to the forum. Lacking this level of access precludes one from enjoying the conveniences offered by the forum, such as timely updates on certain developments within the community, insider information regarding events, tasks commissioned by members, invitations for collaboration, and details concerning transactions. Consequently, some formal members without privileged access, or those who possess it yet prefer to conceal their true identities, often resort to offline meetings, donning masks to participate in discussions. In fact, such masked gatherings represent the traditional mode of communication within secret societies. The forum, emerging alongside the evolution of online applications, is said to bear the influence of official entities, reflecting the primary infiltration efforts of authorities into secret societies. After all, the official apparatus possesses an inherent advantage in controlling online spaces. Beyond the formal forum, There exist relatively stable small groups that have established their own enclaves, functioning as obscure websites or forums, achieving some aspects of offline meetings through anonymity. However, such small circles remain elusive to outsiders. Therefore, if your objective is to access the information within the forum's encrypted channels, it is imperative to disclose your identity information to the forum's administration in order to gain privileged access. Nonetheless, the forum's management is not comprised solely of official representatives, and such disclosure may not only be known to those within the secret society aligned with official interests but also to non-official administrators, thereby heightening the risk of information leaks to other members. Do you still wish to join them? A mischievous smirk danced upon Lima's face as she posed one final question to Zhang Yang, completing the culinary endeavor. And you, Lima, do you possess classified clearance? Zhang Yang seized the opportunity to whisper yet another inquiry. Of course not, Lima replied, leaving Zhang Yang with a newfound clarity. It appeared that safeguarding one's true identity amidst the enigmatic realm was a fundamental awareness, one that even outweighed the need to display extraordinary abilities before ordinary individuals, as such revelations could potentially attract adversaries from the extraordinary realm. I have access to more secure channels of information, but I cannot divulge that to you, Lima whispered conspiratorially, leaning into Zhang Yang's ear, her breath quickening his pulse. Isn't that a bit excessive? I have already come to regard you as one of my own, yet you still treat me as an outsider. It wasn't until the afternoon that Zhang Yang grasped the significance of Lima's information channels and her reluctance to share them. The Bureau of Special Affairs trio of adept individuals had returned, and they were once again warmly welcomed aboard the newly renovated sailboat. Ah, finally a place to sit, Lovani remarked. Her smile, though present, exuded an air of aloofness. Such was her nature. She wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. Since you possess the legacy of the Demon Hunter and have already mastered the power of the Flame spell, would you be interested in joining us? I never claimed to possess the legacy of the Demon Hunter. That was merely Lima's conjecture. Zhang Yang feigned contemplation, though in truth, he had already acquiesced. He had always harbored a desire to draw closer to Lovani, and now, her unsolicited invitation alleviated him of considerable mental burden. Zhang Yang would never affect a pretentious stance, rejecting the official invitation under the guise of a desire for freedom or a refusal to serve as a sycophant. For he has aspirations regarding the resources offered by the authorities. He believes in advancing when there are benefits to be gained, yet maintaining a clear mind in the face of danger, opting instead for a strategic retreat. After all, those in positions of power, whether military or bureaucratic, possess an advantage over mere civilians. Otherwise, why would so many strive relentlessly for even the smallest official titles? Furthermore, the Special Affairs Bureau holds a certain prestige, and Zhang Yang feels he has already secured considerable respect. Lofny's smile appeared genuinely sincere as she remarked, upon joining us, if you are proficient with firearms, I can enchant them for you. Standard weapons will be provided by the Bureau. Any custom purchases will be reimbursed within limits. Zhang Yang pondered the implication that those less skilled might be barred from using enchanted handguns. Such a notion seemed superficial. After all, a single shot fired from close range is undeniably easier than engaging in a brutal melee with a blade. Just as Zhang Yang was about to express his agreement, Lofny continued, Lima mentioned that you wish to gain access to the esoteric information available on the Mysticism Society's forum. Our Special Affairs Bureau possesses its own internal system, featuring both task and information modules. The information module will include excerpts from the Mysticism Society's forum, along with shared insights acquired through other official channels. Even internal data that rivals the forum's offerings. Enough. I will join. What steps must I take? Zhang Yang replied decisively, fearing that if he hesitated, Lofny might change her mind and cease recruitment altogether. The speed with which Lima had relayed his situation to Lofny finally illuminated for Zhang Yang the nature of the secure information channels she had alluded to. Elima evidently belongs to the official ranks, specifically to the Special Affairs Bureau, albeit under a different guise. The Bureau is situated a considerable distance from the port, requiring a half-hour drive. Lofny personally arranged for someone to input Zhang Yang's information, promptly producing a black identification booklet on site, along with an electronic authorization code that enabled him to download the Bureau's internal system via satellite phone. You are currently in a probationary period, should your performance be exceptional. You will be confirmed after 1 month. If average, you will be confirmed after 3 months. Acknowledged. In less than an hour. Zhang Yang transformed into a novice of the Special Affairs Bureau. However, upon gaining insight into the Bureau, Zhang Yang found himself somewhat satisfied with this formidable institution. Indeed, it is a colossal entity, an extraordinary organization formed by the entirety of the European Union, wielding power that surpasses the political systems of various European nations within the realm of the arcane. Zhang Yang pondered the reason behind Lofny's direct acceptance of him. After all, his identity information was rather simplistic, and the origins of his extraordinary abilities were ambiguous. Perhaps it was a decision based on instinct. Zhang Yang meticulously examined his black identification document several times, carefully stowing it in his pocket, before solemnly stating, "A probationary period still entails responsibilities, does it not? I require an enchanted handgun, and I have also ordered a handcrafted patterned steel longsword for reimbursement. Hey, Chief, he also needs an outfit akin to mine. I believe it should be standardized as our uniform." Richie interjected. Lofny raised an eyebrow, disregarding Richie's comment, and addressed Zhang Yang. "Very well. Consider it your newcomer's welcome package. However, you must swiftly immerse yourself in the task at hand and accompany Rich to locate that damned hellhound." Zhang Yang patted his chest in assurance, declaring, "Rest assured, I am the most adept at finding dogs. I am known as the Little Prince of Dog Finding." Lofny stared at him silently. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of guilt, having been caught by her gaze. Lofny frowned, asking, "What is the matter?" "In fact, I have already roasted and consumed that hellhound. Not just the 3 musketeers, but everyone present from the Special Affairs Bureau turned their unfriendly eyes toward Zhang Yang. Heaven knows how many brain cells they have sacrificed and how much hair they have pulled out in their quest for that wretched hellhound over the past few days. Chapter 35, The Enchanted Firearms Acquired. Come on, don't be like this. I promise to treat you to dog meat next time. Zhang Yang chuckled, lowering his head to familiarize himself with the internal system on his phone. By chance, he noticed a newly pushed local task under the task module, Find the Hellhound of Desime. Thus, Zhang Yang adeptly accepted the task and promptly clicked to complete it. The operation flowed seamlessly. He unconsciously treated it as if he were playing a mobile game, with a swift motion. All eyes converged on Zhang Yang like sharp blades. A notification appeared. Zhang Yang has completed the task of finding the Hellhound of Desime. The reward of 300 contribution points would automatically be issued to Zhang Yang upon Lofny's confirmation. How shameless. How could a person be so utterly devoid of shame? Is there no task involving the slaying of the Hellhound? Zhang Yang perused the local tasks again, bewildered, and looked up to inquire of Lofny. On Lofny's forehead, several veins pulsated violently as she gritted her teeth and forced a smile, saying, "It hasn't been released yet. And it seems there's no need for it now. That saves us some contribution points." In truth, the Special Affairs Bureau only issues contribution point tasks when faced with insurmountable difficulties. If the demon hound is found, the subsequent task of eliminating it would be mere routine, falling within the realm of standard remuneration, thus not warranting any contribution points. Therefore, there would be no task issued for slaying the demon hound. Zhang Yang shook his head, expressing his disappointment. "That's rather unkind of you." A group of individuals seemed eager to confront him, and even Richie exchanged glances with others, contemplating a joint effort. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang perused the local tasks, discovering only 2 remaining. One involved investigating the identity of the mysterious figure behind the mosquito, and upon clicking for details, he learned of the specific information regarding Decime's release by a mosquito sent forth by a shadowy entity. The other task was to uncover the truth behind the slaughter of sheep at Anthony's ranch, which had been deemed to involve mysterious factors. Despite the Special Affairs Bureau's numerous attempts, the truth remained elusive, while the sheep continued to diminish at a rate of 3 to 5 each day. The corpses bore puncture wounds from slender proboscises, drained completely of blood and moisture, resembling desiccated remains. Several days had passed, and Anthony's ranch had already suffered the loss of dozens of sheep. Investigating such matters was utterly loathsome. Zhang Yang closed the task module and lifted his gaze to confront his new colleagues once more. "When may I receive my firearm? Follow me first for an assessment of your abilities." Lovain turned and proceeded towards the elevator, with Zhang Yang following closely behind, trailed by Richie and Viner, who seemed to be escorting Zhang Yang. The quartet ascended directly to the top floor, entering a training area that spanned nearly 1,000 square meters. Under Lovain's guidance, Zhang Yang found himself standing before a peculiar, mushroom-shaped device that reached up to his shoulders in height. Its mushroom cap extended all the way to the ground. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to describe it as a bronze bell. It can assess the attributes and intensity of various conventional psychic abilities. Unleash your fire-based spell on it, and let's see, Lovane instructed, gesturing towards the large mushroom. Zhang Yang placed a hand on the mushroom and activated the thorn burning spell. In an instant, a burst of flames enveloped the mushroom, burning fiercely and emanating a terrifying heat. Lovane, her eyes fixed on a nearby screen, declared, pure, high-temperature combustion, inherently possessing the property of purifying all things. Intensity and quality are at the upper tier of level 1. What specific form? Zhengyang inquired, perplexed. The form in which you employ this fire ability. Don't tell me you simply hurl the flames outwards. More or less. Zhengyang replied sheepishly. Lovane, arms crossed, regarded Zhengyang with a skeptical gaze, clearly unconvinced. Zhengyang, feeling compelled to be honest, confessed, I can imbue the flames into swords, condensing them into fire blades or longswords exceeding 2 meters in length. If that doesn't count, then I truly have nothing else. Only then did Lovane let out a soft hum, indicating her acceptance. Subsequently, she approached a wall and pressed her palm against a head-sized screen to the side, whereupon red and green beams of light sequentially scanned her palm print. Behold, the walls parted asunder, revealing the armory sequestered behind. A scant collection of firearms, both long and short, were arrayed neatly upon the shelves. On the lowest tier, an assortment of boxed or linked ammunition of various calibers lay in wait. Lofini gestured towards an 8-inch barreled revolver and a gleaming Desert Eagle, stating, these are the only enchanted handguns readily available. Do you favor the revolver or the Desert Eagle? I'll take the Desert Eagle, just like Richie's. Zhengyang declared without hesitation. Richie's is a .44 caliber with an 8-round magazine. This one is a .50 caliber with a 7-round magazine and comes with a spare magazine. You may draw a box of 30 standard rounds and 7 enchanted rounds for backup. You can request resupply before a mission or after expending your ammunition. Enchanting bullets is arduous work, so use them sparingly. Furthermore, I am uncertain of your marksmanship proficiency. Training ammunition is allotted at 1 box every 7 days. Exceeding this will result in a deduction from your wages. Your current salary is 12,000 gold shields per month, with room and board at your own expense and medical treatment covered for illnesses and injuries. Oh, such a generous wage? Zhang Yang remarked, clicking his tongue. His previous life afforded him a mere 2,700 per month. Why does Richie get to requisition 2 firearms? I want 2 as well. The Desert Eagle and that shotgun. Zhang Yang pointed towards a boomstick. Lofini paused, taking a deliberate deep breath, and fixed Zhang Yang with an impassive stare. Was this the harbinger of an impending storm? A newbie package, Lofini. Zhang Yang reminded her in a hushed tone, rubbing his hands together with a brazen grin. You may exchange 100 contribution points for that shotgun, which includes a box of 15 standard buckshot rounds and 5 enchanted buckshot rounds. Lofni suddenly shifted her gaze, feigning a smile. No, if I had contribution points, I would exchange them too. Brother, contribution points are just like money. They are meant to be spent. Rich leaned closer, patting Zhang Yang on the shoulder. Seeing Tai Hennin's unwavering certainty, Zhang Yang believed him and decided to proceed with the exchange. A peculiar smile lingered at the corners of Lofni's mouth as she retrieved Zhang Yang's sidearm and enchanted bullets, instructing Rich to take him for registration. Zhang Yang finally understood why Rich preferred wearing long coats. They provided convenience for carrying firearms. He resolved to procure 2 sets. No, 3 sets of such attire. Chapter 36. One cannot merely coast through work. Lofni only reimbursed a mere 10,000 for the cost of Zhang Yang's custom longsword. The troubles posed by the demonic hound of Decima were alleviated by Zhang Yang, notably easing the pressure on the Bureau of Special Affairs. Thus, Zhang Yang enlisted Rich as his coach, withdrawing a full box of training ammunition for the week, and headed to the underground shooting range to practice vigorously, expending every last round. In all his lifetimes combined, this was Zhang Yang's first genuine experience with a handgun. Under Rich's guidance, coupled with significant enhancements in his vision, coordination, and strength, Zhang Yang diligently practiced, swiftly transcending the realm of a novice and gradually becoming familiar with firearms. By the time Zhang Yang emerged from the range, twilight was approaching. The entire internal information module of the Bureau yielded not a single lead related to the spirit ship. That evening, Zhang Yang sat on a bench at the stern, poring over the information module in vain, discovering nothing of significance. Regardless of whether the information is shared internally or gathered from external sources, there is an absence of content related to the spiritual vessel, including the advanced scrolls of the magical array and the core of spiritual energy. This is indeed a fortuitous circumstance, as it diminishes others' awareness of the spiritual vessel, preventing them from associating it with their own crafts. However, it also poses a disadvantage, signifying that Zheng Yang's quest for information has become exceedingly arduous. Nonetheless, his perusal of various forum posts has afforded him some insight into the fundamentals concerning extraordinary individuals. Only those who have mastered spiritual energy can truly be deemed extraordinary. Spiritual energy manifests in myriad forms and attributes, encompassing the powers of light, darkness, protection, combustion, nature, and so forth, all of which can be cultivated and enhanced through practice, or awakened through one's bloodline inheritance. Naturally, the prerequisite is either the aptitude for cultivation or the presence of corresponding inheritance within one's bloodline. Even for someone like Alima, who specializes in the realm of secret potions, the ability to concoct such elixirs necessitates an initial mastery of spiritual energy, which must then be utilized alongside incantations to activate the components of the secret potions and harmonize the formula into a finished product. It is not merely a matter of mixing various herbs together and boiling them like a simple broth. It seems imperative for Zheng Yang to find a way to access the encrypted channels of the arcane society to seek out information, as certain details may not attract the attention of the Special Affairs Bureau and thus remain unshared. However, the question of whether exposing his identity to the upper echelons of the arcane society is worthwhile lingers, especially considering that the society's forum may not necessarily contain the information he seeks. Meanwhile, the spirit insect merrily feasts upon flying insects and mosquitoes, granting Zheng Yang a reprieve from annoyance. In truth, Zheng Yang recognizes that there remains much for him to learn from Richie. Gunfights are not merely about wielding a firearm and pulling the trigger. It involves intricate tactical maneuvers that require extensive practice, as Zheng Yang has come to understand. Tactical movements are paramount, a realization Zheng Yang reached after a brief introduction from Richie that afternoon. These various tactical actions are deeply intertwined with advanced theories of human physiology and psychology. They not only enhance an individual's operational efficiency during gunfights, but also serve to psychologically manipulate the enemy, creating confusion and significantly impacting the outcome of battles. Through diligent practice, after an hour of rigorous training, Zheng Yang developed a responsiveness and speed that were double that of an average person, markedly improving his disassembly and reassembly speed and accuracy. This disassembly, as Richie described, was to cultivate a sense of the firearm. The following morning, Zheng Yang arrived punctually at the Special Affairs Bureau. In addition to the administrative staff, the extraordinary individuals like him operated under a flexible work regime, being summoned as needed without the constraints of a strict 9-to-5 schedule. Richie, not one to hoard his knowledge, recognized that if Zheng Yang did not hone his skills, he might hinder their team's progress in the future. He recommended that Zheng Yang undergo short-term, real-world training at a training camp, but Zheng Yang declined. He had no intention of becoming a full-time marksman. Descending from the top-tier training facility, Zheng Yang spotted Lofny and Weiner, who were also present, and noticed that there were more personnel in the bureau than the previous day. Upon seeing Zheng Yang, drenched in sweat, Lofny scrutinized him from head to toe and called everyone over for an introduction. Zheng Yang became aware that apart from the trio of Lofny, the Inquirer Bureau also housed 2 men and a woman who were extraordinary beings. They were the refined Mohiri, the middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, Sariwa, and the alluring beauty with a serpentine waist, Sayulari. Including Zheng Yang, there were merely 7 extraordinary individuals within the bureau. Even with the addition of the semi-official figure, Elima, there were only 7.5, rendering the team evidently underpowered. Lovany, noticing that everyone was acquainted, remarked, "Dezimai has been missing for over 3 days, and we still possess no clues regarding the identity of the mysterious individual behind that mosquito. We must act swiftly." Zheng Yang, as one of the parties involved, what are your thoughts on this matter? Miss, I am merely one of those tasked with eliminating the Doc's dogs, and my connection to Decimai's disappearance is utterly non-existent. Furthermore, my understanding of the enigmatic side of Inquirer is that of a complete outsider. What insights could I possibly offer? Zheng Yang observed her skeptical gaze, filled with disbelief, compelling him to feel somewhat exasperated. Previously, he had vehemently denied his identity as an extraordinary being, and subsequently refuted any involvement in the slaying of the Hellhound, which had instinctively led Lovany to question the veracity of any statement he made. Rich, do you have any findings on your end? Lovany turned her attention to Rich. Rubbing her forehead, Lovany felt that her beautiful, cascading waves of hair were slightly disheveled. Chief, I believe we should not solely focus on the mosquito. Since the adversary has abducted Dezimai, it undoubtedly serves a specific purpose. We might set aside their identity for now and attempt to analyze the motivations behind their actions. What is this referred to in psychology? Seriva furrowed his brow as he stroked his stubbled chin, revealing a contemplative expression. The refined young man, Mohiri, also pondered aloud. Indeed. I have been reflecting on the motives behind their actions these past few days. Is it to rescue Dezimai? While this could be one possibility, it is worth noting that Dezimai has lived in considerable destitution. Would anyone truly be inclined to intrude upon the Special Affairs Bureau to save him? He continued. The second possibility negates the first. If their intention isn't to save Dezimai, then I trust it cannot merely be to vex us. A more plausible scenario is that Dezimai possesses some utility for them. What exactly could that utility be? The alluring figure of Sayalali swayed her serpentine waist gracefully as she approached a whiteboard, where she meticulously outlined their earlier analyses. Chapter 37. The Holy Spirit Society. What does Dezimai possess? One aspect is a ritual or the inheritance of demon taming, and the other is a mutated virus. What purposes could these two elements serve? Sayalali herself delineated two analyses. The mutated virus could, on one hand, be utilized to instigate widespread chaos, leading to the very situations you dread, on the other hand. It could be extracted for research purposes, a function that, even if Dezimai were not to go missing, would eventually become his fate. Now, let us consider the possibilities. There are primarily three scenarios. Which of these holds the greatest likelihood? In unison, the seven of them concluded that given the capabilities of the assailants, it is most probable that a certain organization seeks to acquire Dezimai's ample virus samples for research. Loveni and Sayalali exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. The Holy Spirit Society, those madmen, in pursuit of such research material, would indeed dare to take action against the Special Affairs Bureau. Furthermore, the transformed body of a werewolf embodies the very sanctity they seek. If a method to retain consciousness during transformation could be discovered, this virus would become the source for mass conversion into their coveted sanctified forms. Sayalali inscribed the phrases werewolf transformation and sanctified body on the whiteboard, connecting them with a horizontal line. Damn it, how did we manage to draw out those lunatics? Lofni rubbed her face in frustration. Zheng Yang, however, was left utterly perplexed, pondering the sudden mention of the Holy Spirit Society. Noticing Zheng Yang's bewildered expression, Lofni recalled that Alima had mentioned he was unaware of the mystical society, and thus, he was evidently oblivious to the existence of the Holy Spirit Society as well. She elaborated, indeed, they are madmen, Zheng Yang concluded. Although his own mutated bloodline was a result of merged alien genes, it was an accident rather than a deliberate pursuit. However, given the sheer madness of the Holy Spirit Society, might they possess information regarding the spirit ship? Despite identifying the Holy Spirit Society as the primary suspect, the members of the Special Affairs Bureau remained at a loss. The Holy Spirit Society is an extremely clandestine extremist organization. If they had indeed taken Decima from the Bureau, how could they possibly allow the Bureau to find them so brazenly? Ultimately, Lofni resolved to remain adaptable. If it truly was the Holy Spirit Society that had abducted Decima for research purposes, it would alleviate her greatest concern that someone with ulterior motives had taken him to propagate the mutated virus, potentially triggering a large-scale mysterious incident in her jurisdiction. In addition, there was the incident at Anthony Ranch. Zhang Yang, you and Richie should go investigate and gain some experience. With a wave of her hand, Lofni dismissed them. Feeling lighthearted as she made her way to lunch, Zhang Yang blinked. Aren't we having a group meal at public expense? The lush pastures of early autumn were still vibrantly green, and the vast expanse of the ranch was a delightful sight filled with verdant grass. The vehicle drove directly onto the ranch and came to a halt in front of several buildings. Just as Zheng Yang and Richie stepped out of the car, they were met with a roar from within the structure. A portly man, dressed like a cowboy and wearing a frown of fury, stormed out. For more have died. Do you have any capability to resolve this issue? If not, please arrange for someone who can, for we have paid our taxes, yet our property remains unprotected. The old cowboy immediately unleashed his frustration upon Richie and Zheng Yang. Richie, feeling helpless, glanced at Zheng Yang and shrugged. He had been here twice before, each time enduring the other's wrath. Where are the sheep's bodies? Let us go take a look. Zheng Yang took the lead, striding forward. The old cowboy glared at him and gruffly demanded, Kid, who are you? What do you want? Zheng Yang shook his head and retorted, I am the one who takes your taxpayer money without providing services. Now, take us to see the bodies. Oh, for heaven's sake. The old cowboy shook his head, as if still waking from the previous night's slumber. This way, noticing the large caliber Desert Eagle holstered at Zhang Yang's waist. The old cowboy realized that he did not appear to be a mere visitor seeking amusement. With Richie remaining unperturbed by Zhang Yang's actions, the cowboy nodded and led the way to the back of the building. There lay a massive sheep pen, now deserted, as the living sheep had been taken out to graze. On one side of the sheep pen, 4 emaciated carcasses lay discarded on the ground, their skeletal frames grotesquely exposed beneath their skin, resembling the pitiful sight of creatures starved to death. Truly, mere skins draped over bones. Zhang Yang retrieved his phone and reopened the task module to scrutinize the details of this incident once more. In previous investigations, Vinyl had deduced that a giant mosquito was responsible for the slaughter. However, he and Richie had lain in ambush for 2 nights without capturing the perpetrator. Was there a connection between this mosquito and the one that had set Decimai free? Zhang Yang noted that the incident had occurred 5 days prior to Decimai's disappearance, indicating that the events at the ranch had transpired earlier, and the mosquito that released Decimai was merely a small one. It was no wonder that the Special Affairs Bureau had failed to link the 2 incidents. You watched over the sheep for 2 nights. What was the situation? Zhang Yang inquired, his gaze filled with skepticism toward Richie. Richie, with a hint of resignation, replied, "The pen is simply too vast, and with so many sheep, it is impossible to maintain a watch with just a few people." Were there no significant findings from the surveillance? Zhang Yang directed his attention to the cameras positioned around the pen, struggling to comprehend the situation. Despite being right under their noses, and with the aid of surveillance, sheep had still perished, yet the assailant remained elusive. Richie shrugged. "That is the perplexing aspect." Rubbing his head in frustration, Zhang Yang muttered, "I despise investigating cases." "Very well. Let us keep watch again tonight and see what unfolds." The old cowboy, observing Zhang Yang and Richie's willingness to undertake the night watch, felt a sense of relief. Regardless of whether the 2 could resolve the predicament, their attitude remained commendably proactive. Chapter 38. Discovery. The moon hung in the sky, a mere half-illuminated, casting a gentle glow over the ranch's tranquil night. The vast expanse of grassland exuded a refreshing aroma, intoxicating in its allure. Beside the structures, an old cowboy and an assistant busied themselves roasting a whole lamb for Zhang Yang, skillfully slicing off the well-cooked portions to serve to him and Rich. Observing Rich's voracious appetite, Zhang Yang surmised that he must possess some form of spiritual energy, for it was inconceivable that anyone could consume such a quantity of meat otherwise. However, Zhang Yang refrained from inquiring about Rich's abilities for the time being, knowing he would eventually uncover the truth. The lamb was notably large, with nearly 40 pounds of pure meat. Both men devoured over 10 pounds each, planning to indulge in the remaining portions as a late-night snack, leaving the old cowboy utterly astonished. After satisfying their hunger, Zhang Yang and Rich separated to patrol the enclosure. Accompanying them were 2 ranch hands, the 4 of them positioned over a distance of more than 100 meters around the sheep pen. While not an extensive number, the gaps between them were merely 30 to 40 meters apart. Yet, considering that even surveillance had failed to detect the perpetrator, the quantity of guards seemed inconsequential. Initially, the side view was manageable, but as they stood guard at close range, the pungent odor wafting from the pen rendered the freshly consumed lamb significantly less appetizing for Zhang Yang. Thus, he chose to distance himself from the pen. Moving into the grassy area, 50 meters away, his field of vision expanded, allowing him to survey a broader scope. He toyed with a large caliber Desert Eagle, utilizing his vision, which was twice that of an ordinary person, to scan the sheep pen. The absence of artificial lighting was paramount, as illuminating the night would disrupt the sheep's slumber, leading to a cascade of subsequent sleep deprivation issues. Beneath the gentle glow of the moonlight, Zhang Yang could distinctly observe the movements of the other 3 individuals. From 8 in the evening until 1 in the morning, all remained tranquil. At 1:30, Zhang Yang abruptly turned, disengaging the safety on his pistol and directing it deeper into the ranch. The spirit vessel signaled an alarm. Something sinister was approaching. Indeed, anything capable of draining the life from a creature until it resembled a desiccated corpse could not merely be an ordinary beast. The curse upon Zhang Yang was now manifesting its power. Yet, he could not discern his adversary. This was illogical. He could perceive energy entities like phantoms. So what malevolence could evade his keen gaze? Could it possibly be cloaked in invisibility? Zhang Yang summoned his spiritual energy, augmenting all attributes to thrice that of an ordinary person. A faint hum resonated as he sensed an imminent threat drawing near, prompting an instinctive tactical maneuver as he swiftly rolled to the side. He detected something lunging at the spot where he had just stood, only to dart past him in a frenzied pursuit, moving with remarkable speed and the size of a human. Remarkably, the tactical movements he had painstakingly practiced to the point of exhaustion that morning had become a conditioned reflex. This was undoubtedly aided by Zheng Yang's extraordinary neural responses. As he rolled away, he pivoted, keeping his gun trained on the sensed trajectory, and decisively pulled the trigger. The thunderous roar of the large-caliber Desert Eagle reverberated through the ranch, echoing far and wide. By the sheepfold, Richie instantly raised his weapon, turning towards Zhang Yang with heightened vigilance. "What have you discovered?" Zhang Yang had no time to articulate his thoughts as the target was struck by the bullet. Just the day before, Richie had informed Zhang Yang that upon attaining a certain level of proficiency with firearms, one could develop an almost mystical sense of shooting, intuitively knowing whether their bullets had found their mark. At that moment, Zheng Yang certainly did not possess the enigmatic intuition that Rich spoke of. Rather, he relied on his extraordinarily heightened senses, threefold sharper than the average person, in hearing, smell, and the perception of energy. This amalgamation formed a unique sensitivity, or perhaps one could call it a profound awareness. Zheng Yang perceived that the target was bleeding. The rapid droplets of blood falling rhythmically caught his attention, indicating that the target was veering to the right. Regrettably, he had not brought his shotgun. Just as he thought this, in a remarkably swift motion, Zheng Yang decisively fired another shot. The sound echoed, and he sensed the target shudder. He had struck once again. The target's speed diminished slightly, and Zheng Yang's tracking of the target became more pronounced as he hastened his pursuit. Furthermore, recalling Lo Fine's words about the exhausting nature of enchantments, he instinctively hesitated to utilize his enchanted bullets. Even in a fierce struggle, one must exert full effort. However, his awareness still fell short. Reflecting on this, he swiftly replaced his magazine with one containing enchanted bullets. The shot that followed resonated with the might of artillery, and even with his tripled physical prowess. Zheng Yang felt a slight fatigue from the recoil. After running a mere dozen meters, he heard the thunderous roar akin to cannon fire. Had he truly employed enchanted bullets? In truth, Rich's dual-wielded pistols were not merely for show. During combat, he too held one in each hand, with one chambered with ordinary bullets and the other with enchanted ones. He had cultivated the habit of using the enchanted firearm only when absolutely necessary. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed, and Richie beheld a figure emerge from the moonlit grass, engulfed in flames and writhing in agony. The explosive projectile not only revealed the previously hidden target, but also set it ablaze. Richie was astounded. The ranch incident, which had left them at a standstill, was resolved the instant Zhang Yang arrived, and it seemed he was poised to eliminate the target. Was this mere fortune or a testament to skill? Zheng Yang was equally astonished by the potency of the enchanted bullets, yet his greater shock lay in the sight of the increasingly helpless aberration that struggled before him. Indeed, it was the mosquito that Vinyl had foreseen. In this world, not only did mosquitoes grow to human size, but they also possessed the ability to become invisible, rendering them exceedingly perilous. Zhang Yang concluded that in future encounters with such unknown anomalies, he must unleash his full strength from the outset, striving for a decisive blow. Could such a mosquito possibly drain the lifeblood of 4 or 5 sheep in one go? Were there more of them lurking about? Richie, come here and take a photograph before it burns away. Zhang Yang, with both hands firmly gripping his firearm, remained vigilant. He was the target of the aberration and could not afford to lower his weapon for a mobile shot. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, deep within a mountainous region cloaked in primeval forest, a series of roars erupted. What in the blazes is that? Why did my 6-winged aberrant mosquito lose control and charge toward it the moment I approached within a few hundred meters? In the next instant, another colossal mosquito burst forth from the ancient woods, racing at high speed toward the ranch. Chapter 39. Double Kill Snap. Snap. Richie circled the burning mosquito, capturing images from various angles before notifying Lofny. Meanwhile, 2 ranch hands came rushing over to witness the spectacle. Zheng Yang stood 20 meters away from them, facing the depths of the pasture. Approximately 15 kilometers away, he had observed a mountain range earlier that afternoon. Were these colossal mosquitoes emerging from the mountains? Why, in the preceding days, had these enormous mosquitoes only targeted the sheep, never humans? Had human blood lost its allure? This contradicted the survival theory of mosquitoes. Or perhaps these gigantic mosquitoes were under human control, deliberately avoiding human targets? Yet, Why were they solely fixated on the sheep of Anthony's ranch? The release of the mosquitoes in Decimi was also orchestrated by someone. Could the two incidents truly be unrelated? A flurry of questions raced through Zhang Yang's mind. Rich, disregarding the hour, called Lofny to inform her, intending to inquire how Zhang Yang had identified the target. However, upon seeing Zhang Yang in a state of heightened vigilance, he too became alert. There might not be just one mosquito. The old cowboy was roused as well, brandishing a shotgun while cursing as he rushed to the scene. The explosive rounds possessed immense power, infused with spiritual energy, setting the gigantic mosquito ablaze. By the looks of it, the flames would not extinguish until the creature's carcass was reduced to ashes. It was this accursed beast that had slaughtered my sheep, wasn't he it? The old cowboy furiously paced around the fire, seemingly ready to kick it if the monster were not still smoldering. If there was one, there could be two, three, or even more. You all must find a way to eradicate them. His voice echoed far across the pasture in the dead of night. Zheng Yang remained on high alert for over 10 minutes without receiving any warning from the spirit ship, pondering that perhaps only a single giant mosquito had appeared that night. Rich arrived with a firearm by his side, stating, "The boss will be here shortly. She drives faster than I do." Zhang Yang glanced towards the harbor, as if he could see a red sports car roaring recklessly towards them, embodying an overwhelming sense of urgency. In truth, her presence was unnecessary. In a short while, the mosquitoes would be reduced to ashes. Zhang Yang shook his head and pointed towards the mountains, asking, "Are you aware of the conditions over there?" "I suspect these enormous mosquitoes hail from that direction." Rich glanced over, but the nocturnal haze obscured his vision. Nevertheless, he understood Zheng Yang's reference and replied, "The outskirts of that mountain have undergone minimal development. It is a renowned hiking destination for the nearby towns. Its depths, however, are cloaked in primordial forest, stretching all the way to the shoreline. Rarely do adventurers heed warnings and venture deep within. It remains largely untouched by human presence." Zheng Yang opened his phone map and discovered that the coastal end of the mountain coincided with the location where he encountered the water ghost during his last sailboat renovation, a branch of the main mountain range. The entire range extended for dozens of kilometers, with numerous branches that seemed to reach out like a green dragon probing the sea, perfectly paralleling their route to the ranch. It appeared that secrets lay hidden within that mountain. A few minutes later, Lofny drove into the ranch in a roaring, all-terrain vehicle. It was evident that she had been roused from slumber, her long, wavy hair disheveled, her clothing hastily thrown together. She wore an amber silk blouse, only partially tucked into her jeans, with a few buttons carelessly fastened, the neckline gaping open, accentuated by her remarkable figure, exuding an unusual allure under the soft moonlight. The scene was overwhelming. After examining the remnants of ashes and bone fragments on the grass, Lofny proceeded to peruse the photos on Rich's phone. Although engulfed in flames, the menacing visage of the mosquito remained vividly discernible. It could become invisible. I sensed its presence and fired 2 shots with ordinary bullets. Yet it remained undetected until I employed enchanted ammunition. Zheng Yang leaned closer to Lofny, inhaling the faint fragrance of roses, and remarked, "If your enchanted bullets possess a freezing effect, you might acquire a splendid specimen for research." Lofny disdainfully pushed him away, exclaiming, "What a strong odor of sheep." "Keep your distance." "Lofny, this is what is known as masculinity," he retorted. "Masculinity, my foot. You immature child, trying to flirt with women." Zheng Yang felt struck by her words. How could she dare to label him as young? In the next moment, Zheng Yang's expression shifted. He suddenly drew his handgun and surged forward, channeling his psychic energy. A warning sign flared within him, and based on past experiences, he estimated that the malevolent entity would manifest and potentially launch an assault within 10 to 30 seconds after the alert. Still, no target was visible. Yet the imminent threat he sensed was approaching rapidly. Undoubtedly that colossal mosquito capable of vanishing from sight. After sprinting nearly 20 meters away from the impending danger, he felt an intense sensation of peril. The air vibrated with a buzzing sound, accompanied by a gust of wind, compelling him to dive instinctively. This time, Zheng Yang perceived the invisible giant mosquito sweeping past his head, propelled by the wind, and he even detected the piercing shriek of its sharp proboscis slicing through the air. A mere 20 centimeters from his body, Zheng Yang fixed his gaze upon the fleeting aura, and without raising his head, he discharged a blind shot. In that instant, his heightened perception led him to believe he was possessed by the spirit of a master marksman. He sensed the enchanted bullet thunderously erupting forth. violently shattering the air as it surged into the target's body, subsequently unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy that ignited into flames. It was nothing short of miraculous. Considering he had only been acquainted with firearms for a single day, having practiced with merely 30 rounds and spent an entire night repetitively disassembling and reassembling the weapon. Yet, the state he found himself in was evidently beyond what such limited practice could yield, a manifestation of enhanced attributes tripling his innate capabilities through the infusion of spiritual energy. This perception was more potent than before, undoubtedly surpassing mere tripling. It may well have reached sixfold, or even ninefold, as various attributes synergized to propel Zheng Yang into a remarkable state. As the gunshot resonated, a colossal mosquito revealed itself, propelled by inertia and flames. Soaring past Zheng Yang's head, capturing the attention of Lofny, Richie, the old cowboy, and 2 ranch hands. Drawing from previous experience, Zheng Yang was assured that no ominous signs would manifest before another warning emerged, prompting him to rise and record the event with his phone. At this juncture, the flames enveloping the giant mosquito were not yet all-consuming, allowing for a more detailed and comprehensive capture of the scene. The mosquito, brimming with vitality, bore a gaping wound the size of a bowl from the enchanted bullet, yet it had not succumbed to death immediately. It writhed upon the grass, its struggles causing the flames to intensify. Lofny and Richie drew their sidearms and rushed forward, encircling the giant mosquito with vigilance. Zheng Yang cast a sidelong glance at them. Having concluded the task, one might ponder the utility of such a teammate. Chapter 40. Deep within the mountains. How did you discover it? Lofny, regaining her composure, inquired of Zheng Yang. Intuition. My senses are quite acute, Zheng Yang replied. At that moment, Zheng Yang reflected on the undeniable efficacy of firearms. Had it not been for the enchanted pistol in his possession, confronting such an elusive and sinister entity would have proven considerably more arduous. However, the remarkable ability to reduce the malevolent being to ashes with a single shot felt rather extravagant, depriving the ship spirit and the spiritual vessel of the opportunity to absorb its essence. With this thought, Zheng Yang withdrew his Desert Eagle and loaded it with ordinary ammunition. His sudden action prompted Lofny and Richie to instinctively draw their weapons, their senses heightened. Just moments prior, Zheng Yang had similarly acted with unexpected decisiveness. Lofny and Richie exchanged glances, their eyes twitching slightly. Lofny, the objective of this mission was to ascertain the truth behind the slaughter of the sheep. I believe I have accomplished that, Zheng Yang stated as he accessed the task module, marked the mission as complete, and uploaded the photograph of the burning giant mosquito as evidence. 300 contribution points beckoned to him. After a brief silence, Lofny retrieved her phone to verify the status of the mission. In the next instant, the entirety of the English Intelligence Bureau received the notification of Zheng Yang's task completion. With the 300 contribution points credited, Zheng Yang transferred 100 points to Richie, saying, "You participated in the mission. Here is your share." Wonderful. With this 100 contribution points, I can exchange for 2 awakening potions to enhance my meditation efficiency. Richie exclaimed, his joy palpable. Zheng Yang's gaze sharpened, piercing through to Richie's countenance. Contribution points can also be exchanged for potions? Richie deliberately glanced around, feigning ignorance to Zheng Yang's gaze. Once you receive your official promotion, the system will unlock the exchange module, allowing you to use contribution points to acquire precious potions, materials, weapons, and even methods of cultivation, explained Lofny, a smirk playing on her lips, seemingly reveling in his misfortune. Zheng Yang suddenly felt a twinge of regret, realizing he had been misled, as none had informed him of the true purpose of contribution points. Having slain 2 giant mosquitoes, the old cowboy found no joy in his victory. Instead, he was gripped by greater concern. The emergence of a second creature hinted at the potential for a third, and until he could ensure the complete eradication of these monsters, his flock remained in peril. What was so special about a sheep? Considering the possibility that someone might be manipulating the giant mosquitoes at Zheng Yang's suggestion, he pondered whether Anthony had offended someone, albeit not in a mortal enemy sense. Someone once proposed to purchase my ranch, which I declined, he recalled. If this is indeed a case of human intervention, I suspect it must be him. However, I do not know him, nor do I possess his contact information. He approached me directly for a discussion without leaving any details. As dawn broke without the appearance of a third giant mosquito, the flock remained unharmed. They analyzed the potential for human manipulation behind the mosquitoes and whether it had any connection to the mysterious figure in the Desimai disappearance. Ultimately, Lofny decided to utilize her privileges to summon a police helicopter to search the depths of the primal forest within the mountain range. Her instincts told her that the Holy Spirit might have established a covert base deep within that mountainous region. Alima had often remarked on Lofny's keen intuition. This time, 7 extraordinary agents from the Special Affairs Bureau mobilized, dividing into 2 helicopters as they soared towards the mountains several dozen kilometers away. Zhang Yang was grouped with Lofny and the trio of sorts. The cabin of the police helicopter was rather spacious, equipped with glass windows and long-range cameras, allowing the 4 of them to conveniently monitor the forest below using binoculars and tablet screens. The helicopter hovered above a pristine forest, and as Zhang Yang peered down with the binoculars, unease crept into his mind. He pondered the altitude at which such giant mosquitoes could soar. Would they, in a fit of desperation, launch a suicide attack on the aircraft? If so, it could be perilous. Zhang Yang recalled a film from his past, where a scene depicted a flock of birds being startled into flight, resulting in the helicopter being brought down in flames. Expressing his concerns to Lofny, the pilot in front chuckled, "Sir, if such enormous mosquitoes truly existed, they would not ascend to great heights. They would only skim the ground. Moreover, what you described is merely cinematic fantasy. Helicopters are not that fragile. Unless the fuel tank is breached and ignited, an explosion is unlikely. At worst, the tail rotor could sustain damage leading to a spin and crash. Our helicopter is fortified against such threats, with the fuel tank shielded by layers of bulletproof armor and the tail rotor protected by a safety net. The materials that enable it to lift such a heavy structure are far sturdier than one might imagine, especially when considering the terrifying force generated at high speeds. Any creature colliding with it would meet a gruesome fate. Have you ever heard of a small ceiling fan decapitating a person? Is it truly so?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yang remained unconvinced. Even though the giant mosquito poses no catastrophic threat to the helicopter, one cannot overlook the possibility that its presence may attract other, more formidable malevolent beings. This warrants caution. The most prudent course of action would be to refrain from participating in the operation, thereby minimizing variables. However, should he choose not to venture into the mountains, the likelihood of provoking the malevolent entities of the Holy Spirit Society would diminish significantly, as would the efficiency of the Special Affairs Bureau in locating their stronghold. Furthermore, Zhang Yang intends to scour the Holy Spirit Society's hideout for essential items. It is conceivable that individuals within this ancient extremist organization may possess vital evolutionary materials such as information about spirit vessels, advancement scrolls, and energy cores. Weighing the risks against potential rewards, Zhang Yang opted for audacity. After all, he was already present, and by utilizing the helicopter's aerial advantage, he found himself in a position of greater safety than if he were on the ground. "I have a strong premonition of danger. Should I instruct you to ascend? You must execute it immediately, ascending at the fastest possible speed. It would be even better if you could maintain maneuverability." Zhang Yang solemnly cautioned the pilot via the intercom. The pilot, fully aware of the caliber of their passengers, gave a thumbs up to signify understanding, ready to comply with the command. The helicopter hovered over the primeval forest, meticulously scanning for any suspicious signs, methodically eliminating one sector after another. In the afternoon, after a return trip, the helicopter gradually penetrated deeper into the mountainous heartland. "Is it possible to approach that sinkhole?" Lofini pointed to a circular sinkhole displayed on the monitor, zooming in for a closer inspection. Zhang Yang also peered through the window with binoculars, observing the stones, grass, and shrubs at the bottom of the pit. It was a sinkhole nearly 100 meters in diameter, formed by the continuous collapse of its edges, resulting in a funnel-shaped bottom that appeared to be only 20 to 30 meters deep at its deepest point. Chapter 41. The Core of Psychic Energy. In the 30-degree direction. Is there not a significant fissure? Zhang Yang adjusted the focus of the telescope and observed a crack exceeding a meter in width on the mountainside within the sinkhole, its depth shrouded in darkness. Lofini also focused on the fissure, allowing the helicopter to hover while the camera automatically adjusted its angle and focus, consistently aimed at the crack. Although the helicopter could maintain a stationary position, reverting to maneuverability from a hover required additional time, which is why Zhang Yang refrained from allowing it to hover. Even upon spotting a suspicious target, they maintained a state of circular motion. His concern was to avoid attracting the formidable adversary, as remaining in motion afforded at least a slight opportunity for evasion. The lower end of the fissure bore signs of foot traffic. "We may have found it." Viner pointed to the fissure on the monitor, zooming in on its lower end as he spoke. Zhang Yang drew his sidearm, replacing the standard ammunition with enchanted bullets. And then open the window. Lofini, considering my frequent use of enchanted bullets and their evident effectiveness, I hope to increase my reserve of enchanted ammunition to 14 rounds. Wouldn't that encourage you to use them sparingly? Of course, you could also exchange contribution points for them. Lofini was unimpressed by his attempts. Unaware that enchanting was no trivial task, Zheng Yang let out a sigh, then focused his psychic energy to elevate his perception to its utmost limit. Here it comes. The early warning activated. A surge of inspiration struck. Zheng Yang aimed at the crack in the mountainside below through the window, concentrating intently as he awaited the opportune moment. The warning provided Zheng Yang with the direction and approximate distance of the sinister approach, coupled with his heightened perception. He sensed the target emerging from the fissure and decisively pulled the trigger. The driver in front jolted, nearly losing control, causing the helicopter to wobble slightly. Was this artillery fire? Even with headphones on, the sound reverberated in his ears. Although others observed Zheng Yang aiming at the crevice in the mountainside, they failed to see the target and assumed he was merely mimicking action. To their surprise, Zheng Yang fired without warning, startling them all. However, their attention was soon drawn to the enormous mosquito that emerged from the fissure. Indeed, it was here. CO Lolly, target confirmed, approaching us. Lofni used the intercom to call for another helicopter to rendezvous. Descend. Venal and Mohiri will assist at the cave entrance. The rest of you follow me inside. Lofni, ever decisive in her actions, directed the helicopter to hover over the edge of the sinkhole, and one by one, they slid down the rope to the ground below. Although it was Zhang Yang's first descent, having observed others, he swiftly learned the technique and descended smoothly. All were armed, and with a powerful enchantress like Lofni among them. How could they forego the use of their formidable enchanted firearms? The 7 of them adeptly slid from the edge of the sinkhole and approached the massive mosquito that had ceased struggling beside the fissure. From this vantage point, one could clearly see that 2 meters further inside the fissure lay a more expansive cavern. The refined Mohiri and Vinyl stood at the edge of a crevice, guns drawn, ready to provide cover. Sariwa, wielding a long knife and grasping a large-caliber enchanted revolver, boldly ventured into the cavern, closely followed by Lofni, with Rich, Zheng Yang, and the enchanting Seriala bringing up the rear. Clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit, Seriala moved with a sinuous grace reminiscent of a serpent, her smooth, lithe figure captivating. Her physique was striking, and her face bore an innate allure, rendering her akin to a succubus from the depths of legend. The cavern twisted and undulated, clearly exhibiting notable air currents. Lofni, with her right hand still clutching a small-caliber enchanted pistol, retrieved a finely crafted wand approximately 20 centimeters in length with her left hand. At its tip, a gemstone the size of an egg pulsated with spiritual energy, emanating a soft yet illuminating glow. A female alchemist? Zheng Yang pondered Lofni's extraordinary abilities, realizing that this was indeed a secondary spiritual energy core, or rather, an object that could serve as such. His heart raced with uncontainable excitement. He had long sought information regarding secondary spiritual energy cores, and now, unexpectedly, he felt a resonance upon encountering an item suitable for that purpose. It was an intuitive hint bestowed by the spirit ship, not a direct communication, but rather a profound understanding akin to empathy. The spirit ship was intrinsically linked to him, and through his eyes, it discerned the materials, thereby imparting this knowledge. Now, where could he possibly find such a substantial gemstone? The further they ventured into the cavern, the more expansive it became. After progressing approximately 60 to 70 meters, a faint yet resonant humming sound of vibrating air emerged, seeming both distant and yet close at hand. Zhang Yang felt his mind momentarily clouded, as if the incessant buzzing was pulling him into darkness. At that moment, Lofni suddenly pointed her wand towards the side, unleashing an invisible force that erupted with a thunderous roar. In the spot struck by this force, a gigantic mosquito with a human body suddenly appeared. First, it collided violently against the cave wall due to Lofni's power. Then it slid to the ground, blood spilling from its mouth in a pitiful display. The buzzing ceased, and the clarity of each individual's mind was restored. With a swift motion, the 5 of them aimed their weapons at the grotesque creature before them, which bore a human form, 6 wings, and a needle-like mouth, its compound eyes glinting ominously. Zhang Yang cast a shocked glance at Lofni, realizing that besides her enchantments, she possessed extraordinary abilities he had never anticipated to be so formidable. With merely a flick of her wand, she had caused the invisible mosquito man to spew blood. Then, Zhang Yang recollected Lofni's fiery temperament, How could someone so capable rise to become the head of the English Bureau of the European Special Affairs Agency without possessing remarkable skills? Such prowess, yet she wielded only a small handgun? The absence of a warning prior indicated that this mosquito man was not a creature drawn by his allure. He had not sensed the creature's presence, but Lofny had detected it and swiftly brought it down. Indeed, a madman of the Holy Spirit Society. Was this the embodiment of your sanctity? Have you genetically modified yourself using mosquito DNA? Lofny observed the fallen mosquito man with disdain. Where is Desimai? What are your intentions with him? With a sudden spurt of blood, the mosquito man erupted, darting towards the cave entrance with lightning speed. After that strike, he was acutely aware of Lofny's overwhelming strength. He was certainly no match for her. A surge of ethereal energy emanated from the mosquito man, rendering his form translucent as he prepared to enter a state of invisibility. With a swift motion of her wand, Lofny conjured an invisible force field that ensnared the mosquito man and violently hurled him against the opposite cavern wall. Zheng Yang instinctively swallowed hard. This woman was undeniably fierce, her strength formidable. His meager abilities seemed utterly insignificant in the face of her might. He had truly underestimated her. How could a leader of such a significant maritime special affairs bureau be anything but powerful? In Lofny's presence, Zheng Yang felt as though the weight of the word garbage loomed over them all. The buoyancy he had felt from successfully completing 2 tasks dissipated in an instant, leaving him with a sobering clarity. The mosquito man spat several mouthfuls of blood and exclaimed, "I have harmed no one. I merely sought the evolution of my own existence, retreating into the depths of the mountains to conduct my research. What of Desimai? He was taken away. My only role was to extricate him from your confinement, and I know not where he was taken thereafter. Why did you kill Anthony's sheep? Was it not your people who intended to acquire the ranch? I sought that ranch for sustenance. However, the 3 6-winged demonic mosquitoes I painstakingly engineered have been slaughtered by you, so we are even." Lofny called out to Richie, who emerged from his trench coat with a pair of handcuffs and a metal collar, advancing to restrain the mosquito man. Upon seeing the collar, the mosquito man's expression turned to one of despair as he struggled, pleading, "Spare me. I shall remain in the mountains and pose no trouble to you. I will even cooperate with you in the future." Lofny, her face cold and resolute, responded with unwavering determination. The mosquito man suddenly erupted once more, toppling Richie. Chapter 42. The Teleportation Seal. The mosquito man's outburst proved that he was not weak. Rather, Lofny was simply stronger. Wielding her staff with precision, Lofny struck the mosquito man, leaving him gasping for breath, while Richie adeptly secured handcuffs and a metallic collar around him. The 5 captors proceeded deeper into the cave, successfully reaching the terminus after traversing over 200 meters. At the end lay a dark river, approximately 30 meters away, accompanied by several stone chambers that appeared to serve as a living room, study, and laboratory. The mosquito man continued to curse profusely, fully aware that creatures of his kind, having undergone such aberrations, were not permitted in the mundane world. They would be imprisoned, eternally bound by the restrictive collar around their necks, never to see the light of day again. Upon inquiry, Zheng Yang learned from the trailing Sayulali that the collar was an alchemical creation. Once activated by a spell, it would detonate if the wearer exhibited any fluctuations of spiritual energy, severing their neck and decapitating them. Such a nefarious alchemical artifact did not prevent the wearer from harnessing spiritual energy. Instead, it compelled them to remain perpetually calm, actively suppressing their internal energy to avoid inadvertently triggering the collar. Observing the cave surroundings, it was evident that the mosquito man and the 3 giant mosquitoes he had engineered were the only inhabitants. The group swiftly conducted a search. The laboratory was filled with various petri dishes and glass containers housing peculiar biological embryos, which failed to pique their interest. The study contained a wealth of experimental records and several aged tomes. Having found nothing particularly captivating, Zhang Yang's attention was drawn solely to those few books. However, the books were seized by Lofny, and Zheng Yang leaned closer to her, inquiring about their contents. Do they contain advanced cultivation methods and incantations? Lofny shot him a look of incredulity, replying, if such knowledge existed, would he need to transform himself into this monstrosity? Not necessarily, Zheng Yang countered. Look, he possesses spiritual energy, does he not? That must be a result of genetic modification, she remarked. Zheng Yang continued to sift through the books, discovering a collection of poetry, a compendium of biological illustrations, and a tome purportedly on the alchemy of life. Dismissing these, he finally turned his attention to a volume of strange tales. "Boss, how shall we handle this?" Sailwo inquired. "Destroy it." Zheng Yang was unaware of how Richie managed it, but they escorted the Mosquito Man out of the cavern. Richie was the last to exit, and as he did, the ground beneath them tremored with a series of deep, resounding booms, indicating a massive explosion within the mountain's depths. Zheng Yang played a pivotal role in this operation, having first identified the giant mosquitoes at the ranch, subsequently linking the ranch incident with the disappearance of Dezimai, ultimately leading to the discovery of the Mosquito Man deep within the mountains. Consequently, Zheng Yang received accolades for his contributions, although there were no symbolic tokens of recognition. The applause and smiles from his peers signified their acceptance of him as one of their own. The most direct evidence of this camaraderie was their collective initiation of a mainstream social application akin to WeChat, where they mutually added Zheng Yang as a friend and included him in their group chat. The Mosquito Man was confined to an underground cell, awaiting retrieval by personnel dispatched from the higher division the following day. Zheng Yang successfully acquired the peculiar volume of Chronicles, permitted to borrow it for 3 days. In fact, he perused the book thoroughly that very night, swiftly bypassing the superfluous content, ultimately uncovering information pertinent to the spectral vessels. Within this Chronicles accounts, the spectral vessels are classified as cursed artifacts, with most of their proprietors meeting grim fates, succumbing to various calamities. However, it is also noted that the matured spectral vessels possess formidable strength, traversing the seas like phantoms, moving with astonishing speed, leaving no trace of their passage. Even when passing by ordinary ships, one remains oblivious to their presence. The owners of these spectral vessels are depicted as the most enigmatic anomalies within the realm of the arcane, embodying the most exasperating of cheats. They can harness the ethereal energies of the vessels, wielding immense power without any training, their myriad abilities manifesting in abundance, provided they do not perish from misfortunes. The owners can attain robust physiques and prolonged lifespans through the continuous transformation of their spectral vessels. They are the innate aristocrats of the mystical realm, sovereigns over the destinies of others, the most formidable allies, and the most daunting adversaries. Beyond these descriptions, the author of the Chronicles also recorded a chance discovery of a unique teleportation seal exclusive to the owners of spectral vessels. Worth it. Although lacking a personal storage space, the ability to store items aboard the spectral vessel and summon them at will effectively achieves a similar outcome. With this teleportation incantation, one can readily retrieve a shotgun or long sword from the vessel, and even artillery can be summoned to unleash a barrage, rendering long cloaks unnecessary. Of course, this may not be entirely accurate. Perhaps even this teleportation seal is merely a ruse concocted by someone else. Yet Zheng Yang must make an attempt, for the function of this magical seal entices him greatly. Subsequently, he began to ponder and study the new magical seal. The cultivation of this seal must be conducted in a meditative state, and upon comprehension, it would manifest as a spell upon the construct in the sea of consciousness, representing the source of power. Zheng Yang delved into his studies until late into the night, examining various posts within the internal system of the Special Affairs Bureau, only to finally grasp the nature of the construct that symbolizes the source of his power in the sea of consciousness. Initially, he believed that his source of power was flame. However, after extensive research, he ultimately discovered that his true source of power was, in fact, the strength of thorns, with the construct being a thorny ring adorned with spikes. The burning flame was merely a manifestation of one form of power derived from the thorny ring, produced by the magical seal upon it. Hence it was termed thorn burning. The sharp, blade-edged spikes growing from the thorns represented his transformed claws, a direct expression of his foundational power, independent of the magical seal. This research enabled Zheng Yang to gain profound insight into the thorny ring within his sea of consciousness and his intrinsic source of power. The flame ability emanated from a faint lineage, the origin of which remained uncertain, whether from his paternal or maternal ancestry, but could only exert its power through the magical seal. The werewolf transformation stemmed from the mutated virus of the hellhound, requiring no magical seal, but rather manifesting directly as a form of power. And as for the fundamental thorny ring, could it have originated from the fragment of power separated from the spiritual vessel? It absorbed the strength of the virus and the inherited bloodline, transforming itself into the thorny ring that harmonized and fused the two powers, resulting in the present thorny ring and the thorn-burning magical seal. From another perspective, does it suggest that, in the judgment of the spirit ship, The power of the werewolf's transformation surpasses that of the flame abilities. Both the werewolf's strength and the spirit ship's power are augmented under the moonlight. How does this relate to the thorn ring? Does it signify a particular kind of thorn, perhaps akin to moonlight vines which thrive in lunar illumination? Furthermore, does this imply that the bloodline inherited in 1's physique is fundamentally connected to the essence of fire? Is it possible that 1's true source of power originates from the spirit ship? It seems that the potency of one's bloodline will grow increasingly formidable under the continuous transformation by the spirit ship, which indirectly supports Zheng Yang's analytical conclusions. Everything emanates from the spirit ship, as stated in that peculiar chronicle, asserting that one can grow stronger without the need for cultivation. The power of the spirit ship is reformed and integrated into the bloodline. However, should there come a day when the spirit ship ceases to exist, will that power endure? That night, as the research deepened, a multitude of questions surged within Zheng Yang's mind. Chapter 43, Meditation and Cultivation Techniques. Other extraordinary individuals typically possess methods of cultivation. Yet Zheng Yang's source of power arises from the transformation of his bloodline bestowed by the spirit ship. Consequently, he lacks any means of cultivation and is even unfamiliar with the concept of meditation. In this regard, Zheng Yang's situation resembles those fanatics from the Holy Spirit Society. Without understanding meditation, he naturally cannot practice the transmission talismans. The Special Affairs Bureau allows for the exchange of contribution points for cultivation techniques. But I must wait at least a month before achieving full status and unlocking the exchange module, which is intolerable. Having neglected the clinic for 2 days, I shall seek counsel from Lima tomorrow. Unforeseen, he did not enter the realm of the ghost ship dream. In fact, Zheng Yang slumbered until dawn. He remained perplexed regarding what had propelled him into that dreamscape. Based on prior experiences, it seemed that his confrontations with the malevolent entities in reality served as catalysts. Yet this was not an absolute rule. Before his inaugural journey aboard the ghost ship, he had summoned the armored magic insect and vanquished it as part of the spiritual vessel transformation ritual on his second foray. He had dispatched the specters of a small fishing village, and on the third occasion, he had eliminated 3 water ghosts. During this span, he had also slain other malevolent beings, such as the magic hounds, and yet he had not been drawn into a dream. As was the case when he had utilized an enchanted pistol to obliterate 3 giant mosquitoes. It was only after 10 in the morning that Zheng Yang departed the dock. Bearing the large grouper he had nurtured for several days toward the clinic, he discovered another advantage of the spiritual vessel. Fish could be raised aboard without the need for feed. The fish in the hold likely thrived on spiritual energy, living contentedly without sustenance, which perhaps accounted for the exquisite flavor of their flesh. Lima's private clinic operated on an appointment-only basis. Without an appointment, one could not seek medical attention. Lima, herself an adept in the arcane arts of pharmaceuticals, held the title of epidemiological physician as a collaborative role with the authorities. Yet it was not her sole expertise. Her primary identity remained that of a physician, renowned for her comprehensive medical skills. Upon entering the clinic, Zheng Yang found Lima concluding her treatment of a patient, while 2 others awaited their turn at the front desk. "Via, shall we rendezvous after work?" Zhang Yang playfully teased the girl in the pink uniform at the reception. Via shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, "Are you here for a follow-up? I recall you did not make an appointment. My follow-up appointment is fixed for 5 consecutive days without the need for a reservation. Have you forgotten? Today marks the final day." As Wei pondered, it indeed seemed to be the case, however. Zheng Yang had only come for an examination on the first day and had not returned since. With a twinkle of amusement in her eyes, Alima glanced at the fish in Zheng Yang's hands and inquired, "Is this the one you caught last time? It appears even more vibrant now." "Indeed. Shall I head upstairs to prepare it?" Zheng Yang sought Alima's consent. Although he had dined here twice already, it would be impolite to ascend to the 2nd floor without permission. Alima nodded and escorted the next patient to the treatment room. After preparing the fish, Zheng Yang settled onto the sofa in the living room, awaiting Alima's completion of the morning's duties. Given his current posture, it was evident he would be enjoying another meal here. At 11:30, Alima concluded her work punctually and ascended the stairs. At this hour, Wei was typically still busy organizing and inputting patients' health records, not emerging until noon for lunch. Zheng Yang followed Alima into the kitchen, where she immediately asked, "How does it feel to join Lofny and the others?" "Quite splendid. I am performing exceptionally well." Zheng Yang unabashedly praised himself. Recalling Lofny's fierce demeanor, he could not help but inquire, "Alima, can you wield your staff like Lofny, hurling people about?" Alima chuckled softly and replied, "Her spiritual energy is derived from the power of the earth, and when grounded, her strength is formidable. My spiritual affinity, however, differs from hers, as I am attuned to plants." Seizing the opportunity, Zhengyang posed his question, "Are all cultivation methods centered around meditation?" Alima turned her head in astonishment to look at Zhengyang. "You must have awakened your bloodline to gain such extraordinary powers. It is no wonder you are reluctant to undergo genetic testing. However, those who possess and successfully awaken extraordinary bloodlines often hail from ancient families with deep-rooted legacies. Did you not acquire any corresponding cultivation methods upon your awakening?" Zhengyang pondered the extraordinary powers related to flames that were originally part of his bloodline heritage. Whether inherited through the paternal or maternal line, her statement held a kernel of truth. Meditation serves as the primary cultivation method for those who have entered the realm of the extraordinary, encompassing the ancient night system that emphasizes physical training in its early stages. After becoming an extraordinary being, one must also engage in meditation alongside their practice. The extraordinary powers derived from bloodline heritage are invariably accompanied by suitable cultivation techniques, ensuring a high degree of compatibility and efficiency in practice. These are fundamental principles of mystical cultivation. As Alima prepared the meal, she enlightened Zhengyang on these matters. The essence of meditation practice is, in reality, quite simple. It involves entering a meditative state and diligently transforming the constructs within one sea of consciousness that represent the source of power. Through this transformative process, one accumulates strength, enhancing the source, and ultimately achieving evolution. The variations in the evolutionary process and its outcomes yield differing cultivation effects. Naturally, the process of evolution is not entirely under one's volition. It must first adhere to the logic of evolution and secondly align with the body. For instance, if your source of power is rooted in the forest, your initial construct may manifest as a seed. From there, you could evolve into a blade of grass or a towering tree. However, if the alignment between the logic of evolving into a towering tree and your physical form is insufficient, you might not even grow into a sapling. Conversely, if you evolve towards the direction of grass, you may swiftly attain formidable strength. Moreover, those awakened by bloodlines may not necessarily resonate with their family's cultivation methods. There are a few aberrants, primarily manifested in the initial constructs or gene mutations, who, despite awakening, do not align with their family's practices. Zhengyang pondered, then inquired with curiosity, "But the potential of these two divergent evolutionary logics must differ, right? Can the achievements of those who evolve into grass be compared to those who evolve into towering trees?" Hiki, that question reminds me of a debate I had with Lafni when we were quite young. What was the conclusion? Zhengyang pressed on. Alima took a deep breath and replied, "Our teacher told us that a single blade of grass can cleave the starry sky. The key to determining the magnitude of one's achievements lies within your heart." Zhengyang stared at her in astonishment, wondering how their conversation had turned philosophical. He too inhaled deeply, realizing that only one question remained. How does one enter a meditative state? This was indeed what he truly wished to ask today. Understanding how to enter meditation would enable him to commence the practice of teleportation incantations. As for the matter of evolution, that could be entrusted to the spirit vessel, as its transformation logic aligns best with his cultivation methods. Of course, during his spare time, he could also ponder his own techniques. Even if his methods did not align perfectly, diligent practice would still hasten the spirit vessel's modifications. Chapter 44. The Demon Eva. The method to enter a meditative state is hardly a secret, and Alima quickly elucidated it to Zhengyang. Eva had already overheard via mention Zhengyang's arrival downstairs. When she came up, she did not appear surprised, yet she joyfully exclaimed, "Zhengyang, shall we go fishing this Sunday?" "Sure." Zhengyang instinctively agreed, feeling that it would be unreasonable to refuse this delightful girl. "This week is not feasible. Have you forgotten it is your father's Memorial Day?" Alima promptly interjected. Eva stuck out her little tongue and amended, "Then let us go next week." Zhengyang chuckled. "You possess an extraordinary luck. Are you aiming to catch the large fish from that oceanic expanse?" With an adorable grin, Eva tilted her head back, letting out a satisfied laugh. When lunch was served, everyone took their respective bowls, akin to a buffet, filling them with their preferred dishes. Nearby, small bowls of soup and large cups of juice were placed. After performing a gesture of gratitude, they began to eat with knives and forks. After a few bites, Eva set her utensils down momentarily and said, "The school is organizing a visit to the museum this afternoon. Zhengyang, Would you like to join me? Absolutely. Zhang Yang replied with his mouth full, quickly assenting before realizing. Does your school allow outsiders to attend? Yes, a few years ago my mother took me to that museum. However, recently a remarkable historian and archaeologist has joined, prompting the school to arrange this visit to hear his insights. Zheng Yang responded affirmatively once more. Elima cast a warning glance at Eva and admonished, pay attention while you're there, and no mischief. Understood, mother. I have always been quite obedient. Eva responded with a sweet smile. Zhang Yang's face displayed confusion. How could such a well-behaved girl cause any trouble? Alima's words seemed rather peculiar. After lunch, Eva pulled out an exquisitely crafted small backpack, deftly packing it with juice and chocolate snacks, suggesting she was quite accustomed to such extracurricular activities. At 1:20 in the afternoon, Zheng Yang, carrying Eva's backpack, followed her to a school located 3 streets away from the clinic. At the school gate, a large bus was parked, capable of seating 40 to 50 individuals. Inside, numerous young boys and girls sat in pairs, sharing snacks and displaying affectionate behavior. Zheng Yang couldn't help but lament the changing times. At merely 14 or 15, they were already engaging in such intimate displays. Eva took Zheng Yang's hand and led him directly onto the bus, immediately attracting the attention of their fellow classmates. Zheng Yang noticed their eyes reflected utter astonishment. Yet when they gazed at Eva, a complex mix of fear and detachment was evident. Once he and Eva settled into 2 adjacent seats near the middle of the bus, whispers began to circulate. Who is that person? Why is he with Eva? He is somewhat handsome. Could he be her boyfriend? This little demon. How could she possibly have a boyfriend? He must be her brother. Does she bully him often? A brother wouldn't he hold hands? It must be that this demon coerced and deceived her way into finding a boyfriend. Poor lamb, we must save him. No way. Are you not afraid of retribution from the demon? The peculiar and bizarre misfortunes are truly terrifying. Zheng Yang felt perplexed as he glanced at the sweet girl beside him. His perception of Eva seemed rather inaccurate. Eva, do you often bully them? Zheng Yang whispered close to Eva's ear. Eva's petite face flushed, and she softly defended herself. No. I merely tease them occasionally. They constantly annoy me and speak ill of me behind my back. Zheng Yang resolutely believed her. After all, Eva was one of his own. And how could he trust outsiders over his own? Just as he was about to inquire how Eva teased her classmates, he felt a gentle nudge on his left hand. A girl from the back row slipped a small note into his palm. A love letter? Are middle schoolers this bold nowadays? Nonchalantly, Zheng Yang turned to examine the note, only to find it read. The girl beside you is the embodiment of a devil. Those who draw near her will be plagued by misfortune and various accidents. Zheng Yang was speechless. Was the girl genuinely trying to warn him, or was she attempting to deliberately irritate Eva? He unfolded the note in front of him, and upon seeing it, Eva indeed clenched her small fists, pouting with an expression of displeasure. Why aren't we moving yet? At that moment, a teacher boarded the vehicle to take attendance. Upon noticing Zheng Yang and Eva seated hand in hand, she was momentarily taken aback. To her knowledge, Eva seemed to have no friends at school. Who was this unfamiliar boy? To Zheng Yang's astonishment, the teacher did not inquire about his identity. She merely counted her students and instructed the driver to proceed. No wonder Eva was so certain she could take him along. It seems that the tradition of students sneaking in personal items during extracurricular activities has long been established. The bus traversed the city at a leisurely pace, taking nearly 40 minutes before it finally halted in front of several spire-topped edifices. The accompanying teacher beckoned all students to disembark. These buildings were encircled by iron railings, with a sign indicating they were the English Great Museum. However, the entrance was devoid of any visitors milling about. The venue operated on a staggered admission policy, allowing groups to enter at designated times as per the schedule posted at the entrance, with professional guides leading the tours. Only when one group had completed their visit would a new guide usher in another batch of guests. The school had also timed their arrival meticulously. Just 7 minutes after they alighted, the previous group emerged, and it was now their turn to enter. Should any members of the earlier group find their experience lacking, they could opt to join the new group, albeit at the cost of purchasing another ticket. Hand in hand, Zheng Yang and Eva joined the throng of 60 to 70 individuals entering the museum. This group comprised not only students and teachers from their school, but also other tourists who had been waiting at the entrance. The museum was adorned with signs prohibiting photography, and some staff members were seen tending to certain artifacts while also assisting in maintaining order to prevent visitors from recklessly touching or disturbing the exhibits. The experience of a guided tour was indeed markedly different from aimlessly wandering about. Zhengyang and Eva were thoroughly engrossed, transitioning from one building to another. And before they realized it, an hour had slipped away. In half an hour, their visiting time would conclude, yet at that moment, Zhengyang made an unexpected discovery. Chapter 45. The Fortune of Eva's Division. The guide was a middle-aged man with thinning hair in his early 40s, who introduced himself as a dual professor of history and archaeology from a certain university. The professor continued to speak fluently ahead, seemingly unaware of fatigue, as he selected representative artifacts from each area to elaborate upon. They were currently in an exhibition area showcasing artifacts representative of the age of exploration, many of which had reportedly been salvaged just last year from a sunken ship and had undergone oxidation protection and authentication before being displayed here. The use of laser pointers was prohibited in this area to prevent any potential damage to the artifacts from the heat generated by the pointers. As the professor pointed to a piece of unfolded leather in the display case with a long, connecting pointer, Zhengyang experienced a sensation akin to the one he felt upon seeing the gem atop Lofny's staff yesterday. The leather bore intricate and perplexing patterns, alongside some indecipherable symbols. According to the professor's explanation, this leather was believed to be a treasure map during authentication, while others speculated it might represent a ritual diagram of some enigmatic ceremony. However, due to the incomprehensibility of the symbols and patterns, its true identity remained a mystery. Yet, in Zhengyang's perception, this leather was evidently an advanced scroll of the spirit ship formation, with the symbols inscribed being the arcane ancient incantations. Nonetheless, it was merely an advanced scroll of a level 3 formation. What remarkable fortune this was! Zhengyang cast a glance at Eva beside him, quietly attributing his fortune to her extraordinary luck. After their tour, should he suggest a stroll together? Perhaps they might stumble upon a gem the size of a fist. With his left hand holding Eva's, he raised his right hand to interrupt the professor's exposition. Very well, do you have any inquiries? I would be delighted to provide you with answers. The professor paused his discourse, compressing the tip of his pointer to shorten it, and gestured towards Zhengyang. Professor, could you enlighten me on its monetary value? I mean, if my family were to consider acquiring it for our collection, how many gold shields would we need to part with? Here, artifacts could be traded, and beneath their historical veneer, they were fundamentally assets, with individuals possessing the right to engage in free trade and disposition of their property. The professor donned a gentle smile and replied, "My dear child, it is priceless, as it may serve as a treasure map leading to immense wealth, or perhaps it embodies some ritual of significant scholarly interest, promising groundbreaking discoveries in cultural archaeology. Yet, it is also utterly worthless, for no one can decipher its meaning. The aforementioned values cannot be converted into tangible profit. Thus, its worth is determined by its owner. Perhaps they might gift it to you without hesitation, or demand an unfathomable price for its relinquishment." Under the gaze of dozens, Zhengyang calmly remarked, "Very well, it seems I should pay a visit to the curator of the museum." "No, you ought to seek my company." The professor smiled as he pointed to his face with a shortened pointer, declaring, "Because they were retrieved by me, and I have authorized their exhibition in the museum. This one, and those, they all belong to me." Astonishing. The professor's charisma is undeniable. No, it's Eva's charm that prevails. It is undoubtedly Eva's fortune that has brought us here. Zhengyang expressed his surprise, asking, "Really? When may I pay you a visit, Professor Wilson?" The professor glanced at his wristwatch and retrieved a business card from his jacket pocket, handing it to Zhengyang as he said, "The day after tomorrow, Saturday morning. You may come to my estate." "Splendid, Professor Wilson. I am immensely grateful for your invitation, and I look forward to hearing more of your profound insights on artifacts and archaeology at your estate." Zhengyang released Eva's hand, accepting the card with both hands and carefully placing it in his pocket. After this brief interlude, the tour continued and soon reached its designated conclusion. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Professor Wilson and departed from the museum. On a bench in front of the museum, Eva and Zhengyang opened their backpacks to enjoy snacks and juice, relishing their 20 minutes of free time. Eva took a bite of chocolate and remarked, "Zhengyang, do you wish to purchase that treasure map to seek the treasure? Remember to take me along." "Certainly. With Eva's good fortune, bringing you along will surely lead to a successful treasure hunt." Zhengyang chuckled, seizing the opportunity to suggest visiting Professor Wilson together on Saturday. Eva nodded enthusiastically, her big eyes turning into crescent moons. Upon hearing this, Zhengyang realized that Eva had awakened the inherited bloodline from her mother at the tender age of 11, becoming an extraordinary being. Both she and Alima drew their powers from the essence of the forest, possessing an affinity for plants that enabled them to commune with nature, manipulate flora, and command plant life to strike. In the face of such supernatural prowess, those male classmates who coveted Eva's beauty and harbored ill intentions were soon beset by a series of inexplicable misfortunes, followed by the female classmates who engaged in idle gossip about her. As they strolled across the grassy fields, they would suddenly find themselves tripped by the underbrush after school. During clandestine meetings in the thicket, a green snake would inexplicably drop from a tree. While passing by the flower beds, caterpillars would be flung onto them by swaying branches. And beneath the trees, a wasp nest would unexpectedly crash down. Even the birds seemed to target them with their droppings. Mother said, "You're also an extraordinary being. Upon hearing my incantation, you were indeed unfazed." Eva's smile radiated sweetness, captivating all who beheld it. The prospect of having a peer who shared her extraordinary nature filled her heart with joy. Following Alima's guidance, Zhengyang successfully entered a meditative state and began to practice the seal techniques as described in that peculiar tome. This practice required him to inscribe various incantations upon the thorn ring, while continuously perceiving the shifts within, capturing the wondrous feedback until he traversed an ineffable, unique conduit between himself and the spiritual vessel. This endeavor was not one that could be mastered in a single attempt. The following day, with little pressing matters at the Special Affairs Bureau, Zhengyang ventured out to procure some vegetables before retreating to the boat to delve deeper into his studies and the cultivation of teleportation seals. It was not until the late hours of the night that a brilliant silver light erupted within his consciousness, and the thorn ring began to manifest a dense array of incantations and intricate patterns. The method of spatial teleportation has been successfully forged, known as the space transfer. However, after the thorn's ring has borne this second seal, it has no vacant space left to accommodate new incantations. If Zhengyang wishes to cultivate a new seal, he must allow the thorn's ring to undergo evolution, thereby enhancing its foundational power and advancing to the second tier of the extraordinary. Chapter 46, Space Transfer, pertains to the might of the thorns. What form of evolution can a thorn's ring manifest? Upon discovering that the thorn's ring was full, Zhengyang pondered this question. He considered himself quite astute, having refined the teleportation seal in just a day and a night, with a bit of contemplation. He might even deduce a meditation technique suited to his practice. Yet, despite racking his brain, Zhengyang could not conceive of any further evolutionary transformations for the thorns. The spiritual vessel felt like an extension of his own body, and he could sense everything aboard it. He raised his hand, and with a mere thought, a shotgun concealed beneath the deck appeared abruptly in his grasp. In the next moment, as he willed it, both the shotgun and its ammunition were seamlessly transported to a sealed compartment beneath the deck. Now, even if someone boarded the vessel and rummaged through it, they would not uncover the shotgun. Zhengyang continued his experiments, and a fish from the cargo hold was suddenly teleported into his hand. The fish exclaimed, "What the hell? What just happened? Incredible! I rule my domain." On the spiritual vessel, Zhengyang could teleport any item at will, including other living creatures and himself. He leapt onto the dock, taking a few steps away from the vessel, only to discover that the teleportation of inanimate objects remained unaffected. Yet it proved ineffective for living beings. The fish from the cargo hold would not come to his hand. The transmission seal serves two primary functions. Firstly, it facilitates communication with the array aboard the spirit vessel, enabling the transfer of objects and living beings. Secondly, it connects the realms of space, allowing for the conveyance of items even after departing from the vessel. Within the confines of the spirit vessel, the transmission relies on the vessel's array for direct transfer, thus permitting the transportation of living beings. However, once outside the vessel, the transmission utilizes the subspace that houses the spirit vessel to achieve spatial continuity. This subspace repels living entities, rendering the transport of living beings impossible between the vessel and its surroundings. With this capability, my survival prospects significantly enhance in the face of peril. After repeated trials, the energy consumed amounted to merely 20-some units of spiritual energy, remaining unaffected by the distance or weight of the items transported, proving exceedingly convenient and cost-effective. Zhengyang initially harbored concerns that greater distances or heavier objects would escalate the energy consumption, potentially exceeding the limits of transportable range or mass. However, in practice, The energy expended during spatial transmission primarily pertains to the activation of the seal to open the subspace, a cost that remains constant regardless of distance. The energy required to create a passage large enough to accommodate the spirit vessel into the subspace is merely 30 units of spiritual energy. As for the energy consumed in transferring items within the subspace, it is virtually negligible, as the concept of distance seems to vanish within that realm. Equipped with this spatial transmission seal, Zhengyang promptly modified the structure of the spirit vessel, isolating the bottom and certain corners, sealing them entirely to create a concealed compartment for the safekeeping of valuable possessions. In a subtle manner, the storage space available to Zhengyang aboard the spirit vessel has significantly expanded. Moreover, having mastered the teleportation sigil and thereby confirmed the veracity of the accounts documented in that peculiar tome, it became imperative to eliminate any references to the spirit vessel and the sigil within the annals of the record. Failure to do so might inadvertently lead discerning individuals to draw connections between Zhengyang's extraordinary spatial teleportation abilities and the vessel. Zhengyang retrieved the tome, ensuring it contained no concealed, useful information. Suddenly, flames erupted from his hand, reducing the pages that detailed the spirit vessel and the teleportation sigil to mere ashes. Subsequently, he also incinerated several textbooks, creating a scene of chaos that suggested a careless mishap. Capturing a photograph of the aftermath, he intended to convey that it was an unfortunate accident during his practice of arcane spells, sending it late at night to Lofny. Upon witnessing the successful transmission, Zhengyang pondered for a moment before adding a message. "My dear, I miss you." To his surprise, Lofny responded with a playful finger gesture emoji. Could there be a spark of hope? Zhengyang envisioned the alluring figure of a mature woman with cascading wine-red waves, and his heart raced with fervor. On the surface of the sea, the celestial bodies shifted, heralding the dawn. At 9 in the morning, Zhengyang caught a sizable salmon, placing it in a foam box, preparing for a visit to Professor Wilson. During his meeting with Eva at the clinic, Alima informed Zhengyang that Professor Wilson, a native of Port, was a distinguished professor of history and archaeology at British University, renowned as a collector, treasure hunter, and shipwreck salvager, operating his own salvage company and vessel. Although he was not a practitioner of the arcane, he possessed knowledge of the existence of extraordinary beings within the mystical realm and had facilitated the circulation of numerous extraordinary artifacts. Alima's words instilled in Zhengyang a premonition that acquiring the advanced array scroll would not be a straightforward endeavor. Given Wilson's awareness of the existence of the mysterious realm, it was inevitable that he would associate the scroll with it. Moreover, was it possible that the release of the scroll was a ploy to lure out individuals like himself, who were privy to its true purpose? Wilson's estate was located by a beach on the southern outskirts of the harbor, approximately 20 kilometers from the clinic. Naturally, Alima possessed a vehicle, and Zhengyang utilized the special bureau's credentials as a substitute for a driver's license, driving Eva as they set off. Shortly after 9:30, the two arrived at the estate's entrance, carrying a fishing box. The estate boasted stringent security measures, presenting itself as far removed from the typical residence of a university professor. Prior to their arrival, Zhengyang had communicated with Wilson via telephone, informing him of their estimated arrival time. Just as Zhengyang and Eva reached the entrance, a butler emerged to escort them into the estate. This beachfront estate was expansive, featuring vast woodlands and a golf course. Riding in an electric cart through the woods and across the golf course, they finally glimpsed several villa structures facing the expansive sea, with a swimming pool nestled between the ocean and the villas. Dressed in a similar outfit to their last outing at sea, Eva radiated a pure and vibrant aura. Save for the absence of sunglasses, Zhengyang, clad in casual jeans and a black t-shirt, strolled hand in hand with Eva, resembling a youthful couple out for leisure. At that moment, Wilson stood at the villa's entrance, a welcoming smile gracing his face, dressed impeccably in a suit and leaning on a cane. Chapter 47, North Andy. "Welcome to your visit, Mr. Zhengyang and Ms. Eva." Wilson greeted them with a smile and a playful demeanor. Eva responded with a sweet smile and executed a noble bow, saying, "Good day, Mr. Wilson." "Professor Wilson, I sincerely apologize for intruding. I have brought you a splendid salmon, and I hope it pleases you," Zhengyang added, handing the foam box containing the fish to the butler. Wilson nodded, and only then did the butler take the box away. "Now, would you prefer to first explore my private gallery, or shall we proceed to the seaside viewing platform to enjoy a drink while discussing the matter of that parchment?" Wilson inquired. Certainly. I would be delighted to share my collection with you, as they represent a lifetime of passion and dedication, my pride. Zhang Yang, eager to partake in Wilson's treasures, responded with enthusiasm. Indeed, I can hardly wait to behold them. Thus, Wilson led Zheng Yang and Eva to the second floor of the villa, where a vast private gallery awaited. Wilson was indeed a captivating speaker. Upon entering the gallery, he began to eloquently elaborate on his collection, detailing both their value and the journey of acquisition. The tales of his collecting endeavors were particularly enthralling, filled with countless exhilarating anecdotes. As only a few pieces were acquired through trade, most were unearthed through Wilson's own efforts, punctuated by many thrilling experiences. These collectibles include ancient coins, swords, canes, flintlock pistols, pocket watches, paintings, porcelain, emblems of bygone nobility, exquisitely crafted artifacts, and even musical scores and figureheads, which left Zheng Yang and Eva utterly mesmerized. Wilson did not elaborate on each item. Rather, he primarily selected those with intriguing narratives, such as a composer's manuscript that had undergone theft and subsequent recovery. After a cursory glance, Zheng Yang found nothing that stirred a sense of resonance within him. Thus, he bypassed the observation deck and directly inquired in the exhibition hall. "Professor Wilson, could you enlighten us about that parchment? It appears quite enigmatic, compelling me to delve deeper into its study. You find it mysterious. Do you possess knowledge of the arcane?" Zheng Yang was aware that he could not deceive Wilson at this moment, so he met his gaze without flinching and candidly replied, "I do have some understanding. My family once belonged to the esoteric, possessing extraordinary individuals. However, to be frank, I currently cannot decipher the contents of that parchment." A distinct shift occurred in Wilson's expression. A fleeting glimpse of intense yearning, quickly masked but nevertheless perceptible to Zheng Yang. He realized Wilson aspired to enter the realm of the arcane and become one of the extraordinary. Zheng Yang comprehended Wilson's ambition. The extraordinary represent a life far more enduring and a body considerably more robust than that of an ordinary person. Wilson had dedicated his life to archaeology and collecting, amassing vast knowledge and considerable wealth. He was surely unwilling to resign himself to mediocrity. Observing the sparse hair atop his head, one might surmise that anyone in his position would ardently desire to penetrate that elusive circle. Just how much does Wilson know about the realm of the arcane? Lima remarked that he possesses a plethora of artifacts from the mysterious side, yet none have afforded him the opportunity to glimpse its threshold. That parchment I salvaged from a medieval shipwreck near the treacherous waters of North Andy last year. North Andy, known as the Sea of Chaos, is notorious for rampant piracy, perpetually cloaked in erratic mists, and home to numerous enigmatic islands and bizarre maritime phenomena, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Even the authorities hesitate to invest considerable resources in probing that region. Zheng Yang silently committed the name North Andy to memory. Wilson continued, stating that aside from the rampant pirate factions, there exist formidable and unparalleled mystical forces and extraordinary beings. Regrettably, nearly all vessels that have ventured forth in search of fortune have failed to return safely. Zheng Yang nodded in acknowledgement of Wilson's insights. In truth, it was his first encounter with the name North Andy. A wry smile crossed Wilson's face as he confessed, "Not only have I seen it, but I have encountered it numerous times. They are mere brigands, coveting my possessions, yet unwilling to pay the price I demand." A look of indignation flashed across Wilson's face, his voice a low growl. The scholarly demeanor he once held had vanished without a trace. It was evident that he was genuinely infuriated. Zheng Yang gazed at him in astonishment. "Do you dare to brazenly display the scroll as bait? Are you suggesting that I partake in this act of thievery as well?" Eva quietly followed Zheng Yang, her expression tinged with sympathy as she comforted, "Professor Wilson, there is no need to be angered by their actions. They shall surely face the consequences. Moreover, perhaps losing those possessions has spared you from certain calamities. I apologize for my outburst." Wilson took a few deep breaths to regain his composure, replying, "You are truly a kind-hearted young lady. Indeed, after losing those items, they spared my family and me. Perhaps this can indeed be considered a reprieve from disaster." Zheng Yang remained silent for a moment before asking, "Professor Wilson, may I inquire what price you offered them?" "There's nothing I cannot disclose." Wilson shook his head, unable to suppress a look of self-deprecating disappointment, saying, "You are already aware of the existence of the mysterious side, so I have no need to conceal it. Each time, I promised to relinquish what they desired. Merely asking them to lead me into the mysterious realm and assist me in becoming an extraordinary being. However, they rejected me outright, without the slightest pretext. Zheng Yang fell silent once more. Having been transformed into an extraordinary being directly through the spirit vessel without any prior training, he remained unaware of how to elevate ordinary individuals to such heights. Yet, with a moment's reflection, he recognized the immense difficulty ordinary people faced in achieving extraordinary status. Both opportunity and innate talent were indispensable. Those individuals may have perceived Wilson's lack of qualifications to become an extraordinary being, or perhaps they were reluctant to reveal their own methods of achieving such a status. Alternatively, they might possess extraordinary powers derived from awakened bloodline heritage, yet lack the knowledge to facilitate Wilson's transformation. Regardless of the rationale, they all rejected Wilson. As for Zheng Yang, he too was at a loss on how to assist him in becoming extraordinary. What if Wilson proposed the same conditions? Would he resort to coercion like those individuals? Chapter 48. 2 scrolls. Wilson opened a safe in the exhibition hall and retrieved a wooden box. As he unveiled the box, a rolled parchment made of sheepskin came into view before the three. Wilson took the scroll, gazing intently into Zheng Yang's eyes, and slowly unfurled it. The moment Zheng Yang's gaze fell upon the intricate and convoluted incantations and patterns, a sense of resonance stirred within him. Wait. Why is this an advanced scroll of a second-level formation rather than a third-level one? Zheng Yang, astonished, paused momentarily and questioned, Professor Wilson, do you not possess more than one scroll? Why does this one feel different from the one I saw in the museum? A smile spread across Wilson's face, his lips curving upward in apparent delight. You recognize it, do you not? Wilson fixed his meaningful gaze upon Zheng Yang and continued. There is no need to rush into denial. The symbols and intricate patterns on these 2 sheepskin scrolls are exceedingly complex. Even I had to compare them repeatedly to discern the differences. Yet you recognize the distinction at a glance, indicating that you understand the contents therein. Pray tell, what is it, and what purpose does it serve? What a remarkable old silver coin. Previously, Zheng Yang had claimed he could not comprehend it, yet now he finds himself ensnared, momentarily at a loss for a counterargument. Thus, he resorts to dismissing it as something profoundly enigmatic. My intuition is quite acute. I simply sense its uniqueness, Zheng Yang asserted with a shake of his head. Wilson gradually retracted his smile, staring intently at Zheng Yang for a prolonged moment, his gaze growing increasingly profound. It is better to be forthright. My patience has worn thin, and I cannot assure you that I shall refrain from taking drastic measures. Wilson shed his scholarly facade in an instant, transforming into an antagonist. He clapped his hands thrice, prompting a number of burly men armed with firearms to emerge from the stairwell above and below. Zheng Yang instinctively pulled Eva behind him, his expression darkening. Professor, many are aware of our visit to your estate today. Do you intend to confine us? Confine you? No. No. The surveillance system in my estate will capture footage of your departure. As for where you go afterward, I cannot say, can I? Wilson's gaze bore into Zheng Yang, his eyes narrowing into slits, revealing a menacing glint. Zheng Yang could not help but squint slightly, responding, Professor, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Behind Zheng Yang, Eva was eager to take action. This wretched man, should she strike, would it be to pierce his eyes first, or to ensnare him with an old vine before delivering a blow? Wilson ceased his banter, gesturing for the gunman to advance toward the exhibition hall. With a sigh, Zheng Yang thought to himself, do not blame me for deceiving you then. He feigned resignation and said, very well, I shall tell you. A victorious smile graced Wilson's face as he waved his hand, prompting the gunman to retreat from the exhibition hall, continuing to loom ominously outside. It was, in essence, a consumable spell scroll, activated by incantations or the powers of the extraordinary. My desire to acquire it stems from a wish to delve into its production principles. Upon learning that it was merely a consumable scroll, Wilson could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Is it akin to those magical scrolls depicted in novels? Quite so. Speak further. Divulge all that you know. Wilson fixed his gaze upon Zheng Yang. It possesses the capability to imbue cold weapons with fiery power. I have witnessed an extraordinary individual demonstrate its usage and recall the incantation. Should you be willing to expend it, I can share the incantation with you, allowing either you or your subordinates to attempt its activation. In the era of melee warfare, augmenting weapons with flames could significantly enhance their potency, at the very least unsettling the enemy and diminishing their morale. Alternatively, it may merely serve as a tool for theatrics. Yet in the present day, it exists as a rather superfluous artifact, suitable only for performance or for someone like me, who delights in experimentation. Eve appeared curiously from behind Zheng Yang, casting a glance at the scroll. Is it truly as he claims? Wilson, equally skeptical, scrutinized Zheng Yang's expression before stating, "You shall activate it yourself. Should you prove to be deceitful, your fate will be dire, far more tragic than your imagination could fathom." Ah, such a suspicious fellow. Zheng Yang gestured towards a broadsword in Wilson's collection, inquiring, "Can we use that for the trial?" "Rest assured. The flames ignited by the scroll will not harm the long sword or its wielder." Wilson remained silent as he personally retrieved the ancient sword, a meter in length and palm width, from the display case. Though it bore signs of past corrosion, it had been meticulously cleaned and carefully maintained. Zheng Yang accepted the broadsword with his right hand, while his left grasped the Level 2 Array Advancement Scroll, and he moved to a relatively open area of the exhibition hall. "Professor, observe closely." Zheng Yang uttered a phrase from his past life in a regional dialect as a spell, pressing the scroll against the blade of the sword. With a flicker of his mind, the scroll was transported to the most concealed spot beneath the deck of the spirit ship, replaced by a burst of flames that erupted on the blade, swiftly enveloping it entirely. Zheng Yang casually swung the broadsword and exclaimed, "Professor, look. Does it not resemble the fire swords of certain acrobatic performances?" Wilson gazed at the flaming sword in Zheng Yang's hand, his expression dark and brooding. The mysterious object he had placed high hopes upon, which even the members of the Holy Spirit Society could not recognize, turned out to be merely a disposable prop for display. Zheng Yang sustained the flames for a minute before extinguishing them, presenting the sword, its temperature unchanged and unscathed, to Wilson. "What do you think, Professor? Please grant me the remaining scroll. It has lost all but its research value. These two scrolls contain different content." Wilson fixed his gaze upon Zheng Yang's face, hoping to discern something. Zheng Yang shook his head and replied, "No, they are identical. The only distinction lies in their apparent power. The artifact from the museum, if my conjecture is correct, has the potential to extend a segment from the blade, thus forming a longer flame sword." Eva, her small face taut, nearly stifled a laugh. Wilson, with a grim demeanor, retrieved another box from the safe. Upon opening it, he discovered yet another scroll within. As Wilson unfurled the scroll, Zheng Yang's gaze met its contents, and he instantly sensed its significance. It was, indeed, a third-level Array Advancement Scroll. "Activate it." Wilson, resembling a gambler blinded by fervor, placed the scroll before Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang's expression grew peculiar as he scrutinized Wilson, pondering how many scrolls this individual had acquired. "I said, activate it." Wilson growled like a beast, his voice low and menacing. If it were merely two fire sword artifacts, what was the point in keeping them? The flames upon the broadsword, under Zheng Yang's command, extended by a meter, transforming it into a 2-meter-long flame sword. A sight that was indeed formidable. Chapter 49. The source of the great gem, as the second scroll likewise ignited the broadsword in flames. Just as Zheng Yang had predicted, Wilson's heart sank, his complexion turned ashen, and he sat silently on a nearby chair. Zheng Yang glanced at the marksman outside, contemplating the possibility of taking him hostage should he decide to turn hostile. Noticing that Wilson had remained despondent for a while, Zheng Yang ventured to inquire, "Professor, might I retain the museum scroll for my research?" Wilson rubbed his face and quickly regained his composure, sincerely stating, "I sincerely apologize for my earlier confusion. I hope you can forgive my offense. The creature in the museum has already been triggered by you, and I have only managed to locate 2 in total." "Is there truly no more?" Zheng Yang expressed his disappointment. "I am truly sorry. I was completely entranced, utterly unable to control myself. If I come across such scrolls again, I promise to save them for you." Wilson continued to apologize with utmost humility. "As a recompense for my earlier indiscretion, please allow me to invite you both for lunch." Zheng Yang sensed movement outside the door and discreetly glanced towards it, realizing that the gunman had withdrawn. He wondered when that scoundrel had given the order. He had not perceived a thing until the noise of their departure alerted him. Wilson resumed his scholarly demeanor and remarked, "What a pity. Allow me to escort you both down. Believe me, when I next find those scrolls, I will certainly inform you. I have noted down your phone number. I believe we will become good friends. Indeed, I think we are already good friends." Zheng Yang thought this would be quite unfavorable for him. He took Eva's hand, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Wilson as they exited the villa, waving cheerfully as they boarded the sightseeing vehicle, as if the earlier tension had never existed. As they traversed through the woods and the golf course, finally reaching the estate's entrance, Zheng Yang was convinced that Wilson truly intended for them to leave. No, I still have time. That is merely the final option. Wilson was reluctant to accept the notion that the spiritual transformation within the Holy Spirit Society was not infallible. In fact, the failure rate was alarmingly high, as genetic conflicts were an inevitable response. Should he fail, he would either face a catastrophic collapse of his genetic structure or be transformed into a monstrous being, resulting in the irrevocable loss of everything he cherished. Upon entering the living room on the second floor, Eva clung to Zhang Yang's back, laughing uncontrollably as she exclaimed, "Zhang Yang, your acting just now is simply extraordinary. Even an Oscar-winning actor could not compare." I was barely able to contain my laughter. Ha. Zhang Yang, taken aback, inquired, "How did you discern that I was deceiving him? Those flames that engulfed us were undeniably your power. What a coincidence that the two scrolls perfectly produced the effect of fire, combined with your words that led him to compel you to activate them yourself. It was clearly a ruse. Understanding this allows one to realize you were certainly deceiving him. However, how did you know he would insist on you personally activating the scrolls? And where have you concealed those two scrolls?" Zhang Yang sighed inwardly, acknowledging the girl's remarkable intelligence. As for how he knew Wilson would force him to activate the scrolls himself, it was merely a tendency of the suspicious. Even if Wilson had chosen to have his subordinates activate them, should they discover they were unable to do so, Zhang Yang could easily argue that their incantations were poorly executed, ultimately leading to him needing to intervene. "You seem to have the spirit of an actress. You saw right through it without revealing a single flaw," Zhang Yang remarked, reaching into his trousers to retrieve the two scrolls. Just then, Alima, having heard their commotion, emerged to witness this scene, exclaiming, "EW, Zhang Yang, how disgusting. You actually hid them there." Eva disdainfully struck Zhang Yang's back with a fist. It was merely a swift transfer of items coupled with a little sleight of hand, akin to those magical performances. Speed was of the essence. Zhang Yang, unfazed, replied, "What is the matter? It seems you've had a fruitful haul." Alima approached, taking two scrolls and unfolding them for inspection, only to find them utterly incomprehensible. She furrowed her brows and inquired of Zhang Yang what these items were. Noticing Alima's confusion, Zhang Yang explained, "They merely appear enigmatic. So I thought I might research them further." Eva leaped forward, tugging at her mother as she chattered excitedly about their adventures at Wilson Manor. Allowing Alima to grasp the numerous twists and turns they had encountered, she couldn't believe the true nature of Wilson was so vile. "Alima, what extraordinary items have been rumored to circulate in Wilson's possession?" Zhang Yang asked. "Aside from that gourd and the mask of unknown purpose, the first three items are cursed artifacts that bring trouble to their bearers." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang recognized that these were unrelated to the spectral vessel. With the scrolls for the advancement array in hand, he had simultaneously acquired the second and third level scrolls, leaving only the conundrum of the spiritual core unresolved. As for the accumulation of materials and the growth of the ship's spirit, it would require the gradual consumption of malevolent forces and spiritual energy. After dinner, once Vea had descended, Zhang Yang again posed a question to Alima. "Are there any channels through which one might procure a large gemstone like that on Lofny's staff?" Alima glanced at him. Such natural gemstones are quite rare. She personally found hers in the central mountain range. Zhang Yang fell silent. The central mountain range was rather distant from their current location. Zhang Yang found himself reminiscing about Lovany's magnificent gem when, fortuitously, she sent him a message. "Where are you?" Lovany urged, "Come to the bureau." Zhang Yang, sensing the seriousness in her tone, quickly informed Alima and Eva before hastily departing from the clinic. Chapter 50. The offline meeting of the Esoteric Society. My apologies. I accidentally ignited it while practicing the spell last night. Zhang Yang extracted the partially burned tome of curiosities from his back pocket and returned it to Lovany. As she took the damaged book, memories of their midnight rendezvous surfaced, causing her to fix a frosty gaze upon Zhang Yang. He feigned ignorance, glancing around and inquiring, "Where is everyone? Why are we the only two here?" A thought struck Zhang Yang. This was the first time he had heard his superior so candidly express such self-serving sentiments. Yet, it was precisely the Western system that unabashedly embraced the pursuit of individual interests. Within the bureaucratic framework, the ordinary membership merely constituted a means of earning a livelihood, while those in positions of authority primarily sought their own gains and the benefits of their influential backers. Those who genuinely served the populace were seldom referred to as officials but rather as volunteers. Lovany's words were quite clear. While some may have mingled within the Special Affairs Bureau for the sake of justice, the majority did so to facilitate their own paths to cultivation. Thus, during their off-duty hours, they tended to their personal affairs. In truth, Zheng Yang had also been engaging in such pursuits in recent days, though the tranquility of the Special Affairs Bureau had exceeded his expectations. The presence of extraordinary beings and supernatural powers rendered the world replete with peculiarities. They may appear leisurely, yet it does not imply that no mysterious events are unfolding. Perhaps occurrences transpired unnoticed or were concealed from their awareness. At this moment, Lofny spoke again. Prepare yourself. I shall take you to the Narcissus Bar tonight. A date? Zhang Yang's gaze lingered on Lofny, contemplating how to dress in a manner that exudes maturity and elegance. Lofny's lips twitched in annoyance as she exclaimed, "What are you thinking? This evening at the Narcissus Bar, there will be an offline gathering of a hermetic society, and I intend to take you, a novice, to broaden your horizons. If you wish to keep your identity concealed, ensure you are adequately disguised." You made me excited for nothing by not clarifying. Zheng Yang pouted and settled onto the nearby sofa. Lofny couldn't help but roll her eyes, scolding, "At your tender age, you should be focusing on more appropriate matters instead of such frivolities. Lofny, this is merely the stirrings of youth. It is entirely normal. And who could blame me when your allure is so captivating? Oh, should I be grateful for your compliment? No need for formality. We are practically family. You truly are quite the silver-tongued charmer." Zhang Yang deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Lofny, how did you come to know about this gathering?" There are always friends on the forum. Some are aware of their identities while others remain anonymous yet know the city. When someone initiates an organization, information naturally circulates both within and outside the forum, leading to mutual arrangements for attendance. Isn't there a risk of disruption? Indeed, that can happen at times. It all depends on luck. As she spoke, Lofny turned to Zheng Yang and asked, "Do you not have a registered account on the forum?" Zheng Yang tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I've been blacklisted. I'll just register a new account shortly." "What misdeed did you commit?" "Nothing at all. By the way, Lofny, with your status, you should not fear exposure. You must possess access to classified forum privileges. Could you perhaps allow me to peruse those encrypted posts to broaden my horizons?" Lofny's gaze held a hint of skepticism, pondering what mischief this fellow could have engaged in to warrant a ban from the forum. Given the stringent management of that forum, even if one were to post inappropriate content, it would hardly raise an eyebrow. After a moment of hesitation, Lofny ultimately declined to let Zhang Yang use her account. However, she informed him that Rich had recently registered an account officially and had been granted classified access. He should seek his assistance instead. Zheng Yang felt a flicker of inspiration ignite within his mind, swiftly harnessing his psychic energy to enhance his mental acuity. He then articulated a coherent narrative, elucidating how he had acquired classified access immediately upon registering, only to be banned thereafter. What an extraordinary coincidence. Zheng Yang subsequently sought Lofny's counsel on methods of disguise, agreeing to meet at the Bureau of Special Affairs at 9 o'clock that evening, before venturing out to procure the necessary disguise equipment. That evening, as Zheng Yang prepared Chinese cuisine aboard the ship, the custom-made longsword arrived. This handcrafted, intricately forged patterned steel longsword, commissioned at a considerable expense, was truly exceptional. The blade, formed through repeated folding and forging, exhibited natural patterns that were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also exuded an air of mysterious elegance akin to incantations. Furthermore, these patterns served a practical purpose. When an extraordinary individual infused their psychic energy into the longsword, it facilitated a smoother flow, allowing for greater ease in controlling the energy imbued within the blade. Zheng Yang grasped the sword by its tip, bending the blade into an elegant arc. As he released it, the blade instantly snapped back to its straight form, emitting a resonant hum that lingered in the air. The resilience of the weapon was impressive. He then plucked a hair from his head and brought it close to the edge of the sword, blowing gently. Naturally, the hair remained unscathed, for even a sword valued at tens of thousands could not match the true sharpness of a legendary blade. However, after testing the sword with a bamboo pole used for propelling boats, he was quite satisfied with its sharpness, recalling how he had effortlessly sliced through numerous streets with a machete. After dinner, Zhang Yang practiced several techniques on the shore: downward strikes, sweeping cuts, spinning slashes, and cross cuts, each movement becoming increasingly fluid and intuitive. The spinning slash was an evolution of the sweeping cut he had developed himself, armed with a reliable longsword. Zheng Yang's understanding of these techniques deepened, allowing him to transform these four simple moves into a cohesive swordplay routine. The sequence flowed seamlessly: downward strike, sweeping cut, cross cut, spinning slash, and back to the downward strike. The sword's momentum was continuous, straightforward, and cyclical. Immersed in the world of swordsmanship, he even adapted the sweeping cut into a defensive maneuver, his movements growing more adept and graceful. The panda, so round and plump. Your demeanor has utterly tarnished its adorable image in my mind. Lofini concealed herself entirely beneath a specially crafted black cloak, revealing only her eyes, resembling a specter as she sat in the back seat. Please, call me Abeo. Zhengyang muttered gloomily from the rear seat beside Lofini. The figure clad in black at the driver's seat started the car, a nondescript vehicle devoid of license plates, as it exited the parking lot of the Special Affairs Bureau. Silently, as the vehicle paused momentarily upon passing the back street of the Daffodil Bar, Zhengyang and Lofni alighted and entered through the rear door. This evening, the Daffodil Bar was entirely reserved. The front door was firmly shut, and a notice had been displayed a day in advance, announcing its temporary closure for the night. In Chapter 51, The Peculiar Beads, two imposing figures donned in cheetah masks guarded the back entrance to the Daffodil Bar, preventing any unacquainted individuals from intruding. Lofni recited a prearranged code, allowing both her and Zhengyang to access the bar's interior. After traversing a narrow passage and turning a corner, they arrived in the main hall. The hall was devoid of performances, with only soft melodies emanating from the sound system. A dozen or so attendees had already gathered, most adorned in eccentric attire and various disguises, while a few chose to present themselves in their true forms. They languidly sipped their drinks, awaiting the commencement of discussions. Following Zhengyang and Lofni's entrance, another 7 or 8 individuals arrived, marking the beginning of the meeting. The initiator of this gathering was an elderly Caucasian gentleman, clad in a hooded sweatshirt, presenting himself authentically and exhibiting a more vibrant spirit than many of the younger attendees. After delivering an opening statement, the meeting lacked a fixed agenda, allowing participants to engage in free conversation, whether in pairs or small groups, fostering a relaxed and open atmosphere. Zhengyang quickly observed individuals approaching the elderly man one by one. Each time, the newcomer would utter something, prompting the old man to busily manipulate his phone, while maintaining an ongoing dialogue. Ultimately, those individuals would produce a stack of banknotes to hand over to the initiator. This marked the first occasion since departing the island that Zhengyang encountered physical currency. He had conducted all his routine transactions via mobile payment. Lofni and Zhengyang sat closely together, refraining from engaging with others around them. Noticing Zhengyang's attention on the elderly man, she softly explained, "He is a formal member with classified access, assisting those without permissions in obtaining information from the forum for a fee or aiding in the dissemination of certain details. Is that permissible?" Zhengyang seized the opportunity to inquire quietly. "Lof, what should I call you here?" "Rose. Your attire hardly resembles that of a rose. Are you here to provoke?" Zhengyang quickly retracted. "Apologies, I meant to ask if you know of any other methods or avenues to acquire that large gem." Lofni replied, "Had I known, I wouldn't have ventured into the Central Mountains myself." "What is your intention?" "Of great significance. You could attempt to seek it in the Central Mountains by yourself. Would you accompany me? Are you out of your mind?" At that moment, a one-armed middle-aged man, clad with a broadsword, rose and approached Lofni and Zhengyang. He first nodded toward Lofni, then addressed Zhengyang. "Pardon me, may I sit and speak?" This chivalrous figure bore the marks of time upon his visage, indicating a life spent traversing the wilderness. However, these signs were not of weariness, rather, as an extraordinary being. He radiated vitality, his aura imbued with a rugged charm that complemented the traces of hardship on his face. "Of course, please make yourself comfortable." Zhengyang and Lofni exchanged glances, nodding in acknowledgement to the one-armed man. The gaze of the one-armed man fell upon the sword hilt protruding from Zhengyang's back, and he spoke directly. "I am currently engaged in an exploration and in need of a companion. I am Tanik, a seeker of adventure and a descendant of the ancient knightly order." Lofni softly articulated the identity of this legendary hero. Since Tanik was not concealing his identity, it was evident that he did not mind being recognized. He nodded in acknowledgement, furrowing his brow as he regarded Lofni, seemingly attempting to discern her identity. Yet, it was clear he could not fathom it, so he relinquished the thought and turned back to Zhengyang, saying, "I have discovered an ancient, unclaimed cemetery in the wilderness. Its origins are a mystery. However, that is not the crux of the matter. I hold deep respect for the deceased and have no intention of disturbing that burial site. My true objective lies in the dark river adjacent to the cemetery. I once retrieved a precious pearl of considerable size from that river, and I can assure you, It was washed ashore from its depths. Ghost-eyed monkey. Could it be a water monkey? Zheng Yang pondered aloud, inquiring, "Why seek me? There are numerous extraordinary individuals here. Do you require my swordsmanship?" Zheng Yang had encountered pertinent posts within the Special Affairs Bureau's information module, which described the extraordinary beings of the Knightly Order as having initially honed their physical forms to develop their life force, later advancing to a mental plane to achieve the extraordinary, with their power manifesting as fighting spirit. Such extraordinary beings, when paired with a sorceress like Loveni, would be virtually unstoppable. Tanok nodded, affirming, "Indeed, a swordsman must be fearless and upright to achieve the extraordinary. I would not wish for my companions to betray me from behind." Zheng Yang gazed at Loveni, bewilderment evident in his eyes. Is it truly the case that only those devoid of fear and with integrity can cultivate fighting energy? It seemed somewhat far-fetched. Loveni responded with a slight nod. There exists such a notion. Is it not said that there is dark fighting energy? Does that imply that those who master fighting energy are devoid of malice? The dark fighting energy refers to the attribute of power, not the inherent nature of the swordsman, Tanok asserted resolutely. Those with impure hearts cannot cultivate fighting energy. Zheng Yang fell silent. Well, even if everything you say is correct, the question remains, merely wielding a sword does not signify one has mastered fighting energy, does it? Can one not combine swordplay with spellcasting? For instance, Zheng Yang could blend Thorn Inferno with his sword, creating a fiery blade that could even mimic the might of flame fighting energy. Loveni too was perplexed by this notion. Tanok's assertions felt rather strained. Zheng Yang silently observed Tanok, and after a considerable pause, Tanok's expression faltered as he admitted, "All right, I concede. I possess an unusual artifact that can somewhat predict fortune. It guided me to choose you. Your resolute desire to explore that dark river is also based on the guidance of this artifact, is it not?" Zheng Yang and Loveni exchanged glances. Given Tanok's earnestness, they refrained from inquiring further about the artifact, lest they overstep their bounds. "What about that precious bead you found? May I have a look?" Zheng Yang recalled this and felt a stir of curiosity, pondering whether the bead might serve as a suitable core for spiritual energy. Thus deciding to take a closer look. Tai Nua seemed inclined to present a pearl, so he conveniently brought one along. With a single hand, he rummaged through his waist pouch and produced a white, perfectly spherical orb, slightly larger than a fist. Upon the first glimpse of the orb, Zheng Yang felt an instinctive connection, discerning that it was far more suitable as the energy core for a second-level spirit ship than Loveni's Grand Gem. The orb bore a peculiar, lightning-shaped cloud pattern. I attempted to channel my fighting spirit into it, yet it yielded no response, and its true purpose remained undetermined. Chapter 52. Conflict. Zheng Yang accepted the orb, recognizing its significance to the evolution of the spirit ship. Drawing from the ship's resonance, he received precise guidance. A growth-type second-level energy material, the lightning crystal sphere, could serve as the second-level energy core. It was born from a crystal mine that accidentally absorbed a trace of lightning energy, containing an internal lightning runic pattern. If it continued to receive ample lightning energy, it could grow and elevate its tier. Zheng Yang couldn't help but feel elated. Surely, it was due to the numerous times he had held Eva's hand in recent days, thus acquiring a touch of her fortunate attributes. "Would you consider selling it to me? Do you know its purpose?" Tai Nua inquired naturally. "To collect it and embed it on my ship as decoration." Such a response not only did Tai Nua find hard to believe, but even Loveni was skeptical. She rolled her eyes and remarked, "You inquired about the large gem with the intent of using it for decoration? Indeed, what else would you assume?" Zheng Yang, donned in a panda mask, concealed any change in his expression from others. Loveni examined the crystal ball, only to discern that it was indeed a crystal sphere. However, she could not ascertain the significance of the lightning cloud patterns within. Seeking the counsel of Tanok, she inquired, "Might I attempt to channel my spiritual energy into it?" Tanok hesitated. Although he had previously infused it with his fighting spirit without consequence, who could predict the results of introducing a different type of spiritual energy? What if it were to explode with a resounding bang? After a moment of contemplative silence, Tanok concluded that, as a practitioner of fighting spirit, the crystal ball held no value for him beyond the prospect of selling it for coin. He certainly could not resort to using it as a weapon. Thus, he declared, 200,000 gold shields. Should you damage it, you shall compensate me at this price." While she was indeed financially secure, she was loath to engage in such a frivolous gamble. 200,000, merely to validate an item of currently ambiguous utility, was not worth the risk. After all, the other party had expressed a willingness to act. She would simply be covering the cost. "I owe you 200,000, and I shall join you in your expedition." Tanok's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth did she mean? Were they so familiar? Had she simply taken possession of his crystal ball? "My crystal ball. I am aware it is merely temporarily in my care, to prevent you from misplacing it. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to losing 200,000 gold shields. But the money, I shall ensure that payment is rendered to you, fear not. We have an expedition to undertake together. So let us first discuss how the profits from our venture shall be divided. What do you think? No, the crystal ball must be returned. Whether the crystal ball is placed here or there matters little. Should it shatter in your possession, 200,000 would vanish into thin air. Now that it is in my possession, it is equivalent to having been delivered to me, regardless of whether it is lost or damaged. I am still obligated to make the payment, correct? This is certainly more secure. Tanner was on the verge of losing his temper. Damn it, you elusive character. I do not even possess your contact information, let alone any acquaintance with you. What gives you the right to extend a credit of 200,000? Is this outright robbery? Even Lofini could no longer tolerate it. If you lack funds, why not ask me to lend you some? Must you behave like a bandit? Lofini shot a fierce glare at Zheng Yang and, with irritation, declared, I will lend it to you. No sooner had she spoken than she took out her phone to transfer money to Zheng Yang. Once the funds arrived in Zheng Yang's account, he promptly paid Tanner, and the two exchanged phone numbers. Since they were to embark on an adventure together, Zheng Yang saw no reason to withhold his contact information from Tanner. See, I have made the payment. Haven T.I. I am a man of my word. Others call me the trustworthy prince. Lofini rolled her eyes, thinking he was nothing but a shameless rogue. Are we going alone? She is more capable than I. Should we not invite her to join as well? Zheng Yang inquired of Tanner, pointing at Lofini. I apologize, madam, but it will suffice for just the two of us this time. I need to make some preparations. It would be best if you also gathered supplies for 3 days of camping. We shall depart the day after tomorrow, and I will inform you of the specific itinerary before we set off. Tanner gazed deeply at Zheng Yang and reiterated, It is settled. Only the two of us shall go. Although Tanner could not sense any spiritual energy emanating from Lofini, the instincts of an extraordinary being allowed him to surmise that her strength far surpassed his own. Having companions significantly more capable than oneself in a shared adventure is not necessarily a boon, as it may imply that the rewards to be gained could elude one's grasp. Therefore, Tinnik resolutely chose not to extend an invitation to Lofni. He conferred with Zhang Yang about the distribution of their anticipated spoils, while the three engaged in hushed conversation. Others formed small groups for their own discussions or conducted prearranged transactions. In that moment, a member of a trio, who was swathed in layers even more concealing than Lofni, unexpectedly produced a wooden staff from beneath their garments and launched an attack on an individual from another pair nearby. Find. The voice of the assailant, a woman, resonated as she invoked her spell, her psychic energy surging forth. The targeted individual, who had just brandished a pallid, bone-like dagger in preparation for a trade, was caught entirely off guard by the sudden assault. His body froze in position, immobilized, with only his eyes and mouth beneath the mask able to move. Blinding. The woman's voice echoed again as she pointed her staff at her adversary. Amidst a horrified scream, the eyes of the attacked individual suddenly burst, splattering blood in gory eruptions. The shriek startled the others, including the extraordinary being who was about to engage in a trade with the victim, compelling them to retreat from the epicenter of the conflict. Curse it, she is a witch. Cease at once. What are you doing? She has broken the rules. Everyone, retaliate. And swiftly eliminate her. Shouts of outrage erupted as others drew their weapons, ready to engage. The act of killing by extraordinary beings, especially in public settings, falls under the jurisdiction of the Special Affairs Bureau. Thus, Lofni was the first to strike. She brandished her exquisite short staff, as if an invisible hand had seized the witch and cast her to the ground. Just as the other extraordinary beings were about to confront the witch, Zhang Yang summoned his spiritual energy and bellowed, Stop. His voice, amplified by the energy, resonated like thunder, reverberating in everyone's ears and causing them to instinctively frown in displeasure. They turned their gazes toward Zhang Yang, awaiting his explanation. The witch, having been thrown to the ground, did not rise immediately. Instead, she lay there, laughing maniacally, her laughter laced with malice and despair. The assailed extraordinary being, with their mask now on the ground, revealed a nondescript face of around 40, blood oozing from their eyes, presenting a terrifying visage. Recognizing the witch's voice, the individual suddenly paused, exclaiming, Laura, you're not dead? Observing the situation, the crowd silently sheathed their weapons, turning into mere spectators. It was abundantly clear that this was a drama of revenge, curiosity being a fundamental trait of humanity. They were eager to uncover the backstory between these two. Only Lofny and Zheng Yang approached the witch, remaining vigilant against any further aggression. The witch on the ground ceased her neurotic laughter and, with a voice steeped in hatred and resentment, declared, "Of course, I am not dead. How could that be? I witnessed you being captured." Chapter 53. The Witch's Revenge after Laura was ensnared by Lofny's invisible force and thrown to the ground. The binding spell she had cast upon Felix was rendered ineffective. At this moment, Felix, in a fit of rage, rushed towards Laura's voice, his cries echoing through the air. She discerned that they were once companions, perhaps even bound by a deeper connection. However, during their perilous adventure, faced with the lethal threat of a mummy, Felix had abandoned his ally and fled alone. Within the internal information module of the Special Affairs Bureau, there exists a post dedicated to the various prevalent extraordinary systems, among which the practitioners of witchcraft are notably included. Their most formidable weapon is the curse, utilizing items tainted with the essence of their enemies, such as hair, nails, or even objects they have carried, to cast terrifying spells, like the dazzling display witnessed moments ago. In his current state of frenzy, Felix, having just been thrown to the ground, sprang up and began wildly attacking his surroundings with flailing arms. As he unleashed a powerful strike, the nearby furniture was struck by an invisible force, leaving chaos and destruction in its wake. He brandished a bone dagger, thrusting it erratically as if engaged in battle with those around him. Yet that was not all. Felix unleashed a torrent of flames, indiscriminately assaulting the vicinity, igniting fabrics and sofas in a blaze. Was he intending to set the place ablaze? He was a demon hunter. Someone must restrain him. In an instant, Lofny knocked Felix down once more. Simultaneously, arms formed from shattered stones and soil emerged from the ground, firmly binding Felix's limbs and neck. The gazes of the others toward Lofny were tinged with apprehension, for Felix's displayed power placed him above average among those present, indicating he was a level 2 extraordinary being. However, Felix found himself utterly powerless under Lofny's command. Without handcuffs or a binding collar, Zheng Yang was unable to draw his sword to sever Felix's hands and feet. He suddenly felt a profound sense of inadequacy. Lofny, adorned with handcuffs and a binding collar, retrieved them from beneath her flowing skirt and handed them to Zheng Yang. Heaven knows what other secrets lay hidden within that garment. Zheng Yang examined the two alchemical items in his grasp. The malicious collar was self-evident, while the handcuffs bore magical seals, making escape nearly impossible even for the extraordinary. With such thoughts in mind, Zheng Yang approached and fastened the cuffs and collar around Felix's wrists and neck. Lofny, standing behind, waved her staff and uttered an incantation, causing a surge of magical energy to flow through the cuffs and collar, activating the seals. Concerned that Felix might underestimate the collar's potency, Zheng Yang benevolently cautioned him, only for Felix to fall into immediate silence. Damn it, was this scoundrel merely feigning madness? With dexterous hands, Zheng Yang relieved Felix of a bone dagger and his waist pouch, swiftly searching him and discovering a book of unknown content concealed within his garments. As Zheng Yang withdrew his hand, the book had already found its way aboard the spiritual vessel. What a remarkably useful spell, Zheng Yang mused with envy. Unbeknownst to anyone, the witch, Laura, had risen from the ground. At that moment, she approached Felix step by step. Zheng Yang unsheathed his sword, pointing it at her, and declared, "Do not approach. Can you hand him over to me? He is my husband." Of course, that was in the past. Laura's voice dripped with self-mockery and desolation. She removed the black cloth that shrouded her entire body, revealing a slightly plump, round face. Her visage bore numerous pockmarked scars, possibly a remnant of the mummification incident. Felix, his sight lost, yet endowed with the extraordinary constitution of the superhuman, had managed to staunch the bleeding with his psychic control. At this moment, upon hearing Laura's voice, Felix scrambled to his feet in a panic, exclaiming in terror, "No, please don't hand me over to her. She is a lunatic. She will surely kill me." Zheng Yang glanced at Lofny. However, both Zheng Yang and Lofny were in disguise at that moment. Lofny addressed Laura, "Could you elaborate on the events surrounding the mummy?" "Certainly. As you wish." As Laura recounted, she and Felix had stumbled upon a collapsed small pyramid while exploring the mountains south of the Mediterranean. Being a demon hunter and a witch, both extraordinary beings, they could not resist the allure of adventure. After some preparations, they excavated a passage into the pyramid's underground. However, within the labyrinthine tomb, they were met with a swarm of black beetles and the terrifying apparition of the mummy. In a moment of peril, Felix seized a bone dagger and abandoned Laura to flee the tomb alone. And what of you? How did you manage to escape? Inquired the elderly white man who had initiated this meeting. The mummy sought to extract my witch's blood. During its ritual preparations, I broke free from my bindings and fled. Ultimately, I found myself in an unknown location, falling into an underground river that swept me into the sea, Laura explained. Zheng Yang couldn't help but recall a certain series of films about mummies from his previous life, imbued with an abundance of mystical elements, featuring a formidable antagonist. He wondered if Laura and her companions encountered something similar, perhaps the Scorpion King? Or the Sorcerer and Scorpion King from Tomb Raider, who were merely extraordinary beings once. At that moment, Felix exclaimed loudly, "No, she lies. That tomb harbors malevolent spirits, demons. She must have been possessed, or she would have never escaped. Burn her alive." "She is lying, I assure you." Upon hearing this, Lofny nodded at Laura, saying, "He is yours." "No, you cannot do this," Felix shouted in terror. Laura raised her staff, pointing it at Felix with a voice laced with hatred, "Shatter tendons." As the psychic energy surged, the vital tendons in Felix's limbs erupted in a spray of blood. He collapsed to the ground, writhing and howling. Yet, such a person was destined to receive no mercy. Everyone remained silent, observing. Bone erosion. Laura relished in her revenge, mercilessly tormenting Felix. Perhaps the love once felt had transformed into equal parts hatred. The terrifying sorcery was spine-chilling. Even so, Felix astonishingly managed to restrain himself, preventing the energy within him from causing any disturbance. Some seek death with relentless fervor. Others endure what ordinary souls cannot for the sake of survival. Undoubtedly, Felix belonged to the latter. Chapter 54, The Legacy of the Demon Hunter. Following Laura's act of vengeance, the exchange conference could not continue. The extraordinary beings in attendance departed one after another. Zheng Yang and Lofny also left the bar. As for the initiator of this meeting and how it would conclude with Laura, it would not pose a significant challenge for them as exceptional beings. Lofny made a phone call, and they exited through the back door as an unmarked vehicle quietly approached from the street corner. "Lofny, I cannot repay the 200,000. Can I settle the debt with my body?" Zheng Yang remarked casually, observing the approaching vehicle. "Have you resorted to selling parts? You truly lack sensitivity." Lofny scoffed, inquiring, "Where are we headed?" "To my ship. There are waves there. Our paths diverge. You may proceed alone. Farewell." As they parted ways, Lofny, with her back turned to Zheng Yang, cautioned, "Exploration carries risks. Should you encounter difficulties beyond your capability, remember to seek assistance." "Understood." A peculiar feeling arose within Zheng Yang, causing an involuntary smile to grace his face. At this juncture, it was already past midnight. Zheng Yang sat within the cabin, laying out the scrolls and crystal balls before him. After reorganizing his belongings, he swiftly retrieved the book he had previously taken from Felix. It was regrettable that the bone dagger and Felix's pouch had been returned to Laura by Lofny. The sentience of the spiritual vessel informed Zheng Yang that the bone dagger was a material capable of absorbing spiritual energy. The book in his hand was a handwritten manuscript titled The Witcher's Legacy, Mastery of the Power Field. After perusing it carefully, Zheng Yang could not help but exclaim, "To kill and to burn, one must possess the golden belt. Indeed, one must venture forth and engage in the enigmatic matters. Remaining aboard the ship would yield no rewards. Observe his recent endeavors. He has acquired enchanted weapons from the Special Affairs Bureau, obtained the cultivation methods for spatial teleportation seals from the Mosquito Man, garnered a wealth of esoteric knowledge from A. Lima, procured advancement scrolls for second and third level magic formations from Wilson's estate, and received a crystal ball at the offline meeting of the Mystical Society. Additionally, he possesses this invaluable tome of inheritance. This manuscript details a method for cultivating a seal that bears a striking resemblance to Lofny's spells. After some contemplation, Zheng Yang decided to set the manuscript aside. His thorn ring was already inscribed with numerous incantations and magical runes, rendering any new seals impossible to cultivate at this time. The following day marked Sunday, the anniversary of Eva's father's passing. Zheng Yang refrained from seeking out Eva and A. Lima, although there were inevitably some online exchanges with his romantic interest. He began to prepare the supplies for his impending adventure, unaware of Tanik's operational plans, save for the knowledge that they would not stray far from Injurai. As Tanik advised, he had to be ready for at least 3 days of camping. Thus, Zheng Yang procured a complete set of camping gear along with a substantial stock of canned goods and compressed biscuits to store on the ship. On the morning of the next day, Zheng Yang received a call from Tanik. They arranged to meet near the dock, saving Zheng Yang some effort. Shortly thereafter, Tanik arrived at the designated spot via taxi, where he encountered a youth clad entirely in black, sunglasses, combat boots, tactical pants, a long black trench coat, tactical gloves adorning both hands, and a large backpack coupled with a longsword. Zhang Yang's imitation of Richie's ordered attire had finally come to fruition. "A bow?" Tanak greeted uncertainly. In the next moment, Zhang Yang unfastened his backpack, opened the rear door of the car, and took a seat inside. Tanak was taken aback. How could he be so youthful? Is there anyone else? Zhang Yang coolly inquired, casting a glance at Tanak. "I apologize. I did not anticipate your youth." Upon concluding his statement, Tanak instructed the taxi driver to commence the journey. Throughout the ride, the presence of the driver rendered Zhang Yang and Tanak reticent. The taxi headed southward, exiting the port and entering the suburbs, gradually approaching the southern mountains. Zhang Yang harbored doubts about the lack of connection between the two sides. The water monkey, a rare creature, had been spoken of by the elders in his previous life, who claimed it belonged to the realm of the deceased. Also referred to as a water ghost, born from submerged corpses, this water monkey was not to be mistaken for a mere otter. It was said to be the spirit of the drowned, unable to transcend the cycle of life and death, transformed into this bizarre entity through some inexplicable means. They were innately imbued with a profound resentment, feasting upon corpses, leading to the drowning of individuals who would serve as sustenance. Consequently, the souls of those who perished in this manner would give rise to new water ghosts. It was indeed peculiar. The dark river Tanak mentioned, teeming with ghost-eyed monkeys, suggested that it led to a terrifying realm of submerged bodies, with an alarming abundance of corpses. The consumption of a ghost-eyed monkey's remains would yield approximately a 3% increase in the accumulation of spiritual energy materials. Moreover, the growth of the ship's spirit also relied on devouring, necessitating at least 60 such creatures to achieve the requisite accumulation. A taxi arrived at the foot of a mountain in a quaint village, where Zheng Yang and Tanak alighted and settled the fare. Tanak retrieved a cylindrical bag from the trunk, slinging it over his shoulder, creating an intriguing cross with the long sword at his back. The villagers regarded the two with indifference. Their attire was typical of those who ventured into the outdoors for camping in this region frequently visited by hikers. Under Tanak's guidance, they departed the village and embarked on a trek along a narrow, muddy path that wove through the forest. The journey to their destination spanned approximately 20 kilometers, with the initial 10 kilometers presenting a walkable trail that they could traverse in about an hour and a half, given their fitness. The latter 10 kilometers, however, lacked a defined path, necessitating the use of swords to clear the way as they progressed. Tanak strode ahead briskly, formally briefing Zheng Yang on the itinerary. Zheng Yang kept pace effortlessly, inquiring, "When did you last venture out?" 5 days ago, Tanak replied. 5 days in the wilderness could indeed obscure one's bearings. Chapter 55, Exploration of the Mountain Tombs. Their journey unfolded smoothly until they found themselves in an uninhabited expanse. At times, Tanak led the way, while other moments saw Zheng Yang wielding his sword to cleave through obstructing vines and branches, with Tanak providing directional guidance from behind. However, after 3 hours of navigating this desolate area, Tanak surprisingly could not locate the burial site. "I assure you, it must be around here," Tanak murmured, repeating this sentiment multiple times. They stood in a valley where the terrain matched his expectations. Why then was the valley absent? At that moment, they found themselves atop a peak, gazing out at the undulating mountain ridges surrounding them. In his recollection, Zheng Yang pondered the location of that valley. A strange sensation washed over him, for he was certain that Tanak's memory was intact. This place undoubtedly harbored some secrets. Could it be that there existed a barrier or some other mystical domain that had inadvertently ensnared Tanak during his last visit? Tanak began to point out the peaks and valleys, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, one mountain is missing." It seemed impossible. It appeared as though there had originally been 2 mountains, which had now merged into one. Zheng Yang scrutinized the landscape, yet he could discern no evidence of this merging. In all of Tanak's years of exploration, he had never encountered such an anomaly. At that moment, Zheng Yang's reminder sparked a realization in Tanak, who remarked, "It was evening, raining, and the sky was quite dark. I found that crystal ball at the mouth of the dark river and resolved to investigate it, thus spending the night beside that graveyard. The following day, I fashioned a small raft to commence my adventure." "Quite audacious, aren't you? Did it rain when you departed?" Zheng Yang inquired. "Indeed, it rained again as I left, Yet I was able to see it from here. Yes, it lies in that direction, shrouded in mist. Zhang Yang gazed up at the blazing sun and mused, "Do you know anyone capable of inducing artificial rain? Perhaps we could request a few rain shells to be sent our way." Tanok chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to engage further. As he set up the tent, he noticed Zhang Yang lost in thought, staring intently at a thicket of thorns. He shook his head and wandered off in search of wild game. As the daylight gradually faded, the surrounding peaks became shrouded in a faint, ethereal moonlight. Zhang Yang and Tainua set 2 campfires, positioning their tent snugly between them. Zhang Yang summoned magical insects to guard the vicinity, all the while exchanging messages with Eva. At that moment, a sense of foreboding washed over Zhang Yang. "Tainua, something approaches," he warned, channeling his energy as he unsheathed his sword and exited the tent. Drawing his broadsword, he focused intently and confidently declared, "It is the ghost eye monkeys. I can smell their foul odor." Relieved to know it was merely the ghost eye monkeys, Zhang Yang felt a sense of ease. In these deep, uncharted woods, his greatest fear was that the cursed attributes he bore might attract some ancient, formidable creature like a millennia-old corpse or a timeless zombie. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Yang. "Tainua, keep an eye on that valley. But first, let us deal with those damned monkeys." 2 ghost eye monkeys emerged into the light of the fire, lunging toward Zhang Yang. These monkeys were dripping wet, and a chilling mist enveloped them as they emerged from the dark river. Zhang Yang stepped forward, adjusted his stance, and with a swift flick of his sword followed by a powerful downward slash, he executed a seamless combination that swiftly dispatched the 2 monkeys. "What the hell did you do? They are all coming for you." 3 more ghost eye monkeys surged from the same direction, ignoring Tainua entirely as they charged straight at Zhang Yang. Tanok executed 2 swift slides to position himself ahead of Zhang Yang, brandishing his sword to fell 2 ghost-eyed monkeys. However, the third one surged past him, its eyes filled with animosity as it extended its long, sharp claws towards Zhang Yang. "See? I told you, about. Are you certain you haven't wronged their mother monkey in any way? It's evident they harbor a deep grudge against you." Silence. Zhang Yang retreated a step, widening the gap between himself and Tanok, and with a swift flourish of his sword, he executed a cross-slash that cleaved the third ghost-eyed monkey into 4 pieces. Instantly, an unbearable stench, far worse than that of a foul sewer, assaulted their senses. "Ugh, I detest this odor." Tanok, sword in hand, focused on the direction where the graveyard should lie. Yet, he sensed that more ghost-eyed monkeys were rapidly approaching. "They've gone mad. The last time I encountered them in the dark river, they did not attack with such frenzy. They merely harassed me incessantly. Ah, yes, in the water. They can induce hallucinations, tempting one to plunge in. How many did you slay last time?" 4. They were cunning, not this deranged. As the branches rustled, 7 more ghost-eyed monkeys surged forward. Behind them, 5 more were advancing. Indifferent to Tanok, they were singularly focused on bypassing him to reach Zhang Yang. Consequently, Tanok fought with abandon, while Zhang Yang leisurely picked off the spoils behind him. Both warriors, each wielding a sword, soon amassed a pile of over a dozen ghost-eyed monkey corpses. Meanwhile, the ship's spirit, the scale-armored demon bug, feasted heartily upon these remains. Zhang Yang discovered that those cursed entities, upon being drawn in, generally fell into a state of madness, relentlessly launching ferocious attacks. This condition undoubtedly made it considerably easier for Zhang Yang to manage the situation. Once the more than a dozen ghost-eyed monkeys were eliminated, tranquility was finally restored. Turning his back to the campfire, Tainua strained to discern the contours of the mountains ahead and suddenly exclaimed with delight, "It has appeared. It has truly appeared. Look." Tainua cast a peculiar glance at Zhang Yang, remarking, "Your efficiency in clearing the scene is remarkable." He assumed that Zhang Yang had disposed of all the ghost-eyed monkeys' corpses in merely 2 minutes. Zhang Yang, not even sparing the last severed limb that had been kicked aside, commanded the magic worm to devour it, while he expressed gratitude to Tainua, saying, "Thank you for the compliment. Let us hasten to pack our belongings and make our way into the valley." With the tent dismantled and their items packed, the 2 extinguished the campfire and began their descent. Illuminated by their powerful headlamps, they followed the path the ghost-eyed monkeys had taken towards the newly revealed valley. Upon entering the valley's mouth, they were immediately enveloped by an eerie atmosphere. Was it the same last time? No, although it had rained then. It was not nearly as cold as it was now. By the way, what is it about you that attracts those ghost-eyed monkeys? I possess a cursed object. No wonder. Chapter 56. Conditions for evolution met under the brilliant illumination. The valley's steep gradient became apparent, revealing a vast expanse of graves scattered haphazardly, appearing layered from the valley's entrance. They lacked tombstones, consisting solely of mounds of earth rising starkly from the wilderness. Even in darkness, the sight remained haunting. If it were Zhengyang alone, he would undoubtedly be too terrified to spend the night in such a place, his heart filled with trepidation. Thus, he held a profound admiration for Tyrok, who dared to spend a night beside the graveyard. Truly, he is a renowned adventurer. Tyrok led Zhang Yang to the cave where he had previously spent the night. The entrance facing a vast expanse of graves, resembling the abode of a Grey Keeper. However, before they could ignite a fire, Zhang Yang sensed an ominous presence approaching. Was it the proximity to the dark river that attracted the cursed ghost eye monkeys from the depths? This might be fortuitous. At least they wouldn't have to laboriously search for spiritual materials. Zhang Yang drew his sword and urged Tyrok to distance themselves from the cave. They certainly did not wish to inhale the foul stench left by the ghost eye monkeys after their demise while resting inside. After walking a mere 20 meters, several ghost eye monkeys charged towards them. Can your cursed artifact still sense them? Tyrok inquired loudly as he swiftly dispatched the foremost ghost eye monkey with a single strike. Their movements were rapid, akin to chopping vegetables, as they eliminated 7 or 8 of the creatures. Yet, in the next moment, both Zheng Yang and Tyrok's expressions shifted dramatically. They sensed a significant surge of ghost eye monkeys approaching, their numbers exceeding 100. It seems we have ventured too far. Zhang Yang's demeanor turned grave. Damn it. Can your cursed artifact nullify their presence? No. Unless you possess a sacred relic, it cannot be suppressed. A swarm of gray shadows rushed closer, the chilling energy coalescing into a gust. Tyrok's expression grew solemn as he declared, I must unleash my full power. Before he could finish his words, the spiritual energy within him surged wildly, enveloping the broadsword in a cascade of white energy. Suddenly, it swept horizontally, and as the sword sliced through the air, the energy along its blade expanded to a length of 3 meters, swiftly cleaving through a dozen of the ghost-eyed monkeys before him. Zheng Yang, unwilling to be outdone, summoned his own spiritual energy, igniting his long sword in flames, which transformed it into a 4-meter-long fiery blade that he slashed forward. Tainok's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Have you cultivated the flame battle chi? Zheng Yang affirmed. Indeed, what is the attribute of your battle chi? Charge forth. My knightly faith knows no retreat. Whether it was Tainok's battle chi sword or Zheng Yang's fiery blade, both were extraordinarily sharp, causing the ghost-eyed monkeys to perish at a mere touch, severed cleanly in two. Yet, when Zheng Yang's fire sword struck, the monkeys were not merely bisected. Their corpses would ignite in flames, reminiscent of those felled by Lofini's enchanted bullets. Thus, Zheng Yang retracted the thorn-burning spell and spoke behind Tainok. You engage in ranged attacks with your battle chi. I will eliminate those that escape. Tainok executed another horizontal slash, remarking, You are quite cunning. I too wish not to squander my battle chi here. I shall unleash it one last time, and then we shall engage in close combat. After 4 successful ranged strikes, more than half of the ghost-eyed monkeys had been vanquished. With his spiritual energy activated, Zheng Yang's physical capabilities were thrice that of an ordinary person, effortlessly contending with these monkeys, which were merely swifter than the average. He seized the opportunity to hone his swordsmanship. Thus, the two advanced rather than retreated, plunging into the throng of ghost-eyed monkeys, unleashing a massacre. The essence was ceaselessly consumed, and an extraordinary perception relayed every subtle movement within a 5-meter radius around Zhang Yang to his consciousness. Although not as clear as the awareness provided by a spiritual vessel in water, Zheng Yang was still able to discern the actions of each ghost-eyed monkey nearby. After consecutively slaying more than a dozen of these creatures, a profound thrill surged within him. In his perception, one ghost-eyed monkey suddenly accelerated to 3 times its original speed, lunging towards his head with lightning-like swiftness. At that moment, Zhang Yang had just executed a downward slash with all his might and instinctively reversed the grip on his sword to parry. The clash of the monkey's claws against the blade resonated with a metallic clang. Such formidable claws. Moreover, this particular ghost-eyed monkey exhibited strength far surpassing that of its counterparts. The impact left Zheng Yang's palm tingling. At that instant, the monkey leveraged the force to spring back 3 meters, allowing Zheng Yang to discern its distinction from the others. Its white fur marked it as an elite creature, unlike the other frenzied, ghost-eyed monkeys. This white-furred variant retained a semblance of reason. Despite being drawn ashore by the curse emanating from Zheng Yang, it understood the importance of strategy. With a swift motion, Zheng Yang cleaved through 2 ordinary ghost-eyed monkeys. in his perception as the white-furred monkey circled behind him, preparing to pounce. He plunged his long sword into the ground and summoned the shotgun transmitted from the spiritual vessel. As the white-furred, ghost-eyed monkey soared towards him, Zheng Yang pivoted abruptly, and the muzzle erupted with a burst of flame. This time, no matter how resilient or swift the claws of the white-furred monkey were, they could not withstand the oncoming barrage of pellets. The abrupt sound of gunfire startled Tanok, and he caught a glimpse of the shotgun in Zheng Yang's hands, exclaiming, "Damn it, you actually brought that thing." Surprised, he thought, "What a shock. Damn. Finally, all the ghost-eyed monkeys have been exterminated." Zheng Yang proceeded to transport dozens of the creatures onto the spiritual vessel. "Tanok, go gather some firewood. I will take care of these foul beasts," Zheng Yang proposed. Tanok, eager to comply, hurried off to find firewood, while Zheng Yang continued to transfer the corpses of the ghost-eyed monkeys. As he observed the accumulation of spiritual energy materials needed for the evolution into a level 2 spiritual vessel reaching 100, he noted that the growth of the ship spirit had also reached 100, now the size of a human head. Yet, it remained a level 1 ship spirit. Surely, it required a higher grade of malevolence for the ship spirit to evolve. Zheng Yang summoned the ship spirit and commanded it to devour the specially spared white-haired, ghost-eyed monkey. The creature's voracious appetite was formidable, akin to that of a human youth. In an instant, it consumed the entire monkey without a trace. Ultimately, a dark aura enveloped the magical insect, initiating its evolution. The transition from level 1 to level 2 occurred swiftly. Zhang Yang observed the swirling black mist around the insect's surface for just a moment before it transformed into a level 2 ship spirit, now the size of a basin. Its scales dark and glistening. At this juncture, all conditions for the evolution of the spiritual vessel were met, yet the energy expended was considerable, insufficient to sustain the evolution at that moment. Zheng Yang had to suppress the impulse to remotely command the vessel's evolution. There were still many more ghost-eyed monkey corpses. The consumption must continue. Zheng Yang moved back and forth, feigning the act of transporting corpses, while the bodies of the ghost-eyed monkeys on the ground gradually vanished. The accumulation of spiritual energy materials for the spectral vessel continued to progress, ultimately reaching 190. And the growth potential of the ship's spirit was elevated to 11 after an upgrade. In Chapter 57, The Cave Beneath the Grave. As Tanok ignited a fire at the cave's entrance, Zheng Yang had already cleared away all the ghost-eyed monkey corpses outside. The recent battle had left both of them splattered with the foul-smelling blood of the monkeys. The exit of the dark river lay on the opposite side of the valley, and although they were aware of the presence of ghost-eyed monkeys in the water, they still decided to wash off the stench, preferring that over the discomfort of spending the night reeking of blood. After slaying dozens of ghost-eyed monkeys that night, Zhang Yang felt a strong premonition that he would embark on a dream voyage aboard the ghost ship. Abel, will that cursed item of yours attract even more formidable monsters? Upon returning to the cave, Tanok retrieved a mat and sleeping bag from the external pocket of his backpack. After a moment's contemplation, he decided not to set up a bed and instead posed a question to Zhang Yang. "It is possible," Zhang Yang replied. "As long as it comes within 300 meters, it will undoubtedly be drawn to us." Damn it, Tanok couldn't help but curse. However, this time, the cursed item had proven its worth by luring the wretched monkeys out to be eliminated, which would significantly lessen their troubles once they entered the dark river. Tanok then stowed away the sleeping bag, leaving only the mat behind. It seemed that sleep would not be on the agenda tonight. Zhang Yang instructed Tanok to bring their belongings out of the cave and then activated the thorn burning spell, setting the cave ablaze from top to bottom. Instantly, the cave transformed into a warm and inviting sanctuary. With the spirit revitalized, Tanok exclaimed, "Abeo, you truly are an exceptional teammate. Thank you for the compliment," Zhang Yang replied, as he spread a mat on the ground for his own comfort. Since they had no intention of sleeping, the two began to engage in lively banter, with Tanok primarily recounting his past adventures while Zheng Yang chimed in occasionally, playing the role of a supportive listener. Eventually, Tanok proposed that after their current expedition, they should journey together to the southern shores of the Mediterranean, where the African continent held many mysterious relics awaiting discovery. This notion sparked within Zheng Yang a desire to explore the East. "Abeo, I possess a sacred artifact capable of suppressing your cursed items. You may entrust it to me for safekeeping temporarily." Zheng Yang was taken aback. "Are you certain you are not jesting?" "Certainly not," Tanok replied earnestly. "I am doing this to ensure the success of our mission. Otherwise, we may attract terrifying creatures that could endanger us." Rest assured, I shall return it to you once our venture concludes. Zheng Yang shook his head and proposed, Tanok, why don't you lend me the sacred artifact to suppress the curse? I promise to return it to you once this expedition is over. Tanok's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. You still have not returned the crystal ball you borrowed last time. This is a sacred artifact, and you must understand its significance to an adventurer. You intended to part with that crystal ball anyway, did you not? Moreover, I compensated you for it. I am a man of my word, Zheng Yang retorted, but Tanok remained unconvinced. The feeble moonlight adversely affected the rate at which the spirit vessel could replenish its spiritual energy. By midnight, the energy reserves still fell short of the requirements for the vessel's evolution. It was not until 4 a.m. that the spirit vessel's energy reserves finally reached adequacy. However, Zheng Yang hesitated to initiate the evolution at that hour. He recalled that during the vessel's evolution, the entire formation would emerge from the hull, radiating a dazzling silver light that would undoubtedly attract attention. The two had truly spent an entire sleepless night. As dawn broke, Zheng Yang emerged from the cave and first gazed towards the valley outside, discovering visible peaks that led him to surmise that this place was not a secluded barrier from the outside world. He resolved his breakfast with the fresh water he had brought, accompanied by canned food and compressed biscuits. Subsequently, Tanok and Zheng Yang once again sought the exit of the dark river. This exit lay beneath the mountainside on the opposite side of the valley, measuring barely over 2 meters in width with a meager flow of water. The crystal-clear mountain water emanated a chill, with a depth that did not exceed the knees, and the riverbed was strewn with pebbles. By the riverbank lay a small raft that Tanok had constructed previously, fashioned from dead wood and old vines. Measuring only 0.5 meter in width and 2 meters in length, possessing limited buoyancy that could scarcely support the weight of 2 individuals along with their backpacks, they resolved to construct an additional raft. Within the span of less than an hour, the two gathered sufficient dead wood and bound it together with the old vines to form a raft. They then combined the 2 rafts side by side into a single platform, capable of supporting the weight of both. Moments later, the two utilized their carved wooden poles to propel the raft into the dark river, navigating upstream. Zheng Yang pushed from the back, while Tanok held his sword at the front, remaining vigilant. As they delved deeper into the river, the chill intensified. Zheng Yang noted that although the dark river twisted and turned, it predominantly flowed from the depths of the valley. However, the subterranean river does not exhibit the dramatic drops characteristic of the external valleys. Rather, it descends gently and steadily, with its vertical position becoming lower than that of the valleys as one ventures deeper. The water alternates between depths, and the distance between the riverbed and the overhead ceiling fluctuates, while the banks vary in width. Due to the differing mineral compositions of the soil and rocks, the light reflects in a myriad of colors. This is a cave in the process of formation. There are several openings. Tanok's headlamp illuminated the left side ahead, revealing a chaotic array of openings, some larger than basins, scattered across the ceiling and walls, their destinations unknown. As they ventured closer, they discerned the smoothness of the openings, as though something had frequently traversed in and out. Could these be the caves of the ghost-eyed monkeys? Continuing deeper for another 20 or 30 meters, the distribution of these openings increased, and often, when light was cast into one, illumination could be seen scattering from the interiors of the other nearby caves. These caverns were interconnected. Zheng Yang felt a stirring in his heart and remarked, Tanok, the grave should be directly above us, right? Tanok paused, contemplating, and replied, Are you suggesting that these caves lead to those graves? Perhaps, once we emerge, we can excavate one to find out. I surmise that the tombs are devoid of remains. I was unable to delve this deep during my last visit. As you know, I only have one arm, and those infernal monkeys incessantly harassed me, leaving me weary from the struggle. Fortunately, your cursed items lured them away beforehand, allowing us to enter smoothly. The raft slowly penetrated deeper, crossing the boundary of the graveyard. Unaware of how far it had ventured beneath the mountain, Zheng Yang felt a creeping unease. Tanok, might I request the use of your sacred artifact? I sense that a great terror looms ahead, and I must ensure it does not draw near. No, why not entrust the cursed object to my care? Because it resides within my body, I cannot extract it. Ridiculous. Do you dare assure me before God? I solemnly swear before God that what I have just spoken is the truth. How maddening. Abeo, you must promise to return it to me once this endeavor concludes. Otherwise, I shall challenge you to a duel. Tanok did not inquire about the specifics of Zheng Yang's curse. Instead, he plunged his sword into the crevice of the raft and rummaged through his satchel with one hand. Chapter 58. The sacred relic. The nun's pocket watch. Perhaps I should not have sought you out. From the moment I discovered your ability to attract those malevolent creatures, I realized I had been deceived. Zheng Yang steadied the raft to prevent it from drifting backward, yet he made no progress forward. Observing Tanok's actions, he inquired, "Why do you say that?" "Because within that fortunate compass dwells a spirit of mischief. It too is drawn by your curse, yet cannot escape the compass. Thus it points towards you." At that time, I was questioning it, inquiring which of the extraordinary beings present could grant me luck. I mistakenly believed it was guiding me, inadvertently choosing you as a companion. Zheng Yang was momentarily at a loss for words, but ultimately reassured. "Rest assured. Selecting me as your ally was indeed the wisest choice you could make." Tanok, with a sense of reluctance, handed the copper pocket watch to Zheng Yang, stating, "This is merely the nun's watch. Carry it with you, and it shall suppress the curse." "Which nuns?" Zheng Yang instinctively inquired as he accepted the watch. "How should I know? Its name is simply the nun's watch." Zheng Yang examined the ancient timepiece. It appeared quite ordinary, yet it continued to tick rhythmically. However, since he had taken possession of it, he felt an unexplainable lightness enveloping him. "Thank you for your trust, Tanok. Once we exit this place, I shall return it to you at the earliest opportunity, I assure you," he declared, tucking the watch away as he continued to navigate the wooden raft. As a glimmer of light appeared ahead, the water suddenly deepened, and the river widened, with the cave ceiling soaring to over 10 meters above. They had entered a vast underground pool, and the wooden pole in Zheng Yang's hand could not reach the bottom. He could only brace himself against the cave wall as they progressed. The source of the light became clear, a crescent-shaped opening, approximately 5 meters wide, situated amidst a lake. Just as excitement surged within Zheng Yang and Tanok, the water around them began to churn violently. In the next moment, 2 triangular snake heads emerged from the depths, rising high and hissing ominously at the pair. "By heavens!" Zheng Yang exclaimed instinctively. Before them lay a double-headed giant python, its heads thicker than their waists, with a neck 3 meters long leading to a single serpentine body. Its curved, venomous fangs were comparable to Zheng Yang's forearm. He was certain that this formidable double-headed serpent had not been summoned by the curse upon him, for he felt no instinctive warning rising within. Had it not been for the curse, Zheng Yang would not have received the warning, a truth long since established. The scaled magic insect emerged from the shadows, soaring to the cave's apex, lying in wait for the opportune moment. This creature, resembling a beetle, was enveloped in a shroud of pitch-black scales, measuring over 40 centimeters in length and approximately 30 centimeters in girth. Its head, an imposing 20 centimeters wide, had a mandible that, when agape, surpassed even its own cranium in size. It was no longer the diminutive cicada that could be easily crushed with a mere finger. The energy within Tanok surged violently, primed for action. Almost simultaneously, the colossal venomous python opened its gaping maw, striking with lightning speed towards both Tanok and Zheng Yang. The broadsword unleashed a 5-meter-long surge of fighting spirit, cleaving through the python's neck at its relatively slender section. The python's neck, fortified with resilient scales, withstood the assault, resulting in merely a 2-inch deep gash. The force of the strike caused the python's head to veer off course. Its initial target, Tanok, was now redirected towards Zheng Yang, with toxic saliva dripping into the water just 3 feet before him. Similarly, the head that had aimed for Zheng Yang was also deflected aside. "Open wide," Zheng Yang instructed as he loaded the enchanted rounds into the shotgun, simultaneously alerting Tanok. Hearing the unmistakable sound of the shotgun chambering and Zheng Yang's warning, Tanok promptly complied. In the next instant, Zheng Yang locked his gaze on the python's massive maw and resolutely pulled the trigger. In the nearly enclosed waterway, the gunshot reverberated like thunder, shaking the very roof of the cave, yet their minds remained clouded with a relentless buzzing. The venomous python, struck at close range by a shotgun, felt a barrage of pellets pierce its upper jaw and delve into its brain, igniting a conflagration within its skull. Flames erupted from its mouth as the serpent's head arched back violently, before crashing down towards the wooden raft. The other head writhed frantically, while the snake's elongated body thrashed beneath the water, causing tumultuous waves to churn violently at the surface. At that moment, Tyrannox's energy-infused sword cleaved with all its might at the junction of the 2 serpentine necks. The blade sank deeply, nearly a foot into the flesh. The python struggled more fiercely, seemingly attempting to flee from the raft. Zheng Yang's eyes gleamed with realization. The opportune moment had arrived. With a mere thought, the armored magic insect transformed into a bolt of black lightning, shooting into the wound between the two necks and beginning to devour from within. Below that spot lay the python's heart. Instantly, the serpent writhed in a frenzy, causing the vast waterway to become a roiling tempest, nearly dismantling the raft. "What is that?" Tyrannoc asked in astonishment, lowering his center of gravity. "It's a giant insect. We must escape." Zhengyang repositioned himself, using a wooden pole to brace against the cave wall, while Tyrannoc crouched down, wielding his broad sword as a paddle, propelling them forward. The raft swiftly advanced toward the exit ahead. At last, they emerged from the waterway, passing through a crescent-shaped opening. They found themselves in a lake several hundred meters wide. With the waterway's exit nestled beneath a steep mountainside, a towering cliff rising over 100 meters above them. Aside from the waves stirred by the python's struggle, the lake's surface remained as tranquil as a mirror. The depths of the water were unfathomable, obscured from view. Zhengyang and Tyrannoc continued to exert their strength, guiding the raft along the edge of the cliff until they gradually reached the shore. They eagerly leapt ashore, dragging the wooden raft away from the lake, a profound sense of survival flooding over them. However, they were soon taken aback by their surroundings. The sky formed a mirrored dome, only a few hundred meters high, radiating an unchanging sunlight. Beyond the lake and the solitary peak, there existed only a narrow strip of land encircling the water, measuring less than 100 meters in width. Beyond this stretch lay the edge of the dome. Scattered across this land were numerous gray-white tombs constructed from an unknown material, each marked by an equally gray-white cross. This circle of graves faced the lake and the barren mountain peak. There were no trees, no grassy undergrowth, no wildflowers, nothing but an eerie stillness that seemed timeless. Zhengyang swallowed hard and exchanged a glance with Tyrannoc, both gazing upward towards the cliffs above. What could be lurking up there? Chapter 59. The eerie graveyard. Zhengyang and Tyrannoc cautiously traversed the graves and crosses, inching closer to the edge of the dome. They reached out to touch, feeling the solid boundary, yet their eyes were met only with an opaque whiteness, akin to a barrier of air. It was undoubtedly some form of enchantment, distinct from the valley outside, as this place was isolated from the world. The sole passage to the outside appeared to be that waterway, first guarded by a multitude of ghost-eyed monkeys at the external exit, and then by a colossal two-headed venomous python at the internal exit. Even the valley beyond revealed its presence only under the cover of night. Why such layers of protection for a graveyard? Here, everything was gray, silent, desolate, devoid of any signs of life. No wind stirred, and the lake lay still as a mirror. This material hails from the medieval era, akin to contemporary lime mortar. Tyrannoc gently caressed a cross, remarking upon the absence of gravestones. Before each mound lay a half-meter-tall cross, arranged with an unsettling precision reminiscent of a military formation. A sense of dread enveloped Zhengyang and Tyrannoc, who could not muster even the slightest urge to excavate a grave. They circumnavigated the lake and arrived at the base of a peak on the opposite shore. Although the mountainside here was equally steep as a cliff, a dilapidated stone staircase meandered precariously towards the summit. The path was exceedingly steep, with an incline nearing 80 degrees and barely half a meter wide. With some steps crumbled away, there was nothing nearby to grasp for support, rendering it an impossible traverse for an ordinary individual, even for an extraordinary being like Tyrannoc. He could only shake his head in resignation. With but one arm, even if he were to master the art of free climbing, ascending such a path was an unattainable feat. Thus, Tyrannoc retrieved 2 50-meter lengths of parachute cord from his pack and offered them to Zhengyang, saying, "You shall choose your spoils first." Zhengyang understood his intent. According to their agreement, items acquired solely by their individual efforts would belong exclusively to them. Shared discoveries would be divided equally, with Tyrannoc having the first choice. As they ventured together, supporting one another, the arrangement stipulated that Zhengyang would select first upon their success. He set down his backpack, shouldering only his long sword, and began his ascent. Though he had not practiced climbing, his physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary men, making the climb a manageable endeavor. In less than 10 minutes, Zhengyang discovered an optimal foothold, measuring 2 meters in length and half a meter in width, halfway up the mountain. Subsequently, Zhengyang relinquished the rope and first hoisted the backpacks and gear of both individuals, followed by Tyrannoc. From this point onward, the ascent was less steep than below, allowing Tyrannoc to cautiously climb on his own. However, the occasional dislodging of stones made the journey perilous. Eventually, the two reached the summit, an uneven platform approximately 70 meters in diameter. Atop this mountain, there lay a solitary grave, constructed of a grayish-white material adorned with a cross, facing the precipice, reminiscent of the graves by the lakeside below. This grave was 5 times larger than those below, with a towering cross that seemed to oversee the resting places below. Commanding their reverence, Zhang Yang and Tainak traversed the summit, exchanging silent glances. They felt they had stumbled upon a remarkable sight, yet it yielded no treasures. Should we excavate this grand tomb? Zhang Yang contemplated, gazing at the imposing mound, unable to resist such a thought. However, Tainak, possessing a rather straightforward disposition, believed that disturbing the resting place of the deceased was a profound disrespect, one that would invoke the wrath of death itself. He cautioned Zhang Yang accordingly. "Shall we return empty-handed?" Zhang Yang inquired, spreading his arms. He was indifferent, as the primary purpose of this expedition was to uncover the remains of the ghost-eyed monkeys. A task he felt had been more than fulfilled. Tainak replied with solemnity, "Abayo, I believe the essence of exploration lies not solely in the ultimate findings, but also in the enjoyment of the journey itself. This time, our experiences have been richly diverse, granting us insights into the ancient and formidable barrier space. Such a discovery is already immensely gratifying. Shall we proceed to exit then?" The two individuals retrieved their phones from the waterproof bag and began capturing images of their surroundings. Suddenly, Tainak exclaimed, "Goodness, all the photos I just took are blank." At this, Zhang Yang flipped through his photo album and confirmed that the images he had just snapped were nothing but vast white expanses, the grave, the cross, the lake, all were conspicuously absent. This truly felt like a ghostly encounter. Zhang Yang took another shot, fixating his gaze upon the photograph. After approximately 5 seconds, the colors within the image gradually faded, ultimately transforming into a blank canvas, as if what Zhang Yang had captured was merely an illusion. Was it truly a mirage? Or was some unseen force interfering with the photography? Undeterred by superstition, Zhang Yang aimed his camera once more at the largest cross and snapped another picture. After a few breaths, the image began to fade once again. However, at that moment, Zhang Yang noticed something peculiar. As the cross diminished to a certain extent, he could faintly discern intricate runes and exquisite magical patterns intertwining within the photograph, only to vanish instantaneously alongside the other colors. Had he not been vigilantly staring, not allowing his eyes to blink, he would have certainly missed that fleeting spectacle. Zhang Yang took 2 more shots to confirm his observations. While the nature of other elements in this space remained uncertain, the colossal cross was undoubtedly extraordinary. He then captured an image of the immense burial mound, closely monitoring its fading process. After 3 attempts, he noted that the photograph of the mound did not reveal any sigils during its dissolution. "Abayo, have you discovered anything?" Tainak, having observed Zhang Yang's actions, approached with an inquiry. Zhang Yang did not withhold his findings, sharing his revelations with Tainak in the hope that this seasoned explorer would glean some insight. Indeed, after personally verifying the situation, Tainak's expression turned grave. "I had encountered accounts of adventurers, penned by extraordinary individuals, which described tombs marked with cross symbols concealing powerful curses, likely containing formidable, nearly indestructible specters. Abayo, I believe it is time for us to depart. Let us go." Zhang Yang decisively hefted his backpack and strode towards the stone path. Upon seeing the graves by the lakeside, a thought struck Zhang Yang, prompting him to capture a photograph of a small cross for further verification. The results indicated that these diminutive crosses also harbored curses. Was the entire spatial barrier established merely to suppress such a multitude of souls? Zhang Yang surveyed the dense cluster of graves, a chill creeping through him. Or perhaps, this was fundamentally the abode of a legion of restless spirits? Chapter 60. The Cross. Surely, the depths of this lake must connect to the outside world, with subterranean springs seeping forth to sustain the flowing dark river. Yet, it remained isolated by the barrier. Although air was present, no clear water accumulated, which accounted for the meager outflow of the dark river. The raft glided into the dark river, where the waters had long since regained their tranquility, though traces of blood had not entirely dissipated. Tainak remained on high alert, unaware that the monstrous creature was summoned by Zhang Yang, perceiving it instead as yet another lurking threat. At that moment, the scaled magic insect concealed itself beneath the cavern wall, where the raft was about to pass, dragging along a snake skin measuring 50 to 60 meters in length. The colossal 2-headed venomous python had been devoured by the vessel spirit, leaving only a thin remnant of its skin, with no fangs, bones, or venom sacs remaining. The spirit ship has grown to nearly 1 meter in length, with its growth level reaching an impressive 90. The large snake skin, exhibiting remarkable toughness, is perfectly suited for the evolution of the spirit ship's sails, Zhang Yang mused. The raft smoothly departed from the deep waters connected to the lake. entering a narrow channel that did not exceed 2 meters in depth. It required no effort from Zheng Yang to paddle, as long as he maintained the right direction. The raft drifted gently with the current. This particular tributary diverted approximately 2/3 of the water flow, resulting in a diminished volume of water streaming through the outer valley. It must lead to the seaside, Zheng Yang thought, illuminating the tributary with his headlamp, only to discover an upstream fork within it. Remarkably, 2 dark rivers converged here before parting ways. "Tanok, should we excavate one of those graves to investigate?" Zheng Yang inquired, pointing at the dilapidated tombs. Tanok shook his head. "Abeo, we must honor the deceased, even if their interiors may have been altered." The two exchanged glances, puzzled by the extraordinary forces that could produce such astonishing effects. Once they boarded the vehicle, Tanok kept his gaze fixed on Zheng Yang. After a while, noticing Zheng Yang's indifference, Tanok's expression soured. "Abeo, have you forgotten something?" "What?" "Oh, my apologies," Zheng Yang exclaimed, retrieving the nun's pocket watch to return it to Tanok. He had no intention of coveting Tanok's sacred object. He had simply become so engrossed in contemplating where to evolve the spirit ship that he inadvertently forgot to return it. Although this snake's skin was thin, its surface was still adorned with scales, making it quite a substantial bundle when rolled up. At that moment, the spirit of the ship manifested itself, revealing a palm-sized crucifix before Zheng Yang. Simultaneously, it conveyed a faint awareness, indicating that this crucifix had been discovered within the belly of the great serpent. Zheng Yang, astonished, picked up the crucifix for a closer inspection. The crucifix appeared dull and dark, its surface bearing signs of erosion, suggesting it had been swallowed by the colossal python for an indeterminate period. However, upon grasping the crucifix, Zheng Yang's expression shifted, a blend of surprise and unexpected delight washing over him. Remarkably, it turned out to be a sacred relic. Holding it, he felt a sense of ease and tranquility reminiscent of the comfort he experienced when holding the nun's pocket watch. What a tremendous gain! Naturally, Zheng Yang had no intention of sharing this revelation with Tanok. He examined the crucifix meticulously and infused it with spiritual energy to sense its essence. At that moment, the sigils within the crucifix were activated, emanating a gentle silver glow. This silvery radiance instilled a sense of peace and could even alleviate physical fatigue, restoring a modicum of mental fortitude. Could this power be the legendary force of purification and blessing? Zheng Yang held the crucifix, his emotions surging. Under the influence of the silver light, the surface of the crucifix gradually rejuvenated, the signs of corrosion fading away, revealing an ancient silvery hue. Once the transformation stabilized, he withdrew his spiritual energy, and the crucifix did not revert to its previous dullness. With the aid of spiritual forces, it had shed its superficial blemishes and reclaimed its original form. This was a silver crucifix. Thanks to the protection of the sigils, it had endured countless years of corrosion while remaining fundamentally unchanged. Surely, it deserved a name. Might it be called the Father-S crucifix? Zheng Yang played with it for a while, and then Lovany called to inquire about his recent adventure. Zheng Yang recounted the events in detail, omitting his encounter with the giant two-headed venomous python and the profitable cross, merely stating that the python had been slain. She placed great importance on that boundary space. If it indeed served as a habitat for an army of the undead, the Special Affairs Bureau must formulate an appropriate contingency plan. A smile graced Zheng Yang's face as he redialed the phone. "Zheng Yang, can you guess what we're having for dinner tonight?" From Eva's tone, Zheng Yang could envision her sweet smile, eagerly awaiting his guess. "Beef stew with potatoes?" "Incorrect." "Scrambled eggs with tomatoes?" "Wrong again." "I can't guess." Guess again." As Zheng Yang chatted with Eva, he prepared his own dinner. Tonight marked the first evolution of the spirit ship, and it certainly warranted a celebratory feast. There was no dock, nor was there a fishing village by the seaside, alleviating any concerns about onlookers witnessing the spirit ship's transformation. Moreover, Zheng Yang had also ordered some supplementary items. Chapter 61, Level 2 Mutated Spirit Ship around 8 o'clock. The items Zheng Yang had ordered arrived at the sailing dock. It was a roll of pitch-black industrial canvas, measuring 50 meters in length and 2 meters in width. With this material, the spirit ship's evolution would be even more discreet. At 10 o'clock that night, Zheng Yang navigated the spirit ship to the designated location. After extinguishing the lights, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness, which would, in turn, accentuate the silvery glow emanating from the spirit ship during its evolution. However, Zheng Yang possessed his own unique manipulations, Upon issuing a command within his mind, a vast expanse of black canvas unfurled, enveloping the spirit ship with its automatic installation capabilities. Initiating its evolution, Zhang Yang commanded once more, and in an instant, a magical array manifested from the ship's hull, enshrouding the vessel in a silvery radiance. Yet, due to the layers of black canvas, the silver light did not reveal itself excessively. At that moment, the ship's spirit emerged, resting at the center of the magical array. In Zhang Yang's perception, the mercury had diminished by half, and a surge of spiritual energy materials, seemingly from nowhere, began to materialize. Portions of this spiritual essence were extracted, transforming into countless threads assimilated by the brilliance of the magical array, poised for application. The remaining residue was integrated into the ship's structure, reinforcing its material composition. Subsequently, the secondary magical array advancement scroll was activated by the array, automatically disassembling and revealing the schematic diagram of the instruments. This diagram seamlessly merged into the spirit ship's magical array, guiding the threads to spread and intertwine upon the foundation of the primary array, delineating an abundance of runic symbols and intricate patterns. This process marked the advancement of the magical array, a lengthy endeavor. The new incantations and patterns were exceedingly numerous, enveloping the entire ship, including the subarray upon the sails, within the scope of evolution. The advancement of the magical array persisted for an hour. Ultimately, a crystal orb appeared at the location of the moonlight shell, connected by luminous patterns, leading to their exchange. The residual spiritual energy within the moonlight shell was then transmitted into the crystal orb. The exchange of the spiritual energy core was completed, and the magical array suddenly pulsed with newfound vigor, its silvery light intensifying magnificently. Subsequently, the advanced magic array and the spirit of the ship converged seamlessly into the vessel's body, as a mysterious force swiftly enveloped the entire ship through the array. The evolution was complete. Basic information: hull, level 2 spirit ship, status, intact, spirit seal, scaled demon insect, adult, energy core, thunder crystal sphere, capable of growth, energy reserve, 3,500, attack bonus, 20, defense bonus, 20, power bonus, 20 equipment information, primary propulsion, spherical sail, single mast triangular sail, auxiliary propulsion, spiritual energy, 60 V10 horsepower electric paddle engines X3, figurehead, scaled demon insect, figurehead skill, none level 3 spirit ship evolution requirements. Standard evolution requirements. 1. Level 3 magic array advancement scroll, available. 2. Level 3 energy core, unavailable. 3. Magic array advancement materials, mercury 15, 000 grams, 5, 00015, 000. Spiritual energy materials, accumulation progress 20, can be obtained by devouring aberrant or supernatural creature remains and spiritual materials to gain accumulation progress. 4. Level 3 ship spirit, growth progress, 2 to 90. 2. Forced evolution requirements. Note: replacing the energy core with a crystal sphere increases the energy reserve limit to 500 points. The attack, defense, and power bonuses of the level 2 spirit ship are enhanced to 20. The attack aspect is not elaborated upon, as it necessitates the installation of artillery and the invocation of spiritual energy to be effective. The level 2 spirit ship has gained an additional propulsion method, utilizing spiritual energy directly for movement. Without sails or engines, the vessel navigates through the direct invocation of spiritual energy via a magical array. Upon witnessing this method of propulsion, Zheng Yang finally comprehended the source of the power enhancement. It was fundamentally derived from this spiritual energy drive. Previously, at the first tier, the enhancement was a mere 5, scarcely noticeable and merely supplementary to other propulsion methods. Now elevated to 20, it had become viable as an independent means of navigation. The spiritual ship had evolved to the second tier, wherein the previously substantial accumulation of 190 spiritual material was reduced to 20. This alteration stemmed from the transition from a first-tier spiritual ship to a second-tier basis. The growth of the vessel's spirit had only been reinitiated after its advancement to the second tier, thus remaining at 90. Another significant transformation occurred. The ship's perceptive range underwater had doubled, as the spiritual ship completed its evolution. Zhang Yang felt a sense of relief as some binding force over the vessel dissipated instantaneously. He realized he could once again expand and modify the spiritual ship. Zheng Yang was eager to command the magical array to activate and cover the solar panels. as well as the two high-capacity battery units in the hull. The thermoelectric freshwater collector, the electric water supply system, and the three electric paddle engines. Once activated and endowed with the magical erase power, these devices would not deteriorate with time and could self-repair if damaged by external forces. However, at that moment, the reserve of spiritual energy stood at only 30 points, insufficient to complete all tasks. Thus, Zhengyang resolved to first activate the battery units in the hull. Consequently, after expending 20 points of spiritual energy, the ship suddenly underwent a transformation. The catalyst for this anomaly was the lightning crystal sphere, serving as the core of the spiritual energy. Within this crystal sphere lies the intricate patterns of lightning runes, necessitating the infusion of electrical energy for its growth and ascension. The essence of lightning is fundamentally the explosive energy generated by the convergence of positive and negative charges. When the spiritual vessel's formation envelopes two batteries, the crystal sphere, serving as the core of the formation's energy, captures the electrical energy contained within these batteries. Absent the stimulation of battery energy, the lightning crystal sphere might have continually remained a mere core of spiritual energy, irrespective of the attribute, existing solely as a vessel. However, upon detecting the electric energy, the lightning runes within the crystal sphere react like a shark sensing blood, immediately extracting the energy and converting it into lightning energy to enhance itself. This presents a dilemma. The original source of spiritual energy for the vessel was moonlight, characterized by its gentle nature, starkly contrasting with the ferocity of lightning energy. Consequently, the remaining 10 points of spiritual energy within the crystal sphere were forcibly dissipated, leaving only the freshly transformed lightning energy. The vessel's formation, now devoid of spiritual energy, began to falter. At this juncture, the lightning runes within the crystal sphere, striving to sustain the formation and continue drawing energy from the battery pack, forcefully output lightning energy as a pivot, aiming to alter the structure concerning the conversion and application of spiritual energy within the formation. Such an alteration naturally faced resistance from the vessel's formation, which is an independent system, should a portion be unilaterally modified by the lightning runes. How could it evolve in the future? The recently subdued formation re-emerged, utilizing the minute spiritual energy transformed in real time by the mundane sails to contend with the lightning runes. In the clash of these two forces, the spirit of the vessel manifested at the center of the formation, its entire being crackling with electricity, emitting a piercing wail. At the moment when Zhengyang thought all hope was lost, a remarkable compromise was achieved between the thunder pattern and the spirit ship array, each willingly disassembling a portion of themselves to initiate a harmonious fusion. Numerous intricate patterns upon the spirit ship array fractured and reformed, resulting in a transformation of the incantations. The entire array was modified, becoming conducive to the lightning attribute of spiritual energy. The subarray responsible for gathering and converting spiritual energy within the sail was also altered to collect and transform the lightning energy from the void. Even the spirit of the ship crackled with arcs of electricity. Throughout this process, the battery unit, after re-establishing its connection with the crystal sphere, continuously served as the energy output, facilitating this significant modification of the thunder pattern and the spirit ship array. At this juncture, the thunder pattern was still extracting electrical energy, converting it into the newly formed spiritual energy, which was being stored within the crystal sphere. The remaining charge of the battery was steadily diminishing, while the reserves of spiritual energy within the crystal sphere were progressively increasing. 10, 20, 30, 50. Zhengyang keenly observed the entire transformation, and at that moment of inspiration, he commanded the array to activate and cover the solar panels. Consequently, the solar panels, akin to the sails, became another subarray for the collection and conversion of spiritual energy. Moreover, the source of spiritual energy transitioned from moonlight to a broad spectrum of any light source, with that light energy being transformed into electrical energy via the solar panels, stored within the battery unit, and readily extracted by the thunder pattern to be converted into the new lightning attribute spiritual energy. This new spiritual energy not only satisfied the requirements of the array, but also fostered the growth of the thunder pattern, enhancing the level of the crystal sphere. Chapter 62. The Art of Swordplay. The initial evolution of the spirit ship underwent a mutation, an occurrence that the ancient designers could scarcely have anticipated. Who would have imagined that Zhengyang would discover a crystal orb, imbued with the runes of thunder, serving as the core of spiritual energy, alongside modern apparatuses like batteries capable of supplying electrical energy? Furthermore, following the evolution of the spirit ship. The limitless depletion of spiritual energy reserves constrained the ship's array from resisting the thunder runes, compelling it to accept them in a reluctant compromise. Such fortuitous coincidences have led to unprecedented variables in the evolution of Zheng Yang's spirit ship. The battery's charge dwindled to a mere 10, while the new spiritual energy reserves reached only 400 points. This represented a pair of high-capacity batteries, larger than those found in new energy vehicles. Based on this conversion rate, a single set of batteries approximately equated to 500 points of spiritual energy. Zheng Yang resolved that during the next renovation of the spirit ship, he would install several additional battery sets, which would serve as auxiliary cores of spiritual energy, significantly enhancing the endurance of the crystal orb. At this moment, Zheng Yang sensed that the quality of the new spiritual energy surpassed that of the old. With 1 point of new energy equating to the efficacy of 3 points of the old, he summoned the spiritual energy, and an immediate shiver coursed through him, waves of tingling sensations enveloping both his body and spirit. Fortunately, this sensation soon became bearable through adaptation. Otherwise, invoking spiritual energy for combat could leave Zheng Yang in a state of tremor. Zheng Yang gathered the black canvas, exerting considerable effort to roll it up again, knowing it might be of use in the future. Although the 7-day free period has concluded, and the docking fee of several dozen gold shields per day is rather exorbitant, Zheng Yang still prefers to moor at the sailboat dock. This location offers a secure environment, ensuring tranquility and protection from disturbances. The manifestation of the spiritual energy propulsion method has become increasingly evident, leading Zheng Yang to realize that this so-called propulsion technique essentially harnesses the power of a magical array to influence the swirling movements of the water beneath the vessel, akin to controlling a wave that buoyantly propels the boat forward. Zheng Yang mused that a more fitting term would be riding the waves. However, he decided against activating the 3 paddle machines, understanding that with the advent of the spiritual energy propulsion method, they would soon become obsolete. Conversely, the modification of the sub-array on the sail, which is responsible for collecting and converting spiritual energy, allows it to directly gather and transform lightning energy from the void, functioning in parallel with the solar energy conversion system, and thus must be retained. With the sail concealing its true nature, coupled with the spiritual energy propulsion, the serene sailing environment aligns perfectly with Zheng Yang's preferences. The spirit ship has evolved to the 2nd tier, yet he wonders why his bloodline power has not similarly ascended. Does this require a subtle and prolonged transformation, reminiscent of the awakening process? If it necessitates an extended wait for his bloodline strength to gradually enhance through the ship's modifications, Zheng Yang finds himself somewhat impatient, especially as he still has a spell to master. He understands that only his own power truly belongs to him. While the spiritual energy of the ship can be summoned at will, it remains an external force. This principle has become clear to Zheng Yang. Observe the forces of conflict just witnessed, the lightning incantations, and the ethereal vessel's array. In a moment of utmost urgency, who truly heeds his command? Thus, is it not imperative to devise a meditation practice tailored to one's own essence? And how, then, should the thorn evolve? As the clock struck past midnight, Zheng Yang completed his ablutions, cradling a long sword and a shotgun. With a desert eagle secured at his side, he reclined upon his bed. In the dead of night, a dark shadow enveloped the spectral ship, a familiar sensation cloaked in mist. Zheng Yang was momentarily taken aback, realizing that only the long sword had accompanied him onto the ghostly vessel, while the shotgun and desert eagle had not been brought along. He attempted to summon the spirit of the ship, yet his efforts proved futile. Was he to rely solely on his own strength? Zheng Yang advanced a dozen paces. Emerging from the shroud of fog, he was not directly transported into the corridors, and a sigh of relief escaped him. Drawing his sword, an impulse surged within him. He cast the scabbard aside with a flourish, then, gripping the sword, he approached the side of the ship step by step. The ship's railing spanned a breadth of 20 to 30 meters, leaving Zheng Yang unable to glimpse its end. The immense deck at the bow was merely the most pointed and diminutive portion of the vessel. Its midsection must be exponentially larger. At the railing, Zheng Yang attempted to gaze down at the surface of the sea, only to behold a shadowy abyss, devoid of visible water. He recalled the sound of water he had heard during his first and second encounters on the deck. It must have emanated from the aquatic monstrosities boarding the ship. This suggested that beneath the deck lay an unfathomable number of compartments. Zheng Yang struggled to fathom the true magnitude of this ghostly ship. The edge of the railing appeared as formidable as a grand fortress wall. Along the ship's railing, maintaining a distance from the towering edifices, Zhang Yang ventured nearly 100 meters before he discerned a passage leading down to the lower deck beneath those structures. The entrance to this passage loomed significantly taller than the exits of subway stations from his previous life. Raising his gaze to the layers of castle-like buildings, and then back to the passageway, he steeled himself and gradually approached it. After a previous adventure, his courage had notably fortified. As he neared the entrance, a sense of foreboding enveloped him, for he could not ascertain how far behind the passageway a ship's light cast a faint crimson glow, rendering the entrance reminiscent of a monstrous, gaping maw or perhaps the threshold to hell itself. Summoning his psychic energy, he cautiously descended the wide steps, the silence around him punctuated only by the soft sound of his footsteps. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, he encountered two intersecting corridors. To his left, over 100 meters away, a ship's light hung from the wall, and further still, perhaps 200 or 300 meters ahead, another light flickered ominously. The sanguine illumination imparted an unsettling ambience, as if he had entered a vast subterranean tomb. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the next level down, approaching from below. Judging by the force of the steps, the newcomer was at least not a colossal creature, but rather of human proportions. Zhang Yang took a few steps forward, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Before him stood a figure that had once been human, now reduced to little more than skin and bones, rendering its clothing loose and sagging. Its skeletal visage bore no eyes, yet a faint blood-red glow emanated from the empty sockets. Could this be a specter of starvation? Let us regard it as a hungry ghost for the time being. Zhang Yang retreated several steps into the depths of the corridor, granting space. The hungry ghost, wielding a slender sword, clearly noticed Zhang Yang, despite its lack of eyeballs. Remarkably, it raised the slender sword and began to prance about, feigning movements. Is this fencing? Zhang Yang swung his long sword, devoid of any technique, relying solely on swiftness. The blade emitted a 3-meter-long flame, forming a 4-meter-long fiery sword. Chapter 63. Returning home for a larger vessel after decimating the hungry ghost, Zhang Yang continued his descent to the second basement level. He lingered at the staircase for several minutes, awaiting adversaries, but when none appeared, he proceeded to the third basement level. Each floor seemed indistinguishable from the last, save for the blood-red hue of the lanterns growing more pronounced below. Zhang Yang stood at the staircase of the third basement, waiting for a few moments, poised to descend further when knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated from a door not far from him in the corridor. Someone was rapping on the door from within. Outside, a blood-colored lantern hung ominously. Knock, knock, knock. A sense of disorientation washed over Zhang Yang. Who could be knocking? It felt as though he were at home, instinctively moving towards the sound, hand outstretched. Just then, a wave of intense heart palpitations surged within him, jolting him to lucidity. His hand was poised to grasp the wooden doorknob. Cold sweat seeped from his forehead and back, quickly saturating him. He recoiled, distancing himself from the door in an instant. The sudden onset of palpitation had been so profound, it unmistakably warned him that should he open the door, his demise would be inevitable. Knock, knock, knock. As his pace slowed, his movements faltered, and a look of daze and struggle returned to his eyes. It was only then that Zhang Yang suddenly realized that it had been more than 10 minutes since he had slain that starving ghost. Based on his previous experiences, the thick fog should have carried him away from the ghost ship by now. Yet, the mist had yet to materialize. Was it necessary to be on deck to depart? Zhang Yang continued to ascend, the pale gray light of the outside world shimmering before him. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted past the exit, accompanied by a swift gust of wind. What was that? As Zhang Yang pondered, the shadow returned, landing on all fours at the corridor's mouth, fixating its gaze upon him. It was a pitch-black, decaying cat, devoid of a tail, its body rotten and swollen, resembling a balloon that was about to burst if pricked. A portion of its head had been gnawed away by some creature, its eyes lacking vitreous humor, emanating the pallor of a dead fish. With a powerful thrust of its limbs, the rotting cat leaped like a flash of black lightning, aiming directly for Zhang Yang's head. He swiftly retreated, his longsword ignited with a 3-meter-long flame, slicing downward. Just before the fiery blade reached him, Zhang Yang observed the cat's claws remained sharp, leaving several dark scratches in the air at his previous position. After the cat was slain, a glimmer of white light was absorbed by Zhang Yang. At that moment, a roar echoed from the depths of the corridor behind him, filled with rage and menace. This was not good. The cat's master had emerged. The following morning, rain began to fall. Upon awakening, Zhang Yang discovered that his longsword remained securely sheathed. Breakfast was resolved with canned food and noodles. Observing that the rain showed no signs of abating anytime soon, Zhang Yang drew his longsword and practiced his thrusting technique at the stern of the boat. This technique had been imparted to him after he vanquished a famished ghost in his dreams the previous night, absorbing its fencing prowess. The delicate rapier used in fencing was vastly different from the steel sword in Zhang Yang's hand, necessitating the integration of those experiences into his own swordplay. The decayed cat had bestowed upon him the instinct of clawing, with a speed that was truly formidable, leaving marks in the air as it moved. Zhang Yang named this ability Shadow Claw. As noon approached, the rain began to diminish gradually before finally ceasing. Zhang Yang departed from the dock headed towards the Special Affairs Bureau. Loveni was also present in the bureau, seemingly spending most of her time there. Her attire consistently featured various colored silk long-sleeve shirts paired with tailored trousers, often complemented by a small jacket, exuding a sharp style. Occasionally, a thin turtleneck sweater would transform her allure. Today, she donned a burgundy silk shirt that matched the hue of her hair, arms crossed as she leaned against a desk. Observing Zhang Yang as he provided his account, after recounting the details of his expedition with Tannic and having them documented, his gaze lingered on Loveni's chest for a few seconds before he spoke. Loveni noticed Zhang Yang's gaze, initially furrowing her brow instinctively. But soon a glimmer of pride flickered in her eyes, pleased with her own allure. A look of surprise crossed her face as she inquired, "Is your family involved in shipbuilding?" "No, just a hobby for some people, merely for fun," Zhang Yang replied whimsically. "No wonder it's a wooden boat. How large is the new vessel? I hope it is sturdy enough to withstand my strike. Is it still possible to cultivate a romantic mood?" Zhang Yang extended an invitation to Loveni for lunch, only to be declined. Consequently, he dialed Alima's number and, upon leaving the Special Affairs Bureau, diverted his path to the clinic to enjoy a meal while engaging in heartfelt conversations with three enchanting ladies. What a magnificent vessel it must be. Presumably, it is an ancient-style double-decker boat, approximately 13 to 16 meters in length and 4 meters wide. Alima inquired, "Do you intend to reside on the boat indefinitely? Do you not find it inconvenient?" Zhang Yang pondered this question earnestly and concluded that, aside from the somewhat desolate atmosphere, there was indeed no significant inconvenience. Thus, he replied, "I still quite adore the ambience aboard, especially considering that once I transition to a larger vessel, the available space for decoration will expand considerably." Eva exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, "That is wonderful. Once we have the larger boat, we must go fishing. Vea, will you join us? It will be such fun." Vea's face lit up with enthusiasm as she responded, "I will go. I want to join." However, Eva lamented, "But half a month feels so long. After acquiring the larger boat, I might frequently depart from Yingjili port. It seems nearly time to sail the seas." At present, Zhang Yang's ability to transform the secondary spirit boat is still hindered by insufficient funds. This time, he does not intend to proceed in such a rudimentary manner as before. However, whether it be the addition of battery packs and solar panels or the procurement of household furnishings and appliances, all require a substantial financial investment. With over 30,000 gold shields at his disposal, Zhang Yang is acutely aware that it is far from adequate. Before 4 in the afternoon, all the ordered materials were delivered. These are all ready-made materials and tools, including several varieties of ropes and cables, a chainsaw, white canvas, numerous barrels of natural tree resin, high-strength acrylic, lighting fixtures, and hardware for conduits, all of which can be conveniently gathered and delivered. In addition to these, Zhang Yang also made an impromptu purchase of an electric winch with a cable length of 120 meters, which he installed at the stern of the boat, along with 2 large mattresses, ultimately exhausting his available funds. Chapter 64. Returning to the island for renovation, the materials filled the bow and cabin of the boat, and Zhang Yang transferred a portion of them to the lower deck, taking advantage of the southwest wind. He unfurled the sails and set course for the small island of his memories. Early the next morning, Zhang Yang temporarily netted the fish from the hold at the seaside and stored the spirit ship in subspace, then began to wreak havoc upon the forest with his chainsaw. He specifically targeted lightweight wood that reached heights of over 15 meters. Naturally, at this height, the diameter of the logs exceeded the size of a bowl, typically ranging from 30 to 40 centimeters. When utilized for the spirit ship, these logs would undergo a transformation under the mysterious powers of the magical array, shrinking and reshaping into more elongated and proportionate forms. With the removal of the crown, the usable trunks measured around 14 meters in length. This time, Zhengyang required a staggering 128 large logs, a truly daunting figure. Therefore, as soon as dawn broke, he began felling trees, trimming, and dragging them to the seashore. With the chainsaw in hand, these tasks became remarkably effortless, a single cut at the base, followed by a few more to sever the branches and crown, and within 10 minutes, he could efficiently process one trunk. From morning until dusk, over 50 logs had already been piled up by the seaside. Fortunately, the island's population is fewer than 100, and its remote location typically deters visitors, allowing Zheng Yang's actions to go unnoticed. With the incantation of teleportation, the presence of the spirit ship in the subspace no longer hinders Zheng Yang from retrieving or storing items aboard. On the following day, Zheng Yang devoted himself tirelessly, acquiring over 40 logs. By the third day, at 2 in the afternoon, the quantity of logs was finally sufficient. Zheng Yang summoned the spirit ship, utilizing psychic energy to enhance the traction device, gradually dragging the sunken vessel to the shore, revealing the rusted hull that now largely protruded from the water. With an ample reserve of psychic energy at his disposal, Zheng Yang resolved to proceed with determination. The thick logs, enveloped in the radiance of the magical array, dried, contracted, and transformed into elongated, uniform shapes, ready to be incorporated into the construction of the spirit ship. Their density was altered, the keel structure becoming solid and weighty, seamlessly fused with steel, while the hull retained the characteristics of lightweight wood, meticulously assembled from the reduced logs and steel. Even the deck was directly paved with slender logs, with wedge-shaped timber filling in the connections. Following a sequence of decomposition and reassembly, the hull, measuring 13.5 meters in length and 4.2 meters in width, took shape, followed by the towering ascent of 2 masts, each 16 meters high. On the deck, 2 tiers of cabin space began to emerge. From the deck railing to the cabins, log sofas, tatami beds, wardrobes, tables and chairs, and a bar, all were generated in accordance with the predetermined design through the spirit ship's automatic transformation capabilities. Existing facilities were also modified as per the established plan. Under the mysterious influence of the magical array, everything unfolded in a truly enchanting manner. During the transformation process, all items aboard the vessel were secured by the power of the magical formation, preventing them from falling into the sea. After approximately an hour, the renovation was complete, and the spirit ship had undergone a remarkable transformation. The bow was no longer pointed. Instead, it featured a broad, flat head measuring 2 meters in width. Inspired by the dual-headed venomous python, Zheng Yang designed the ship's bow to resemble a dragon's head, with intricately carved wooden images of dragon heads adorning both sides. As these carvings extended downward to the waterline, they merged seamlessly to form a V-shaped hull, reminiscent of a dragon's spine, proudly cleaving through the waves. The main cabin on the deck stood at a height of 2.5 meters, stretching 8.5 meters in length and 4 meters in width. With a 4-meter activity area on the foredeck and a 1-meter fishing balcony at the stern, leaving no passageways along the sides. Within the cabin, the front section of approximately 64 square meters served as the living room, furnished with rustic wooden sofas and coffee tables, complemented by a small bar. Behind the bar, a staircase led to the corridor on the second floor, while the area behind the staircase, leading to the stern balcony, was designated as a washroom, opposite which lay an open kitchen. The second floor was divided into 3 sections. The forward area housed the control room, the central space was Zheng Yang's bedroom, and the rear section served as a guest room. To the left, a 1-meter-wide corridor connected the entrance of the control room to the stern. Except for a few planned appliances yet to arrive, the entire vessel was already equipped to the standard of immediate occupancy. Zheng Yang arranged the placement of items and lifted a section of the deck at the staircase, revealing a ladder below. He pressed a switch nearby, illuminating the lower cabin, and then descended the ladder. The lower cabin was characterized by a dense framework of ribs. There are numerous pulley systems, motors, linkages, and pipelines. Yet these are scattered in corners or along the edges, alongside the battery packs and the towing machinery at the stern, the paddle machine, freshwater tanks, the anchor and sail storage at the bow, and the fish hold, all sealed away by Zheng Yang. What he is currently experiencing is a relatively square space intentionally reserved for storage, requiring him to stoop to navigate. After a brief exploration, Zheng Yang emerged from the lower cabin, appearing atop the vessel's roof. The roof is adorned with the original solar panels. 2 masts extend from the roof down to the hull and keel structure, each protruding over 10 meters beyond the height of the roof. Both masts are equipped with massive triangular sails, complemented by a sail at the bow. Together, They not only harness wind power, but are also entirely covered by a lightning sail array, capable of collecting and converting the ethereal energy of lightning. Following this comprehensive transformation, the coverage of the magical array is nearly exhausted, leaving just enough capacity for a few more battery packs and some household appliances. To expand the vessel's body next time, it would require evolution to a level 3 spirit ship. Zheng Yang meticulously attuned himself to the condition of the spirit ship before teleporting to the cockpit. With the teleportation spell, he can materialize at any location within the reach of the spirit ship's magical array. At this moment, the reserve of spiritual energy exceeds 100 points, allowing Zheng Yang to utilize this energy to propel the vessel away from the shore, subsequently raising the sails for the return voyage. Provided he does not encounter a formidable storm, the current size of the spirit ship is sufficient for a global voyage. The energy from lightning above the sea is abundant. Merely the 2 triangular sails suffice to collect and convert enough energy to sustain the current consumption driven by spiritual energy, with the lightning glyph no longer draining power from the batteries. However, it is essential to install 3 additional battery packs and expand the area of the solar panels to ensure a sufficient backup supply for unforeseen circumstances that may require substantial energy consumption. Furthermore, as we plan to incorporate satellite television, radio communications, sound systems, washing machines, and freezers, or even establish a small cold storage in the lower cabin, the electricity demand will surge significantly. Zheng Yang stood in the spacious and well-lit cockpit, gazing at the expanse of the sea ahead, contemplating ways to generate income. The current cockpit is no longer the simple control panel of the past, situated at the head of a sofa bed. It measures 4 meters in width and 2 meters in depth, featuring a helm that stands at half a person's height along with numerous buttons. Encircled by large glass windows, the view is unobstructed and the space is comfortable. Chapter 65. The cruise ship after transforming the single-masted triangular sailboat into a double-masted tower ship. The vessel's dimensions have increased several-fold, with the propulsion of the dual masts and sails, along with the bow sail, complemented by the energy drive and the somewhat inadequate assistance of 3 electric outboard motors. The fundamental speed of the ship has not diminished. At this time, the dragon heads at the bow of the tower ship are elevated, gliding at a remarkable speed of over 9 meters per second, truly swift like a roaming dragon. Moreover, Zheng Yang's perception of the underwater realm through the vessel has expanded to a radius of 27 meters. He swiftly moved from the cockpit to the trapezoidal foredeck. This active area is quite expansive, appearing trapezoidal from above, with an upper base of 2 meters, a lower base of 4 meters, and a height of 4 meters. The use of the lower cabin's motor and pulley system in place of the former winch has rendered this deck exceedingly spacious. Aside from the towering mast in the center and the array of ropes slanting down from it, there is nothing else in sight. As the journey progressed past the halfway mark, Zheng Yang spotted ahead, 3 nautical miles away, a yacht. No, it was a cruise ship, navigating smoothly. Previously, he had traversed the sea in a small boat, encountering Inter's modest yacht. This time, aboard a larger vessel, he fortuitously encountered a grand cruise liner. Zheng Yang found this twist of fate exceedingly intriguing. Thus, his vessel gradually approached the cruise ship, and at their current relative speed, if neither party altered course, his ship would likely catch up to the cruise liner in approximately an hour, arriving together at the port of Yingjili. Zheng Yang set aside his binoculars and consulted the nautical chart to discern the cruise ship's route. If it wasn't he merely meandering in the vicinity, it appeared to be on a course originating from Ireland, traversing the waters approximately 30 nautical miles north of a small island, en route to Yingjili. The cruise ship had already detected Zheng Yang's vessel. On the bridge, the elderly captain, donned in a crisp white uniform, adjusted the smart telescope to scrutinize the approaching ship closely. After a brief moment, the captain muttered to himself, "Good heavens! Has it traversed the seas of the Middle Ages through the fabric of time?" "Captain, it is clearly not." The first mate interjected earnestly. "There are no massive winches on its deck, and those are unmistakably solar panels above the cabins. It is equipped with a propeller, otherwise, it could not achieve such velocity." The captain stifled the urge to roll his eyes, pondering whether his astonishment was lost on the first mate. "Carl, I wager it is indeed constructed of wood. That is not mere ornamentation. I bet it against your prized bottle of whiskey," the captain exclaimed, patting the first mate's shoulder. The first mate shrugged nonchalantly. "No, I shall not take that wager, Captain." A hint of disappointment flickered across the captain's face. He found the fellow utterly dull. "Carl, you are still young. You must learn to seek enjoyment. Have you not heard? A little gambling can refine one's character. Huh, you are indeed correct. I am young and have the vigor to pursue some amusement, such as the grand party tonight. This marks our voyage's inaugural grand gathering, and it demands my earnest participation. Perhaps I might encounter a charming lady to spend a delightful evening with. Wouldn't you agree, Captain? How cruel, the old captain mused. If he still possessed such capabilities, would he truly resort to frivolous gambling for amusement? He sighed inwardly, steering the conversation away from the previous topic, and cast his gaze back at the magnificent vessel on the screen, remarking, in this era, those who sail tall ships are either wealthy or noble, particularly those with the capability for long voyages, like this ancient design. Carl, we should extend an invitation to the owner of that ship to join us. Carl wholeheartedly agreed, stating, according to our plan, we shall anchor in the vicinity of Engirai Harbor in an hour and a half to host the grand party. He should catch up with us in about an hour, just as we reach the waters near Engirai Harbor. Then let us contact him via radio and formally extend our invitation. The captain instructed the communications officer. The officer removed his headset and replied, Captain, that vessel is devoid of radio communication equipment, or the other party is silent. Then let us wait for him to catch up and signal him to approach using flag signals. In fact, only a little over 40 minutes had passed when the magnificent vessel caught up with them. In this expanse of sea, the silhouette of Engirai Harbor was already visible on the horizon. On the cruise ship, a flag bearer waved his banner. Approximately 200 meters away, Zhang Yang observed this spectacle, yet he could not decipher the flag signals. On the deck of the cruise ship, numerous travelers were captivated by the sunset reflecting upon the sea, and they too noticed the antiquated and elegant vessel trailing behind, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Many began to photograph the sight, with some shouting enthusiastically towards the vessel. 2 minutes later, the ancient ship drew closer to the cruise ship, now merely 30 meters to its right, and Zheng Yang could distinctly hear the calls from aboard the cruise. At that moment, he noticed a massive LCD screen on the side of the cruise ship displaying a scrolling message, boldly inviting the owner of the ancient vessel to board the cruise for a visit and to partake in the evening's festivities. Is the cruise ship truly so hospitable, casually inviting others aboard for recreation on the open sea? The scrolling message also provided a satellite phone number for contact. Zheng Yang retrieved his phone and dialed the number. The cruise's night party, a reputed hotspot for fleeting romances, was certainly not the main point. Zheng Yang thought that since there was an opportunity to board the cruise for free, it would be worthwhile to explore its layout, which could assist in the future renovation of his own vessel. Hello, I am Zheng Yang, the owner of the ancient ship. After concluding the call, Zhang Yang learned that the invitation had been extended by the captain and first mate. The cruise ship would not be entering the port of Yingzhili that night. It would remain anchored in the deep sea for the party, as the cost of docking such a large ship was prohibitively expensive. It would only enter the port for a brief stop the following day to pick up passengers for the onward journey. The other party also intriguingly revealed to Zheng Yang that, in addition to the public grand party, there would be a small, clandestine masquerade taking place. The cruise ship and the houseboat were nearing the port of Yingzhili, with less than half an hour's journey remaining. At this moment, both vessels began to decelerate. The immense inertia caused the cruise ship to take nearly 10 minutes to come to a complete stop. The houseboat, equipped with psychic propulsion, maneuvered effortlessly, advancing, retreating, and even drifting sideways posed no challenge. Precision control ensured that docking would never be marred by miscalculations. Thus, Zheng Yang adeptly secured the houseboat beneath a staircase on the starboard side of the cruise ship and ascended onto the ladder from the bow of his vessel. The cruise ship, over 200 meters in length and towering more than 40 meters high, dwarfed the houseboat, which, even when accounting for the height of its mast, barely reached the level of the cruise ship's deck, rendering it quite insignificant. Chapter 66. A reunion many passengers aboard the cruise ship gathered to observe, and soon whispers began to circulate as they noticed a solitary youth, Zheng Yang, disembarking from the houseboat. Gasps of disbelief arose. How astonishing it was that a boy scarcely in his teens was navigating a medium-sized sailboat alone. What audacity and recklessness propelled him? The old captain, feeling somewhat bored and constrained by his limitations, resolved to engage in what he could manage. He made his way to the deck to personally welcome Zheng Yang. Welcome, young lad. It is my honor to have you as a guest. Ah, what a handsome young man you are. The captain scrutinized Zheng Yang before continuing, Carl. Considering his name and appearance, I wager one of his parents must be from the eastern nation of Huaxia. Oh, curse Carl. Why are you not by my side? Shaking his head, The old captain handed Zheng Yang a card denoting his temporary guest status, which included his room number. Then he raised his hands and addressed the surrounding travelers. This young captain, Zheng Yang, will be our esteemed guest for tonight's soiree. May you all enjoy an unforgettable and splendid evening. The passengers responded with enthusiastic applause. After all, a cruise is a place for merriment. Much like a guided tour where one must engage when the guide stirs the atmosphere. The old captain's seemingly mundane invitation to the unfamiliar Zheng Yang was ultimately motivated by a desire to infuse the journey with more enjoyment. Of course, had he encountered a mere fishing vessel, he would have likely overlooked it. Only the extraordinary merits a different kind of attention. It is undeniable that the old captain possessed a certain self-serving interest, yet he refrained from directly inquiring about Zhang Yang's background. Instead, he graciously presented a guest card, followed by his own business card. Naturally, the expenses associated with that guest card would require personal settlement. Zheng Yang also raised his hand in acknowledgement, his face aglow with a joyful smile. Zheng Yang, is that truly you? Among the passengers, two girls dressed in elegant long dresses approached, one of whom removed her sunglasses in astonishment, gazing at Zheng Yang. The old captain, with a playful pat on Zheng Yang's shoulder, remarked, "What a marvelous coincidence. It seems you have encountered a friend, a beautiful lady. I wish you a delightful time aboard my cruise." With that, he leaned close to Zheng Yang's ear and whispered, "The number on the card is the address for the masquerade ball, commencing officially 1 hour after the grand party begins." Afterward, the old captain departed the deck. Upon witnessing Zheng Yang's reunion with acquaintances, the other travelers dispersed. Philia, Vienna? Zheng Yang recollected that they were two of the 4 girls who had sailed with Ince last time. The girl who had just greeted Zheng Yang was Philia, adorned in a vibrant beach dress at that time, now still dazzling in a floral gown, embodying youthful beauty and unparalleled charm. Beside Philia, in a delicate green chiffon dress, was Vina, the bikini-clad girl from before, possessing a slender waist and long legs, equally an epitome of stunning beauty. Upon Zheng Yang recognizing them, both girls smiled. "Have you switched boats? I recall this wasn't the one you had last time," Vina remarked, removing her sunglasses to gesture towards the lower deck. "Indeed. You are welcome to visit us aboard," Zheng Yang replied. "What about Ince? Are they on the cruise as well?" Zheng Yang remembered that Jordan had casually mentioned Philia was Ince's girlfriend, while Vina was the object of Bailing's pursuit. The two girls were incredibly close friends. Upon hearing Ince's name, Philia's expression shifted, revealing her displeasure as she said, "Don't mention that scoundrel. His family hosted a banquet and didn't he invite me? We are through." "Is that so?" Zheng Yang wisely shifted the conversation. "What a coincidence. We've encountered each other twice on this vast sea." "Indeed. But I cannot believe you were invited to the party. I never knew the cruise would be so hospitable at sea," Philia exclaimed. Zheng Yang added, "I heard someone organized a small masquerade. Oh my goodness. Are you unaware that it's a game for adults? I am already an adult." Zheng Yang stood tall, towering over both Philia and Vena by nearly a head. "Will you be participating?" he inquired. Philia and Vena shook their heads in unison. "No, we certainly will not attend such a distasteful ball. I received an invitation for this trip, and since Philia was feeling down, I decided to accompany her for a change of scenery," Vena explained. Just then, 2 young men clad in white casual trousers and t-shirts, adorned with white golf caps, approached from the direction of the cabin. One of them called out Vena's name from a distance. Zheng Yang scrutinized the newcomers and realized they were a pair of twins. Their identical attire made it nearly impossible to distinguish between them. "Hey, kid, don't bother Vena and Philia." Upon seeing Zheng Yang, the one who spoke rushed forward, positioning himself protectively between Zheng Yang and the 2 girls. "Clem, he is a friend of mine and Philia." Vena frowned and stepped aside with Philia, creating a triangular formation with Zheng Yang and the twins. "A friend?" The twins regarded Zheng Yang with suspicion, unaware that he had only just boarded the vessel. "Vena, Philia, let's go grab a bite to eat. Besides the grand party tonight, there will also be a small masquerade ball. We can agree on a secret signal and attire to ensure we recognize one another." Clem's eager gaze seemed to invade the space of the 2 girls, as if he wished to undress them on the spot. Philia and Vena immediately displayed expressions of distaste. "You two go ahead. Vena and I are not fond of that kind of ball," Philia declared. The twins exchanged puzzled glances, communicating their confusion silently. Upon boarding such a luxurious cruise, who does not indulge in similar revelries? Yet, one cannot help but feign superiority. One of the twins instantly altered her demeanor, gazing tenderly at Philia and declaring, in truth, We too detest such gatherings. Philia, we shall only attend public parties, or perhaps I could orchestrate a candlelit dinner solely for us. Would that be agreeable? Klein. Seek companionship elsewhere. I have prior engagements this evening. Indeed, you brothers might as well pursue others. There are numerous women aboard this vessel, and our plans are already set. Interjected Vienna. Zhang Yang watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. He discerned that the two young women appeared rather disinterested in the twins. Would they soon employ me as a shield? Then, I could effortlessly assert my superiority and perhaps enjoy a delightful evening with them. Such scenarios seem to be the hallmark of novels. As anticipated, the twins' expression soured. Clem's voice turned frosty as he remarked, Vienna, it was I who extended the invitation. You ought not to abandon me for another. Curse it. I am here to accompany Philia for leisure, not to accept your invitation. We purchased our tickets independently. My apologies. But we must take our leave. With that, Vienna nodded at Zheng Yang and swiftly took Philia's hand, turning away without casting another glance at the twins. Zheng Yang exchanged puzzled looks with the twins. The script seemed to deviate from expectation. Chapter 67. The little girl in search of her mother Zheng Yang suddenly realized that his status as a guest bore little significance. No one approached him for conversation, nor did anyone seek to instigate trouble. Even the twins, with their sullen expressions, departed without uttering a single word to Zheng Yang. How could this be tolerated? In the absence of trouble, one must conjure it. Just kidding, for in truth, Zheng Yang harbors a strong aversion to complications. The old captain had overestimated him, mistakenly believing he was a sociable and affable individual. Now, he found himself leaning against the ship's railing, gazing at his floating abode. At that moment, the sun had dipped below the horizon, casting the sky into twilight. Most passengers gradually left the deck to dine in the restaurant. Zheng Yang chose to remain, fully aware that a mere guest card would not suffice for complimentary meals or entertainment aboard the vessel. This was a commercial cruise, not some philanthropic venture sponsored by a consortium. Moreover, the meager balance in his account was but a single digit, woefully inadequate to cover a dinner. Are you worried about it being taken away? A woman approached Zheng Yang and inquired. He had long sensed her interest, but pretended to be oblivious. Who would dare to board uninvited? Zheng Yang would surely be the first to know. A mere thought could summon the enchantment that would transport any trespasser to the depths of the ship for a thorough cleansing. Furthermore, such gangways were secured with gates, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to descend. The woman leaned closely against the railing beside Zheng Yang, causing him to worry whether she might inadvertently damage it and plunge them both into the sea. Your ship is truly magnificent. Might you invite me aboard for a visit? Regrettably, it may not be convenient at the moment. Zheng Yang subtly distanced himself, finding her perfume overly potent and somewhat overwhelming. That's quite all right. Your solitary silhouette earlier was rather poignant, evoking a sense of heartache in those who beheld it. Perhaps you possess a tale to share with me, one of familial decline. Financial ruin, where only a solitary sailboat drifts upon the vast ocean, desperately in need of funds to rise again. Zheng Yang nearly applauded her heartfelt fabrication. The woman extracted a small notebook and pen from her diminutive handbag, inscribing the room number and telephone number at the top of the page before tearing it out and handing it to Zheng Yang. Should you choose to come tonight, a delightful surprise awaits, she imparted, leaving Zheng Yang with a meaningful glance as she turned to depart the deck. Zheng Yang examined the note in his hand, then glanced at his sailboat, feeling an odd mixture of amusement and despair. If he attended tonight, would he no longer have to fret over the funds required to refurbish the spirit ship? Should he make such a sacrifice? As night enveloped the surroundings, the distant lights of the port of Yingjili sparkled. The cruise ship's announcement officially unveiled the time and location of the grand party. However, the masquerade, shrouded in secrecy, was not to be disclosed over the loudspeaker. It was an invitation extended privately by the organizers. With the card bestowed upon him by the old captain, Zheng Yang effectively acquired a ticket to the masquerade. Yet, the grand party was scheduled to commence at 8 o'clock, implying that the masquerade would begin at 9. As it was only 7, Zheng Yang meandered about the cruise ship, intending to explore its structural layout and decor, gathering inspiration for the future transformation of the spirit ship. After all, it was an opportunity offered free of charge. An hour later, Zhang Yang found himself in the grand performance hall where the party was to be held. Here, one had to swipe their access card to obtain beverages and food. Zhang Yang's card permitted him only complimentary fruit juices and sodas, while alcohol and food required payment. With no option for credit, Zheng Yang prepared a large cup of juice and settled into a corner. observing the revelers as they danced exuberantly to the pulsating beats of the music, resembling a frenzied gathering of spirits. After the party had commenced for over 10 minutes, his attention was captured when he spotted Philia and Vienna arriving, their presence illuminating the scene. Amongst the multitude of women present, their beauty and poise were undeniably unparalleled. Zhang Yang's gaze followed them as they procured juice and occupied a booth, prompting him to rise and approach with his drink in hand. "May I join you, dear ladies?" he inquired, his voice rising above the cacophony, yet maintaining a tone of casual ease that reached Philia and Vienna's ears with clarity. Just as the two young women settled in, an admirer approached, eliciting an instinctive instinct to decline. Upon recognizing Zheng Yang, Philia nodded and asked, "Have you been here long?" "I arrived 5 minutes before you," he replied. The booth, designed for 4, saw the two ladies initially occupying opposite sides. However, Philia took the initiative to rise and join Vienna at the tall table across from them. Zheng Yang then took the seat previously held by Philia. Retrieving his phone to dial a series of numbers, he addressed the two ladies. "This is my satellite number. Should you wish to embark on a maritime adventure in the future, feel free to contact me. By the way, I may soon upgrade to a larger vessel." Philia accepted the phone, deleted the existing number, and entered her own before dialing it once, returning the device to Zhang Yang. A knowing smile exchanged between them as they saved each other's numbers. Subsequently, the three of them added each other as friends on social media and established a temporary group chat for online conversations. After all, the surrounding noise made communication quite arduous. Zheng Yang inquired, "Did those twins not come to bother you?" Philippa replied, "I am not familiar with them." Vienna added, "Pay them no mind. Those two brothers are scoundrels, solely intent on seducing us. I've heard that they have previously toyed with women and even engaged in mid-game exchanges. They look so alike that no one can distinguish between them." Zheng Yang asked, "How do you tell which one is Clem?" Vienna responded, "I just call out randomly. They probably can't even tell themselves apart. Regardless, if you call either of them by one name, they will both respond." Philippa questioned, "Are you truly planning to attend the masquerade ball?" Zheng Yang replied earnestly, "No. How could an innocent young man like me possibly go to such a place?" Philippa cautioned, "You better not go." The trio indulged in complimentary juice and engaged in light-hearted conversation, occasionally entering the dance floor to frolic about. After more than 20 minutes, Zheng Yang suddenly noticed a little girl passing by each booth, saying something at each one and eagerly waiting a moment before departing with a look of disappointment. Moving on to the next booth. Before long, the little girl was merely 3 booths away from Zheng Yang. She appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, possessing a beauty reminiscent of a porcelain doll. She wore delicate sandals on her feet and a pink princess dress, with a matching fabric bow perched on the left side of her head. Her golden, wavy hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders. "Excuse me, have you seen my mother?" she inquired. The couple seated in the booth seemed oblivious to the little girl, ignoring her question entirely. "Excuse me, have you seen my mother?" the girl repeated, yet still met with silence, prompting her to walk disheartened to the next booth. "Excuse me, have you seen my mother?" With her small face brimming with hope, she addressed a pair of young lovers in the adjacent booth, but they were too engrossed in their passionate kiss to acknowledge her presence. At that moment, Zheng Yang felt a chill emanating from the crucifix in his arms and suddenly sensed something was amiss. Chapter 68. The duality of the undead. Zheng Yang's expression turned grave. Instead of sending a message, he spoke directly. "Do not ask why. We must leave now." The girl across from him looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. They hesitated. Yet the little girl had already approached their booth, noting Zheng Yang's unwavering gaze upon her. He could no longer pretend to overlook her. A look of surprise lit up the girl's face. Until now, those she had asked had disregarded her, treating her as though she were invisible. This was the first time someone had looked directly at her. "Brother, have you seen my mother?" Zheng Yang focused intently, failing to detect any imminent danger. Nor could he sense even a hint of a chilling presence. How could this be? What was happening? Philia and Vienna were momentarily taken aback as they observed Zheng Yang conversing with the air outside the booth. Reflecting on Zheng Yang's earlier behavior, an unsettling feeling crept into their hearts. "Who is my mother? Do you remember what she looks like?" "She was exceptionally beautiful. Isn't that a trivial remark? Didn't you see for yourself?" The little girl's face fell even more, embodying the sentiment that the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. She had finally encountered someone willing to engage with her, yet nothing had changed as a result. Departing from Zheng Yang's booth, she continued to inquire with the next occupant. Zheng Yang watched her leave, his heart in turmoil. This little girl was evidently a spirit, still oblivious to her own demise, persistently searching for her mother day after day. Strangely, however, she bore no trace of death or malice. It might be worthwhile to consult the old captain regarding any incidents of a missing or deceased girl aboard this cruise ship. Yet, Zheng Yang hesitated to do so, feeling an inexplicable pressure emanating from the seemingly innocuous child. A strand of hair brushed against Zheng Yang's face, prompting Philia to lean close and whisper in his ear, "Zheng Yang, what is happening?" Instinctively, Zheng Yang turned his face and found their lips meeting, both momentarily frozen in shock. His first thought was of Innes. No. They had already parted ways. Embracing Philia, he gently whispered in her ear, "There is a little girl, the kind that most cannot see. She is searching for her mother." At his words, Philia, who had just regained her composure, stiffened once more, her breathing becoming unsteady. "It's all right. She has already left." Vienna's gaze was peculiar as it darted between the two faces. At that moment, Philia harbored no extraneous thoughts and leaned closer to whisper Zheng Yang's words into her ear. "Is this fellow deliberately trying to frighten us? It seems unlikely. I believe he may be speaking the truth. I find it quite plausible. He just took the opportunity to take advantage of you. That was merely a coincidence. Vienna, there are aspects of this world that transcend our understanding. Have you heard of the mysterious side?" "Goodness, of course I've heard of it. I even dabbled in tarot card readings and the pen spirit invocation during high school. Not those trivialities. I am referring to genuine, extraordinary powers. If Zheng Yang can perceive what eludes our sight, he might be the legendary extraordinary being. This is truly astonishing." At the grand gathering, guests arrived in succession, only to depart in pairs, embodying the very essence of a party. 10 minutes after Philia and Vienna's departure, Zheng Yang exited the expansive, multifunctional performance hall at the heart of the cruise ship, the largest of its kind, and made his way to a smaller auditorium on the third level, where a masquerade ball was soon to commence. Approaching the entrance, Zheng Yang retrieved a foldable Black Panther mask from his pocket. This item had been purchased in anticipation of an offline gathering for the Esoteric Society alongside Lofny, and he had brought an assortment aboard the ship, showcasing various designs. The Kung Fu Panda onesie was merely one among many. At the entrance, a guard stood vigilant as Zheng Yang presented his card for entry. In truth, the festivities had already begun. In the central dance floor, masked individuals clad in revealing attire performed with fervor and passion, their movements radiating intensity. Surrounding the ballroom, both men and women, clutching their glasses, engaged in raucous merriment while searching for their next conquest. Every woman, without exception, was attired in an alluring manner. The atmosphere of the entire performance hall was saturated with the fragrances of perfume and the intoxicating allure of hormones. Some tables featured nebulizers. Upon inhaling the mist from these devices, Zheng Yang discerned the presence of certain substances designed to enhance carnal desires. The outermost circle of booths was merely draped with black fabric, allowing those who found mutual attraction to retreat into seclusion. Indulgence. In this realm, there was no modesty or restraint, only an interminable descent into decadence and debauchery. This was the fabled masquerade ball, steeped in significance. Zheng Yang found it peculiar. His acute hearing enabled him to filter out the intentionally cacophonous sounds from the speakers, allowing him to clearly perceive the activities within the booths. Yet, in such an environment, he felt no urge to succumb to the same desires as those around him. Therefore, he casually selected an empty chair to sit. Soon, he discovered that drinks were inexplicably complimentary, so he took a cocktail and sipped it leisurely. At that moment, two individuals emerged from a booth. The man paused to rest with his drink, while the woman, seemingly still unsatisfied, continued to scan the hall for her next prey. Her gaze then settled upon Zheng Yang. "A strong Black Panther, shall we?" She seemed to beckon, licking her lips and challenging him with her eyes. In this place, conversation was forbidden. Attraction was to be acted upon. This woman was far more striking than the one who had approached him on the deck, possessing an enviable figure and features partially revealed through the gaps of her mask. Zheng Yang, now in a state of stoic detachment, averted his gaze from her, feigning ignorance of her intentions. "Humph, useless fool." The woman's gaze was filled with disdain as she turned her attention elsewhere. At that moment, Zheng Yang's eyes narrowed. He had caught sight of the little girl once more. However, this time, the girl appeared entirely transformed. She stood barefoot, her delicate white feet exposed, adorned with a devilish headband. She wore a black lace dress that barely reached her thighs, featuring short sleeves, and an off-the-shoulder design. The intricate lace patterns contrasted sharply with her pale skin, rendering her even more alluring than the mature women around. "Have you seen my mother?" the little girl inquired, peering into a nearby booth. After a brief pause with no response, she proceeded to the next booth. Yet, as she approached, ethereal specks of light drifted from the previous booth, drawn into her being. Through Zheng Yang's perception, he sensed the occupants of that booth instantly succumb to exhaustion, as if the very essence of their vitality had waned. Chapter 69. A visit were those vanishing specks manifestations of life energy? Or perhaps the so-called yang energy? "Have you seen my mother?" The little girl's demeanor had shifted dramatically from politeness to a fierce expectation. Her cheeks puffed out, and her large eyes glared at Zheng Yang with an intensity that suggested she truly was a demon. Indeed, she was a demon. Zheng Yang watched in astonishment as she absorbed a circle of life energy, the pressure she exerted upon him intensifying. He had assumed she was only interested in the individuals within the booths, but the reality proved his naivety. After visiting those booths, she had turned her attention to him first, perhaps having noticed him earlier, for he was the most stable presence in the hall, remaining motionless. "Have you seen my mother?" The young girl relentlessly pressed for answers, exuding an air of menace that suggested she would not hesitate to make him pay for any ambiguity. Yet, Zheng Yang found no charm in her demeanor. He was uncertain whether he could withstand her ability to siphon the essence of life. "Is that so? But have you seen my mother?" he queried. "What a nuisance." Zheng Yang channeled his spiritual energy into the cross at his chest, eliciting a gentle, silvery glow. The girl scrunched her delicate features in displeasure, pouting as she declared, "You're such an annoying creature." Subsequently, she ceased her fixation on Zheng Yang and began to interrogate each individual in the hall one by one. Zheng Yang anxiously awaited, briefly relieved when he confirmed that nothing had been drawn from him. He then observed the girl as she drained the life force from every person in the grand ballroom before she vanished into the floor as if submerged in water. To possess the capability to extract life essence seemingly from thin air marked her as a formidable spirit indeed. Yet, she inflicted no direct harm. Each individual merely felt the fatigue of having a portion of their life force extracted, likely resulting in a few years of reduced lifespan. Was it this very essence of life that concealed her malevolent aura? Why did she exhibit two contrasting personas, akin to a split personality? Did she suffer from such a dichotomy, even in life? Zheng Yang rose to depart. The individuals present had all suffered a depletion of their life essence, rendering them incapable of further revelry as they gradually exited. Suddenly, Zheng Yang sensed a wave of foreboding, an alert that he was being targeted by something sinister. Something felt amiss. How could he, bearing the sacred cross, still attract the gaze of malevolence? Zheng Yang remained vigilant, his focus unwavering. In the next moment, he discerned the unfolding events. Something had boarded his spirit vessel, yet he could not precisely identify its nature. Instantly, a wave of anxious and frantic emotions emanated from the vessel's spirit, as if it had encountered a formidable adversary. Indeed, a sinister entity had infiltrated the ship. Zheng Yang swiftly grasped the deeper implications. A sacred artifact could only suppress one of the curses afflicting either him or the vessel, provided he was aboard. Otherwise, as was the case now, with the artifact in his possession away from the spirit vessel, it remained vulnerable to the malevolent entity's predation. This realization was not new to Zheng Yang. He had long understood why the vessel was under siege. These wicked beings aimed to eliminate him, the vessel's rightful owner, and devour the vessel's spirit, their singular motive being the acquisition of the spirit vessel itself. The note in the vessel's information interface, which referred to the lure of malevolent entities, now made perfect sense, an intent to possess the spirit vessel. Naturally, merely consuming the vessel's spirit would not suffice to claim the vessel. It was imperative to eliminate its owner. Otherwise, given the right opportunity, the vessel's spirit could awaken anew. At that moment, something stealthily ascended the ship, intent on consuming the vessel's spirit. The intruder was a spiritual entity, rendering Zheng Yang incapable of detecting its precise movements or casting it out into the void. Utilizing its ethereal form, the intruder directly located the vessel's spirit aboard. Was it that little girl? If it truly was her, she must have discovered the spirit vessel long ago, biding her time until she had completely drained its life essence before making her move. This was certainly not the modus operandi of a mere low-level malevolent entity. The vessel's spirit, like a child playing hide and seek, frantically evaded the relentless pursuit of its foe, engulfed in terror. Indeed, it was that little girl. adorned in a black lace short skirt, her fair feet flying as she dashed forward, her eyes gleaming with an insatiable appetite for delicacies. Zheng Yang intercepted this malevolent spirit in the living room on the ground floor, revealing the scaled, monstrous body of nearly a meter in length beside him. On the ethereal vessel, the ship's spirit exists in both tangible and intangible forms. However, once it departs from the vessel, it can only manifest in a corporeal state when summoned, visible and tangible to the touch. The ship's spirit possesses the ability to devour spiritual entities, and at that moment, crackling arcs of electricity danced around it, yet it was still driven to flee by this malevolent entity, indicating her power far surpassed that of a second-level ship spirit. Zheng Yang retrieved a crucifix from his pocket, channeling spiritual energy into it, invoking a gentle radiance of holy light that enveloped a radius of 2.5 meters around him. The malevolent spirit erupted in fury, her exquisite visage contorting as she unleashed a silent roar at Zheng Yang. Her mouth opened impossibly wide, even larger than her head, revealing rows of serrated teeth that were truly terrifying. Zheng Yang felt a sharp pain in his head, akin to being violently pierced by a 2-foot-long steel needle. An unbearable discomfort. Something began to trickle from his nose. He raised his hand to touch it. Damn it, a nosebleed. With the ability to directly siphon life energy, her power was already formidable, and yet she wielded ultrasonic attacks without a hint of reason. At that moment, the holy light from the crucifix failed to deter the malevolent spirit. Although she displayed revulsion, she did not retreat. Zheng Yang maintained his output of energy through the crucifix, and with a sudden motion of his right hand, he drew a long sword, activating the thorn blaze for a cross slash. The fiery blade cleaved through the malevolent spirit's form. Yet she merely let out a pained cry, her body instantaneously restoring to its former state, before roaring at Zheng Yang with even greater ferocity. The agony inflicted by such sonic assaults was excruciating. Zheng Yang's complexion turned pale, and the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. He commanded the armored magic worm to bite her. Simultaneously, he intensified his spiritual energy output, enveloping the malevolent spirit with sacred light. Yet, even under the illumination of the sacred light, the malevolent spirit did not dissipate. Instead, she emanated wisps of white light, fiercely resisting the purifying force of the radiance. Zheng Yang recognized it as the essence of life. The magic worm, crackling with arcs of electricity, leaped forth desperately, opening its jaws wider than its own head, and bit off the malevolent spirit's left hand before swallowing it whole. The spirit let out a piercing scream, abandoning her sonic assault, and opened her mouth, baring her serrated teeth to viciously bite the magic worm. With a crunch, she severed a significant portion of the worm's head and swiftly chewed it down. The electric arcs dancing upon the worm had no effect on her. Zheng Yang shuddered involuntarily. She was capable of attacking a being in its corporeal form. It was no surprise, as the worm had already been driven to the heavens and the earth, illustrating the true terror of this malevolent spirit. Moreover, without any visible actions, she utilized her ability to siphon the essence of life, draining vast swathes of white light from the magic worm. The worm, possessing both tangible and intangible qualities, also had the ability to regenerate. After losing a portion of its head, dark mist enveloped it momentarily before it reformed entirely, lunging once more at the malevolent spirit. Zheng Yang was not idle either. He unleashed the sacred light from his cross and the flames of his sword in a coordinated assault alongside the magic worm against the spirit. The cross in Zheng Yang's hand prevented the spirit from siphoning away his life force. In that moment, she was utterly consumed by rage, oblivious to the prospect of escape, and engaged in a fierce exchange of bites with the ship's spirit, trading a limb for a substantial portion of the creature's body. This was a protracted battle. After enduring for over half an hour, with Zheng Yang and the ship's spirit joining forces, the malevolent spirit gradually fell into decline, ultimately being devoured whole by the monstrous insect. Chapter 70. Night departure on the luxurious suite reserved for the captain aboard the cruise ship. The old captain crouched beside an elongated silver box, gazing intently at it. The craftsmanship of the box was exquisite, its exterior beautifully adorned. Inside lay a wax figure, that of the little girl who had been searching for her mother on the cruise ship. Clad in a princess dress, her delicate face radiated with a joyful smile. The wax figure was so lifelike, perfectly proportioned, that it appeared as though a real person was resting within the confines of the box. A benevolent and indulgent smile involuntarily graced the old captain's face as he murmured, "My Alice, You must be so happy in heaven, always smiling so brightly." Beside the wax figure was a sealed photograph, depicting a family of three, the young captain, a remarkably beautiful woman, and the little girl nestled between them. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the wax figure's face and body fissured, the cracks spreading like a spider's web with alarming speed. No. With Zheng Yang's assistance, the scaled monstrous insect gained the upper hand and swallowed the evil spirit whole. Its body rapidly emanated a plume of black smoke, enveloping itself in a presence as dense as ink, gradually permeating the ship's structure. Zheng Yang wiped the cold sweat from his brow and began to restore order to the scene. The growth of the ship's spirit has reached a remarkable 100, poised on the brink of evolution. However, this transformation proves to be arduous, as the demonic insects have yet to fully digest their consumption of the malevolent spirits, and a struggle appears to linger. Philia and Vienna find themselves beset by the persistent advances of two rogue gentlemen. Ever since departing from the party, these two middle-aged men, resembling dogs in demeanor, have fixated on them, trailing them to the threshold of their room. After they closed the door, the men continued to linger outside, employing various sentimental phrases in an attempt to sway them, even going so far as to pay for an abundance of flowers to be delivered, serenading them with love songs. Much to their annoyance, this scene, however, was misconstrued by the crew's staff as a romantic endeavor. Not only did they dismiss the women's complaints with indifference, but they also accepted payments to facilitate the two rascals' pursuits. Zheng Yang expressed his intent. "No, I plan to linger beside the crews for a night, then head to the small port of Singor and north of Enjirai tomorrow to fish and unwind for a few days." He added, "Of course, I am more than willing." Meanwhile, Vienna reached out to the cruise's management, initially lodging a stern complaint regarding the harassment outside their door, then demanding to depart on a friend's boat. Otherwise, they would escalate their grievances to the tourism authorities. It was only upon receiving such a threat that the cruise staff began to take matters seriously. Earlier, it was this very phone call that had enticed him aboard the cruise. The decision to allow a passenger to disembark mid-journey necessitated careful consideration. After countless management personnel deliberated, the staff contacted the captain. At that moment, the old captain was heartbroken over a shattered wax figure, entirely disinterested in such trivial matters, leaving the decision to them. Nearly an hour later, Philia and Vina completed their disembarkation procedures and arrived on the deck beside the yacht. "Oh, for heaven's sake, when did you get down here?" a staff member exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting Zheng Yang already at the foot of the gangway. "I climbed over the wall," Zheng Yang casually explained, indifferent to whether they would review the surveillance footage. As the gate opened, he took the two girls' suitcases and led them onto his yacht. "Goodness, this is so much more comfortable than last time," Vina exclaimed joyfully, bouncing on the deck and feeling the stability of the vessel. Philia seemed to be in a much better mood as well. Upon entering the main lounge on the first floor, she remarked with a smile, "There's a bar. But like last time, it's quite bare, with nothing at all. Oh, there are some cans, soda, and even beer. This new ship will surely have everything we need in time. By the way, the guest rooms only have mattresses, so you'll have to make do." Zheng Yang assisted them in bringing their luggage up to the guest rooms on the second floor. The room was furnished with a large tatami mat and mattress, accompanied by a nightstand and wardrobe, even featuring a chair and small tea table, as well as a vanity. However, there were no bedding or pillows to be found. It was rather rudimentary indeed, but considerably more comfortable than the previous accommodations. Philia took a spin around the room, her long dress fluttering gracefully. This room spanned 9 square meters, slightly smaller than the standard cabins on the cruise ship, yet not overly cramped, perfect for a short stay. Zheng Yang then guided them through the layout of the 2 levels before starting to prepare a late-night snack. Having skipped dinner entirely and only indulged in a bellyful of complimentary juice aboard the cruise. "Zheng Yang, are you the legendary extraordinary being?" While dining, Philia and Vena indulged in oven-baked fish, sipping beer, and engaging in lively conversation nearby. "No, I am merely stronger than the average person," Zheng Yang replied. "Then why did you claim to have seen a little girl on the cruise, a vision we could not perceive?" "I was merely jesting," Philia interjected. "Now you believe me, right? This guy intentionally tried to scare us and take advantage of you. Hit him. Oh, refrain from violence." Amidst their playful banter, the two girls found themselves in Zheng Yang's room. The ship swayed gently with the waves throughout the night until dawn broke, bringing tranquility. For the first time in his life, Zheng Yang savored the essence of womanhood. Filled with vigor, He kissed each girl on the cheek and rose to tidy the aftermath. Although Philia and Vena were quite reserved on the cruise, being in their early 20s, it was not their first encounter. Last night, having shed their defenses and fueled by alcohol, they were as uninhibited as untamed stallions. As the sun ascended, Zhengyang untied the mooring ropes of the ship, hoisted the sails, and glided across the serene waters beyond Yingjili port, setting a course for the distant Singola harbor over 30 nautical miles to the north. As the night passed, the spirit of the ship had yet to complete its advancement, and Zhengyang sensed it was in a slumber. Compared to its first awakening, this progression was vastly different. During its initial evolution, it merely exuded dark vapor for a brief moment before transforming, whereas this time, it was a formidable challenge. This was primarily due to the fact that the malevolent spirit's power inherently surpassed that of the ship's spirit by a considerable margin. Had it not been for the sacred cross in Zheng Yang's possession, he would have been drained of his life force at the onset of the battle, and the spirit of the ship would have been devoured by malevolent entities, leaving that little girl as the master of the ghost ship. Chapter 71. A journey of indulgence. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the floating ship lowered its sails, drifting upon the deep waters near the small port of Singora. Zhang Yang, in a state of utmost contentment, was fishing on the deck. Following recent modifications, the ghost ship's perception of the underwater realm had expanded, with a clear awareness extending to a radius of 27 meters from the ship's outer edge. This broad range of perception significantly enhanced Zheng Yang's fishing efficiency, resulting in a hold overflowing with fish, nearly reaching its capacity. After a night of revelry, the two girls remained weak and languid, requiring Zheng Yang to carry them down the stairs in turn, assisting them with their ablutions before they settled in the lounge on the main deck. A steaming bowl of seafood porridge awaited them, having been prepared long in advance. Where are we? After overcoming the initial awkwardness, the two girls regained their spirits. While sipping her porridge, Vienna gazed out at the sea and inquired. Zheng Yang proposed an idea. The girls had originally planned to embark on a cruise, and now, with the change to a floating ship, they had no objections. As long as they were having fun, there was no need to fret over finances. Zheng Yang felt a pang of envy. For 3 consecutive days, the floating ship journeyed northward, stopping intermittently. Zheng Yang, emboldened by youth and a vigorous lineage, often rocked the boat at the slightest disagreement, causing great distress for Philia and Vienna, who nearly developed a psychological aversion to the experience. As the moment arrived, the instant they sensed Zheng Yang approaching, they instinctively shielded their sensitive areas. It is truly difficult to bid you farewell. Observing the ever-closer Trigon port, Zheng Yang embraced the two women, reluctant to release them. How about, when I acquire a larger vessel, I take you both on a grand voyage around the globe. We shall embark on adventures in the African continent, traverse the East, and explore the Americas. You are aware that my family wishes for me to marry Enters, and I do not harbor any aversion towards him. Thus, I sincerely apologize. At that moment, Zheng Yang felt an overwhelming animosity towards Enters. How could he still be in contact after their breakup? Vienna leaned in to kiss Zheng Yang gently, saying, Zheng Yang, this has been a delightful journey. Thank you. The underlying message was clear. Were these days merely a fleeting performance? Very well. They were just ordinary individuals destined for entirely different realms. At the dock, Zheng Yang casually sought out a seafood merchant, clearing out hundreds of pounds of fish from the hold, earning himself 1,200 gold shields. For 3 consecutive days, he fished in the nearby waters, reaping over 1,000 gold shields daily. On the 3rd day of selling fish, his savings barely reached 5,000. In the evening, having replenished his stock of vegetables and fruits, Zheng Yang leaned against the bow of the ship, idly observing the other vessels around him. He was currently moored at the fishing port's dock area. It was time to go tuna fishing again, as he still owed Lofny 200,000. Perhaps he should invite Lofny to join him for the tuna fishing. As Zheng Yang let his thoughts wander, someone at the dock called out, Hey Zheng Yang. In recent days, Bob, a seafood merchant who has been trading with Zheng Yang, remarked as he noticed Zheng's gaze. Zheng Yang, my nephew wishes to rent a fishing boat to take his friends out to sea. I believe your vessel surpasses those ordinary fishing boats by leaps and bounds. Thus I recommended you to him. For 3,000 gold shields, he can rent your boat for a day, with meals self-catered, a most reasonable price. Allow me to inquire. Bob promptly dialed a number and continued. If that is the case, they must stay overnight on the boat. There are 4 of them, 2 men and 2 women. Do you have sufficient accommodations aboard? Come up and see for yourself. You can take photos to share with him. Bob cautiously ascended the deck and opened a video call to showcase the boat to his nephew. It was evident that he was not alone on the other end, as exclamations of astonishment filled the air. Almost immediately, they decided to rent Zheng Yang's splendid vessel. This boat was simply exquisite, boasting an appealing design, ample space, and the charm of a sailing yacht, free from the unpleasant odor of machinery. Moreover, it offered the luxury of overnight stays. Just look at that living room. And that balcony. This is clearly a pleasure yacht. When taking girls out to sea for a leisurely time, a tranquil and comfortable environment is paramount. What could be more fitting and romantic than this splendid boat? Initially, they had intended to rent a modest fishing boat, but having seen Zheng Yang's magnificent vessel, they would never settle for one of those cramped fishing boats. Fearing that Zheng Yang might change his mind, they proactively raised the rental fee to $4,000 per day, which included the use of the onboard kitchen for their own cooking. They planned to spend 3 days enjoying themselves until reaching Yingjili port and requested Bob to secure a 50% deposit immediately. They were utterly unconcerned about Zheng Yang absconding in the middle of the night. There is only one guest room, but that's quite all right. The living room can also serve as accommodation, and we can bring along 2 sleeping bags. However, we kindly request that you provide the most basic bedding essentials for the guest room, considering it is designated for 2 young ladies. Certainly, with the prospect of profit, Zheng Yang felt invigorated. He discovered a local department store online and procured a complete set of bedding, thoughtfully adding hangers, slippers, and even outfitting the living room with sofa cushions and tablecloths. He went so far as to purchase 2 upright freezers stocked with various beers, beverages, and vacuum-packed snacks. Finally, he acquired a Bluetooth speaker specifically for square dancing, as one never knows when a celebratory gathering might arise after 3 days adrift at sea. It wasn't until he had depleted over half of his savings, amounting to more than $11,000, that Zheng Yang realized perhaps this investment was a bit excessive. Yet, all the items were on the boat, and regardless of the expenditure, they belonged to him. Furthermore, there remained a balance of $6,000 to be collected upon the trip's conclusion, which still promised considerable profit. Thus, Zheng Yang confirmed the order and arranged for the store to deliver overnight. Just as he concluded these tasks, a sudden palpitating sensation coursed through him. The spirit of the ship, having slumbered for an entire week, finally awakened, manifesting as a swirling mass of darkness before him. "Have you seen my mother?" Zheng Yang stared, wide-eyed, at the lace-clad little girl before him, her cheeks puffed out, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Chapter 72. The Insect Girl. Alice. Zheng Yang was taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the lace-clad girl, his mouth agape in astonishment. His first instinct was to wonder if the ship's spirit had failed to consume its prey and had instead been devoured by an evil spirit. No. Zheng Yang distinctly sensed the connection between himself and the young girl before him, reminiscent of his previous bond with the ship's spirit. Yet, why was she still searching for her mother? Zhang Yang opened the information interface and accessed details about the ship spirit. Ship spirit. Insect girl Alice. Childhood. Level 3 growth progress. 10 attack power. Strong defense power. Strong skills. Perception extension. Automatic transformation. Automatic repair. Life drain. Ultrasonic attack. Lightning strike abilities. Capable of executing certain commands. Summonable for combat. Can grow by devouring spiritual energy substances and assist in energizing the spirit ship. Remarks. She is a fusion of human undead and scale-armored magic insect ship spirit, possessing 3 forms, fluidly transitioning between them. It was not a complete devouring, but rather a fusion, reflecting on the moment when the scale-armored magic insect and the malevolent spirit engaged in a mutual devouring. Perhaps during that stalemate, they had already intertwined. Ultimately, after the scale-armored magic insect consumed the malevolent spirit, it lost Zheng Yang's assistance, diminishing its own advantages. Thus, during the 7 days of slumber, both entities were further entangled and fused. No wonder it required such a lengthy duration. This peculiar amalgamation meant that, in this strange state, the scale-armored magic insect was not entirely deceased. Therefore, its connection to the spirit ship remained intact. Consequently, Alice and the scale-armored magic insect's fusion was recognized as a new ship spirit. The ship spirit, after merging with Alice, inherited the malevolent spirit's life-draining and ultrasonic attack skills. And the properties of lightning's spiritual energy ignited a new skill, lightning strike. At this moment, the spirit of the ship could be described as overwhelmingly powerful, with both its offensive and defensive capabilities deemed formidable. Zheng Yang felt a stir within him as he noticed a transformation in the spirit ship at the prow. A skill had finally manifested, lightning strike. With a mere command from Zheng Yang, the magical array could harness spiritual energy, unleashing bolts of lightning from the mouths of the two dragon heads. The fusion with the malevolent spirit was not classified as a kill, which is why Zheng Yang had never anticipated stepping onto the dreamscape of the ghost ship. "Have you seen my mother?" Zheng Yang inquired, rubbing his forehead. "Alice." "HM." The little girl tilted her head, a look of confusion crossing her face as she murmured softly, "Are you calling me?" "I seem to be called Alice." "Yes, you were called Alice." "Oh." Zheng Yang's thought shifted, prompting Alice to assume her first form. He watched as dark energy surged around her, swirling before condensing, revealing the original armored magic insect before him. Then, with another thought, the ship's spirit transformed into a petite pink princess. "Brother, have you seen my mother?" "Alice. From now on, stay with me and do not seek your mother." "Oh." "When there are outsiders, you must not appear without my permission." "Oh." "Without my consent. You are forbidden to drain anyone's life force." "Oh." Once Alice fused with the ship's spirit, even when departing from the spirit ship, she could oscillate between corporeal and incorporeal, essentially regaining her physical form. Observing Zheng Yang as he prepared a meal, she bit her finger, watching him with eager eyes. Zheng Yang had no choice but to prepare 2 portions for himself, as he understood that the ship's spirit could never be satiated. Everyone was treated equally. 1 portion per person. Around 8 in the evening, a truck arrived at the dock, delivering the supplies Zheng Yang had procured. Typically, the fishing port remained deserted at night. So Zheng Yang instructed the driver and the loaders to offload the goods without transferring them onto the boat. Once they joyfully departed, he meticulously transported each item aboard. Beside the bar, a standing freezer had been installed, filled with beverages and snacks, finally giving the place a semblance of character. Another freezer was placed at one end of the stove, stocked with fruits, vegetables, and meats. This arrangement ensured balance within the vessel. After organizing the supplies, Zheng Yang noticed Alice gazing longingly at the snacks in the freezer, nibbling on her fingers, which caused him considerable distress. This would inevitably lead to an increase in snack expenses. He handed her a bag, advising, "Enjoy the snacks slowly. The longer you savor them, the more delightful their flavors become." Alice beamed, her large eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she clutched the snacks and began munching away. In less than a minute, she held an empty bag, looking up at Zheng Yang with yearning eyes. Clearly, it had been too long since she had indulged in snacks, prompting her to devour them rather hastily. Zheng Yang concocted an excuse and retrieved another bag. Yet again, in under a minute, Alice was left with another empty bag. If he didn't provide her with more snacks soon, she might even consider consuming the empty bag itself. "You must eat as I do, savoring each bite." Zheng Yang reluctantly produced a third bag and, taking on the role of a teacher, demonstrated by breaking off a piece of potato chip, taking a minuscule bite, and then slowly chewing with his eyes closed, relishing it for what felt like an eternity before swallowing. As he swallowed that small morsel and opened his eyes, the bag was empty once more. "Alice, from now on, you can only have 1 bag of snacks each day," Zheng Yang declared resolutely. "Oh, they are so delicious," Alice said, drooling at the corners of her mouth, no longer gazing at the snacks in the fridge, but instead at the 3 empty bags. "At most 2 bags, no more." Zheng Yang's lips twitched as he wiped away her drool. "All right." He promptly carried her out of the living room and transported her to the bedroom, wishing to shield her from temptation. Zheng Yang understood that this penchant for snacks did not belong to the insect, but rather to the essence and memories of Alice when she was a little human girl. Thus, he sent a message to Bob's nephew, requesting him to bring 2 large boxes of assorted snacks when he visited the next day. "Brother, are you planning to open a seaside snack shop?" Zheng Yang replied, "Enough of this chatter. Deduct the cost from the final payment." The night passed in silence. The following morning, upon waking, Zheng Yang felt a delicate figure nestled in his arms and instinctively tightened his grip. Upon opening his eyes, he found the little Princess Alice. Her fair hands were wrapped around his neck, and she lay sweetly asleep in his embrace, a glimmering droplet of saliva trickling down onto his neck. What a delightful little girl, who even knew how to snuggle into bed. However, did the ship's spirit also require rest? Zheng Yang continued to lie there, pondering for a moment. He speculated that since Alice had transformed into a lich, she had long existed in a state of illusion. Now that she had regained her corporeal form, she exhibited a special attachment to tangible sensations, which explained her desire to remain close to him. Zhengyang awakened Alice, gently reminding her, "Alice, there will be outsiders arriving shortly, and they shall remain aboard for 3 days. Please ensure you do not reveal yourself." Only upon receiving her assurance did Zhengyang rise to wash and groom himself. Alice, eager to reclaim all human habits, followed suit in her morning routine. Zhengyang did not intervene, allowing her to indulge in her whims. Shortly past 8 in the morning, Richard and his companions arrived at the dock, alighting from 2 taxis. Their eyes immediately fell upon the exquisite houseboat, and with joy, they rushed over, luggage in hand. "Wait, what about the snacks I requested?" Zhengyang bellowed from the bow, startling the 4 young adults, causing them to stumble momentarily. Chapter 73, A Perilous Rescue. "My apologies, they're still in the trunk. I completely forgot." The quartet, all in their mid-20s, exuded a sense of experience from their demeanor. The 2 young women possessed rather ordinary features, barely meeting the passing mark. Unlike the stunning beauty of Philia and Vienna, however, they boasted pleasing figures and sun-kissed skin, collectively scoring above 70. Once aboard, they placed their luggage in the living area and began to explore, curiously examining their surroundings. They were not strangers to maritime travel. Richard had even embarked on a cruise before, yet none of their previous experiences compared to the warmth of this wooden houseboat. It evoked a feeling akin to traveling with one's home. Indeed, that is the sentiment. Mika called out to Zhengyang, who was on deck. "Could you raise the sail so I can capture a panoramic shot?" The clientele were indeed akin to deities. The serene and comfortable sailing environment enchanted the 4 passengers thoroughly. An hour after departing, having ventured a mere 10 nautical miles, they requested to halt the vessel for fishing. 3 days is indeed a considerable span of time, ample enough to reach the shores of England. If necessary, one could even indulge in an extra day at sea. At this moment, they found themselves within the English Channel, a veritable natural fishing ground where every spot is ideal for angling. Thus, Zhengyang lowered the sails and retrieved his fishing gear, eager to partake in the fishing endeavor. "Brother, I wish to fish too," exclaimed Alice, adorned in her princess gown, her small sandals lightly tapping as she hopped over to Zhengyang. After observing him effortlessly reel in a fish within mere minutes and transfer it to the ship's hold, her excitement grew. With her innate ability to perceive underwater, she was the true protagonist, having clearly grasped the entire fishing process, including the function of each part of the fishing rod. "Be careful not to let the fish drag you away." Zhengyang transmitted another set of fishing gear to Alice, who transformed into her physical form and began to play energetically. By the time one of the 4 passengers landed their first catch, Zhengyang and Alice had already reeled in over a dozen fish, and the once empty fish hold began to buzz with activity. Richard and his companions had brought along an ample supply of fruits and snacks, and they committed to preparing their own meals for lunch and dinner, cooking the fish they had caught. This self-guided adventure was proving to be quite exhilarating. Zhengyang found great satisfaction in their independence, sparing himself from worry. Throughout the day, the 4 passengers fished, played cards, boasted online, and enjoyed live streaming. In the evenings, they swam in the sea, and at night, they hosted parties with a Bluetooth speaker, reveling in beer and laughter. Zhengyang couldn't help but reflect on how, when he was with Philia and Vienna, they never seemed to have as much fun. He often found himself unwittingly rocking the boat. The monotony of life weighed heavily on Zhengyang, who felt a sense of shame. It was no wonder that both beautiful women had declined his company. After a leisurely stroll, by midday the next day, they had reached the halfway point of their journey. In the evening, Richard and the others prepared to swim, leaving Zhengyang with no choice but to remain behind. The abundance of dog food consumed over the past 2 days made him regret taking on this venture. The 4 of them were adept swimmers, circling around the houseboat, pairing off to indulge in playful water games. Zhengyang, enviously observing their camaraderie, suddenly spotted the unmistakable fin of a shark slicing through the water in the distance. Rapidly approaching, he shouted urgently, "A shark?" Zhengyang activated his psychic abilities, directing the houseboat closer to the group. The shark was now a mere 50 meters away. The 2 companions who had boarded the boat screamed in terror, and one of the girls could not help but cry out. Richard, startled, was acutely aware of his privileged background compared to Mika's. He had no desire to meet a gruesome end at such a young age. In an instant, Richard abandoned Mika and hastened his escape. Zhengyang shook his head in disbelief. This guy truly lacked courage. The houseboat continued its steady advance towards Mika at a speed of 1 meter per second, while she swam desperately, only 5 meters away from it. Behind her, the shark's fin loomed ominously just 5 meters away, ready to launch a swift attack. Unnoticed by everyone, a long sword had somehow appeared in Zheng Yang's hand, and he was clad only in his undergarments. In the next moment, he launched himself at the shark. The force of his leap caused the houseboat to sway violently, nearly sending Richard tumbling back into the sea. The shark lifted its head, turning sideways to reveal its massive jaws, emerging completely from the water. It was a fully grown tiger shark. Zheng Yang leaped over Mika, his head down and feet up, as he plunged his energy-infused sword into the shark's skull, burying it to the hilt. In an instant, flames ignited along the blade within the shark's body. When sharks prey, the negative pressure inside their bodies causes seawater to surge into their mouths, drawing in their prey. At that moment, Mika was swept away, half her body caught in the shark's maw. Zheng Yang was certain the shark was irrevocably dead, yet its nervous system still responded, and its jaws would undoubtedly snap shut. Thus, he had to act with utmost haste to free Mika from its jaws. With his left hand, he grasped Mika's arm, while his right hand firmly held the sword's hilt for leverage, as he inverted himself atop the shark's head, extracting Mika just before the shark could clamp down. In mere seconds, Zheng Yang ascended the ship, with Mika draped across him like an octopus. "You're safe now, come down," he said, patting her back. There was little to criticize about her physique, though her face slightly detracted from her overall appeal. The three onlookers remained in a state of shock, the preceding events having been too perilous and exhilarating. Had Zheng Yang hesitated for even a second, Mika would have surely lost half her body to the shark's jaws. After a brief yet frantic escape, Mika, now suddenly relaxed, trembled uncontrollably, unable to release her limbs. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she exclaimed, "I'm cramping." Chapter 74. Thunderstrike. After her companions hurriedly massaged her, Mika alleviated her muscle spasms. Once back in her room, she sat vacantly, gazing out at the ocean's surface. The corpse of the shark had long been discarded, and at that moment, Mika's mind was filled with the image of the figure that had turned upside down above the shark, pulling himself from the clutches of death. The vessel had docked, preparing to anchor for the night. Following this incident, Richard and Mika were certain to have a falling out. The four of them remained silent, stripped of any desire for merriment. Zheng Yang believed that the next day, they would not request to halt the ship for fishing midway, but would instead yearn to reach the port without delay, eager to conclude their journey. As night deepened, around 11 o'clock, Zheng Yang stood by the large window, gazing at the sea below. This place was not part of the port, merely a random stretch of coastline, with the vessel anchored about 30 to 40 meters offshore in shallow waters. The moon hung full in the night sky, and tomorrow would bring another night of a full moon. Unbeknownst to him, it had been a month since Zheng Yang arrived at Yijili port. Time, regardless of the location, always seemed to slip away swiftly. Before he could fully lament this fact, his eyes widened slowly. A mist was gradually rising over the surface of the sea. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly captured Zheng Yang's attention was the sight of a mass of seawater slowly swelling beside the bow of his ship, rising ever higher. It seemed to be a slow process, yet in reality, it was rapid. In the blink of an eye, that mass of seawater coalesced into a water figure over 3 meters tall, standing there in the water. What on earth was this? Last time it was a ghost-eyed monkey, and now it appeared to be a water spirit? As the water figure began to take shape, Zheng Yang sensed the presence of something emerging there. However, he could not fathom how it had formed into this humanoid shape. Within the range of his perception, there was no sign of any creature manipulating it, no spirit, only the seawater gathering of its own accord. A peculiar aura lingered within the mist, and in Zheng Yang's perception. The two girls who had been softly conversing in the guest room suddenly fell silent, succumbing to slumber. In the living room, Richard and his companion, who were plagued by insomnia, experienced a similar fate. They stumbled to their feet as if entranced, swaying as they made their way towards the bow of the ship. "Alice, test your lightning strike ability," Zheng Yang commanded the ship spirit. As the spirit of the vessel, Alice sensed the anomaly in harmony with Zheng Yang. Upon receiving the directive, she abruptly manifested at the bow, raising her delicate hand. With a crack, it seemed as though she had unleashed a silvery whip that struck the water creature upon the head. This was her newfound ability, the lightning strike. It was utterly devastating. "Alice, we possess the sacred cross to suppress curses. Why then do malevolent forces still seek us out?" "I do not know. Could it be mere coincidence? Can you not discern anything?" Alice pouted slightly. "It can consume. How am I to ask her to use lightning then, with the final payment received?" Zheng Yang navigated the houseboat to dock at the sailboat pier, for it was a tranquil haven. Henry informed Zheng Yang that the rental fee for a vessel of this size was 90 gold shields per day and inquired whether Zheng Yang wished to proceed with registration. With the black booklet from the Special Affairs Bureau in his possession, Zheng Yang had already ascended to the privileged echelon. How could he possibly need to register the vessel? In her lace-clad form, Alice sat on a wooden sofa, swinging her petite feet while munching on a bag of snacks with delightful crunches. Zheng Yang imposed no restrictions on her appearances. Regardless of form, she was always a sight to behold. Alice's current demeanor is indicative of a rebellious personality. She shows no courtesy towards Zheng Yang, refraining from calling him brother. With a pout and an intense glare, she often takes snacks without seeking his consent, simply helping herself. Fortunately, her cravings are not insatiable, and she typically stops after consuming 2 or 3 packs. Alice, please do the laundry, including the bed covers, duvet covers, and pillowcases from the guest room. Be careful not to let anyone see you while hanging them out to dry. Immediately, Alice's displeasure is apparent as she glares at Zheng Yang, her cheeks stuffed with snacks like a hamster. At 6 in the evening, Zheng Yang arrives at the clinic, invited to share a meal, carrying a meter-long ribbon fish. Zheng Yang, Eva exclaims joyfully upon seeing him after a fortnight, leaping into his arms and hanging around his neck. Zheng Yang, equally delighted, twirls Eva around twice before setting her down. What Lima referred to was the identity information Zheng Yang provided when he went to the police station to give a statement regarding the incident involving Dezimai. My parents lived on that small island for a long time. I was merely born there, as our family is actually quite distant from this place. Zheng Yang had already considered how to explain this. He believed his explanation was reasonably close to the truth, though he remained unaware of the whereabouts of the so-called family. I have seen the photos you sent to Eva. The sailboat has now become a recreational vessel, and reaching such a size must be near its limits. You mentioned previously that you would often be leaving Yingjili in the future. Do you have any plans? Perhaps to explore different places? Lima inquires. It is said that the Extraordinary Bureau possesses a unique freedom sequence, exclusively belonging to the headquarters and independent of any divisions or branches. However, this sequence does not offer a fixed salary. One can only exchange contribution points for resources within the Bureau. Zheng Yang, even if he does not resign from the Bureau, intends to apply for a transfer to the freedom sequence after his probation period, as he cannot remain in Yingjili indefinitely. Lima chuckled. No? I will need to take Eva to some locations to gather materials in a few days. If you have no prior commitments, could you take us with your ship? Of course, Zheng Yang replied enthusiastically. Currently, the only requirements for the evolution of a level 3 spirit ship are the accumulation of spiritual energy materials and the upgrading of the crystal ball. Once the level 3 evolution is complete, I should be able to extend the ship to a length of 28 meters. There is one piece of information I must share with you first. Elima's expression turned serious. The mysteries of the ocean are no less than those on land. Perhaps even more. If you plan to venture out to sea frequently, you must prepare yourself mentally, especially during foggy conditions or at night. Chapter 75. The Peril of the Full Moon. The ancient alchemical system is profoundly reliant on materials, and the same holds true for its elixirs. Some of the materials Elima requires can be procured through the Bureau's channels, while others are sourced by Lofny using her account to post requests on the Occult Society's forum, facilitating trades with other extraordinary individuals. However, certain special materials, particularly those related to personal cultivation and advancement, necessitate Elima's personal effort in seeking and collecting them. Zheng Yang agreed to accompany her in the search for materials, and Eva immediately erupted with joy, her face beaming with happiness. Subsequently, Elima recounted to Zheng Yang and Eva her youthful experiences of being taken by teachers to identify and gather materials, as well as her later adventures with Lofny in search of resources, providing them with a preliminary understanding. They had ventured deep into the heart of the African continent and the Amazon rainforest. There were countless stories to share, and by the time dinner concluded, the full moon had already ascended high into the sky. On such a moonlit night, Zheng Yang's physical attributes would be greatly enhanced. This mutated bloodline power was fundamentally rooted in the strength of the spiritual vessel, merging the genes of a werewolf with the fiery essence of his bloodline. Thus, the dark-tinged power within Zheng Yang did not conflict with the energy of lightning. Suddenly, he sensed a wave of spiritual energy emanating from a certain direction. Upon closer inspection, he realized that he was not perceiving a straightforward manifestation of spiritual energy, but rather a resonance caused by the similarity of this energy's attributes to the werewolf qualities embedded in his own genes. On this night of the full moon, transformation, Xingyang immediately thought of the missing Dezime. However, in the next moment, he sensed similar resonances emanating from various directions, the occurrences multiplying until they numbered in the dozens. Astonishingly, dozens of individuals were simultaneously triggered by the virus on this full moon night, beginning to mutate. Had the situation that Lofny had always feared finally come to pass? Xingyang stood outside the clinic, his expression grave as he contemplated. Lofny had long harbored concerns about the spread of the mutated rabies virus, fearing it would incite a large-scale mutation event. However, their subsequent analyses suggested that the Holy Spirit's intention in taking Dezime was solely for research purposes, not to disseminate the virus and instigate a catastrophe. The Mosquito Man has acknowledged that Dezime has fallen into the hands of the Holy Spirit Society. Why then has there been such a surge in infection transformations? Was their initial analysis flawed, or did the Holy Spirit Society encounter oversights during their research? Xingyang took out his phone and sent a message in the Special Affairs Bureau group. Numerous dark attribute psychic fluctuations have been detected around the Yingjili port area, reminiscent of the aura during Decime's outbreak. Have you sensed anything? Sayulalio? So many? I only sensed one nearby. Impressive little one. Being able to detect dozens. Next time, this queen shall take you on an adventure. Lofny, I sensed 3. Let's investigate each one closely and ensure safety. Rich, I didn't sense anything. What does it look like? Sariva 2. Xingyang, are you certain there are dozens? Xingyang, absolutely. I'm at a Lima's clinic. I'm heading over first. In a modest living room, a middle-aged man was watching television with his children while his wife washed the dishes in the kitchen. Moonlight streamed through the window into the kitchen, where this reasonably attractive woman inexplicably began to feel a sense of irritation. She suddenly grew weary of the mundane task she had performed for many years, the endless cycle of household chores day after day, year after year. Coupled with the stagnant economic conditions and the ever-increasing expenses for her 2 children. As her thoughts spiraled into frustration, her expression contorted, her body grew bulkier, muscles knotted. Her waist slightly curved, and hair began to lengthen gradually. Destruction, obliterate everything before me. The woman burst from the kitchen, her claws poised against her husband and 2 children. A balding man opened the door, dragging his weary body into his modest dwelling of merely a few square meters. In his 30s, he juggled 2 part-time jobs, yet still failed to earn enough to alter his dire circumstances. Possessing nothing, gazing upon the disarray of the small room, his eyes became vacant. This wretched society, where the pace of rising prices perpetually outstrips income, sees the affluent grow ever wealthier while the impoverished, no matter their relentless efforts, remain ensnared in their fate. He commenced his daily lamentations against destiny. However, tonight was different. The more he complained, the greater his dissatisfaction with the status quo became. Inundated with an array of negative emotions, his eyes began to redden, his breath grew labored, muscles tensed, his back hunched, and hair, claws, and fangs sprouted in succession. A young man, returning from a business trip lasting over half a month, gently opened the door, eager to unveil the surprise he had meticulously prepared for his wife, only to find her clad in a nightgown, embraced by a middle-aged man, seated on the sofa watching television. The middle-aged man's hand ventured beneath his wife's nightgown. The young man stood rigid, the enigmatic smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by fury and distortion. His body began to undergo a transformation. An elderly man, under the luminous full moon, suddenly writhed violently, only to succumb moments later, blood and pus streaming from his 7 orifices. A vagrant, with his head raised, howled at the moon, baring his sharp fangs as his muscles swelled, tearing his tattered clothing further apart. A young girl, engrossed in a lively chat on her phone, suddenly erupted with a horrific scream, collapsing in a convulsion moments later. A stray dog's eyes turned crimson, a wisp of dark mist emanating from its form. In residential buildings, shopping malls, and on the streets. On this moonlit night, a series of monstrous attacks and inexplicable fatalities plagued the vicinity of Yingjili Harbor, as the wail of sirens filled the air. In truth, it was not just Yingjili Harbor. Distant cities and travelers experienced similar grotesque incidents. However, these occurrences were scattered across various locales, too far for Xingyang to sense. Xingyang swiftly approached a 5-story residential building. where the second floor emanated the nearest surge of psychic energy. With a howl, a towering figure leaped from the second floor, racing towards him with alarming speed. The curse of the spirit vessel had taken effect. Beneath the moonlight, what else could it be but a werewolf, reminiscent of those depicted in his past life as films? Yet, this werewolf had a crooked waist, and as it sprinted upon landing, its hands would occasionally scrape the ground to aid its speed. Zheng Yang harnessed his spiritual energy. At this moment, how formidable was his strength? Every aspect of his physical prowess had reached 6 times that of an ordinary man, combining to exceed an extraordinary tenfold. As the werewolf lunged towards Zheng Yang with lightning speed, he merely delivered a seemingly mundane kick to the creature's chin. This kick, devoid of any finesse, was strikingly ordinary. With a resounding thud, the werewolf was sent flying 5 meters away, and Zheng Yang distinctly sensed the shattering of its jaw. Chapter 76. Exterminating the Werewolf. Part 1. Beneath the moonlit sky, the werewolf's regenerative abilities were indeed heightened, yet it had not reached the threshold of instantaneous recovery. Zheng Yang approached, firmly placing his foot upon the creature's back, rendering it immobile. He then retrieved his phone to capture a photograph, privately sending it to Lofny with the query, "Is it indeed infected by that virus? Can a Lima's secret potion cure this mutation?" "No," came the response. "The potion is effective only before the mutation occurs. Once mutated, it signifies that the genome has been irrevocably altered. Otherwise, Desime would not have remained imprisoned until someone rescued him." They were still on the street, with numerous pedestrians passing by. The recent transformation had transpired with such swiftness that onlookers were now able to comprehend the scene before them. A monster! My heavens, what am I witnessing? Oh God, is that the legendary werewolf? Look, is that a werewolf? What is that masked figure doing? Zheng Yang summoned an angelic mask and a crucifix from the ship. Adorning himself with the mask before channeling spiritual energy into the crucifix, invoking a divine light to envelop the werewolf. Under the radiant glow, the werewolf thrashed violently, tendrils of black mist emanating from its form. As these dark vapors were thoroughly purified, the creature ceased its struggles, reverting to its human semblance. Yet, the transformation was fatal, and its corpse swiftly began to emanate the stench of decay. The holy light cannot redeem such a werewolf. However, it can purify their dark aura, preventing their bodies from causing further contamination. Before me stands a young man, his face contorted with the rage that has consumed him. Bloodstains marred his lips and hands, a testament to the calamity he has just wrought upon an unsuspecting victim. Zheng Yang captures another photograph, sharing his findings with Lofny, including the information regarding his possession of the sacred crucifix. Trusting Lofny implicitly, Zheng Yang does not intend to conceal much from her and Elima, aside from the secret of the spirit ship, for he abhors the notion of donning a false mask entirely. It seems the ship's spirit can also devour that dark essence. Zheng Yang refrains from disposing of the corpse, allowing it to remain abandoned in the street, awaiting the police's intervention. My heavens, I must have witnessed a miracle. Is he truly an angel? I beheld the crucifix radiating with divine light. Amidst the astonished gasps of passers-by, Zheng Yang hastily departs the scene. "You robe, Zheng Yang. I can't run fast barefoot. Carry me," pouted Alice, in her lace-like form. Before Zheng Yang could respond, she leaped onto his back, her delicate arms encircling his shoulders, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. Though she may appear ethereal to others, Zheng Yang perceives her touch and weight as if she were merely invisible. "Feeling like a lord now, are we?" Zheng Yang playfully smacked her small backside, effortlessly supporting her as he quickened his pace. On the second floor of a nearby residential building, a door stands ajar, with a neighbor calling the police. Zheng Yang ascended the stairs and swiftly entered the room, only to be confronted by the gruesome sight of 2 bodies, a man and a woman, ravaged and torn apart, the scene steeped in a macabre bloodbath. "Alice, is there any trace of darkness here?" Zheng Yang inquired through their mental connection. "Indeed, there is a faint remnant, but it is dissipating," she replied. Without needing Zheng Yang's command, Alice instinctively consumed the lingering essence of darkness, likening it to savoring a morsel of barbecued mosquito leg. Before the neighbor who had reported the incident could discover the grim spectacle, Zheng Yang captured a photograph and departed the premises, hurrying towards the next resonance point. "Excellent, excellent. I wish to acquire a larger vehicle, something that can speed along swiftly and take me for exhilarating rides in the future," he mused. "But it will require funds. Perhaps I should consult Lofini about applying for a special allocation from the Bureau." Fortunately, These resonance points were predominantly situated within the vicinity of the harbor, approximately a 2-kilometer radius. Just as Zheng Yang advanced a few dozen meters, he sensed 3 resonance points rapidly approaching him. At that moment, the effect of the curse positively influenced the drawing of monsters. Suddenly, a filthy, spotted stray dog lunged forth from the nearby greenery. Its eyes ablaze with crimson fury and its elongated fangs reminiscent of the formidable beast he had encountered before. This mutation included not only humans, but also dogs. Zheng Yang thrust his sword, piercing the dog's skull. From this stray, he sensed a resonance intensity far surpassing that of a werewolf. As he observed the corpse emanating wisps of dark energy, a realization struck him. The stray had been exuding this very darkness upon its initial appearance. Thus, an intriguing possibility dawned upon Zheng Yang. Will the mutated humans and animals be the result of the black mist left behind when the hellhound dashed past during the previous pursuit in Decime? As Decime chased relentlessly, the infection deepened, and that night, under the stimulus, it manifested. Whereas this new batch of individuals and creatures lay dormant until the night of the full moon to reveal themselves. If this hypothesis holds true, it would elucidate the outbreak of this incident. Moreover, it would confirm the formidable transmissibility of this mutated virus. Initially, Lofny harbored concerns about the repercussions following the hellhound's escape, which have now resurfaced in another guise. After the stray dog was slain, Alice leapt off Zheng Yang's back. With a flick of her delicate hand, the black mist swirled towards her, absorbed by her being. Stray dogs are notorious carriers of rabies. Once infected, they could become new sources of contagion, spreading the infection far and wide. Zheng Yang remarked to Alice, "Is that possible?" "I cannot say." Zheng Yang came to realize that Alice was not an all-knowing ancient spirit, but merely an innocent young girl, whose sole focus had been the search for her mother. At that moment, the other 2 resonances arrived simultaneously, revealing werewolves. Their garments, stretched by their swollen forms and newfound strength, tore apart as they approached, hunched and charging like wolves. The scene was eerily surreal. In any case, there was no hope for salvation. Zheng Yang swiftly struck twice with his blade, the sound of sizzling flesh echoing as the werewolf collapsed. Upon the werewolf's death, the dissipating black mist was drawn to Alice, and the corpse rapidly reverted to a human visage. However, unlike a typical human body that has just perished, these corpses exuded a fetid stench of decay. Chapter 77. Cleansing the Werewolves, Part 2. Zheng Yang took another photograph and advanced toward the direction where the resonance points were most densely concentrated. Due to the resonance with his own genetic kind, he functioned as a human radar at that moment, sensing the positions of nearby werewolves with increasing clarity as he approached. Along the way, he shared his speculations regarding the triggers of this incident with Lofny and also put forth a request for a high-performance off-road motorcycle. They each adhered to their respective duties. Some contacted headquarters to report the situation, while others informed the police department to mobilize officers to assist the extraordinary beings in the aftermath. Lofny exhibited astonishing efficiency. Within a few minutes, she arranged for the immediate purchase of the best off-road motorcycle available in England, which would soon be refueled and delivered to Zheng Yang. It was said to cost over several tens of thousands. What a great partner, Zheng Yang muttered to himself. Alice, nestled on Zheng Yang's back, pressed her cheek affectionately against his ear and inquired, "Zheng Yang, am I your little lover?" "Of course," Zheng Yang replied, giving her a playful pat. Alice tightened her embrace a little more. Like a gust of wind, Zheng Yang swiftly plunged into the heart of the most concentrated resonance points, instantly attracting over a dozen resonance points to converge toward his location. At that moment, Zheng Yang also noticed that the resonance among his kind was beginning to weaken. Was the radar malfunctioning? Or was it because the werewolves, after their mutations, had stabilized, thereby eliminating such resonance due to individual characteristics? It was undoubtedly the latter. This realization concerning his own genetic essence aligned more closely with the truth. It was barely 9 o'clock in the evening, and the werewolves, transformed into frenzied, bloodthirsty beasts, were certain to unleash slaughter and chaos. The streets echoed with the blaring of sirens from all directions, punctuated by sporadic gunfire. Zheng Yang needed no conjecture to comprehend the extent of the turmoil plaguing the local police station. At that moment, he stood in the shadows cast by several towering trees, awaiting the arrival of the werewolves. 1, 2, 3. Each werewolf that lunged within 2 meters of Zheng Yang would inevitably meet its end by his longsword. None could breach that distance. The corpses accumulating around him increased in number, the stench growing ever more pungent. The 16th one should be the last. Once their identities were ascertained, the atrocities in their vicinity would surely be traced back to them. Just as Zheng Yang contemplated relocating to lure more foes, the 17th werewolf emerged. However, before Zheng Yang could draw his sword, this particular werewolf abruptly halted. Its eyes glowed with a crimson hue, but a transformation occurred. Its savagery gradually dissipated, revealing confusion. Gazing at the werewolf, perplexed and standing 2 meters away, Zheng Yang felt a jolt of astonishment. This creature had evidently surmounted the most significant flaw of its mutation and regained its sanity. Zheng Yang understood all too well the intensity of the violent emotions that plagued such transformations. Had it not been for the spirit of the ship siphoning away the negative feelings born from his own mutation, he doubted he could have retained his mental clarity. As the bewilderment faded from the werewolf's eyes, it beheld the numerous corpses strewn about, and Zheng Yang, sword in hand, scrutinizing it from amidst the carnage. With a low growl, it emitted a sound of despair. Yet, in its gaze, Zheng Yang discerned panic and fear. Based on the werewolf's reaction, he also perceived the ethereal form of Alice. "You have awakened?" Zheng Yang fixated intently on the werewolf's eyes and, in a low voice, uttered a warning. The werewolf's gaze flickered, and it began to retreat slowly. Zheng Yang narrowed his eyes and cautioned, "Take another step back, and I shall end your life immediately." Leaving the shelter of the towering trees, Zheng Yang ushered the werewolf into a dimly lit, secluded alleyway. "Do you recall what transpired earlier?" the werewolf queried. "I experienced heartbreak, consumed alcohol that night, and now find myself oblivious to what occurred. Upon awakening, I discovered you poised to kill me. Why have I become this way? Why am I here?" Although the werewolf had regained consciousness, its emotions remained volatile, occasionally flaring with impatience. "You are fortunate," it remarked. "The corpses you witnessed earlier were once like you, transformed. However, they lost their sanity and never regained awareness, thus I had to eliminate them. On this very date last month, did you find yourself near the sailboat dock? Was there not a large dog, pursued by someone, that passed by you?" The werewolf's eyes widened in shock. "How do you know?" it exclaimed. "Indeed, my deduction is accurate." 10 minutes elapsed, yet Lofny had yet to arrive, while Salwa and Richie made their appearance first. However, they merely glanced at the situation before hastening to other areas. A confrontation had erupted between werewolves and the police. Those who had undergone transformation and stabilized were far more formidable than ordinary individuals, possessing immense strength and speed, rendering small-caliber firearms largely ineffective against them. Mohiri and Vinyl had also departed to assist the authorities. As Zheng Yang sensed, there were over 60 resonance points in total, and he had single-handedly dealt with nearly 1/3 of them. With over 40 werewolves causing chaos, the situation was not easily subdued. That night, the port of Yinjili was in disarray. At this juncture, several extraordinary individuals in Yinjili, whose identities were known to the Special Affairs Bureau, received urgent communication, requesting their assistance in clearing the werewolves. Some of the supernaturals, who believed they were well hidden, were bewildered, unable to comprehend how their concealment had failed. The outbreak of the werewolf crisis quickly spread within the mystical community, prompting many extraordinary beings to rush to Yinjili. Among them were demon hunters, members of the Holy Spirit Society, and those simply seeking to take advantage of the turmoil. The werewolves around Zheng Yang were restless, necessitating his occasional intimidation with his longsword to prevent them from erupting into chaos. A few minutes later, Lofini and Sayulali arrived at the scene. Sayulali, clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit, appeared like a beautiful black serpent, her pale face and gray-white hair the sole contrast to her dark attire. Chapter 78. Chaos extraordinary beings typically possessed formidable mental powers, allowing them to refine the essence of their strength within their consciousness, enabling them to perceive ethereal spirits. With the arrival of Lofini and Sayulali, Zheng Yang's off-road motorcycle was also delivered promptly. This explanation had already been utilized during his adventure with Tanok, and it seemed he would often resort to it in the future. The werewolves emitted furious roars, but after Lofini wielded her short staff to subdue them, they obediently boarded the vehicle. Zheng Yang revved the engine of his new motorcycle, and a deep, resonant roar erupted from the exhaust beneath him. This is a brand new off-road motorcycle, enveloped in a matte black finish, aptly named Night Wolf, which Zheng Yang finds quite befitting. Its design is fluid, succinct, and elegant, with both the chassis and suspension crafted from advanced alloy materials. It boasts ultra-durable specialty tires, a 450 cubic centimeters four-stroke engine, yielding 60 horsepower, and a maximum speed that can surpass 160 kilometers per hour. The total price stands at $86,000. Zheng Yang tested his hands, removed his mask, and donned his helmet. He summoned Alice once more, and she insisted on sitting in the front. Zheng Yang was about to take the wheel when Alice exclaimed, "Zheng Yang, I want that black butterfly mask. Please fetch it for me." After retrieving the mask and helping her put it on, he was taken aback. She looked utterly enchanting. She could only wear the mask in her corporeal form, yet in her current impish guise, Zheng Yang hesitated to parade her around town. "Can you don the mask and switch to your ethereal form?" he inquired. "Certainly, but once transformed, you will be unable to use it again. Only I will have that privilege. Not to worry, I gift it to you. We can always procure more later, in any color you desire." Once Alice adorned the mask and transitioned to her ethereal state, Zheng Yang revved the motorcycle, its engine roaring alongside Alice's excited shouts as they sped towards other districts. The reach of the curse's attraction to malevolent entities typically extends 300 meters. However, this is not an absolute measure. Zheng Yang believed that the more powerful the malevolence, the further it could sense him and the curse of the spiritual vessel. After departing the original district, Zheng Yang reduced his speed. With his extraordinary hearing, he could discern the chaotic sounds all around, cries and shouts echoing incessantly. Thus, Zheng Yang requires neither blind wandering nor informational support to discern the direction in which he should lead the monsters. Ahead, within a shopping mall, chaos ensues as people flee in panic. A werewolf, swift as the wind, savagely attacks any living creature that falls within its line of sight. Blood splatters in the wake of the beast, leaving behind countless severed limbs and lifeless bodies. This is truly a horrific calamity. "Mom, Mom," cries a child, scattered and bewildered amidst the chaos. At this moment, the werewolf halts, turning its head to sniff the air outside the mall, before letting out a ferocious roar and abandoning its pursuit of others to charge toward the exit, eyes ablaze with rage. Two trembling police officers, weapons in hand, aim their guns at the approaching werewolf. The small-caliber bullets strike the creature, producing only a slight spray of blood before being ensnared by its dense, sinewy muscles. With a thunderous roar, the werewolf lunges forward, overpowering one officer and sinking its massive jaws into his neck. The sound of tearing flesh echoes as for long. Sharp fangs rip through the officer's throat, sending blood gushing forth. The other officer feels warmth spread beneath him, a pool of liquid forming between his legs, filling the air with a foul odor. With a chilling howl, the werewolf raises its head in a primal scream, poised to attack the remaining officer when it suddenly pauses. Then pivots and dashes down another street with a furious roar. Vaya and her boyfriend have just exited the cinema, only to be met with throngs of people fleeing in terror. "Linda, what is happening?" Vaya asks, bewildered. The flat-chested girl, holding Vaya's hand tightly, responds with urgency in her eyes. "No matter what is happening, we need to run." She beheld a towering creature, reminiscent of both a man and a wolf, savagely tearing at a girl who had just exited the cinema, blood splattering wildly. Vaya felt a chilling sensation coursing through her limbs, instinctively dragging Linda along, oblivious to the fact that her legs were moving with a velocity akin to that of wheels, far surpassing her usual pace. After only a few meters, her boyfriend stumbled, unable to keep up with Vaya's frantic rhythm. "My God, how can you run so fast?" Linda gasped, scrambling to her feet, her hands scraped against the ground, sending jolts of pain through her nerves, her exquisitely beautiful face contorting in agony. "Fast." Vaya's expression was one of bewilderment, clearly unaware of her earlier speed. She glanced back, prepared to continue their escape, but was taken aback to see the creature pivot and sprint toward the end of the street. The surrounding chaos persisted, people continuing to scatter in fear. Vaya and Linda stood frozen, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the monster. In the distance, the roar of a dirt bike grew increasingly louder as the rider approached, meeting the creature merely 100 meters away. He skillfully maneuvered his bike, drawing a handgun from behind him and aiming it at the beast. A thunderous gunshot echoed, and the creature fell backward, failing to rise again. Subsequently, Vaya and Linda bore witness from afar to a fierce confrontation between the rider and the monster. One after another, werewolves surged forth from behind Zheng Yang, each dispatched with a bullet to the head. In a matter of mere minutes, The street was strewn with the lifeless bodies of 15 werewolves. The corpses reverted to their original forms and appearances, emanating a nauseating stench. After a brief pause without the arrival of any more werewolves, Zhengyang adjusted the vehicle's direction and revved the throttle. The roaring of the off-road motorcycle reverberated as its front wheel lifted high before being pressed down, surging past Weiya and Linda. Throughout the night, Zhengyang rode the motorcycle, weaving through various neighborhoods repeatedly. He successively dispatched over 30 werewolves and a mutated stray dog. Along with those he had initially slain with his sword and the contributions of others, the total number of werewolves far exceeded his initial resonance detection, with their distribution being considerably more extensive. As dawn broke, the chaos gradually subsided. The Special Affairs Bureau had previously known that when they detained Dezimai, these creatures would not revert from their transformation during the day nor regain their sanity, but would instinctively conceal themselves in the shadows, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Hence, no one could ascertain how many werewolves remained hidden. Chapter 79. Enhanced Bloodline. A night of turmoil and bloodshed unveiled the veil of mystery. As a plethora of photographs and information proliferated online, swiftly deleted by the authorities, it nonetheless enlightened many ordinary individuals to the fact that the world is far from the simplistic facade it presents. This individual single-handedly eliminated the majority of the werewolves, surpassing the cumulative achievements of all others. Only a handful of extraordinary beings realized that Zheng Yang's contributions extended far beyond the mere tally of slain werewolves. He had also captured a werewolf retaining its sanity and conducted a thorough analysis of the entire incident. This analysis assisted the Special Affairs Bureau in untangling the sequence of events, ensuring their response was not entirely aimless. The Lovany organization convened a meeting to compile a report for submission to headquarters. Today is Friday. After the meeting, everyone took some time to rest in preparation for the evening patrols. Upon returning to the ship, Zhengyang immediately transported himself to the dimly lit hold beneath the ship. Retrieving several pieces of reserve wood to custom-build a sturdy frame for the all-terrain motorcycle, ensuring it would not topple during excessive swaying of the vessel. After a flurry of activity, Zhengyang finally lay down on his bed, clutching his long sword as he drifted into slumber. Having slain numerous werewolves the previous night, he was once again bound for the ghost ship. A familiar sensation washed over him. Zhengyang opened his eyes to find himself standing at the entrance of the corridor from last time. Remarkably, he had appeared directly at the spot from which he had departed. Was there a significance to this? Rather than entering the corridor, he chose to move along the ship's railing towards the rear. After traversing over 100 meters, he encountered a second corridor, beside which lay a street that delved deeper into the upper architectural region. Zhengyang felt a sense of trepidation towards such streets, fearing that he might be ensnared by the monsters lurking within those buildings, so he circumvented that area in his continued exploration. He aimed to ascertain the true dimensions and length of this ghost ship. As he continued onward, a sudden thick fog enveloped him, accompanied by the sounds of water emanating from within. Something was boarding the ship. Zhengyang steeled himself, readying his long sword. As the mist swiftly dissipated, a well-dressed lizard man, adorned in a long robe and wielding a wooden staff, emerged. This marked Zheng Yang's first encounter with such a complete humanoid creature aboard the ghost ship. It was not a decaying corpse or an undead being, but a living entity. Zheng Yang's initial reaction was that this ghost ship dream was not solely his own. Other beings could potentially enter as well. The manner in which the mist enveloped the entrance was identical to his own experience upon arrival. Zhengyang found himself unable to comprehend the words spoken by another head, and as the two-headed lizard man revealed a menacing glint in its eyes and raised its staff, seemingly poised to launch an attack, he decided to strike first. With a swift motion, he unleashed a 3-meter-long flame from his sword, instantly cleaving towards the lizard man. The creature attempted to block the fiery blade with its staff, producing a resonant thud as it was knocked aside. Remarkably, it landed deftly on its feet, unharmed, and its wooden staff remained intact. It was evident that his adversary possessed formidable powers, not to be underestimated. Undeterred, Zhengyang continued to swing his sword. One of the lizardmen's heads intoned an incantation, pointing its staff at Zhengyang. Instantly, he felt the air around him grow thick and viscous, creating immense resistance to his movements. This was a binding spell. Zhengyang understood the nature of the spell, yet pressed on, channeling all his energy into the fiery blade. The lizard man's expression turned grave. Maintaining the binding spell appeared to be a significant strain on it. In truth, One would expect that being ensnared by such a binding spell would render him immobile. However, Zhengyang found his speed greatly diminished rather than his ability to move entirely curtailed, and the flaming sword continued its advance towards the creature. The other head of the two-headed lizard man then cast a similar binding spell, invoking a dual incantation. Zhengyang suddenly felt as though his body had been encased in concrete, rendering him completely immobile. The two-headed lizard man muttered something incomprehensible, its greedy eyes slowly advancing toward Zhengyang. Suddenly, it raised its wooden staff and struck Zhengyang's head with a resounding crack. In an instant, darkness enveloped him. He felt acutely aware of a wound opening on his skull, blood streaming down beside his ear. Agonizing pain surged through his nerves, yet he remained utterly immobile. Observing Zhengyang's plight, the lizard man grew bolder, pressing its entire body closer, one head stretching its neck to slurp at Zhengyang's brain, while the other prepared to bite through his neck. Just as one mouth neared the crown of Zhengyang's head and the other pierced his neck, he activated his werewolf transformation ability. From his left hand, four bone blades shot forth, each extending over 20 centimeters and plunging deep into the lizard man's chest. A simultaneous shriek erupted from both heads, and the lizard man attempted to retreat. However, as the bone blades embedded themselves, Zhengyang simultaneously unleashed the thorn-burning seal, flames erupting and coursing into the lizardman's body. At that moment, the lizardman's spell was shattered, and Zhengyang regained his mobility. A fierce glint sparkled in his eyes as the sword descended swiftly between the two heads, cleaving the lizardman in two. In that instant, he glimpsed unending terror in the creature's eyes, sending a chill down his spine. From the lizardman's reaction to impending death, Zhengyang could surmise that in this dream realm, death would indeed bring grave consequences, perhaps even signifying true demise. Upon the demise of the two-headed lizard man, its corporeal form likewise disintegrated into fine ash, leaving behind a faint crimson light that penetrated into Zhengyang's mind. This time, unlike the previous ethereal white lights that required Zhengyang's consciousness to engage, the red luminescence dissipated autonomously within him, transforming into an extraordinary force that was gradually absorbed. Zhengyang sensed the rapid healing of the breach atop his head, and a slight enhancement in his bloodline power. This crimson light was not mere memory. Rather, it was a potent force capable of augmenting one's lineage. Was this due to its origin from genuine life, or the extraordinary power possessed by the vanquished target? Zhengyang observed that the thorned ring within his sea of consciousness had not undergone a qualitative change, yet it had expanded marginally. Correspondingly, the incantations had also enlarged and become more pronounced, though they did not acquire additional space due to the ring's expansion. To cultivate new spells, Zhengyang must fundamentally elevate the level of his bloodline. Chapter 80. Heir of the Dark Council. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhengyang awoke, initially lost in thought. It had been several days since he had experienced such a reversal of day and night. After removing the sticky residue of Alice, he refreshed himself and noticed a slight improvement in his physical condition. This enhancement was a result of absorbing that crimson light following the defeat of the two-headed lizard man, proving far more significant than the gradual modifications achieved solely through reliance on the spirit vessel. At 5:30, Zhengyang proceeded to the clinic for a complimentary meal. When the low rumble of the off-road motorcycle echoed outside the clinic, Vea's expression momentarily froze, prompting her to hasten from the front desk to the entrance. There, she beheld the rider who had battled monsters on the street the previous night. Zhengyang removed his helmet, cradling it against his chest as he entered the clinic. Via covered her mouth in astonishment and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, was that Night Wolf Night you last night? The Night Wolf Night? Did you see me?" "Of course. Darren and I were leaving the cinema when we witnessed you vanquishing a dozen monsters and then speeding past us." Via's excitement was palpable, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Zhengyang, the mischievous fellow who often teased her, elicited a blush upon her cheeks, as if her freckles were basking in the glow of spring. She harbored no doubts about Zhengyang's honesty. His physique and motorcycle matched perfectly. Noticing that the clinic was devoid of patients and that Elima was upstairs, presumably cooking, he cautioned Via not to venture out that night. Subsequently, he called Eva and set out once more on his motorcycle to meet her at the school gate. The walk from the school to the clinic took over 10 minutes, roughly the same distance as his journey from the docks. To Zhengyang's astonishment, in such a short span, he spotted 2 night wolves racing down the street, their riders adorned in identical attire to his from the previous night. Were they imitating him? Upon reaching the school gate, Zhengyang found Eva, Unlike her classmates who congregated in groups, she emerged from the school alone, indicating her continued solitude. Upon seeing Zhengyang, a radiant joy illuminated Eva's face as she rushed over, climbed onto the back seat, and instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, her form pressed against his back. As they conversed, Zhengyang maintained a leisurely pace. Upon returning to the clinic, he discovered that Vaya had already finished her shift and departed. It appeared that there were indeed werewolves that had yet to be dealt with. Zhengyang casually meandered around, inadvertently luring out 2 werewolves. After a day and night of stability, the 2 werewolves appeared significantly more formidable than those encountered the previous evening. Zhengyang speculated that even a squad of police officers, concentrating their efforts, might struggle to subdue just one. It is my quarry. Zhengyang pondered the motivations behind the other party's relentless pursuit of these werewolves. What could they possibly gain? They seemed overly concerned about having their prey snatched away. Even the alluring Alice, standing nearby, was met with nothing more than a cursory glance from them before they diverted their attention. Zhengyang, unwilling to provoke an unknown extraordinary being, inquired, "Are you after its corpse?" "No, I require its fangs and claws, extracted while it still lives," the werewolf asserted. "Upon its demise, those elongated fangs and claws will vanish." The masked figure of the white fox revealed their intentions without hesitation, pressing further. "What do you possess that could entice them?" "Curious, are you? Accompany me to the Special Affairs Bureau, and I shall disclose everything." Zhengyang produced a small black notebook, holding it up without opening it. The white fox remained silent. Just as Zhengyang assumed the figure might be hesitant, the white fox pressed a mechanism on their cane, which then emitted a metallic sound as a slender sword sprang forth. This individual clearly disregarded the Special Affairs Bureau and intended to turn their aggression towards Zhengyang. "Reveal the secret that attracts the werewolves, or I shall take your life." The white fox brandished the slender sword, their aura firmly locking onto Zhengyang. Judging from their energy signature, Zhengyang estimated the adversary to be a formidable second-tier extraordinary being. In response, Zhengyang calmly retrieved a desert eagle from his lower back, aiming it at the masked figure. "Shall we wager on whether my gun is loaded?" "No. I wager your bullet cannot match my sword." With a thud, the masked figure of the white fox glanced down at the gaping wound in his chest, uttering his final word, "Hurry." The mask clattered to the ground, revealing the visage of a middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose. He lay on the ground, clutching his chest in despair, filled with resentment. He was the Dark Knight. He had yet to draw his sword. He had spells left to cast. Allies were en route to join him. Yet, his heart had been shattered by a single shot, leaving him unable to retaliate in any form. Was the Special Affairs Bureau so merciless in their killings now? No investigation, no apprehension, simply shooting to kill? You. Rat's tail soup. The man's pupils gradually faded. Zhengyang mounted his motorcycle, continuing to roam the other districts. This night, he had only lured out 7 werewolves, 3 of which had emerged due to their heinous acts. The Special Affairs Bureau, guided by information from the police, directed him to the scene of the crimes. Meanwhile, Selwa and others had slain 5. As dawn approached, Zhengyang dispatched a mutated stray dog, colossal in size, akin to a Tibetan Mastiff. Heaven knows how many human lives it had consumed to grow to such proportions in just 2 days. These stray dogs posed a significant threat once infected. They could become new sources of contagion, even more infectious than werewolves. They represented the ancient Dark Council. Chapter 81. The threat of the Holy Spirit Society. The post from the Special Affairs Bureau stated that the Dark Council and the Church, 2 opposing factions, had not vanished into the annals of history. Both had persisted, their identities shrouded in greater secrecy than that of the Occult Society and the Holy Spirit Society. And they looked down upon these 2 insignificant organizations. No wonder they dare to dismiss the Special Affairs Bureau. Such entrenched powers are likely comprised of individuals who are rather arrogant. Werewolves, vampires, and dark wizards constitute the mainstay of the legendary Dark Council. This individual, as a successor of the Dark Council, is an ordinary human. Could he possibly be a dark wizard? What purpose does he have for collecting the teeth and claws of werewolves? Occasionally, they also partake in demon hunting operations. However, the demon hunter system is not a distinct lineage. In essence, the original demon hunters were wandering extraordinary beings from various systems, making a living by accepting tasks to hunt monsters issued from different locales, gradually forming a circle that functions as a professional designation. In other words, extraordinary beings from any power system may join the ranks of demon hunters. After some contemplation, Zheng Yang concealed these two items in the thoroughly sealed corners of the lower cabin, intending not to disclose this matter to Lofny. He rested, arose, and went to the clinic for a meal. The day swiftly passed. Sayalali, this woman, flaunting her voluptuous figure, donned either tight red leather or tight black leather daily. At this moment, she provocatively traced a circle on Zheng Yang's chest with her index finger, then rested her hands on his shoulders, saying, "I hear you possess a ship. Once this incident concludes, would you dare to accompany me on an adventure to the Channel Islands?" The Channel Islands, situated in the English Channel near the French coast, nonetheless belong to the United Kingdom. Of course, for the Special Affairs Bureau, there is not much distinction at the national level. After all, the Port of English is still part of France, yet their branch is governed by the London Division. The Channel Islands lie a mere 110 nautical miles from the Port of England, just slightly north of the trade port where Zheng Yang had previously ventured. Despite the 3 days it took to reach Trayport during his last journey, it was primarily a leisurely expedition filled with stops. With the current advancements in ship technology, one could arrive within half a day at full speed. After the expansion of Zheng Yang's vessel, a sense of adventure stirred within him upon hearing the news, prompting him to inquire, "What manner of exploration is this? My extraordinary powers stem from the awakening of my bloodline, originating from Medusa. There exists an island where I can procure what I need to purify my bloodline. Indeed, a true femme fatale." Zheng Yang mused. "What is it that I stand to gain?" Although intrigued, he was not one to pursue adventure for its own sake. He had no desire to engage without a tangible reward. Sayalali replied, "We shall assist one another. When you find yourself in need, you may also call upon us." Zheng Yang glanced at the others, noting that Saliva and Lofny both nodded in agreement. Sayalali continued, "We primarily rely on your cursed artifact that attracts monsters. However, if you are unwilling to join us, lending it to me temporarily would suffice. That cursed item is, in essence, my bloodline, and I possess a sacred cross to suppress it. It is out of the question for me to lend it to you. Instead, I shall accompany you on this venture." The others fell silent, their gazes toward Zheng Yang imbued with an inexplicable sense of sympathy and pity. Offspring of such bloodlines often bear a tragic fate, inheriting the sins of their predecessors while suffering the repercussions. Zheng Yang's ability to attract monsters and invoke misfortune is one of the most common manifestations of this bloodline curse. Sayalali embraced Zheng Yang and said, "Poor little fellow, fortunately, you still possess a sacred relic." Zheng Yang smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. His statement was not entirely untruthful. The curse indeed stemmed from his bloodline, a consequence of the transformation ritual aboard the spirit vessel. Finally, with unabashed bravado, Zheng Yang proclaimed, "No worries, I shall accompany you. I have a penchant for adventure. Others affectionately call me the Little Prince of Exploration." It was merely a journey to a relatively harmless island, not an expedition to those treacherous and enigmatic waters yet to be charted. As this topic faded, Lofny commenced the meeting. The Holy Spirit Society had received intelligence, coercing us to surrender the lucid werewolf, or they would deliberately unleash a widespread mutation of the virus to obtain a second variant akin to the first. Zheng Yang and the others exchanged glances, bewildered. How could the Holy Spirit Society have learned so swiftly of their capture of a sentient werewolf? On the night of the full moon, there had been numerous transformations. If one existed, it was plausible that another sentient werewolf remained hidden. If the Special Affairs Bureau wished to avert a full-scale outbreak of werewolf mutations, they must seriously contemplate the demands of the Holy Spirit Society. Those lunatics were indeed capable of such actions. Surely, there cannot be any members of the Holy Spirit Society within the Special Affairs Bureau? Sayalali and Zheng Yang spoke in unison. They exchanged a knowing glance, with Sayalali motioning for Zheng Yang to speak first. The recent incident with the Decime, and now this werewolf. The Holy Spirit Society's grasp of the Special Affairs Bureau's information was alarmingly precise. Of course, I do not doubt those present here. My concern lies with those members of the Bureau who are not extraordinary beings, Zheng Yang articulated. Since the recent incidents involving the Decime event and the ranch incident, Zheng Yang has come to realize that extraordinary individuals are not necessarily adept detectives or police officers. They are formidable entities, akin to sharp blades, employed to tackle challenging issues. Particularly, Lovany, the leader, possesses immense power. Within the Special Affairs Bureau, their primary advantage lies in their superior access to resources necessary for enhancing their own capabilities. Compared to ordinary individuals, they possess a more profound understanding of the mysterious realm. allowing them to discern critical elements more readily. Coupled with their inherent strength, they are entrusted with managing affairs related to the mysterious side. However, when it comes to deductive reasoning and case solving, they may not measure up to the expertise of seasoned investigators. Among the present company, only Venal and Sayalali seem to have a modicum of proficiency in this regard. Such an organization, lacking stringent personnel management, could easily become infiltrated by the Holy Spirit Society. Zhang Yang despises convoluted matters. At this moment, upon hearing his words, the expressions of Lovany and the others remained unchanged. The existence of the werewolf, who retains their sanity, is known only to the 7 extraordinary individuals within the English Special Affairs Bureau. Since the information did not leak from their ranks, it must have been divulged by someone within the branch or even the headquarters. Both Xingyang and Lovany are cognizant of the likelihood that there are informants from the Holy Spirit Society within the Special Affairs Bureau. The personnel from the London branch were scheduled to retrieve the werewolf today, but for some unforeseen reason, this has been postponed until tomorrow. Before that, we must devise a strategy to report, Lovany remarked, rubbing her forehead. These scoundrels only know how to complicate matters. There is another message I must convey to you. In recent days, both the headquarters and various branches have received numerous reports of peculiar occurrences at sea. Some vessels have mysteriously vanished, while others have been discovered adrift as ghost ships. It is anticipated that an official communique will be issued shortly. Zhengyang, you and Sayula should exercise caution during your visit to the island. Zhang Yang recalled the strange water being from that night and nodded silently. That werewolf, could he independently revert to his human form? Zheng Yang posed a question, driven by curiosity rather than relevance to the current situation. Mohiri shook his head, stating, "We have communicated with him. He is unable to do so. He cannot control the new powers acquired through mutation. However, we can assist him in achieving true awakening and mastering his abilities." A foreign voice suddenly emerged from outside the door. Chapter 82, The Dark Priest. The 7 extraordinary individuals were taken aback, having been approached without their awareness. It was evident that their own people outside had been subdued. What kind of power could accomplish such a feat silently, even eluding Lovany's detection? The expressions of the 7 grew solemn as they warily gazed towards the entrance of the conference room. Richie stepped forward to open the door, revealing 3 men standing outside. The leader was an elderly man, leaning on a wolf-headed cane that matched his height, his face etched with deep wrinkles and adorned with age spots. Behind him stood 2 tall men, one middle-aged and one young, clad in unusually oversized garments, their eyes fierce and exuding an aura of formidable strength. Zheng Yang peered beyond them. The elderly man bestowed upon him a benevolent smile and remarked, "Child, do not fret about them. They merely slumber for a while before awakening." "Who are you?" Lovany inquired, drawing forth her short staff, while Sulriva grasped the long sword at his back. Solari felt the surge of energy within her, and Richie brandished his enchanted pistol. "Do not be anxious." Zheng Yang's gaze narrowed. "Are you also here for that werewolf?" Sulriva, poised with his sword, asked in a low voice. The old man maintained his smile and replied, "Indeed, since he has awakened even partially, he is one of our own. He has yet to harm anyone, has he not? Therefore, you cannot confine him. He possesses the right to live freely. We shall protect him from harm and assist him in achieving his final awakening, so he may master his powers. In the future, he shall not inadvertently endanger the innocent due to an inability to control his strength." Upon finishing his words, the old man struck the floor with his wolf-headed staff. The 2 attendants behind him let out low growls as their bodies rapidly expanded, sprouting black fur and wolf-like fangs, their claws gleaming with an ominous dark sheen. It was no wonder they wore such loose garments. Like them, their strength was both formidable and fluid, embodying the true essence of a fully awakened werewolf. The old man nodded, and the 2 werewolves reverted to their human forms. The expressions of the Special Affairs Bureau members grew grave. The aura emitted by the 2 werewolves was at least 10 times stronger than that of the mindless werewolves they had slain the previous night. They were significantly more powerful than the masked man with the white fox visage whom Zhang Yang had defeated. As for the Dark Priest, he could not discern the depths of his power at all. "Finally, I have witnessed the strength of the extraordinary. Surrender him to us. I have no intention of waging war against the Bureau of Special Affairs. Of course, if I were to negotiate directly with your headquarters, I could take him away, albeit at the cost of certain concessions." Thus, Zheng Yang glanced at the others and inquired, "I beg your pardon, could you enlighten us on the source of your information?" The elder turned to Zheng Yang, smiling, and replied, "Child, this is the guidance of the divine." "What divine guidance? Who are you trying to fool?" "It is likely that the Holy Spirit Society has infiltrated the Bureau. Or perhaps it is not infiltration at all. Rather, certain individuals within the Bureau are actively selling information to these factions. The Holy Spirit Society has already threatened us to surrender the werewolf to them, or else they will unleash a catastrophe upon the port of Yingjiali. Can you assist us in resolving this predicament?" Seeing that the others remained silent, Zhengyang pressed on. Addressing the elder, he reasoned that since the headquarters might also allow them to take the werewolf in exchange for benefits, it would be wiser to retain control over the negotiation. How to threaten them? Perhaps by utilizing the virus within Decime to spread it? The elder's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, "That is your concern. I merely wish to take the child." Goodness, this old fellow knows everything with remarkable clarity. Were it not for the internal information from the Bureau, these ancient, inherited factions would undoubtedly dismiss the Holy Spirit Society as trifles. Zhengyang would certainly suspect that these three are affiliated with the Holy Spirit Society. That leaves us with no room for discussion. Zhengyang looked towards Lofny. Lofny solemnly shook her head. "I cannot allow you to take him." With a flourish of her staff, she prepared to ensnare the three intruders. The elderly man let out a sigh, gently tapping his wolf-headed staff. An abundance of black spiritual energy manifested from thin air, swiftly binding the 7 extraordinary individuals from the Special Affairs Bureau like nimble ropes. A level for extraordinary. Lofny was astonished. It was incredible that their combined strength could not match that of this venerable elder, who effortlessly subdued them in a single move. Zhengyang was equally astounded. Realizing why the elder could traverse their domain with such ease, reaching the conference room door without being detected. Level 4 extraordinary beings are considered intermediate, while those below are classified as novice. The disparity between the two is fundamentally immense. A dark priest. The elder's prowess could decisively overpower the entire English Special Affairs Bureau. If this elder is level 4, then Lofny must be level 3. In comparison, Zhengyang found himself at level 1. Feeling justly subdued in the presence of such formidable figures. Should he summon Alice to confront this elder? Perhaps that would be unwise. The risk of her being harmed would outweigh any potential gain. "I truly do not wish to engage in conflict with you," the dark priest said with a sigh. "Tell me, where is he imprisoned?" "I do not desire to take a life, but that does not imply I am incapable of doing so." At this juncture, what could they do? Would they rather face death than yield? Surely, they were not that stubborn. Lofny unlocked the cell where the new werewolf was held. It was relatively clean and orderly, merely a confinement without any maltreatment. The 3 members of the Dark Council took away the new werewolf. It was utterly frustrating. 7 individuals rendered powerless against a single adversary. The chasm in strength was evident, and they chose to endure. However, the new werewolf was taken away by the Dark Council, leaving them with fewer trump cards to face the threat of the Holy Spirit Society. They must confront the potentially catastrophic situation that lies ahead. Moreover, tomorrow the personnel from the branch will arrive. With the werewolves lost, what can they possibly present to them? After a prolonged silence, Lofine suggested, "I shall report the situation to the branch first. Someone above must take responsibility for this matter. As for the Holy Spirit Society, you may deliberate whether to feign cooperation and set a trap for them. Even if Decime is no longer in the hands of the Holy Spirit Society, it does not sever their access to the source of the virus. After all, during this large-scale mutation, aside from Decime, it is highly probable that they have captured other mutants as well. The situation has spiraled completely out of control." Chapter 83. Arrival of the branch personnel. The Dark Priest and 2 werewolf attendants took the newly transformed werewolf. As for the threat posed by the Holy Spirit Society, what concern is it of theirs? In fact, they might even take delight in it. The serendipitous emergence of this primal werewolf, born from such an extraordinary coincidence, is exceedingly rare, akin to the original bloodline, brimming with untapped potential. For the Dark Council, it is undoubtedly a treasure. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched a level 4 extraordinary dark priest to handle the matter personally. Only these semi-awakened werewolves, capable of regaining their intellect after undergoing mutation, possess the possibility of completing the subsequent awakening through ritual, thereby harnessing their power to become true werewolves of immense strength. Those who have lost their intellect can merely be termed as mutants, existing as beasts, and hold no significance for the Dark Council. Should the Holy Spirit Society audaciously expand the scale of infection, it could potentially lead to the creation of even more primal werewolves. At that time, The members of the Dark Council could merely observe in the shadows, poised to seize any opportunity that arose, thereby further augmenting the power of the Dark Council. Of course, the Dark Council could also emulate the Holy Spirit Society by artificially expanding the scope of their influence. However, they had not yet descended into the same level of madness and extremity as the Holy Spirit Society and had no intention of doing so. They could simply reap the benefits. So why would they assist the Special Affairs Bureau in resolving the troubles caused by the Holy Spirit Society? Had the White Fox still not been located? The Dark Priest inquired of the middle-aged man in the front row. The two werewolves he had brought along were both awakened descendants, unlike the primitive newly transformed werewolf beside them. In addition to the two werewolf attendants, he also brought along a Dark Knight. Little did he know that the White Fox had been eliminated by Zheng Yang the previous night, with the body thoroughly disposed of. The middle-aged man in the front row respectfully responded, "There is still no news, my lord." The Dark Priest ceased to speak, closing his eyes as if to cultivate his spirit. The following day was Sunday. Faced with the threat posed by the Holy Spirit Society, the planned fishing trip with Eva had to be postponed. After receiving Lofney's report, the London branch of the Special Affairs Bureau dispatched a third-tier extraordinary individual to England to assist in addressing the issues concerning the Holy Spirit Society. The branch believed that even if an ambush were to be set for the Holy Spirit Society, sending a third-tier individual to collaborate with Lofney would suffice, as the strength of the Holy Spirit Society's members in England was not expected to exceed that level. The third-tier extraordinary individual dispatched from the branch was named Schnott, approximately in his 40s, with deep blue eyes that conveyed a somewhat shadowy demeanor. In the conference room, 8 extraordinary individuals were seated in a circle. The composed Mohiri represented the branch and meticulously recounted the entire sequence of events involving the Holy Spirit Society to Schnott. From the ritual of Desime to the pursuit of the demonic hound to the docks where it was slain by Zheng Yang, followed by Desime's initial infection and subsequent abduction by the Holy Spirit Society, the ranch incident, the Mosquito Man, the night of the full moon, the threats from the Holy Spirit Society, and the forceful abduction of the new werewolves by the Dark Priests, no detail was overlooked. Were I a member of the Holy Spirit Society, I would certainly not send out my entire force to capture the werewolves. Instead, I would dispatch 1 or 2 ordinary individuals who were entirely oblivious to the positions of our strongholds for the operation, rendering an ambush halfway through meaningless. Schnott cast a shadowy gaze over the assembly. Who shall serve as the bait? How can we ensure the adversary believes these are genuine werewolves, and that once taken, they can maintain contact without being discovered? How can we guarantee safety? Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback, sensing that this undercover role seemed to be meant for him. After all, he possessed the ability to transform into a werewolf, an authentic metamorphosis that the Holy Spirit Society could hardly doubt. Schnott's 3 questions found perfect answers in Zhang Yang. After careful consideration and assurance of his safety, he resolved to accept the task, as he also wished to infiltrate the stronghold of the Holy Spirit Society to ascertain if there was anything he required. Before Zheng Yang could voice his intentions, Ritchie raised his hand first, proclaiming, "Sir, I can undertake this mission." Schnott fixed his gaze on Ritchie and inquired, "How do you propose to solve the 3 issues I mentioned?" Rich proclaimed, "I can don a wolf's pelt and affix false teeth and claws to masquerade as a werewolf. My extraordinary ability lies in generating a psychic explosion. Once brought to the Sanctified Order's stronghold, I can unleash a monumental energy blast, one potent enough for the entirety of Ngairai Port to perceive. You may then ascertain my location based on the explosion's epicenter. As for safety, gentlemen, though I am merely a level 1, it would be exceedingly difficult for any extraordinary being below level 3 to remain unscathed from the full force of my psychic detonation. Level 1 or level 2, none would escape. I can delay until your arrival." Zhang Yang stared in astonishment at Rich, exclaiming, "Goodness, is this fellow truly so formidable?" Schnott shook his head. Disguising oneself in a wolf's pelt, given the Sanctified Order's vigilance, would be quite challenging to conceal. Furthermore, our means of communication are insufficient if the distance is too great. By the time we arrive, even if you remain unscathed, it would be difficult to prevent the Order's spies from fleeing. Such a plan holds no merit. As the conversation teetered towards an impasse, Zhang Yang interjected, "Allow me to proceed." All eyes turned to him, anticipating his solution to the 3 daunting conundrums. "Prepare for me genuine wolf pelts, along with false teeth and claws. I have slain numerous werewolves these past days and can replicate their scent, giving me an 80% chance of deceiving the Sanctified Order. I possess a method to cloak my psychic energy from detection while carrying a miniature tracking device. which I can activate only after passing their scrutiny. Regarding safety, the sanctified order would be more inclined to seek living werewolves. Thus I should remain secure for a short while, provided you follow closely behind. Lofny furrowed her brow, evidently dissatisfied with such assurances of safety. Schnott remarked, "If it were I who were to handle the werewolf, I would bring a jamming device, rendering your locator ineffective. Then let us carry more locators. Are there any that can be activated on a timer? I could find an opportunity to cast them beyond their jamming range, initiating a delayed signal transmission." Agreed. Let us proceed thus. Schnott turned to Lofny, the head of the local bureau. Zhang Yang raised a question, since the Holy Spirit can obtain information about the werewolf. Have they also learned of the werewolf's abduction by the Dark Council? Will they fall for it? Schnott's expression remained impassive as he replied, "Only 3 individuals, myself included, are privy to that information within the division. If the adversary has discovered this, then we are helpless, prepare to face calamity." At noon, in a subterranean chamber in England, the 3 leaders of the Holy Spirit gathered to deliberate. The Special Affairs Bureau has consented to hand over the newly emerged werewolf to us, with the transfer scheduled for 8 o'clock tonight. They are reluctant to confront the impending disaster that looms over all of England and thus have acquiesced to our demands. These 2 extraordinary members of the Holy Spirit maintained a guise of ordinary humanity, unlike the repugnant mosquito people. However, the 3rd extraordinary being present at the meeting bore the eyes of an owl, with a visage strikingly reminiscent of the creature. Were Zheng Yang to glance upon this figure, he would undoubtedly believe it to be an owl that had attained sentience. Let us arrange the reception accordingly. I shall personally study this new werewolf. The ability to regain consciousness post-infection and transformation is precisely the werewolf sanctity we require. We must uncover this secret. The extraordinary being known as the owl proclaimed within the Holy Spirit Society that the sacred body is their collective term for all extraordinary physiques. The success rate of cultivating mutated organisms to acquire extraordinary genes is exceedingly low. However, if we were to master the method of utilizing mutated viruses to mass-produce werewolf sacred bodies, we would encounter tremendous developmental opportunities. For the cultivation of viruses is far more swift and straightforward than that of mutated organisms. Some aged dignitaries, fearful of death, would likely join our ranks. Furthermore, we could extract superior genes to integrate into ourselves, thereby elevating our evolutionary tier. Excellent. The fusion progress has reached 50%. I am confident that upon completing this fusion, I will unlock the genetic shackles that bind me to the 4th level of evolution. Chapter 84. Infiltration. Zheng Yang volunteered as bait, his confidence and safety being one aspect. The primary motive, however, was his desire to profit from the chaos, intending to procure some benefits from the stronghold of the Holy Spirit Society. After the meeting, Zheng Yang received a private message from Lofini. "My intuition tells me that this individual is not a good person. Be cautious." What does she mean? Is she referring to Schnott? Another intuition. Zheng Yang pondered deeply, considering all possible ways Schnott could pose a threat to him and the countermeasures he could employ, until his head throbbed with pain. In the afternoon, Richie prepared the werewolf gear that Zheng Yang required, along with a dozen miniature tracking devices. The werewolf suit was merely a guise, a deception for his own people. What the Holy Spirit Society would witness would be a genuine werewolf. With Richie's assistance, Zheng Yang calibrated all the tracking devices, setting them to manual activation with a 10-second delay before sending them all aboard the ship. In the evening, while picking up Eva from school and casually visiting the clinic for a meal, Zheng Yang explicitly informed her that he had a task later and could not engage in conversation. It was utterly astonishing. "I could not discern that you were putting on a fade." Sayulali sat beside Zheng Yang, playfully touching him. "What fade? This is my true self," Zhang Yang proclaimed unabashedly, pushing away the enchanting woman's hand. Ever since awakening his extraordinary bloodline, Zhang Yang had undergone significant transformation over the past month. He had grown nearly as tall as Richie, reaching a height of 182 centimeters, and his features had become distinctly chiseled, exuding masculinity, far removed from the youthful innocence he once possessed. In every respect, he could be considered a rare handsome man. Thus, with an inflated ego, Zheng Yang assumed that Sayulali's playful gestures were merely an opportunity to take advantage of him. At that moment, Zheng Yang's transformation resembled that of a recovering werewolf, standing upright rather than on all fours like a beast. This was the most apparent distinction. Richie started the vehicle, heading towards a designated dock warehouse for the Holy Spirit Society to deliver a person. The location was rather close to Zheng Yang's floating ship. with a straight-line distance of no more than 2 kilometers. Upon arriving at the warehouse entrance, Zheng Yang and his companions realized that Schnut had not entirely anticipated the situation. The Holy Spirit Society was not meeting with just 2 or 3 ordinary individuals, but rather 8 first-level extraordinary beings radiating waves of spiritual energy. These 8 individuals had the physique of normal humans and wore helmets. Upon seeing Zheng Yang transformed into a werewolf being dragged out by Sayulali from the back seat, those individuals approached calmly to conduct a series of examinations on Zheng Yang, examining teeth, claws, fur, and pupils. They meticulously scanned Zheng Yang with a detector multiple times to confirm that no tracking device had been implanted on him. They were resolute in their belief that the Special Affairs Bureau would not dare to engage in any tricks at this juncture. Completely unconcerned about the proximity of Sayulali and Richie, ultimately they waved dismissively, signaling the agents of the Bureau to depart, as if shooing away flies. They had the Bureau firmly under their thumb, unless the Bureau was willing to confront the imminent catastrophe of the mutated virus spreading throughout the entirety of Yinjili. Once Richie and Sayulali drove away, the 8 individuals opened the warehouse door and escorted Zheng Yang inside. "Cooperate honestly, and you shall avoid hardship," one of them rasped. "Where are we going? You promised you would cure my illness." Zheng Yang interjected, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. The man replied, "Of course. We will cure your illness and restore you to the appearance of an ordinary person." The warehouse was vast, equipped with numerous doors at both ends. Inside, 4 black, unmarked vehicles were idling, each occupied by a driver. Zheng Yang was thrust into the rear of one such vehicle, the door and windows immediately locking with a definitive click. Observing the dense steel mesh between the front and rear seats, Zheng Yang surmised that at least the rear side doors and the back window were likely bulletproof. Otherwise, they could not hope to contain a werewolf. Richie and Sayulali's vehicle did not stray far, coming to a halt by the roadside as they retrieved a tracker, awaiting a signal. However, at that moment, Zheng Yang was unable to discard the locator. The 4 unmarked vehicles departed from the warehouse entrance, vanishing in different directions. Fortunately, they were not taking him away from Yinjili. Zheng Yang was primarily concerned that the Holy Spirit might not lead him to the designated outpost, but instead transport him directly to the headquarters or some research facility, far away from Yinjili, which would render any enjoyment impossible. The lift platform was inconspicuous at ground level, appearing merely as an ordinary patch of earth. The platform did not descend excessively. It was only slightly over 2 meters deep. As the vehicle departed from the lift, it traversed a spiraling roadway that delved deeper underground. The lift then ascended back to the surface, sealing the roadway entrance and the pit it had created. The spiraling descent continued, the extent of which was unknown, until they finally entered a vast subterranean plaza. Based on Zheng Yang's recollections from his previous life, this depth suggested that if it were an underground parking facility, it would be at least 3 or 4 levels below ground. It was evident that the locator would be rendered useless. However, Zheng Yang recalled another method to contact Lofini. He mentally conveyed a message to Alice, requesting her to use the mobile phone he had left on the ship to send Lofini a message. Dock area, E85 warehouse underground, approximately 4 levels deep. The surface has a lift leading to the roadway. Meanwhile, in the Bureau of Special Affairs, Lofini paced anxiously, her mood fraught with tension. Schnot and Selwa stood nearby, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Yet, nearly an hour had elapsed since Zheng Yang was entrusted to the Holy Spirit, and several monitoring devices had been persistently searching for the locator's signal without success. This indicated that, during such an extended period, Zheng Yang had not found an opportunity to activate and discard the locator. Had an unforeseen circumstance arisen? Lofini regretted her decision to send Zheng Yang as bait. Just as her anxiety peaked, her phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. She instinctively unlocked her phone and discovered a message from Zheng Yang. Her face immediately etched with confusion as she opened it. In the next moment, Lofini's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Zheng Yang possibly send a location message from his phone? How could he have had the opportunity to do so? And how on earth did he manage to bring his phone along? She promptly commanded her subordinate responsible for signal tracking to check Zheng Yang's satellite phone location and report back to her. Turning to Schnot and Selwa, she declared, "Let us go. I have news. Dock area." With that, she hurriedly dashed out the door. Traveling to the dock area without speeding or running red lights would take nearly half an hour. Schnot and Selwa exchanged puzzled glances before swiftly following her, filled with curiosity about Lofni's unexpected sources of information. The two vehicles sped towards the dock area, while Lofny also informed C. Raleigh and Ritchie to rendezvous, as they had been stationed nearby, searching for signals. This operation might not thwart the nefarious plans of the Holy Spirit Society, but since it was inevitable, they were determined to strike a significant blow against its arrogance. At that moment, a subordinate from the precinct reported back to Lofny with the information they had gathered. Zheng Yang's satellite phone was located at the sailboat dock, on his own houseboat. Lofny nearly slammed on the brakes in shock. Chapter 85, Underground Slaughter, Part 1. Meanwhile, the vehicle carrying Zheng Yang came to a halt upon entering the underground plaza. Outside, a group of individuals in lab coats and various monstrous forms surrounded them. The Holy Spirit Society's underground stronghold harbored an unexpectedly large number of members, indicating that it was likely not an ordinary base. The expanse of the square itself measures several thousand square meters. Encircling the square is a network of subterranean structures and corridors, resembling an underground marketplace, illuminated by bright lights and featuring substantial ventilation ducts. Upon a cursory glance, Zhang Yang could not discern the number of corridors nor ascertain whether alternative exits existed. This organization stands in stark contrast to the Esoteric Society, which lacks such strongholds. They operate in a loose and disjointed manner, occasionally engaging in exchanges both online and offline. Conversely, the Holy Spirit Society possesses such a tightly knit base, with its members relatively concentrated, forming a formidable force that even the Special Affairs Bureau dares not threaten. At that moment, the central control lock disengaged, and someone outside pulled open the car door. Zheng Yang, with a face marked by shock and hesitation, slowly exited the vehicle. Silence enveloped the scene as all eyes turned towards him, particularly those clad in white coats, their gazes brimming with curiosity, delight, and avarice, as if they longed to dissect him on the spot. Feeling their scrutiny, Zhang Yang was unnerved. Many individuals concealed their psychic energy signatures, leaving him unable to gauge their levels of power. Among those he could sense, some were of the first and second levels, yet their strength paled in comparison to the werewolves surrounding the dark priest. Take him to room 3. I must conduct an examination immediately. The thought crossed Zheng Yang's mind. Would they really dissect him right away? His body stiffened as he guardedly allowed the 4 creatures to escort him away from the square, trailed by an owl-like figure in a white coat and 2 assistants who bore the semblance of ordinary humans. Zheng Yang's demeanor aligned with the expected response of the role he was portraying, thereby evading suspicion from the members of the Holy Spirit Society, who remained confident in their grip on the Special Affairs Bureau's vulnerabilities, aware that the Bureau would not dare to play tricks. This square serves as a residential area, with the interiors arranged for daily living. Zhang Yang, upon glimpsing several open-door interiors, formed this judgment. Departing from the living quarters and descending a level via the escalator, Zheng Yang encountered an underground biochemical research facility reminiscent of those seen in films of his past life. However, unlike those depicted, this place lacked formidable metal barriers and stringent surveillance. The Holy Spirit Society, having established such a base, must surely possess monitoring equipment. The only plausible explanation for its absence is their confidence in managing all variables, believing it unnecessary or unwilling to divulge certain secrets of their research. As he passed by a laboratory marked with the number 6, Zheng Yang observed the dissection of a werewolf within, neither a décimé nor the mutated form from a full moon night. Indeed, they had seized the opportunity presented by this collective mutation to capture more specimens. A mere glance elicited a chilling sensation within him. Where were the reinforcements? Should he summon Alice to wreak havoc and then retreat as a precaution? Traversing through various laboratories, he noted each housed embryonic specimens submerged in glass containers, alongside mutated creatures confined in cages, permeating the air with an unbearable stench. Upon being led to Laboratory 3, where he beheld Décimé imprisoned in a sturdy iron cage, alongside another empty one, Zheng Yang realized that he must unleash his fury. He harbored no fondness for being caged, yet even if confined, he could still summon Alice to liberate him. Among the 7 escorts, 4 are non-human entities, all classified as first-tier extraordinary beings. The owl-clad individual, devoid of any discernible psychic energy fluctuations, is presumably a second-tier entity, certainly not exceeding the 3rd tier. He is likely the highest-ranking member of the Holy Spirit Society within this facility. The 2 assistants, 1 male and 1 female, also exhibit no psychic energy, yet their movements appear feeble, seemingly easy to dispatch, suggesting they are mere ordinary humans. Zheng Yang mentally calculated the adversaries he was about to confront. Among the 4 non-human creatures, 2 have undergone mutations resembling lizard-like features, having developed tails akin to those of reptiles, their facial structures altered to evoke a lizard's appearance. It remains uncertain whether their fused genes grant them the ability to regenerate from dismemberment. Of the other 2 entities, one possesses elongated antennae protruding from its head, reminiscent of cockroach feelers. The other bears 2 scythe-like appendages emerging from its ribcage, akin to those of a mantis. The laboratory surrounding them houses several individuals, whose capabilities are likely to be quite limited. In the next moment, Zheng Yang summoned forth his rebellious persona, Alice, who appeared adorned in a black butterfly mask, as if materializing from an alternate dimension. Clad in a black lace gown, her pallid form exuded a potent aura of allure upon her entrance. Even Zheng Yang, accustomed to her presence, found himself momentarily entranced. The members of the Holy Spirit Society stood in stunned silence, their minds momentarily blank. Surely, this must be her hidden extraordinary ability? The fusion of her rebellious persona with the magical properties of the scaled demon insect had transformed her into a diminutive succubus. With a crackle, Alice raised her delicate white hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the owl-clad figure squarely on the head, akin to a whip's lash. The technique known as the lightning strike requires a brief charge of 2 to 3 seconds, followed by a cooldown period after its execution. At this moment, Zheng Yang made his move, his claws elongated into 7-inch blades, resembling 4 hooked scythes converging together. With a swift motion, the shadowy claws flickered and vanished, leaving only an afterimage in the air. Behind Zheng Yang, 2 mutated creatures resembling lizardmen had their heads severed with precision. A howl escaped Zheng Yang's lips, but he swiftly quelled the instinctive response. The psychic energy drawn from the spiritual vessel surged within him, creating an illusionary replica in his wake as he darted past the cockroach and mantis beings, effortlessly decapitating them en route, aiming directly for the figure clad in the owl's white coat. The transformation occurred at an alarming rate. While the 7 members of the Holy Spirit Society were momentarily distracted by Alice, both Alice and Zheng Yang executed a series of attacks in quick succession. Before the severed heads of the 4 creatures even touched the ground, Zheng Yang had already materialized before the owl's white-coated figure. Indeed, he had reached the 3rd tier of the extraordinary, having endured a strike from Alice, who was also at the 3rd tier. The impact left him with gaping wounds, exposing bone beneath. However, at that moment, the surge of psychic energy coursed through him, dispelling the rigidity induced by the lightning strike. As an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire lower realm. At the 3rd tier, one attained formidable strength. If it had not been for various constraints and coincidences, how could Zheng Yang and the armored magic insect have ever triumphed over the 3rd tier Alice? Yet, although Alice remained at the 3rd tier, her powers were constrained by the fact that she was still united with the spiritual vessel, which was only at the 2nd tier, limiting her full potential. Consequently, her current capabilities were slightly diminished compared to her full 3rd tier strength. Concurrently, the 2 assistants in white coats began to exhibit fluctuations of psychic energy, even more potent than the 4 creatures they had just dispatched. Their eyes transformed, morphing into vertical slits, their skin sprouted fine scales, and their tongues slithered from the corners of their mouths, forked and emitting a hissing sound. What weakness was this? These 2 assistants were evidently 2nd-tier extraordinary beings, having either fused with or awakened serpentine genes. It appeared that reaching the 2nd tier allowed one to conceal the signs of mutation, no longer resembling monsters. The owl in the white coat was already at tier 3. Why did it still retain the facial characteristics of an owl? Such speculations arose in Zheng Yang's mind. After Alice unleashed a thunderstrike, she activated her signature ability, Life Drain. A myriad of tiny white lights emanated from the 3 white coats and the corpses of the 4 monsters behind them, converging towards Alice. Chapter 86. Underground Slaughter, Part 2. Suddenly, flames erupted from the bone blade in Zheng Yang's hand, extending to 3 times the length of the blade, forming a fiery sickle approximately 80 centimeters long, which he swung in a crosscut towards the 3 white coats standing mere feet away. At this moment, Zheng Yang's display of power was already on par with an ordinary 2nd-tier extraordinary being. The owl's eyes widened in shock. This werewolf, merely a fledgling in their intel, possessed such formidable strength. Moreover, who was that suddenly appearing little girl? Was she a trap set by the Special Affairs Bureau to infiltrate the base? Did they not fear the Holy Spirit would spread the virus? Where did they find a genuine werewolf to collaborate with? This werewolf must be captured. Having his body as a reference would greatly facilitate the research into the secrets of transforming the virus into a werewolf's holy form. A flurry of doubts and thoughts flashed through their minds as the fiery sickle loomed larger in their vision, closing in. The owl in the white coat suddenly unleashed a surge of ethereal energy, creating a circular oscillating force field that deflected Zheng Yang's fiery scythe. Everything transpired in a flash, the sequence occurring within the blink of an eye. Behind the owl, two serpent beings completed their transformation, brandishing venomous daggers as they surged past the owl and Zheng Yang, charging towards Alice. In the surrounding laboratory, the commotion drew forth more extraordinary members of the Holy Spirit Society, intensifying the pressure on Zheng Yang. Alice raised her hands, unleashing two lightning whips that struck down the two serpent beings, causing them to convulse on the ground, emitting the acrid scent of burning flesh. Simultaneously, seizing the opportunity while Zheng Yang was momentarily distracted, the owl produced a scalpel from seemingly nowhere and, with a swift motion, inflicted a gash several centimeters long across Alice's abdomen. Blood and entrails spilled forth from the wound. Unaware of the unfolding scene behind him, Zheng Yang felt a profound sense of dread at the owl's distant strike. Although it was not aimed at him, he experienced a powerful palpitation. He realized that had the owl's attack been directed at him, it could have been fatal. It was utterly terrifying. Retreating, he acknowledged that this owl was beyond his current capabilities to confront. As he withdrew, dark energy surged from Alice, and the grievous wound healed instantaneously, albeit at the cost of her strength diminishing slightly. Following Zheng Yang's lead, she gestured to absorb the scattered life force from the fallen enemies and corpses to replenish her own reserves. Alice, strike him again with your lightning. I shall blast him with my gun, Zheng Yang declared as he and Alice retreated into laboratory number 3. Standing resolutely against the extraordinary members of the Holy Spirit Society in the corridor beyond the doorway. Nearly 10 minutes have elapsed since notifying Lofny, and they should be approaching the base shortly. In fact, the Special Affairs Bureau's vehicles are recklessly navigating through traffic regulations and have now arrived at the dock area. They first converge with Rich's vehicle, collectively appearing at the warehouse entrance. Lofny, while dashing towards the warehouse with the others, attempts to call Zheng Yang, but naturally, no one answers at this moment. Damn, how did that message get sent? Is this truly a stronghold of the Holy Spirit Society? Lofny now finds herself consumed by suspicion. However, Rich and Sayalali soon confirm that this location is indeed connected to the Holy Spirit Society, as 4 extraordinary individuals, who had previously come to retrieve Zheng Yang, stand in their way. Sayalali recognizes their aura. Do you dare to track us? Are you not afraid of us unleashing a virus to cause widespread infection? One of the helmeted extraordinary beings threatens hoarsely. With a swift motion of her staff, Lofny ensnares 2 of the extraordinary ones, manipulating a force field to compress and twist them like pretzels in midair. She is not merely a brute. She is also trained in combat techniques akin to those of Tenek. Upon receiving Zheng Yang's mental directive, Alice simultaneously extends her hands, unleashing 2 bolts of lightning toward the owl. In a dry environment, the speed of lightning is approximately 100 meters per second, far from the speed of light, which is less than a third of sonic speed. Even level 3 extraordinary beings, and some level 2 extraordinary beings known for their speed, could surpass the speed of this lightning. But that would only occur after a period of acceleration. In the fleeting moment from stillness to motion, they were swifter than lightning. Thus, the owl fell victim once more, its body succumbing to a brief rigidity. The skin of its head charred and curled, revealing the bone beneath. As Alice struck, Zheng Yang dispelled his werewolf transformation, suddenly wielding a shotgun. His weapon was perpetually loaded with the finest ammunition, making the time it took to grasp the gun nearly synonymous with the moment he fired. The round in the chamber was a standard bullet, leaving no time to switch to enchanted rounds. Though enchanted firearms maintain a greater potency even with regular rounds, Zheng Yang was aware that a single shot would hardly slay the owl. It was a bona fide Tier 3 extraordinary being. Even when struck by Alice's lightning, leaving it bloodied and bruised, it seemed unfazed, its vitality remarkably resilient. Moreover, Lofny had previously mentioned that against beings of Tier 3 or above, the lethality of her enchanted weaponry would diminish significantly, unless her enchanting capabilities were further enhanced. Thus, after firing once, Zheng Yang swiftly chambered another round. It appeared he would need to enlist Lofny's assistance to enchant 2 additional firearms, one to remain loaded with standard bullets, and the other with enchanted ones, akin to Rich's method. Crack! Bang! The second shot erupted, painting a crimson bloom upon the chest of the owl in its white coat. Then, it broke free from the paralysis induced by the dual bolts of lightning, its psychic energy swirling as it expelled another circular force field from its body. Crack! Bang! The third shot was thwarted by the force field, yet a solitary projectile struggled to penetrate it. In the process of breaking through, it visibly heated, transforming into small, molten discs, which, upon landing on the white coat, left only scorched impressions before falling to the ground. The owl in the white coat swayed slightly, brandishing a scalpel. Yet, he promptly relinquished the weapon, instead channeling all his energy into activating the oscillation field. Although the third shot had proven ineffective, Zhengyang resolutely chambered another round. Preparing for a fourth shot, he had sensed that after being struck by 3 bolts of lightning and suffering 2 direct hits to the chest, the owl's injuries were grave, and his power had significantly diminished. Moreover, after unleashing 2 bolts of lightning, Alice insidiously siphoned the owl's life force, exacerbating his wounds further. With a thunderous bang, the fourth shot effortlessly pierced the force field, the bullet barely breaching the white coat to graze the skin beneath. A crack reverberated as the owl's expression finally shifted. The 2 bolts of lightning and the successive 4 shots were unleashed immediately after Zheng Yang and Alice retreated into laboratory number 3. The entire sequence transpiring in less than 2 seconds. The extraordinary beings emerging from other laboratories had not yet had the opportunity to intervene in the fray. Chapter 87. Underground Carnage, Part 3, Above Ground. Viner pulsated with psychic energy, while Lofny utilized her earth detection abilities, leading them to the lift and the adjacent underground passage. Rich, blow it up. Understood. Rich possessed the extraordinary ability of psychic explosion. At that moment, he directed his energy along the edge of the lift downwards. Unlike ordinary individuals whose energy dissipated gradually into the air, Rich's energy became increasingly compressed with greater output, set to explode within 0.15 seconds. This time, Rich merely needed to sever the support structures beneath the lift to reveal the side passage. Within a mere 5 seconds, Richie completed his arrangements, prompting everyone to retreat several meters away. In the subterranean plaza, following Zhang Yang's descent into the lower space, the extraordinary individuals resumed their respective activities. Some delved into the study of their innate powers and their structural compositions, while others explored suitable meditation techniques and incantations, or engaged in meditation themselves. A number of them meticulously analyzed extensive experimental data. However, a greater portion congregated to exchange ideas. These individuals did not reside here permanently. Upon reaching the second tier, once their assimilated genes stabilized and their mutations could be autonomously retracted, they could move freely in the outside world without the concern of being recognized. Suddenly, a series of 5 gunshots echoed from the lower space, leaving them momentarily stunned. How could a skirmish erupt in the lower space? Who had smuggled firearms in? As they began to react and rush down to ascertain the situation, a muffled thud resonated above them. The sound of the explosion reverberated through the spiraling ramp, diminishing as it reached the plaza, barely audible yet sufficient for them to grasp the severity of an external invasion. The extraordinary individuals swiftly mobilized. Zheng Yang fired the 5th shot, and the owl bore the brunt of all 5 bullets. Remarkably, the 5th projectile breached its protective force field with greater ease, leaving enough force to penetrate into its muscles. His mind remained in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend how that accursed werewolf had managed to bring a firearm inside, much like that little girl's sudden appearance. Finally, the other extraordinary members of the Holy Spirit Society rushed forward and completed their transformations. The recent battle unfolded with astonishing swiftness. They emerged at the sound of commotion, only to discover that the mightiest of their foes, the owl, had been rendered helpless. Alice, the magazine of the pump-action shotgun contained a mere 5 rounds, and upon expending them, Alice had perfectly charged her energy. Zheng Yang conveyed a thought, and Alice instinctively unleashed a bolt of lightning, while he swiftly loaded an enchanted shell into his shotgun. The owl's pupils constricted to the size of pinheads, sensing an impending mortal peril, fully aware that the ensuing shot would not be trivial. Cursed fate, if not for the process of merging with new genes, leaving his powers unstable and his protective field only capable of brief flashes. How could he allow the lightning to strike? The duo's synergy was impeccable. A cascade of attacks flowed seamlessly without interruption, and he was struck by lightning once more. This strike inflicted far graver injuries than the previous three, as the relentless barrage had severely depleted the owl's defensive and life force. Thus, upon being struck by the lightning, his vision darkened, and his consciousness began to wane. With the enchanted shell loaded into the shotgun, an intense sense of dread enveloped the extraordinary beings, compounded by Alice's sudden release of ultrasonic waves, causing those who rushed forward to instinctively pause. With a thunderous crack, boom, the enchanted bullet erupted with the might of cannon fire. The dazed owl could no longer generate a protective field, and a burst of flames ignited at the center of its chest, creating a gaping wound the size of a bowl. Flames erupted from the wound, and the owl's breath rapidly diminished. Its demise was imminent. Zheng Yang relinquished his shotgun and donned a finely forged pattern-welded longsword, dragging a 1-foot-long flaming blade to sweep through the extraordinary beings in the first passage. The hard corridor walls were sliced open, leaving charred fissures adorned with wisps of flame. Kill, kill, kill. His spirit soared as he charged out of the laboratory, only to be tripped by his own trousers and fall to the ground. The voluminous attire he had donned after his transformation slipped down as he reverted. And in the heat of battle, Zheng Yang remained utterly oblivious. Alice clapped her hands, giggling with delight. Zheng Yang's face flushed crimson as he telepathically urged her to wield the sword and engage, while he hastily retrieved his trousers and shirt to dress. Alice, possessing strength surpassing his own, wielded a long sword nearly her height and charged forth, her efficiency eclipsing that of Zheng Yang. The extraordinary beings who had previously toiled in the laboratory were swiftly pursued and slain by Alice. Even those of the second rank were not spared. Blood flowed in torrents, and the essence of life was drawn forth, converging upon Alice. This little creature was nothing short of a true demon. At that moment, Zheng Yang approached the owl and the charred corpses, invoking the burning thorn spell to siphon power from the flames, causing the inferno to extinguish instantaneously. After the unexpected consumption of the masked figure from the Dark Council, Zheng Yang discovered he harbored little psychological distress, and thus, he no longer hesitated. He reminded himself that the madmen of the Holy Spirit were no longer human, and the spirit ship required spiritual energy materials for accumulation. The corpses of extraordinary beings provided far more spiritual energy than the lowly, eerie creatures like the ghost-eyed monkey. Alice relentlessly cut her way through. Leaving no extraordinary beings in the lower realm alive, none managed to escape. Those who dared flee were struck down by a bolt of lightning. Zheng Yang prevented her from ascending to the upper realm, speculating that such a vast base would likely house more than one third-tier extraordinary being. It was quite possible that there were others lurking above. Moreover, the absence of any extraordinary beings descending for support at this critical juncture suggested that Lafni and her companions had already arrived. Over 20 extraordinary corpses lay strewn about, including several second-tier beings and even one third-tier owl. After consuming them, the progress required for evolving the third-tier spirit vessel surged from just over 20 to a remarkable 86. In the underground plaza of the upper realm, the Holy Spirit Society organized all extraordinary beings to mount a blockade at the entrance against Lafni and her group. Indeed, they had two third-tier extraordinary beings who effectively intercepted Lafni and Schnott. Consequently, until the battle in the lower realm concluded, Lafni and her companions remained unable to breach the blockade and enter the plaza. Lafni and Schnott were taken aback, realizing that the Holy Spirit Society had amassed such formidable strength in England, constructing such an extensive underground base. They recognized their oversight. They had initially presumed the enemy's numbers would be limited to a mere 10 to 20 individuals, believing that with two third-tier extraordinary beings on their side, victory was assured. Chapter 88. Underground Slaughter, Part 4. Zheng Yang swiftly traversed the lower realm, conducting a hasty search, but failing to uncover any useful information or spiritual materials. The battle in one corner of the underground plaza continued, as two third-tier extraordinary beings led over 21st and second-tier extraordinary beings, effectively trapping Lafni and her companions at the entrance, preventing their access to the plaza. At the extraordinary third level, one begins to possess the ability to unleash internal spiritual energy, generating a protective force field. The distinction lies solely in the degree of proficiency and the varying strengths of different elemental attributes. Each side boasts two extraordinary third-level beings. One of the third-level members of the Holy Spirit Society has fused with the genes of a mutated violent bear, endowing him with immense power. His source of strength, akin to that of Lofny, is also derived from the earth. Unlike the owl extraordinary being, who is in the process of integrating new genes, his power remains stable. And the continuously oscillating force field he generates repels all attacks from the Special Affairs Bureau. Simultaneously, he wields a colossal sword akin to a door, its weight and force compelling Lofny to exert all her effort to contain it within her force field. The other extraordinary third-level member of the Holy Spirit Society embodies a balance of strength and speed, having merged with the genes of a mutated giant eagle. His hands have transformed into lethal claws, allowing him to dart in and out, navigating the edges of the force field with remarkable agility, launching fierce attacks. Under the onslaught of the eagle claws, Schnot's expression darkens further. His source of power is rooted in the essence of the marsh, and the viscous marsh force field complements Lofny's earth force field perfectly. He and the eagle claw extraordinary being are formidable opponents, one utilizing the marsh force field to bind his adversary while employing corrosive seals for offense, and the other striving to break free with strength and speed. Launching attacks with eagle claws, Seriva's long sword projects a 5-meter-long aura of combat energy, laboriously breaking through the violent bear's force field, yet failing to inflict damage upon the other first and second-level extraordinary members of the Holy Spirit Society positioned behind it. Meanwhile, Richie's spiritual energy bomb, upon entering the opposing force field, merely produces an effect akin to fireworks. Under the exertions of both individuals, considerable disturbance was wrought upon the force field of the ferocious bear, alleviating some of Lofny's burdens. Similarly, the combined effects of the terrestrial and marsh force fields rendered the 20 or so first and second-tier extraordinary beings of the Holy Spirit Society incapable of inflicting significant harm upon the operatives of the Special Affairs Bureau. These beings, having acquired their extraordinary powers through genetic modification, primarily relied on physical attacks, with only two possessing ranged capabilities, one capable of emitting ultrasonic waves, while the other could expel venom. Solari's power emanates from Medusa, as she wields the enchanted gaze that petrifies. Occasionally, she would fix her gaze upon the talon-wielding extraordinary being, initiating the petrification process on its surface. However, her adversary, being a third-tier extraordinary, possessed greater speed and strength, easily breaking free from her petrifying effect with a mere struggle. Vinyl's extraordinary ability lay in psychic detection, while Mohiri excelled in hypnosis and interrogation. Both were merely first-tier extraordinary beings, lacking in combat proficiency, thus resorting to their enchanted firearms in search of an opportune moment to strike. Upon observing the scene, Zhengyang realized he had once again gained an advantage. The true prowess of the owl-clad figure had not been fully realized. The battlefield had reached a stalemate, relying on which side would falter first. A protective force field enveloped the entire entrance to the lane, with first and second-tier extraordinary beings taking refuge behind the third-tier force field, unable to circumvent its barrier, rendering them largely ineffective in combat. However, the situation had now shifted, as Zhengyang appeared behind the Holy Spirit Society. The operatives of the Special Affairs Bureau in London had grown complacent. The might of the Holy Spirit Society far surpassed their expectations. In truth, the division cannot be entirely blamed. When they dispatched Schnot, Lofny originally reported a plan to lure the enemy into a trap, rather than a direct assault on their stronghold. It was only after Schnot's arrival that the strategy was altered. Zhengyang, empty-handed and donning an angelic mask, had scarcely entered the underground plaza when both sides simultaneously recognized him. Lofny, Richie, and the others displayed expressions of delight, having identified Zhengyang by his stature and attire. In stark contrast, the extraordinary members of the Holy Spirit Society appeared bewildered. Who is that? How on earth did he get in? The enraged bearman bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. Zhengyang darted towards the corridor behind the rooms, resembling a clandestine infiltrator attempting to flee after being discovered. Behind him, the bearman's voice rang out, commanding the first and second-tier extraordinary members to apprehend Zhengyang, which elicited a smirk from him. At the end of the corridor lay a storage room. Might the other corridors lead to warehouses, data rooms, or dining halls? Zhengyang unsheathed his longsword, poised for action. Within a minute, 3 first-tier and 1 second-tier extraordinary members arrived. Among the 3 first-tier members, 2 bore the features of serpentine scales and slit pupils, indicating that the Holy Spirit Society had become more adept at cultivating mutated serpents. The third, adorned with numerous bulges on his head, left Zhengyang uncertain as to his true nature. Remarkably, the second-tier extraordinary being was a semi-ethereal entity, perpetually oscillating between the realms of the tangible and the intangible. An eerie phenomenon. This form was undoubtedly not a result of genetic fusion, but likely derived from a ritualistic transformation, granting it considerable defenses against both physical and psychic assaults, essentially a form of immunity. This individual would be best handled by Alice, prompting Zhengyang to summon her forth. Three first-tier extraordinary beings formed a semicircular formation, encircling Zhengyang and cornering him at the entrance of the storeroom. At that moment, Alice was summoned. Seizing the opportunity while the others were momentarily stunned, Zhengyang thrust his sword forward, first piercing the head of the bewildered individual covered in bandages, and then swiftly slicing through the necks of two serpent-like creatures. These members of the first and second tiers of the Holy Spirit Society exhibited seemingly low combat prowess and awareness. While they appeared formidable in the presence of ordinary people, they fell short against Zhengyang. After all, in addition to his extraordinary speed and strength, Zhengyang possessed an abundance of combat awareness and instinctive reflexes absorbed from the ghost ship. After dispatching the three first-tier extraordinary beings, Alice unleashed a bolt of lightning that severely diminished the second-tier extraordinary being, allowing Zhengyang to deliver the final blow. Just as he was about to restore himself like a specter, Alice opened her mouth wide and, with a gulping sound, swallowed him whole. The battle had been remarkably effortless for both of them. Zhengyang frowned at Alice, his eyelids twitching. When she had opened her mouth, it had been at least half a meter wide, resembling a gaping maw with two rows of serrated teeth, gleaming ominously. The most perplexing aspect was that she could consume an entire person, significantly larger than herself, without any noticeable change in her form. Where had he gone? No, that wasn't the main concern. The focus was on her enormous mouth. Would he have nightmares if he slept beside her in the future? Alice, you must not eat people anymore. Alice puffed out her cheeks and glared at him. He is a monster. Meanwhile, the bodies of the three first-tier extraordinary beings were teleported away, providing approximately 8% of spiritual energy materials for the spirit ship. Zhengyang rummaged through the storeroom and unexpectedly discovered 3 barrels of gasoline, each containing 100 liters. Accepting this fortuitous find with a smile, he considered how his chainsaw and motorcycle both relied on fuel. The stalemate at the mouth of the driveway remained unchanged, with the ferocious bear continuously roaring. Why were the others below not making their ascent? If only the owl would come up, they could shatter the equilibrium and eliminate all those from the Special Affairs Bureau right here. As Zhengyang had just ascended from the lower realm, a sense of foreboding arose among the extraordinary members of the Holy Spirit Society. Could that masked figure truly possess such formidable strength? Just as this thought surfaced, Zhengyang dashed out of the passage and into another corridor. Upon noticing that no one was pursuing him, a heavy gloom settled over the members of the Holy Spirit Society. How could 3 first-tier and 1 second-tier extraordinary beings be so easily dispatched? Chapter 89. Vanished without a trace, the extraordinary members of the Holy Spirit Society came to the realization that the fate of their companions in the lower realm was likely dire. Suspecting Zhengyang's potential prowess, the ferocious bear ceased sending others to their demise. Yet, he and the Eagle Claw extraordinary being could not disengage from the battle. If either were to leave, the stalemate would be broken, granting the Special Affairs Bureau the upper hand. On paper, the Holy Spirit Society held a distinct advantage in numbers, and their comparative strength was similarly favorable. However, the first-tier and second-tier members of the Special Affairs Bureau were shielded behind the protective force fields of 2 third-tier beings, leaving them powerless against Lofny and Schnott. In contrast, the emergence of Zhengyang behind them introduced an unsettling variable that greatly disturbed the extraordinary members of the Holy Spirit Society. Zhengyang now refrains from boldly attacking the rear of the Holy Spirit Society, as he fears that the third-tier Eagle Claw extraordinary might strike him down with a single blow, something he is uncertain he could withstand. It is imperative to lure the opponent into dispersing their forces to confront him. Thus, Zhengyang dashed into the second corridor, seeking not only to draw the Holy Spirit Society's attention, but also to uncover their treasures. With anticipation, he reached the end, only to discover a public restroom. Disheartened, he swiftly exited and ventured into the third corridor, the electrical room and ventilation shaft. The fourth corridor, the dining hall. The fifth corridor, the storage room, where Zhengyang seized 2 barrels of mercury along with a plethora of spiritual materials. Although this was the base of the Holy Spirit Society, it was not nestled deep within the mountains, but rather located in a bustling urban area, allowing for easy procurement of supplies. Consequently, the storage contained little of value for Zheng Yang to pillage. Among the spiritual materials, there were 2 cubic meters. Zheng Yang, through the discerning eye of the spirit vessel, recognized that these materials were composed of spiritual minerals, plants, and biological remains, utilized by the Holy Spirit Society to cultivate mutated creatures. The fact that they were identifiable by the spirit vessel indicated their intended purpose. Upon transmitting the materials, the spirit vessel began its consumption, instantly filling the accumulation progress to the brim and exceeding it by 17. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. He was now merely a crystal ball away from evolving the spirit vessel to the 3rd tier, the 6th corridor, a concealed manned elevator and escape route. After traversing all 6 corridors, Zheng Yang found no trace of a data room or any other anticipated location. This was illogical. Even the mosquito people in the mountains had a study. How could such a vast base lack a central repository for information? Stalemate is not a viable solution. This base has been discovered by the Special Affairs Bureau, and it is certain that we must abandon it. The Holy Spirit Society can only strive to minimize losses and attempt to salvage what they can from this location. Earlier, directing those 1st and 2nd tier extraordinary individuals to gather essential items and information for an orderly retreat was indeed a wise move. Regrettably, the 2 3rd tier members of the Holy Spirit Society failed to act selflessly, unwilling to allow others to withdraw while they held the line. Now, even if they wished to do so, it is no longer feasible. With Zheng Yang, a formidable masked figure, reinforcing the rear, dispatching those 1st and 2nd tier extraordinary individuals to collect items and evacuate would merely present Zheng Yang with an opportunity to strike. The bear began negotiations with Lofny, promising not to attack the port of Yangili and vowing to withdraw from it, demanding safe passage from the Special Affairs Bureau. The Holy Spirit Society is composed of madmen. Your promises cannot be trusted. Surrender unconditionally, or I shall summon the Mystic Society and other branches' extraordinary individuals to your aid. Schnott seized control of the dialogue. The bear roared. We are not limited to just this force. We can certainly summon allies and engage in a desperate struggle if necessary. As Zheng Yang delayed in coming to their aid, Schnott grew increasingly dissatisfied, his expression darkening. From the bear's previous remarks, Schnott understood that there was still another layer of space available, along with extraordinary members of the Holy Spirit Society. Yet, Zheng Yang ascended from the lower space unscathed, while the members of the Holy Spirit Society remained absent, indicating that they had likely fallen to Zheng Yang. He believed that since Zheng Yang could eliminate so many extraordinary beings in such a short span of time, including the 3 first-level and 1 second-level adversaries he had just pursued, his strength must be at least close to the 3rd level, if not at that level itself. Once Zheng Yang arrived to launch a coordinated attack, he could undoubtedly break the current stalemate and secure victory. However, Zheng Yang lingered and still had not made his way over. Meanwhile, he violently dismantled the control facilities of the manned elevator and, frowning, slowly emerged from the passageway. It was inconceivable. There must be a hidden chamber somewhere in this vicinity that I simply have not yet discovered. Could it be in one of those rooms in the middle? Zheng Yang continued his search when Shino uttered loudly, Damn it, what on earth are you doing? Why aren't you hurrying to assist? Zheng Yang paused, perceiving dissatisfaction in Shino's tone. Recalling what Lofny had said about this fellow not being a good person and that he was a 3rd-level extraordinary being from a superior division, Zheng Yang resolved to avoid provoking him for the time being. Thus, he remained vigilant and cautiously approached the battlefield. Unexpectedly, the extraordinary beings from the Holy Spirit Society were even more anxious than Zheng Yang. Some bore expressions of despair. The eyes of the bear and eagle claw extraordinary beings glimmered with murderous intent as they silently awaited the moment Zheng Yang drew near to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, Zheng Yang remained 30 meters away. He reached behind his waist and retrieved a large-caliber Desert Eagle, raising it to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. Zheng Yang fired 3 rounds, striking down the 3 first-level extraordinary beings. The remaining individuals scattered in disarray, no longer willing to gather behind the 2 third-level extraordinary beings. With a swift motion, the Eagle Claw Extraordinary has also withdrawn from the fray, transforming into a series of afterimages that dart towards Zheng Yang. Simultaneously, Lofny and Schnott exert their strength, breaking through the force field's confinement amidst the roar of the raging bear, and boldly surge into the underground plaza. The stalemate is shattered. Yet, Zheng Yang finds himself in peril. Upon sensing the lethal intent of the Eagle Claw Extraordinary homing in on him, he accelerates and dashes into the escape passage. Upon reaching the corner, he decisively activates the teleportation seal, its brilliance emanating from the thorned ring, enveloping him entirely. The Eagle Claw Extraordinary pursues him to the manned elevator, followed closely by several first- and second-tier extraordinary beings, all intent on fleeing. However, they are met with the sight of a damaged elevator, utterly incapable of ascending. Their expressions shift dramatically, and with no time for contemplation, they pivot and race out of the passage to evade encirclement by the Special Affairs Bureau. In truth, the agents of the Bureau have not dispersed in pursuit. The combined might of the Holy Spirit Society surpasses theirs. Once they infiltrated the underground plaza, they advanced cautiously, forcing the Raging Bear to retreat while staunchly guarding the roadway behind them to prevent the Holy Spirit Society members from escaping through that route. Chapter 90 concludes. The Special Affairs Bureau remains uncertain whether this base holds an alternative exit, yet in the absence of clarity, they opt to secure at least one. Within the passage, only the Eagle Claw Extraordinary comprehends that Zheng Yang could not possibly escape via the elevator in such a brief span of time and subsequently damage it. With keen, piercing eyes, he scans the surroundings. However, this passage leads solely to the manned elevator, devoid of any hiding places. How could one possibly vanish? Upon considering the inexplicable appearance of Zheng Yang in the lower realm, Ing Zhua became increasingly convinced that he was the invisible presence that had stealthily followed the vehicle of the werewolf into their midst. Unbeknownst to him, Zheng Yang was indeed the werewolf. The Holy Spirit Society would soon regroup around the formidable bear, with their retreat compromised and the entrance sealed by the Special Affairs Bureau. Coupled with a concealed powerhouse poised to claim their lives, they found themselves compelled to huddle close to the third-level extraordinary. From the words of the extraordinary beings within the Holy Spirit Society, Lofny and her companions discerned that another exit had already been sabotaged by Zheng Yang. The battle had once again reached an impasse. However, this time the Special Affairs Bureau held the upper hand, making headway towards the edge of the square. They could either press forward or secure the exit. Reinforcements from other branches would undoubtedly be too slow. Yet it was imperative to remember that the Special Affairs Bureau possessed information regarding certain local extraordinary beings affiliated with the Esoteric Society, among them Tannic. The airship had devoured the remains of 20 to 30 extraordinary beings, their personal belongings heaped upon the deck, yet Zheng Yang had no time to examine them. Uncertain of the situation below and whether Lofny and her group could overpower all those extraordinary beings from the Holy Spirit Society, Zheng Yang quietly infiltrated the warehouse, but refrained from immediately entering the underground square. He observed Viner standing beside the lift platform and surmised that he might be summoning reinforcements. Thus, he donned a different outfit and mask, preparing to blend in with the incoming individuals. Indeed, after a brief span of 10 minutes, a first-level extraordinary and a second-level extraordinary arrived, the latter also masked. Just as Zheng Yang was about to proceed, he witnessed the two presenting their names or aliases to Viner before descending into the vehicle lane beneath the lift platform, prompting him to halt his movements immediately. Then, Zheng Yang slowly exited the warehouse and continued to wait at the door. After a few more minutes, the one-armed hero, Tanok, arrived simultaneously with another secondary extraordinary individual. Zheng Yang pretended to have just arrived from another direction. Tanok, you made it. Tanok, unmasked and as formidable as ever, showed no concern about revealing his identity. Abayo? It's me. The other secondary extraordinary individual, a middle-aged woman, wore a mask and, noticing the familiarity between Tanok and Zheng Yang, deliberately kept a few steps behind, intending to avoid interaction with Zheng Yang. The three of them revealed their psychic energy fluctuations and entered the warehouse. No problem, I could wait for half a month. As they spoke, they arrived beside the elevator. Tanok glanced downward, aware of the location of the entrance, nodded to Viner, and leapt into the pit first. Zheng Yang followed suit without hesitation. The woman, observing their actions, also refrained from introduction and entered behind them. Viner opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, the three had already vanished into the side passage below the pit. Finally back in, Zheng Yang sprinted swiftly down the winding passage. The other two naturally followed suit. The battle at the edge of the plaza remained intense, yet the energy consumption of the four tertiary extraordinary individuals was substantial, causing the protective barriers on both sides to weaken. This was not favorable news for the Special Affairs Bureau, but fortunately, their reinforcements began to arrive. The raging bear grew anxious. If this continued, with one or two more tertiary extraordinary individuals joining the Special Affairs Bureau, their stronghold would face total annihilation. The violent bear and the eagle claw extraordinary exchanged glances, resolutely deciding to break through with all their might, prioritizing their own safety. As for the first and second tiers, they were left to fend for themselves. Tinnik and the masked woman joined the fray. Tinnik wielded his aura-infused longsword with great vigor, reminiscent of Sariva's style. A silent spark of camaraderie ignited between them. The masked woman, a sorceress, conjured spells that stirred chaos around them. Zheng Yang recalled a certain Lola and, upon closer inspection, realized it could indeed be her. Just moments ago, Tinnik had boldly declared his intention to explore the pyramid in her presence. Suddenly, the violent bear deactivated his protective barrier, raising his greatsword high and unleashing a powerful strike into the swampy aura field of Schnott. After enduring prolonged output, the intensity of their auras had diminished significantly. With this mighty strike, the violent bear managed to break free from the binding force of Lofny, swiftly penetrating the protective swamp aura and approaching Schnott with enough momentum to deliver a lethal blow. This retreat created a gap in their tightly knit defense, allowing the eagle claw extraordinary to dart through, claws flailing in a coordinated assault. At this moment, Schnott found himself confronting two Tier 3 attacks simultaneously, causing his defenses to shatter. Meanwhile, the sudden withdrawal of the violent bear's protective barrier caught the other extraordinary beings who had been sheltered behind him off guard, resulting in a fierce onslaught from the Special Affairs Bureau and the Arcane Society, which swiftly claimed the lives of 7, obliterating the numerical advantage of the Holy Spirit faction. Lofny had been grappling with the violent bear's massive sword, while simultaneously maintaining the protective barrier against the onslaught of the Holy Spirit's forces. Now, nearly exhausted, she was compelled to withdraw the barrier. The battle escalated into a fierce melee. The eagle claw breached Xinyuo's defenses, advancing into the heart of the Special Affairs Bureau. At this juncture, he had little strength remaining and needed to conserve energy for an escape. Hence he refrained from further attacks and dashed towards the entrance of the corridor. Following closely behind, the violent bear wielded his sword with both hands, sweeping it horizontally to push away Lofny, similarly extricating himself from the battle and rushing towards the corridor's entrance. Just then, a figure emerged from above the corridor entrance, an elderly man, the same one who had previously organized the clandestine meeting for the Society of Esoteric Studies. He radiated a powerful third-tier energy wave, poised and ready, standing between the eagle claw and the violent bear. Chapter 91. Conclusion. Upon entering, Zheng Yang had merely been idly gesturing with his sword, exerting no real force until the violent bear retracted his force field, at which point he unleashed a fiery strike that swiftly dispatched an unsuspecting second-tier extraordinary. As the eagle claw and the violent bear made their escape, Zheng Yang did not foolishly attempt to impede them. Upon witnessing the elder's appearance blocking their path, Zheng Yang realized there was no need for his intervention. Both the eagle claw and the violent bear were at their limits, and while eliminating first and second-tier adversaries would pose little challenge, confronting a fully energized third-tier opponent in such a constricted corridor would render their escape impossible. The two men tumbled on the ground, their predicament utterly disheveled. Boom, boom. Zheng Yang pursued the extraordinary members of the Holy Spirit Society, who, in their panic, fled chaotically, some darting towards the lower levels, others racing down the passageways. Upon entering the lower space, Zheng Yang discovered a scene of utter disarray. The previously released mutated creatures, both large and small, pangolins, lizards, mantises, and even leopards, engaged in savage infighting. They dragged the dismembered remains from the vessels, gnawing at them until they were unrecognizable, creating a truly grotesque and foul-smelling spectacle. The battle had come to a close. In the entirety of the Spirit Society's stronghold, not a single extraordinary individual escaped capture. They had it coming. After threatening the Special Affairs Bureau, the day the Bureau descended upon them coincided with their congregation, leading to their complete apprehension. Except for those who perished when the violent bear deactivated the protective barrier, the remaining extraordinary beings, in their despair, surrendered without a fight, yielding to the alchemical handcuffs and the binding collars. The eagle claw and the violent bear also survived. Upon sensing the lethal intent of the enchanted firearms, they promptly activated their protective barriers, sustaining only minor injuries before capitulating. Throughout the entire night, Zheng Yang participated in the search of the premises. As anticipated, the database was indeed located within those rooms, which didn't even qualify as secret chambers. However, the outcome left Zheng Yang profoundly disappointed. In such a vast stronghold, he could not uncover any valuable information. He began to feel that he had perhaps overestimated the Spirit Society. Previously, he had acquired a tome from the Mosquito Man that detailed information about spirit ships, from which he had also gained a method for spatial teleportation. A stroke of sheer luck. Among the relics left by the extraordinary individuals devoured by the spirit ship, Zheng Yang discovered merely an antiquated nautical chart, a pocket watch, and 2 ordinary longswords. He incinerated a portion of the burnable items, while for those that were not, he ingeniously commanded the spell array of the spirit ship to decompose them. Indeed, the radiance of the array enveloped the items bearing identifying characteristics, gradually breaking them down to their most minute forms and casting them into the sea. The pocket watch was not a sacred relic of a nun, but merely an antique, perhaps worth a sum of money, which Zheng Yang casually pocketed. Subsequently, he picked up the nautical chart. This resembles a treasure map, as it distinctly marks several small islands, one of which is adorned with simplistic symbols representing the terrain, presumably indicating the destination. This nautical chart evokes a profound sensation in Zheng Yang, subtly enticing him to embark on an exploration. Upon careful contemplation, Zheng Yang ultimately discerns that this feeling is unlike the straightforward recognition of spiritual vessels. Rather, it seems that something indirect is connected to the spiritual ship, subtly suggesting he pursue this quest, as long as it pertains to the spiritual vessel. Zheng Yang is resolute not to let it slip away. Coincidentally, he has nearly completed a month in the Special Affairs Bureau, and once the matter with the Holy Spirit Society concludes, he intends to transition into the free sequence and depart from Yinjili, seizing the opportunity to explore further. At the bottom of the nautical map lies a coordinate, which appears to be a modern edition, marked later. Zheng Yang scrutinizes it against satellite maritime charts for an extended period, finally recognizing it as being situated near the northern end of the North Atlantic, close to Ireland. Upon discovering this location, Zheng Yang is momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, he accesses the internal system of the Special Affairs Bureau and locates a post. Indeed, it pertains to the Ross Sea. Astonishingly, this unexplored mysterious maritime region. Zheng Yang gasps in surprise, feeling a twinge of hesitation. After a moment of inner turmoil, a determined expression graces his face as he stows away the nautical chart. Now, should the crystal ball advance to level 3, the spiritual ship will immediately evolve to the same tier. However, despite the necessary thunderous energy being available, the crystal ball remains stagnant in its progression, leaving him uncertain about the required actions or the duration needed for its nurturing. The poster claims to have encountered ancient wooden sailing vessels in the Northern Andes, all owned by extraordinary individuals. Northern Andes once again. On the map, the North Andean islands manifest as an invisible expanse, entirely unmarked and devoid of coordinates. Within the confidential documents of the Special Affairs Bureau, there exists only a vague delineation of the North Andean area, situated at the heart of the North Atlantic. Much like the Ross Sea, it is classified among the enigmatic maritime realms. Zheng Yang, feeling a sense of helplessness, closed the post. The content provided little useful information and risked linking him to the North Andean Islands, especially given his possession of an ancient-style sailboat and his status as an extraordinary individual. As dusk fell, following a day of cleanup, the Special Affairs Bureau convened a meeting to review the previous night's operations. Zheng Yang naturally emerged as the primary contributor, having ventured into peril as bait to successfully transmit location information while neutralizing a portion of the extraordinary members of the Holy Spirit Society, thus laying a solid foundation for ultimate victory. The recognition of his efforts would be reported, with any potential rewards contingent upon the superior's deliberations. Could you elaborate on how you dealt with those extraordinary beings in the lower realm? Schnott stared intently at Zheng Yang, his gaze profound. According to the information provided by the captives, there were at least 20 extraordinary beings in the lower realm, not significantly fewer than those in the upper realm, along with a level 3 extraordinary overseer. Yet, your registered power level is only that of a level 1 extraordinary. How did you manage this? Zheng Yang had anticipated this inquiry and responded calmly. The state of that level 3 individual was compromised. At most, he could only exhibit level 2 strength. And even his protective field faltered intermittently. And what of the bodies? We later found no trace of them. Impossible. When I departed the lower realm, Their corpses remained on the ground. Could it be that the creatures they kept consumed them? Narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing deeply at Zheng Yang for a moment. He had no faith in Zheng Yang's explanations, firmly convinced that he was being deceived. However, the Special Affairs Bureau is a unique organization, where extraordinary individuals are only required to register a general level of strength and capability traits without the obligation to divulge everything. This is an established convention. They possess the right to withhold information they deem necessary to keep confidential, for after all, every extraordinary being harbors secrets. Furthermore, the high-ranking members within the Bureau are themselves advanced extraordinary individuals, not bound by any national regime. Thus, they are not obliged to answer to any organization. From this perspective, joining the Special Affairs Bureau affords a certain degree of freedom, as he too would choose silence. In the stronghold of the Holy Spirit Society, a mobile phone was nonetheless transmitting location information from a boat. Who assisted him in sending this? How did he relay the information to the other party? If he possessed the capability to transmit, why not send it directly to Lofny instead of through an intermediary? Not only Schnott, but even Rich could surmise that Zheng Yang might have some form of telepathic communication ability, albeit limited to specific recipients, who would then relay the message to Lofny. Otherwise, the entire matter remains inexplicable. Chapter 92. Early confirmation. Having eliminated over 20 extraordinary beings the previous night, Zheng Yang had an inkling that he was on the verge of accessing the ghost ship dream. Yet, that evening, he did not enter that dream. He speculated that some accumulation associated with slaughter was still insufficient. The following day, a contingent of extraordinary individuals arrived directly from the headquarters of the Special Affairs Bureau, accompanying Schnott to apprehend the extraordinary members of the Holy Spirit Society. Zheng Yang spent an entire day at the library with the absent Eva, ultimately abandoning the seemingly futile pursuit of information regarding the ethereal vessels. In recent days, there had been no reports of werewolf sightings, leaving the question of whether they had been eradicated or were merely concealing themselves. The Special Affairs Bureau had unexpectedly become quite tranquil. Why is there such an abundance of work? Have you prepared a special treatment for me? Lofny crossed her arms and cast him a sidelong glance. The 30,000 reward is due to your impressive contributions within the first month. The demonic hound incident in Dezimai, the Ranch Mosquito Man case, the full moon night event, and the battle against the Holy Spirit Society stronghold 3 days ago. Is that so? After Lofny's explanation, Zheng Yang found it quite reasonable, even feeling that the reward was somewhat insufficient. I believe the matter with the Holy Spirit Society alone merits a 30,000 reward. Lofny chuckled. After returning 20,000 to Lofny, Zheng Yang found himself with approximately 120,000 in savings, which greatly bolstered his confidence. He accessed the internal system and noticed a notification for a module update, eagerly proceeding with it. Upon completion, a contribution point redemption module appeared in the system. Zheng Yang's gaze first fell upon the section for cultivation methods. Basic meditation. Learn how to swiftly enter a meditative state. Contribution points, 20. This was not overly expensive. However, basic meditation was not a meditative cultivation technique, but merely a guide on how to achieve a meditative state. Knowledge Zheng Yang had already acquired from Alima. General meditation technique. A standard meditation method suitable for most extraordinary beings, though inefficient. Contribution points, 100. The inefficiency is outrageous, yet it demands a contribution of 100 points. How absurd. Zheng Yang chose to disregard it. The exploration of the application of Tier 3 extraordinary protective fields is suitable for those newly entering Tier 3 of the extraordinary realm, aimed at enhancing the efficiency and techniques in mastering protective fields. Contribution points, 500. Ignored. The method of field control seals is distinct from the protective fields generated through oscillation. This method seemingly grants you an invisible hand. Contribution points, 800. Already acquired, overlooked. The method of vine strangulation seals pertains to the forest and nature-based power seals. Contribution points, 600. Attributes do not align. No. The power of thorns also belongs to the forest, yet why am I unable to control plants like Eva? Insufficient contribution points, disregarded, disregarded, disregarded. Zheng Yang flipped to the list of exchangeable materials, suitable for the alchemical system, although some spiritual materials could be utilized for the consumption of the spirit ship. Scarce yet exorbitantly priced, overlooked. He then turned to the list of potions. The awakening potion enhances meditation training efficiency by 10 to 30, with diminishing returns. Contribution points, 50. The purification potion purifies bloodline power by 10 to 30, also with diminishing returns. The higher the extraordinary level, the lesser the effect. Contribution points, 100. This one is promising. Previously, Zhengyang absorbed the red light from slaying the lizard men on the ghost ship, which manifested as an enlargement of the thorn ring. This represents the accumulation and strengthening of bloodline power, albeit not purification. Both accumulation and purification serve as foundational steps, continuously refining the accumulated bloodline power to gain greater capacity for accumulation. The accumulation of bloodline power is proportional to its degree of purification, establishing a solid and robust foundation. As one evolves to a higher level, the strength derived from the transformation of the bloodline's essence becomes increasingly formidable. The subtle enhancement of his bloodline power aboard the ghost ship occurs through the influence and modification of his lineage, necessitating a passage of time for continuous accumulation and purification. The crimson light obtained on the spectral vessel, along with the appropriate meditative practices, actively accelerates the processes of bloodline power accumulation and purification. Currently, Zhengyang possesses 400 contribution points, sufficient to exchange for 4 doses of purification elixirs. However, he intends to refrain from such exchanges for the time being, prioritizing accumulation over purification. The enhancement of bloodline power and the elevation of extraordinary levels not only serve to comprehensively fortify Zhengyang's physical attributes, but also empower him to harness greater spiritual energy from the ghost ship, unleashing a more potent force. Additionally, there are various elixirs available to enhance specific foundational qualities such as strength, speed, physique, resilience, vision, and olfaction, with effects categorized as either permanent or temporary enhancements. Zhengyang then turned his attention to the list of equipment. This category primarily consists of enchanted firearms, ammunition, and weaponry. For instance, the enchanted shotgun in his possession was listed at a price of 300 contribution points, while Lavinia had initially charged him only 100 points. This realization momentarily startled Zhengyang, prompting him to ponder why he had not sought Lavinia to enchant his longsword. The final section of the exchange module encompasses miscellaneous items, which include various sacred artifacts, cursed objects, and other peculiar items not classified under the previous 4 categories. Upon observing the sacred artifacts within, Zhengyang noted that the required contribution points for exchange were quantified in multiples of 10,000. He lingered in Lavni's office, contemplating the exchange module for an extended period. Eventually, he lifted his gaze towards Lavni and inquired, "Lavni, would you be able to assist me in enchanting 2 additional firearms, identical to the ones I currently possess? This way, I can load both standard and enchanted ammunition without the need to switch them before use. Furthermore, if it is feasible, could you also enchant that patterned steel longsword? I am willing to compensate with my contribution points." Zhengyang, intrigued, then asked, "Is enchanting truly exhausting? If you don't find it tiring, then you should try it yourself." Zhengyang realized that Lavni possessed a remarkable talent for extinguishing conversation. It was no surprise that, at her age, she remained single, unlike her contemporaries, such as Alima, whose daughters were already seeking suitors. Do not question Zhengyang's awareness of her single status. Such information was hardly classified. It was difficult for anyone to overlook a woman of her beauty. Zhengyang refrained from expending his contribution points. This currency felt somewhat disembodied. Despite his intimate knowledge of the entire spirit ship, its inner workings remained shrouded in mystery whenever he exchanged for moonlight shells. Did it possess a will of its own? Much like the spirit ship, it seemed to harbor its own essence, as they shared a symbiotic relationship forged through a mysterious ritual. The spirit ship served as the vessel of the magic array, while the crystal ball represented the carrier of the thunderous magic patterns, both having once fought fiercely for supremacy. However, the spiritual vessel was remarkably accommodating. It had already opened itself to Zhengyang in terms of information. Some aspects remained elusive, but with deeper contemplation and insight, clarity could be attained. In contrast, the crystal orb exuded an air of concealment, leaving Zhengyang perplexed, even unable to discern how to facilitate its evolution and enhancement, rendering it distinctly anomalous aboard the spiritual vessel. Chapter 93, Bloodline Evolution. Is it necessary to recognize a master? Zhengyang scrutinized the crystal orb for an extended period, infusing it with his own bloodline power and even allowing a few drops of his blood to touch its surface. The orb undoubtedly absorbed these offerings, yet it remained passive, offering no response. A palpable barrier lingered between Zhengyang and the crystal orb, akin to a veil or a gossamer, obscuring the mysteries within. This situation was unreasonable. Having been embraced by the spiritual vessel and integrated as part of it, the orb could not remain detached. Even if it eluded Zhengyang's control, it should at least provide him with some information. Much like the evolution of the spiritual vessel itself, it ought to convey the conditions required for its own advancement. Finally, a spark of inspiration ignited within Zhengyang. He summoned his spiritual energy to enhance his perception, attempting to extend his awareness into the crystal orb as if it were a tangible appendage. This novel approach was unprecedented for Zhengyang, both in thought and execution. The experience was utterly intriguing. Remarkably, this method inadvertently proved to be fortuitous. As his perception delved deeper into the crystal orb, Zhengyang sensed boundless lightning. Along with the faint presence of laws governing the convergence and regulation of these electrical forces, he discerned that the elusive principles resided within the orb as the lightning runes, prompting him to further probe this connection and explore the location of the lightning runes. The process was lengthy and intricate, akin to peeling layers from a silk cocoon, until a certain moment, Zhengyang's perception burst forth with clarity, revealing a realm woven from countless incantations and intricate patterns. Each incantation and every stroke of the pattern bore specific meanings, obscure yet profoundly resonant. They exuded a grand aura, subtly intertwining with an even more vast and transcendent world beyond. It felt as though a supreme being reigned over all, embodying the essence of universal laws. Within this domain of thunderous patterns, Zhengyang felt insignificantly small, akin to gazing up at the cosmos beneath a star-studded sky, where the boundless rivers of stars shone brilliantly. While he appeared but a speck of dust, Zhengyang found himself involuntarily immersed in a state of enlightenment. He recognized his own diminutiveness and felt an overwhelming reverence for the vastness and supremacy represented by the laws before him. Unbeknownst to him, the thunderous patterns resonated with his consciousness, silently imprinting upon the blazing thorn ring. In an instant, terrifying bolts of lightning surged forth above the thorn ring, wielding destructive power that threatened to obliterate everything. Meanwhile, the flames that had been raging upon the thorn ring transformed into accomplices, burning even more fiercely, as if intent on reducing the thorn ring to ashes. As lightning and fire wreaked havoc, the thorn ring began to crumble, yet under some unseen influence. It desperately attempted to mend itself, although the pace of restoration lagged far behind that of its destruction. Amidst this cycle of annihilation and repair, the primal essence of Zhengyang's bloodline swiftly purified, 10%, 20%, 30%, 50%. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, the purification reached its zenith of 100%. At this moment, the thorn ring was finally obliterated by the combined forces of lightning and the flames that had been raging before, leading to its complete collapse. The flames, which had relied upon the thorn ring, lost their purpose and, with the collapse of the ring, extinguished into mere embers. The influence that had been attempting to mend the thorn ring faltered momentarily, then erupted in fury, summoning forth a tremendous power akin to a legion of soldiers reconstructing the Great Wall. Zhengyang understood that this was the power of the spirit vessel, as well as the influence of the magical array. Initially, it was this very force that severed a portion to devour the mutated rabies virus and the ancestral bloodline strength, giving rise to his own mutated bloodline and fashioning both the thorn ring and a blazing magical seal. With the destruction of the thorn ring, the power of the spirit vessel surged forth once more. It reconstituted a far more formidable thorn ring, crafted from a stronger material, more resistant to flames and lightning, with longer and sharper thorns. Furthermore, during the lightning strikes, it absorbed the reflection of the lightning magical patterns, which may have been intentionally left as a mark. The newly forged thorn ring not only reforged the burning magical seal and the spatial teleportation seal, but also created a new lightning strike seal. In addition to these three seals, the thorn ring bore numerous blank spaces. At that moment, it not only blazed with flames, but also emitted countless tiny arcs of electricity, occasionally merging into a grand bolt of lightning that struck upwards into the sky. The fusion of fire and lightning exuded an aura of terror. The flames consumed the thorn ring while the lightning tempered it. Under this dual refinement of fire and lightning, the thorn ring, which represented the essence of Zhengyang's bloodline power, gradually became more formidable. This process also facilitated Zhengyang in refining and purifying his bloodline at an accelerated pace. All transformations exist within Zheng Yang's perception. He has come to realize that, by a stroke of fortune, he has completed a bloodline evolution, attaining the extraordinary second tier, while also acquiring a lightning strike seal. Henceforth, it is not solely Alice who can harness electricity. Zhengyang is equally capable. This is indeed a magnificent gift. Furthermore, he can now cultivate the force field control seal. With the completion of the bloodline evolution, Zhengyang's physical attributes have begun to undergo a profound metamorphosis. Without invoking the power of his bloodline or the spiritual energy of the spiritual vessel, his capabilities have doubled, reaching 4 times that of an ordinary individual. When he channels the bloodline power or the spirit energy of the vessel, his abilities exceed 6 times that of an average person. On a full moon night, under the enhancement of lycanthropic genes, this can double again, culminating in a staggering 12 times. This is solely in reference to physical attributes, excluding the amplification of seal potency. It is important to note that the bloodline power and the spirit energy of the vessel cannot be stacked or invoked simultaneously. Zhengyang's body serves as the vessel, with the bloodline power essentially being his own spiritual energy, while the spirit energy of the vessel is an external source. To illustrate, the rated output capacity of the vessel is fixed, whether it utilizes oil, electricity, or a hybrid of both. It cannot exceed its rated power. However, the borrowed spiritual energy can substitute for the bloodline power, enabling the execution of seals and enhancing physical attributes. Nevertheless, the ability to transform into a werewolf can only be manifested through the bloodline power, under the condition of not invoking spiritual energy or bloodline power. Zhengyang's individual attributes may not surpass those of certain specialized extraordinary beings. For instance, when measured against the average of ordinary individuals, Zhengyang's speed reaches only 4 times that of a normal person, which may fall short compared to some second-tier extraordinary beings renowned for their swiftness. However, he excels in comprehensive enhancement, unlike those extraordinary individuals who predominantly focus on speed, where their improvements in other attributes such as strength and physique may be comparatively weaker. When they are both at the second tier, his speed may not match that of the Eagle Claw Extraordinary from the Holy Spirit Society, nor may his strength rival that of the Ferocious Bear. Yet, when considering his overall capabilities, he undoubtedly surpasses them significantly. Furthermore, should he harness psychic energy or the power of his bloodline, Zhengyang could almost effortlessly dominate most specialized extraordinary beings in terms of individual prowess. It is essential to understand that the quality of psychic energy, when transformed into lightning psychic energy, is tripled compared to others of the same tier. Zhengyang's realization continued into the night, as he emerged onto the shore, tirelessly engaging in activities to adapt to his rapidly enhanced physical attributes. In doing so, he inadvertently neglected his initial intention of studying the evolution of the crystal ball. Chapter 94. The method of crystal ball evolution. Zhengyang remained attuned to the new level of power until the late hours, finally adapting. His original goal was to explore the conditions for the crystal ball's evolution. However, he was unexpectedly rewarded with the profound lightning law pattern, which not only facilitated the evolution of his bloodline to the second tier, but also generously bestowed upon him a lightning strike seal. Yet, when Zhengyang sought to discern the evolution conditions of the crystal ball once more, he discovered that the tenuous connection between himself and the crystal ball had become robust and clear, devoid of the previous haze that had shrouded their interaction. Following this deep engagement, both parties finally approached each other with sincerity, fostering an intimate bond. Zhengyang found that with a mere thought, he could grasp any aspect of the crystal ball, aside from the lightning law pattern, which remained too advanced and profound for him to comprehend. Much like the spirit vessel, everything aboard it was vividly reflected in Zhengyang's consciousness, save for the enigmatic and powerful formation that he could not decipher. Indeed, emotions require cultivation. When the spirit ship initially underwent its transformation, it lacked the clarity it possesses now. Zhengyang finally comprehended how to facilitate its evolution, or rather, expedite its advancement. After acquiring an ample supply of electrical energy, the lightning patterns and the crystal sphere itself began to evolve gradually, yet had not achieved a fundamental leap in essence. Zhengyang, however, could accelerate this process. One of the methods was surprisingly to repeatedly charge and discharge, stimulating the evolution by accumulating the number of cycles. This approach was rather astonishing. Zhengyang found himself at a loss for words. The more times a battery undergoes repeated charging and discharging, the more it affects its lifespan. Yet, in a paradoxical twist, the crystal sphere thrived on this frequent cycle, evolving at an accelerated pace. Could this be akin to the legendary practice of internal cultivation, where exhausting one's internal energy enhances the effectiveness of subsequent training? It seemed plausible. The second method involved allowing the spirit ship to be struck by natural lightning. Under the baptism of thunder, the lightning patterns within the crystal sphere would absorb the essence of nature's lightning through the spirit ship's formation, hastening its evolution. This somewhat reckless approach might be worth considering in the future when the evolution level is higher, but for now, Zhengyang lacked the confidence to pursue it. Thus, how could he achieve rapid discharging? Previously, he lamented the insufficient reserve of spiritual energy, but now he yearned to drain it entirely at once. Zhengyang continued to ponder the crystal sphere, communicating with the lightning patterns. Upon confirming that he could instruct the crystal sphere to output lightning energy in reverse, replenishing its capacity, he devised a strategy. This involved utilizing the battery to channel the lightning energy, creating a cyclical effect of charging and discharging for the crystal sphere. Zhengyang, regardless of the late hour, promptly ventured online to procure 3 sets of high-capacity batteries. This was already part of his plan, and with a savings of 120,000 at hand, he pondered, why not invest rather than let it linger until the new year? The 3 sets of batteries cost over 40,000, and they arrived at the ship before 10 in the morning. With a simple command, Zhengyang had them installed in the ship's sealed compartment. Once activated with the power of the magical array, he need not worry about heat dissipation. Next, Zhengyang directed the transformation of the lightning's spiritual energy within the crystal sphere into electrical energy, channeling it into the 3 sets of batteries. Approximately 500 points of lightning spiritual energy would suffice to fully charge 1 set of batteries. As he observed the steady rise in battery charge, he mused that even without solar energy in the future, the ship would not suffer from a lack of power. The 2 enormous triangular sails collected and transformed lightning spiritual energy at a pace surpassing that of solar panels. Thus, with this newfound ability for reverse transformation, as the spiritual ship evolved, solar panels would soon be discarded much like an obsolete engine. With 4 or even more batteries, Zhengyang could effortlessly convert lightning spiritual energy into stored reserves, effectively enhancing the limit of the crystal sphere's capacity. Reflecting on his own operations, he could not help but feel a sense of pride. The designer of the spiritual ship would never have anticipated such a mutation, transforming spiritual attributes into lightning energy while integrating modern batteries for an ingenious advantage. This was Sayulali's first visit to Zhengyang's ship. This enchanting beauty, the serpent, would undoubtedly leave many men sleepless. As Zhengyang welcomed Sayulali aboard at the bow of the ship, she cast him a teasing glance and inquired, "What about you? Can you?" "Of course, I always have," he replied. Your demeanor seems more refined than it was just 2 days ago. Have you ascended to the 2nd tier of the extraordinary?" Sayulali exclaimed, circling Zhengyang in astonishment, scrutinizing him from head to toe, even sniffing the air like a playful puppy. "You actually advanced to the 2nd tier before I did." Her words hinted at her own status. "Still at the 1st tier of the extraordinary. Are you a snake or a dog, with such a keen sense of smell?" Zhengyang chuckled as he untied the ropes. "Oh, I've studied the zodiac you mentioned. I am a dragon. Do you need my assistance?" Sayulali set down her bag, offering to help. "No need. The guest room is on the 2nd floor. Allow me to show you the way." Zhengyang casually picked up her bag and turned to enter the cabin. In truth, after untying the ropes, Zhengyang had already activated his spiritual energy to gently maneuver the floating vessel away from the dock. To the casual observer, it appeared as though the ship was being carried off by the waves. Sayulali followed Zhengyang, admiring the living area and the interior layout, expressing her satisfaction. "What a charming, home-like cruiser. I'm glad you like it." After showing Sayulali to her room, Zhengyang proceeded to the helm, where he skillfully raised the sails and guided the vessel swiftly northward. Sayulali had little to arrange. She simply dropped her bag on the floor and made her way to the helm. The spacious, tranquil cockpit left her in awe once more. "The last time I embarked on a fishing boat, the entire vessel was permeated with the pungent scents of machine oil and diesel, rendering it filthy and devoid of even a spot to sit. The engine roared incessantly, inducing a sense of irritation and unrest. Why not rent a small yacht? One suitable for 3 passengers?" In the past, I always opted for a small yacht. However, I must confess, even a yacht pales in comparison to the comfort and tranquility of your vessel. The last time, that scoundrel attempted to lay hands on me, and I nearly tossed him overboard to be fed to the fish, which prompted my last-minute decision to take the fishing boat instead. Zhengyang turned to glance at her. Sayurali, appearing to be in her mid-20s, possessed a naturally alluring smile at the corners of her mouth, her youthful and exquisite face framed by cascading gray-white hair. Her captivating gaze was utterly enchanting. This striking image was further accentuated by her penchant for wearing form-fitting leather, leaving any ordinary man to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Chapter 95. The Thorny Meditation and Cultivation Technique. Sayurali, do you often visit that small island? Zhengyang inquired, sensing from her tone that she had frequented it numerous times. Indeed, I have lingered at level 1 for quite some time. I awakened my ancestral extraordinary bloodline unexpectedly at the age of 16. However, this awakening only granted me the powers of a level 1 extraordinary. The essence is too diluted, and even after utilizing 2 purification potions, its potential remains insufficient for me to ascend to higher tiers of evolution. From ancestral records, I discovered that to truly embark on the path of bloodline evolution, I must locate and slay a serpentine creature imbued with the Medusa bloodline, thus merging its primordial essence with my own through the inherited incantation to replenish my potential. It is recorded in the annals that the island once bore witness to the presence of the Gorgon. Of course, this account hails from a distant past, and no one can ascertain whether it still exists. The island remains desolate to this day. I have ventured here 6 times prior, and this marks my 7th attempt. I hope that your cursed attributes may aid me in revealing its presence. Upon hearing Sayulali's words, Zhengyang nodded, though uncertainty lingered in his heart regarding his ability to summon the serpent, as he was unsure whether the creature Sayulali referred to could indeed be classified as malevolent. In the subterranean stronghold of the Holy Spirit Society, common mutated beings are not drawn to curses. However, the 6-winged evil mosquito, bred by the mosquito man, undoubtedly falls under the category of the sinister. Moreover, the existence of the Gorgon on this isle remains a matter of speculation. As dusk approached 7 o'clock, the floating vessel reached its destination, a barren island measuring less than a kilometer in both length and width. The isle, resembling a small hill, rises only a few dozen meters above sea level. It is predominantly composed of weathered rock and soil, devoid of towering trees, save for a smattering of shrubs and sparse grass, alongside a few thorns. At this moment, darkness enveloped the landscape, and a waning crescent moon ascended into the night sky. The gentle waves lapped against the rocks, producing a soft murmur that harmonized with the surrounding tranquility. After dining, Zhengyang and Sayulali disembarked. Sayulali deftly gathered some dry shrubs and thorns, igniting a small bonfire. Observing the thorns crackling in the flames, Zhengyang found himself momentarily lost in thought. "Are you interested in those thorns?" Sayulali inquired casually, noticing his distraction. Zhengyang replied, "Yes, I am merely captivated by the sight of them burning. They are remarkably resilient." Sayulali pondered briefly before affirming, "This thorn is remarkably resilient. It can thrive even in the desert, even if it is entirely consumed by fire. As long as there remains a fragment of its roots in the soil, it will inevitably regenerate and flourish anew." Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback, recalling the transformation of the thorn ring within his consciousness during the bloodline evolution last night. Was it not precisely the case that, after being obliterated by the lightning fire, it was the residual force striving to mend the thorn ring that summoned forth an overwhelming power for reconstruction? This process perfectly aligned with what Sayulali described regarding the rebirth of thorns. Furthermore, the newly emerged thorn ring had completed its evolution, becoming significantly more potent and resilient against flames and lightning strikes. Was this not the very path of evolution for the thorn ring that had long occupied his thoughts? Why then should he deliberately seek to direct the evolution of the thorn ring? Nature's law of survival of the fittest would naturally facilitate the most appropriate choices between destruction and rebirth, enabling it to grow stronger and more adaptable. Thus, the meditation practice suitable for him would be to harness the spirit as kindling, channeling the energy of thunder and lightning to amplify the might of the thunderous flames, purifying the essence of the bloodline through the thorn ring until it reached the utmost purity. He would then proceed to dismantle it and reconstruct an even more formidable and elevated thorn ring through the power of the spirit vessel. Simple and unrefined, Zhengyang stood pensively by the fire, lost in thought, unresponsive to Sai Eulali's repeated calls. This method was entirely in harmony with the natural path of evolution, provided that he had the assurance of the spirit vessel. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. It continuously transforms my bloodline, rendering it increasingly potent. Thus, when the thorn ring, a manifestation of my bloodline power, is obliterated, it must inevitably reconstruct a higher-tiered thorn ring, akin to completing an evolution of the bloodline. During the practice of this meditative technique, I will incessantly attempt to destroy the thorn ring, while it perpetually repairs itself. This process serves to purify the very essence of my bloodline. The greater the degree of purification, the more formidable the challenge of destruction becomes. Once the purification reaches its zenith, the difficulty of dismantling the thorn ring becomes insurmountable, transforming it into a bottleneck that obstructs my evolution. If I succeed in its destruction, I shall rise anew, advancing to a higher echelon. If I fail, I shall remain stagnant. In addition to this purification, I must also accumulate the power of my bloodline. Based on prior experiences, the hallmark of this accumulation is the growth of the thorn ring, lengthening and thickening. Therefore, I require a meditative method that can facilitate the expansion of the thorn ring. The thorn ring has roots that delve into the void, and I should nourish it with my mental energy to promote its growth. Zhengyang comprehended how he ought to engage in meditation. He needed, on one hand, to utilize his mental energy to encourage the growth of the thorn ring, while on the other, to amplify the might of thunder and fire, actively refining the thorn ring. Zhengyang sat in contemplation for a considerable time before suddenly breaking into a smile. Following his evolution last night, he should have grasped these insights. However, he had been misled by the patterns of lightning, subconsciously attributing this evolution to happenstance and the influence of the lightning patterns, failing to delve deeper into understanding. Thank you, Sayurali. Zhengyang turned to embrace the voluptuous beauty, yet at that moment, his heart harbored no ill intentions. He was genuinely filled with gratitude. Have you uncovered something? Sayulali asked in astonishment. Zhengyang released his hold and gazed towards the small island, saying, "It pertains to some insights regarding cultivation. Your remarks about thorns have inspired me. Let us first circle the island. If the Medusa serpent truly resides here and can be lured, tonight shall be the opportune moment." Subsequently, Sayulali led the way, with Zhengyang trailing 2 meters behind. Sayulali summoned the power of her bloodline, a faint aura reminiscent of Medusa emanating from her, causing nearby serpents and insects to hastily retreat, daring not to approach within 5 meters. This is akin to a human-shaped mosquito coil. Sayulali, do you need to fuse with the serpent's bloodline just once, or must you do so with each evolution? Only once is necessary. It replenishes the essence and opens the path to evolution. Henceforth, I shall rely on my own cultivation to purify and evolve the bloodline. Chapter 96. The Medusa serpent. Zhengyang and Sayulali strolled around the island, engaging in conversation, and soon completed a full circuit. They exchanged glances and stepped toward the island's center. Based on Zhang Yang's understanding of the curse's allure, it extended at least 300 meters. The stronger the malevolent force, the farther the attraction. Having circled the island and added a central line, they effectively covered the entire isle. The central line stretched over 800 meters, precisely at the midpoint, prompting a sense of foreboding in Zhengyang. Could it truly exist? Zhengyang suddenly turned his gaze to the left, where numerous weathered rocks stood, forming the steepest incline. His heightened perception, combined with the warning alert, enabled him to accurately discern the approximate location of the malevolent entity. Even though the entity possessed the ability to become invisible, it could not evade his focused attention. A faint sound of something gliding across the ground reached his ears, and he spotted a grayish-white serpent rapidly approaching from over 20 meters away. The hue of the creature was such that, without the aid of his heightened senses and alerts, it would have been nearly impossible to detect it under the moonlight from that distance. "Sayla, it's coming," Zhengyang called out to the red-clad beauty ahead. Sayla turned in surprise, and as she followed Zhengyang's gaze, she beheld a serpentine figure exceeding 2 meters in length, rearing half of its body, moving with lightning speed, and lunging toward Zhengyang with its maw agape. The monstrous serpent exuded a first-level extraordinary aura, and given Zhengyang's current prowess, contending with such a creature posed no challenge. Recalling Sayla's earlier words about the petrifying venom of the Medusa serpent, Zhengyang swiftly sidestepped and pointed at the serpent's head. moving faster than the creature itself. With a crack, just 5 centimeters from the serpent's head, a slender arc of electricity erupted from Zheng Yang's fingertip, striking the target with precision. The serpent flicked its tongue, its eyes rolling back as it succumbed to unconsciousness, allowing Zheng Yang to grasp its heart region. "Is this it?" he inquired, lifting the serpent for Sayla's confirmation. Sayla exclaimed with delight, "Indeed, that is it. It is an adult Medusa serpent. Legend has it that it was originally transformed from Medusa's hair, hence it harbors a trace of Medusa's bloodline. But what about you? Why do you bear the bloodline of Medusa? Is there an untold story connecting your ancestors to her?" Zheng Yang was quite eager to pose this question, yet it seemed somewhat excessive. Thus, he entrusted the serpent to Sayalali and inquired, "What must I do next?" Sayalali embraced Zheng Yang with one arm, planting a fervent kiss upon his cheek, her face aglow with joy. Zheng Yang was at a loss. This hardly constituted an adventure, after all. It was merely the capture of a serpent. Although he was curious about how she employed her magical incantations to consume the essence of the serpent's bloodline, he wisely refrained from demanding to witness it, respecting Sayalali's secrecy. Regardless, everything aboard the spirit ship was within Zheng Yang's perception. Even without watching, he was aware. As the serpent's blood surged forth, Sayalali's spiritual energy stirred, and strands of mysterious power were extracted from the serpent's heart blood, merging into her being. This process transpired swiftly. Before a single drop of blood could fall, Sayalali had completed her acquisition of the serpent's bloodline essence, casually discarding the serpent's carcass out the window into the sea. Subsequently, Sayalali reclined upon her bed, entering a meditative state to facilitate the digestion and integration of the serpent's bloodline essence within herself. Was it truly that simple? Observing the entire process through his senses, Zheng Yang felt a sense of surprise. He had anticipated a ritualistic affair. After all, the act of devouring a bloodline essence sounded inherently sinister. How could it transpire so effortlessly, devoid of any semblance of drama? Upon reflection, Sayurali's condition bears a striking resemblance to that of the Holy Spirit Society. The distinction lies in the fact that she inherently possesses the genetic lineage of Medusa. She is merely augmenting her bloodline by assimilating the genes of the Medusa serpents through predation, compensating for her innate deficiencies. In contrast, Zheng Yang's initial fusion with the mutated virus is even more akin to the Holy Spirit Society. Had the society not acted with such extremity, perhaps they would not have found themselves in their current predicament. It is likely that Sayurali will not achieve bloodline integration in the near term. Zheng Yang, having retrieved the tome of the Demon Hunter's Legacy, commenced his study of the techniques for mastering the force field sigil. This sigil had been a long-anticipated endeavor for him. Utilizing his heightened cognitive acuity, a result of his bloodline evolution to a secondary transcendent level, Zheng Yang mastered the cultivation method in just over an hour. Subsequently, he reclined on his bed, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state to formally begin his training. With prior experience in the transmission of spatial cultivation sigils, he quickly identified the correct direction and made rapid progress. Before dawn, Zheng Yang opened his eyes. Having spent the night in vigil, he successfully cultivated the sigil of force field control. His sea of consciousness was now adorned with numerous incantations and runes upon the thorny ring, and the remaining blank areas should still accommodate another sigil. Zheng Yang extended his hand, and the book on the table, 2 meters away, seemed to levitate towards him, though it slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. This was not teleportation, but rather the application of force field control. After several attempts, Zheng Yang discovered that this sigil was indeed remarkably effective. Upon activation, it allowed him to release an invisible force field through any hand, the magnitude and potency of which were contingent upon the wielder's strength. Once mastered, it resembles the control of an invisible hand, which is remarkably versatile and adaptable. Akin to remote control, Zheng Yang felt that once he attained sufficient proficiency, he could even command this invisible hand to wield a sword against foes. The technique employed by Lofini to strike her adversaries likely also derives from this force field manipulation, albeit she utilizes a staff for control. It would be more fitting to refer to it as the invisible hand, for its aptness and clarity. Zheng Yang decided to bestow upon this technique a name that resonates with him. At this juncture, having only achieved a secondary evolution, he had already mastered 4 seals and 1 transformation ability, with the promise of many more to come. It is no wonder that the Tome of Strange Tales proclaimed the myriad abilities possessed by owners of spiritual vessels. With an hour remaining until dawn, Zheng Yang chose to forego sleep, entering a meditative state to reaffirm the cultivation methods he had comprehended the previous night and to solidify his insights. As dawn broke, Zheng Yang deliberately practiced the application of the invisible hand in his daily life, leading to a cacophony of sounds accompanying him as he washed up and prepared breakfast.